coaches to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement. It's like a megaphone for your wallet. Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome into the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay. We've got Jay Moore. We've got you. For a 3-hour ride in this Dr. Pepper Bears Football Friday. With open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We're going to have full coverage of the Bears and the Detroit Lions on Sunday right here on ESPN 1000. Make sure you download the ESPN Chicago app so you can catch all the coverage, especially the call from Jeff and Tom Sunday at noon. But, Cap, what it comes down to is the Bears need to be 1-1 by the time we get to about 3:30 on Sunday afternoon. They've got to be able to win this football game. I do not want to come in here on a Bears Monday talking about an 0-2 football team and doom and gloom. It's hard to be able to win on the road in the National Football League. I don't care how good or bad you are as a football team. It's hard to win on the road, but it's paramount that the Bears find a way to win the ball game. Whether it is a big margin, small margin, in between, I don't care. They have to march in the forward field and win, because if not, I don't know what the future brings.
Yeah, I want a nice, peaceful football Friday with you, Shay, and Jay Moore. And if caller Chris from yesterday wants to call back, we can have a nice civil discussion. Look, this is a winnable football game because it's not the same old Lions. They don't have Ben Johnson. They don't have Aaron Glenn. They don't have Frank Ragnow. They're banged up on the O-line. Their pass rush did not very much last week. So, when you add all that up, and the point spread just keeps going up and up and up, and now it's what, 6.5, Shay?
In some places, 6.5, yeah.
Okay, it was 5.5 when it opened. Now it's 6.5, and some people, I'm just looking right now, think it's going to go to 7. I'll take the Bears in the points, but I need a victory. They need a victory. We know what the numbers and the stats say on teams that start 0-2, especially when you're playing one of the toughest schedules in the National Football League. I don't know how that quite works when you finished last year and you're supposed to get the last place schedule and you have the second toughest in the NFL. That all said, this is a winnable game. So let's find out if the veterans that lead this club, the Toonies, the Dahlmans, the Jacksons, especially the interior of that offensive line, has to play markedly better than they did last weekend. Because I did not think they were great on the interior. And the amount of money you're spending on those guys, you're spending 14, 14, and 17. By my count, that's $45 million for 3 guys. That's a ton of cash. They got a block.
Usually when you lose a game, a football game in this league, it's because you left missed opportunities on the field. When you lose, as you well know as a coach, it's like, why didn't we do this? Why didn't we block out here? How come we didn't score here? We had a great opportunity. We squandered the lead, all that. There's always something. You said that's missed opportunities. What we saw on Monday Night Football, Cap, were missed opportunities by the Bears to be able to win the game. People will say, well, they lost, but it was close, 27-24. Actually, if you look at the second half, it didn't feel close. You're up 11, and then you relinquished the lead. It didn't feel close because J.J. McCarthy struggled for about almost 3 quarters, and then the light came on because the defense let down. The Minnesota Vikings were able to win the football game because the offense, as good as it was at the beginning, were not able to get down the field and not be able to connect to the receivers. Caleb Williams had open receivers and did not connect to them. I didn't expect him to be perfect on Monday night, but what I expected is for the operation to look better, for it to be able to be more efficient, more productive. And even if some of those throws do connect and you don't get in the end zone, I expect at least 3. I expect at least field goals and get in the field goal range because you're not going to score every time. I know that. I'm an adult with a mortgage. I understand how football works. What I'm saying is, Cap, is that in this game against the Lions, the connection between Caleb Williams and his receivers, that's got to be better. Because if nothing else, it'll get you in field goal range. They just need to score, take time off the clock, and just look like a strong offensive operation. It's got to happen to quiet that crowd.
If I had called you the other night, and it's 17-6, we're heading to the 4th, and I said to you, Johnny, there's a bet you can make right now. Go to your app. You could bet J.J. McCarthy to be player of the week, offensive player of the week. You would have said, how much have you had to drink tonight?
That's what would happen.
Have you been chewing on gummies? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Johnny, he's going to be the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. You would have said, I'm insane. And that's exactly what happened.
Even if you had told me after the game, I would have said, that's an absurdity.
Yeah.
But you got the award.
Well,
the award, quote unquote.
Yeah, well, I mean, Dennis Allen should present him with that award. Here you go, kid. You beat us, beat our ass. There you go. Here's your award. Congratulations. We'll crown you. That's what it should happen because the defense let down. They opened the door for McCarthy to get that award or for the Vikings to win the football game. The mistakes cannot be as big as it was last game. It has to be better. And so we continue to hear promises up there about how the running game is going to be more productive. That we'll get more Monungai and we'll get more DeAndre Swift. Okay, I'd like for them to control the line of scrimmage. I think it's going to take more than that. It's going to take help from the offensive line for that to happen as well.
Yeah, Monungai, and I know everyone thinks he should be in there all the time running the football, blah, blah, blah. His pass protection leaves something to be desired because he's a rookie.
That's right.
You have to pass protect to earn the right to run the football. That's just a fact. In the National Football League, you have got to be able to help in pass protection from the running back spot. You do. And he's very, very raw at doing that at this level. So we'll see how many carries he earns himself. You want to run the rock? You better block for the guy throwing the rock. I'm excited to watch this game. I always am because it's the Bears. We only get 17 of them. But it's winnable. You have got to seize this advantage.
So a lot of this has to do with pressure. Now, I'm sure some of the players and some of the coaches do not feel pressure coming into this game on Sunday, but I know one thing, that they feel like they left some points on the board and some great defensive plays on the board that they wish they were able to showcase against the Vikings on Monday. But pressure comes into play when you can look at your film where the coaches point out your mistakes and you go, man, I've got to be able to play better. So when we talk about the players or personnel or coaches that are under the most pressure, so Caleb Williams is in a category by himself, Cap, because he realizes, I'm sure, that Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams and Declan Doyle and others sat down with Caleb Williams and said, hey, man, yeah, you see this open receiver, you see this has to be better. As good as Caleb was, and it was a better operation, I thought, than we saw last year, especially that 10 for 10 and the opening drive and the last drive and him running out of the pocket. There are a lot of positives to take away from that game from Caleb. There's some growth there. You can't turn a blind eye to it. The growth was there. However, when people say, well, this reminds me of last year, well, Cap, actually, no, it doesn't remind you of last year. The result reminds you of last year with the loss. But the idea that that Monday's game is reminiscent to 6-3 against Seattle last year, that's not the case.
I agree. But if I had also said to you, Johnny, yeah, what do you want now? You'd answered the phone. Yellow. Yeah, Johnny, I know I told you to bet J.J. McCarthy to be the player of the week. Got another bet for you. What's that? After the Bears went right down the field and scored a touchdown, they're not going to get anything till garbage time again. They'll get a pick six or a field goal. No more offense until the 2-minute warning.
Yeah.
You'd have said, what are you, out of your mind? Did you see how good they looked? They went right down the field. Yeah, they left a few deep shots on the table there. He missed DJ Moore. He missed Colston Lovell, and he's got to hit those. He didn't throw them. You would have thought I was insane. But after that first drive, what did he go? 11 of 21 the rest of the way? Something like that?
Yeah, the water was shut off.
Yes.
Yep.
He has to be better.
No question. But again, I thought that there was a lot of good things that we saw from Caleb Williams, but not enough to win, because we're talking about some of the question marks about how he overshot receivers and missed opportunities, because that's what it comes down to. When you watch sports and you see a team lose, it's because of glaring missed opportunities, both sides of the football, and special teams, and coaching. So all four phases there. So I put Caleb in his own category. If I said, Cap, the player or coach that's under the most pressure, if I put Caleb to the side, it would be whom?
Wow, you're putting Caleb to the side. Player or players or coach that's under the most pressure. Dan Rauscher and the offensive line group.
Okay.
They are under the most pressure. Not like they're going to lose their jobs. They got to deliver. I have to see better interior block. Braxton Jones, actually, when I put the tape on again yesterday, he was fine. He wasn't an issue at all.
He's not a factor, even though he's a factor most of this summer.
Life's nice playing next to Joe Thuney. Tell
It
you that
is.
much.
And Joe would tell you he's got to be a little bit better. I was talking to Olin, and he said, Thuney's a really good player, man, but he could be better. Drew Dahlman had a bad night. He did not play well. He did not. And Jonah Jackson was worse.
So I wrote down Jonah Jackson as my number 2 after Caleb Williams. And then I wrote down Montez Sweat.
That's a great one as well. I co-sign with you right there. I took the interior 3 because Darnell Wright, that hold call was not on him. It's on Jonah Jackson. I don't know if they went back with the league and changed it. That stuff usually is quiet. Yeah, by the way, we removed your penalty, but you got it. We just had the wrong number. Very possible because there was no hold there by Darnell Wright. I thought he played a pretty decent football game. I did. But that interior 3 make $14 million, and $17 million. They better block their you-know-what off this Sunday. They have to be better. And that goes with the O-line coach. He's going to tell you, my guy's got to be better. But you are exactly correct that the next guy, some people would probably go, what about DeAndre Swift? He had nowhere to run. I watched one of them where it was... I think Jonah Jackson completely whiffed on a block, and I didn't understand the blocking scheme why they asked him to get the outside rusher and have Braxton Jones block down. I didn't understand it, but that's just a line call that they used. He missed, and Swift had Zero room to run there. Zero.
Jay Moore, you saw the film.
Yeah, but Swift, his problem is he take too long to hit the holes.
Bingo.
Sometimes the holes are open.
He's a journeyman.
Nah, he can't be dancing, though. You know what I'm saying? If he run north and south, he may get through those holes quicker.
But he is who he is.
I'm not going to put the blame on the whole offensive line for those plays. Mm-hmm. Some of the plays, he just didn't hit the hole quick enough.
Yeah, there was one I saw that, and I can't remember exactly what play it was, but there's a hole right through basically the A-gap, wide open, and he's doing all this shaking back and forth to get into that spot. Dude. If he just takes off explosive, he's through, and he might have a huge gain in the second level. But instead, he's waiting, dancing around, and by the time he actually gets into the hole, it's collapsed.
Yeah, but my point is, that's who that dude is. If you expect him to look like Saquon Barkley, he's not. He's never going to. He's fine. Like, he came out of Georgia, good player. Georgia's got 1 billion 5-star running backs.
Sick him.
Yeah, I mean, he's fine. He's okay. He's okay. He's not, oh, my God, we got who? Like, the same year we got him, Minnesota got Aaron Jones, better player. Green Bay got Josh Jacobs, better player. That's just a fact.
Minnesota turned the trick on you twice because they got Aaron Jones, who's better than Swift, and then they got Jordan Mason, who's better than Aaron Jones.
And they might have got J.J. McCarthy, who might be better than your guy.
Who are you talking about? Caleb Williams?
Yeah.
You mean our guy? Now we're doing an Incan law read.
So
I think that is our guy.
It's funny. Earlier in the week, he came in telling me about my head
the guys.
coach.
I was saying him.
Okay. But early in the week, and Tuesday after the loss, you came in talking about my head coach had a bad day.
No, just because you were the guy, you and Waddle were leading the charge for Ben Johnson. I love Ben Johnson. I just, to this day, am shocked George stepped up and paid. I'm still shocked.
So, Shay, let's open the phone lines this morning. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 on this Dr. Pepper Bears Football Friday. We want to ask you which Chicago Bears are under the most pressure to be able to help the Bears win against the Lions on Sunday. We're going to put Caleb in his own category because that's obvious. Now, who's second? Who's third on that list? The one Bear that needs to really help the Bears and be able to get through their issues, their question marks, and help the Bears win. We got a list of names. We want you to add on that list on the Kap J Hood Morning Show.
Kap J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
No.
The home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Invite your ears to join us for Bears and Lions in Week 2. Not just the play-by-play of Joniak there and McKee at noon, but 4 hours pre and 4 hours post. Black and Abdalla hosts pregame tailgate at 8. Network pregame with Tom Waddle, Deion Miller, and Mark Silverman at 10. Postgame with Yurko and Peggy Kaczynski, and postgame with Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Design. Listen on our app, AM or FM HD. It's Bears and Lions Sunday. Coverage starts at 8. Kickoff at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Let's talk a little bit about Howard Hankin. You know, he's been a part of the Kap J Hood show for years now, and he brings us a sidebar.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
312. Hold on a minute.
Oh, my God.
My phone. I wasn't expecting you to come to me there.
You mean like the read that comes after we throw it to break that we do every day? You didn't expect that?
I thought you were doing it yourself.
I can. Apparently I am. Welcome to the recap on YouTube. Oh, God, excuse me. I'll take care of it. Go ahead and watch your clicks on YouTube.
I'm all good.
Yeah.
3126 million.
That's not where we are in the read. No, that's not where we are.
See, Howard, you can't buy this stuff up and down the dial. You want Mully reading this? No.
Countless commercials. My Giddy Ant.
He is, without a doubt, the single best personal injury attorney in Illinois. In fact, I have a relative who has a case pending right now, and he called me recently and said, You cannot believe how smooth this process is. He goes, I was terrified to do this.
Yeah.
This guy's amazing.
All right. Thanks for the testimonial.
There you go.
All right. So let's talk about Ankit Law even further by giving you the phone number 312-6-MILLION. Think about this. 80 attorneys and staff to help anyone injured in Chicagoland understand their rights. 312-6-MILLION. Injury law made personal.
That's Ankit Law.
Okay, J-Ball.
Sorry, Howard.
All right.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Football's back, but summer's not done yet. Those surprise 85-degree days, they're coming. Make sure your home or business AC is ready with a seasonal checkup from Automatic. Trusted in Chicagoland for 80 years, Automatic keeps your home comfortable and cool when the heat hangs on and nice and warm when the chill eventually hits. Don't wait for a breakdown. Stay ahead of the game. Go to Automatic.com today or give them a hassle-free call. That's Automatic. Check them out at Omatic.com.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
Thank God it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. Right here on the home of the Bears on a Dr. Pepper Bears Friday. One-of-a-kind fans, one legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper. Bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing.
Get it in the butt.
Bears and Lions, we got Coverage all day on Sunday right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. Which Bears under the most pressure to succeed against the Lions? We have Caleb in his own category, but who else on that list is really under the most pressure to perform and succeed against the Lions? 312-332-ESPN is our telephone number. Let's go to the phone lines and talk to you. We'll go to Biloxi, Mississippi, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Jay on Kap and J Hood. Jay, good morning.
Good morning, brothers. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, brother. How you doing?
Oh, I'm nervous, excited, ready for Sunday.
Nipped it in the butt.
Sugar,
Rockefeller, y'all. But I think we got to get the run game going. That's the most important thing. Take some pressure off Caleb, but it's also going to open up the play action down the field.
Look, the key is those interior offensive linemen have to hold their water. They do, as Yerk would say. They've got to get the job done, and if they do, then it's on Swift or Monungai or Roshan Johnson, if he's able to go, whoever it is, run the rock. But you got to help the guy. You have to.
Jay, we appreciate a telephone call. Now he leaves line open, 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Peoria, here's Derek on Kap and J Hood looking for the Bear that's under the most pressure to help the Bears win on Sunday. All right, Derek, good morning.
Good morning, guys. What's going on?
What's up, buddy?
You know what's going on. Bears, Lions. You know exactly what's going on, D.
Oh, I know. Well, and if our game's like last night, I hope we end up looking like the Packers, and I hope I don't ever have to say that again. But basically, I was thinking all week, who kind of needs more of the blame, or, who do we need to look at to have a better game this weekend? And I think it's Richard Hightower. If you look at the special teams, last year they weren't terrible, but they never cost us games. If you look at it Sunday or on Monday, the Santos missed kick, the out-of-bounds kick at the end of the game, the punt coverage was awful. And if you just clean those up, we either, we're going to overtime or even we win the game. So I think that's –
yeah,
it's got to start there at least.
Look, that's a fair point. That's his unit. Feel better. Jeez. Sound like Waddle. Feel better, Tommy. He was hurting. Tommy's been hurting this week.
He's fine.
Playing hurt.
He's fine.
That guy's a stud.
He's got the Bears flu. He's fine.
Richard Hightower, of course, it's his room, so he's going to bear the brunt of it, and that's fair. That is absolutely fair. However, you got a punter that's got this bionic leg. Quit kicking line drives that you outkick your coverage, and then they get a running start to get 12 yards every return. That drives me insane. Like, can we get some hang time, Tory Taylor? I know you're a good dude, and everyone likes you there, and you got a bionic leg and all of these plaudits that he was given, and then the ball is just a line drive. Like, what? Like, what are we doing? And then Cairo Santos, if you can't kick it out of the back of the end zone with certainty, can you do this, Cairo? Yeah, I got it. Nope. He was 6 yards short. It wasn't like it came down in the back of the end zone and they made this decision.
Yes. Noodle leg.
So that has to get un-effed quickly, and then the punt coverage goes back to Tory Taylor. So there's things that have to get cleaned up there, 100%. But there's player error that factors in.
Cairo felt good yesterday watching yesterday's game.
Yeah,
that was some of the worst kicking I've ever watched.
Both of those kickers missed. He was like,
horrible. They're showing Dan Quinn, and I'm watching him, and he's clapping after they met. Like, Dan, I know you're trying to fire your guys up, but that dude sucks.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Come on, man.
It's horrible. Matt Gay, McManus, not good.
I'm like, what are we doing?
It was like back-to-back misses.
It's just terrible. It wasn't like it was like crazy wind conditions or weather. It's just bad. Just inaccurate. Can't have that.
Right.
And, this is why when people say at the bar or on social media that special teams don't matter or kick, it does matter.
100% it matters.
That third phase means a hell of a lot when you need that three. When you need that kick, it absolutely matters.
Well, the Bears last week, and we can I'm not getting back into the discussion. They should have kicked the field goal the first time they went for it and didn't get it.
Yeah.
That's 3. Okay, you went for it, whatever. Cairo, you got to make the 50-yarder, man. You got to. Wasn't like we asked you to make 59, 64, whatever. 50. In today's game, that is a kick you got to make, 80% of the time? Okay, you've had your miss, son.
All right, let's get back to the phone lines. In New Lenox, here's Scotty, right here on Kap and J Hood as we talk Bears. Hey, Scotty, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I was at the game on Monday night, and, I was sitting there watching it all unfold, and the Bear under the most pressure this week, I think it's Ben Johnson with his play calling. I was kind of surprised, that we come out in the second half and we throw 3 passes in a row, all dirt balls, and you continued to let Caleb be under pressure to make plays, and we didn't get the running game going at all. And then, I know they were playing a lot of too high shell defense, but, what's up with these? We were just throwing 3-yard outs, it seemed like the whole time, and Caleb wasn't connecting. We weren't getting any rhythm. So I think Ben could do a lot better with the play calling this week, and hopefully he does because, we're going to need it.
Okay, we appreciate a telephone call. So your point is well stated when you say that you hope the play calling will be better. I think every coach, win or lose in the National Football League, feels like, hey, we left points on the board or we underachieved, whether you win or lose. So that's just part of coaching. Even if you win, Cap, as you well know, you could say, yeah, we won, but boy, we got away with that. But next week, it's got to get better. So, but the idea that you are blaming, all of it on Ben Johnson, that's nonsense.
Oh, I agree.
Because the offensive coordinator in Ben Johnson called a good enough game for the Bears to win. The underachievement happened when Caleb Williams was check down Charlie and was more comfortable throwing it to DeAndre Swift for a 3 or 5 yard pass than an open receiver like Cole Kmet at tight end or Loveland or DJ Moore or some of the others. There were some great plays that were made there by Caleb Williams on the run. He did a great job of rolling out of the pocket. But to put it all on the plate of Ben Johnson, say, hey, you're the reason why that happened, everyone gets to blame. But the idea that Ben Johnson gets the biggest piece of that pie, I don't believe that is true.
What's Ben Johnson supposed to do when receivers don't run the routes he draws up?
It's about execution.
Like the DJ one, the one that, where Caleb threw it over him.
Yep.
Now they're saying that DJ didn't run the route properly.
I was really surprised by that. But, yeah, Declan Doyle yesterday came right out and said DJ adjusted his route on the fly and resulted in a missed throw.
Right. Like Caleb looked and just threw it to the spot he was thought he was supposed to. DJ broke the route off. That can't happen.
Here's Declan Doyle.
DJ Moore ran towards the end of the game, the go route. Was that a designed run, or did he just adjust off the coverage?
That wasn't designed.
Was not designed.
It was not designed. We were, he's running an out cut. He felt himself in space, and sometimes guys, are football players, and they feel that, and they're putting their hand up. And so obviously, people look at it and they say, hey, they're not on the same page, and we weren't in that case. But that's something that we've looked at, and that's getting corrected. And, obviously we'll be better for that moving forward.
What is the correction there for you guys?
Really, you would love to run if the quarterback is in his rhythm, he's expecting you to be in a certain place. And so we're saying, hey, that's where we got to go. If you end up, hey, I'm wide open early in the route, you can, fire that hand up and tell him, early in his drop that, hey, I'm running into space here. But that's one of those things. We just got to get those two guys on the same page. And really, the correction is across the board for the whole offense. It's good for everybody to kind of see that and how we want to handle that in the future.
Declan Doyle. Very good.
Yeah. Again, they're all trying to get on the same page in this new system. I understand that. But late in the game, you got to run your route. Now, that's a question if we had Waddle today. Like, Tommy, if you're able to drag your carcass out of bed and grab your phone, can you please text me when you hear that as a receiver? Because I watched Tommy, and he may not have the speed of DJ Moore, but I watched Tommy win the game on opening week. He told us about it the other day. Tommy caught a pass to beat the Vikings. I think it was 38 yards from Jim Harbaugh. I don't have the tape of it. Did he run the route, the way it was called? Did he adjust and a veteran quarterback found him? That's a question that Tommy could answer because he's done it. I don't know, but certainly sounds like we're getting way more transparency from these coaches than we ever got. Because Eberflus, what would he have said? We got to execute.
Yeah, and we'll clean it up and we'll look at the tape. That's what he would say.
Yes.
If you need more Bears, check out Pat the Designer, available now on the ESPN Chicago app. We've got Bears content daily. Download the ESPN Chicago app and click the Chicago Bears podcast. Who is under the most pressure to perform and get a win on Sunday? 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. This is a Bears Friday brought to you by Dr. Pepper on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
It'll be long. It'll be hard.
Hey, everyone. Big news. Exciting news. Carmen and Yurko now, 9 a.m. to noon.
The new ESPN Chicago lineup.
On the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Crash, bang. You know, I've been saying that to Chicago sports fans for the last few seasons. Lisa, why don't you give it a try?
Crash, bang. That's what that feels like.
Of course, personal injuries feel much worse.
They do. That's why the Chicago Personal Injury and Workmen's Compensation lawyers at Maurice Longo are here for you.
I'm Jim Morisi, and she's Lisa Longo.
Visit us at mauricilongo.com. That's MORICILONGO.com.
We're in your huddle when you need us.
Your small manufacturing company doesn't run itself.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
But in Chicagoland, you do have someone by your side.
Where?
Meet the Technology and Manufacturing Association.
Hello! Where'd you come from?
The TMA supports small to mid-sized manufacturing companies with resources, training, and 1,000 other things.
Huh.
We're just being indispensable.
For their 100th anniversary, the TMA is shouting out their members, like former board of director Mike Magliano from Cushman & Wakefield. To learn how they can help you, visit tmaillinois.org.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Upgrade your home with premium flooring options from Mohawk. Engaged sheet vinyl flooring adds style to any room. It's durable and waterproof, making it an ideal choice for active households. Plus, it's quick and easy to install. View our entire selection of Mohawk flooring on Menards.com. Plus our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, you can't keep an eye on everything unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Hey everybody, Joe here, founder of Fry the Coop. Did you know that we now use Vienna beef pickles in our awesome chicken sandwiches? Vienna beef makes the best pickles ever, and we couldn't be happier. Don't believe me? Stop by any Fry the Coop and prove me right.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Think about this. Paint installation and tire replacements and tire rotations. You pay nothing for all of that, including the maintenance. You pay nothing for it because it's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, you see. Again, it's only at Midas. Trust the Midas touch. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
We are back, baby. We are back. We're back. Classic.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Well, I mean, it's week one in the NFL, and so there's really a lot of unknown that pops up. And I thought Green Bay came out flying around. I thought that's what showed up on their tape was that defense was all over the field. They were relentless. And so, I mean, they have some young players up front. And so I anticipate them to be much improved this week.
Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Bears, right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Friday and a great weekend. It is a Bears Friday brought to you by Dr. Pepper. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Kap and I are with you until 9 o'clock, and then it's Carmen and Peggy.
What?
From 9 to noon.
Where's Yerk?
And then Rich Eisen.
Where's Yerk? What's he doing today? Golfing?
It's not my day to watch him, so I can't help you.
Wow.
We turn now to Rich Eisen at noon. He'll be here. And then Abdalla teaming with Shay.
Whoa, where's Black?
At 2.
Wasn't my turn to watch him.
And then Waddle and Silvy. Whoa, where's Silvy? He's with Waddle.
There you go.
Shaw Local available right now, shawlocal.com. Fresh column, right? And then it is White Sox baseball as they take on the Cleveland Guardians, a 5:30 pregame right here on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000.
What is the Shaw Local column this week?
Bears, right?
Obviously, it's Bears, but what was the opinion?
Bears.
Wow.
That's why you go to shawlocal.com.
I'm confused, Waddle.
Right?
Send it over, Sylvie. Text it to me. I'd like to give it a little love.
God, you're so lazy. And so, hold on a second. You're so needy.
You can just go to the website.
You're on the computer all the show anyway, so just type in shawlocal.com and find out. You need him to send you the column? How needy are you?
I got a life. I got stuff going on. If he just shoots me a text every week, I'd be glad to retweet, post. I don't think of these things sometimes. I got ADD. What do you want me to tell you?
What is add? Go ahead.
Never mind.
How about subtract every now and then?
Let's see. Shaw.
Addition by subtraction, even.
Well, that'd be great.
Silver.
At any time, please.
Hey, who's in with the White Sox?
That's a good question. You know what, around here? That also is a good question. Could be AI. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Asking the question to you.
I got it.
Who's on? Oh, see how easy that was?
Yeah.
See? How about that?
Shaw Local.
It's a romper room around here.
That's it.
Who is under the most pressure to perform and get a win on Sunday for the Bears? We got our list. We want you to add on to ours. 312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Still to come, we're going to hear from Dennis Allen, by the way, the defensive coordinator. Mount Greenwood, here's Adam on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Adam, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing today?
Good, Adam.
Good, man.
I just want to start off real quick. Kap, Hoodie, you guys are awesome. Shay, best morning show ever. I'm so glad you guys are on at 6 now, man, so I can hear you on my way into work.
Appreciate you.
Long-time listener. Yeah, definitely, man. I just wanted to go ahead and give my pick. I know, Kap, you've been saying that Darnell Wright's doing pretty good. The first drive, he had that false start penalty. A couple drives later, I believe he had another one. I completely agree with you. That hold was absolutely not on him. They must have called the wrong number. However, I did keep my eye on him after that, and he's just multiple occasions I see him miss a block, and as the defender's bringing Caleb down, he's just watching it over his shoulder. I mean, we learn in youth football to go until the whistle. I just feel like he looks really out of shape, and his clock's ticking, in my opinion, man. using him since we got him as a first-round pick. I really haven't seen him do really much to prove that he was that first-round pick. So I think he's my guy that's on the clock here.
Adam, where do you watch the Bears games? At the local taverns in that area, Mount Greenwood, Little Beverly, or at the house?
I used to watch him at the taverns, Hoodie, but now it's just on my couch.
Well, hey, it's a short walk to the bathroom. You don't have to wait in line in the bathrooms there, so I can understand, right?
Exactly. And a short walk to the fridge as well.
That's awesome. All right, Adam, appreciate your telephone call. So it talks about Darnell Wright. Listen, it's about the offensive line. And just because there was change doesn't necessarily mean it's 100% fixed. There's something to be said, Cap, about gelling and working together. Individually, coaches will say you got to win your one-on-one matchups. Mm-hmm. But as a unit, you've got to be able to be a fist and work together. You got to be that iron gate. Mm-hmm. And so, I like Caleb rolling out of the pocket out of trouble. He was sacked twice. So, again, that's progress. But one-on-one matchups, got to win those more times than not if you can.
So it was Chris, right?
It was Adam.
Oh, Adam. Sorry, Adam.
Chris was yesterday. You were fighting with him.
I was fighting with Chris. I have him on my mind. I would just say to Adam in Mount Greenwood.
Yeah.
Adam, I thought Darnell Wright played better than he did. Mm-hmm. Pro Football Focus. Darnell Wright's the number one graded Bear last week on offense. Number one.
Do you understand when I tell you that when I come back in this life, I'm going to be a guard?
Right, because you can hide inside.
See how that worked? People blame Darnell Wright for a bad day. I like to work inside so I can hide on the tape. No one blame me.
That's it. There's the guy next to me out on the edge, Kaplan, out there.
I also just think offensive line grades in general, grading individual performances, it's so brutally difficult because it's a unit that has to work together as one.
Yeah.
So you go, oh, well, the center had an awful day. Well, did he have an awful day because he was terrible? Or did he have an awful day because his right guard missed a protection and had to cover for a right tackle, and then somehow a guy gets loose in his assignment? There's so much more that goes into it when you're grading individuals.
Adam, here's what they write. Darnell Wright shined at right tackle for the Bears, where he allowed 0 pressures and logged an 86 pass block grade, 76.5 run block grade, overall mark of 77.9, and despite a phantom holding call, it was as close to flawless as you can get for an offensive lineman.
We didn't talk to Adam. That was Chris.
Chris, please. Chris, stop for a minute.
Everybody hates Chris.
On WB. On Tubi.
Yeah, I came home. My wife's like, hey, you and Chris having lunch today? I'm like, no.
Just please clear it out. Just awful.
I'm good.
Oh, my God.
I'm good.
Cap.
I'm good.
No one, I know that you don't understand this, so I'll explain it to you. Cap, do you realize that there's a number of people across this country and around this world that listen to us with headphones on like we did?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you think that sounds like on their run, on the treadmill, walking to work? Oh, God! Christ! What do you think that sounds like, Cap? So you're gurgling in their ear canal because you can't clear it out. That's what you just did there.
I'm clear. I'm good.
Shay, does that make sense?
Hello, I'm good. You ready to go?
He still hasn't adjusted to 6 a.m.
I know.
Hello, my baby. Hello,
I'm good to go, baby. 3:56 a.m.
I feel like I've adjusted better than he has, and I didn't even make it in on the first.
Yeah. I did not sleep well. Wife's out of town. She took the dogs with her. I was by myself. Hated it.
Okay. So what do you want us to do about it? You want us to curl up with you when she's out, and so you could have some company?
I need to buy one of those like body pillows, like the big, huge pillows.
That
I could hold.
Yeah, you could blow those up.
There was a punishment.
I need to blow up pillow. Where's the hole?
There was a punishment I was considering for our picks that would have included you taking a body pillow with a picture of somebody on it and having a date night with it. And you don't get to explain to anybody why you're doing it. You just have to go to Chicago Cut and sit there with a body pillow and a picture of somebody's face. You can't
and have dinner.
And just act like it's totally normal.
Hey, Doris, have I ever told you the Dirk Nowitzki story?
Dude, that's awesome. That is an awesome punishment.
Hi, Doris. How are you? Boy, she's got some big cans. Whoa! Take that.
Hi, man. Yeah, take your order. Ladies first.
She's not saying anything.
Or you got to sit on one of those bus benches with the pillow and just spoon with it.
Oh, my God.
You got to, like, order the body pillow drinks, too. So the server comes over.
She'll have a Cosmopolitan,
Exactly.
and I'll have a beer.
This is a fine establishment. Call the cops. Get him out of here. Wow.
Can you imagine David Flom is like, I think Cap's having a mental break.
Yeah, I think there's something wrong there.
Who's your friend?
Yeah. Her name's Doris. She's pretty hot. Take that, Doris. You know, I used to coach.
Oh, you've never met my wife?
Oh, my.
Wow.
Cap, where's Mindy?
Shh. With a friend. Don't tell her.
But I tell you what, and they're in the back there, and they're like, boy, the radio business. Boy, it cracks you up. Tell you what.
That guy,
he's lost
nuts.
his mind.
Remember when he used to come in here and he was normal?
Now he's got a blow-up doll. Oh, gosh.
Dude, that is a great punishment for finishing last.
Shay's platform is next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Let's go, man.
For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shay Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us tomorrow morning at 8 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
Folks, let me tell you about Sinus and Snoring MD. I used to be a snorer. Those days are gone because of my friends at Sinus and Snoring MD. And when I went, I said to them, you know what? You guys should become a partner with us here at the radio station. Be on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. They go, in. And I can tell you, it works. That's why I recommend Sinus and Snoring MD. Their advanced, minimally invasive procedures and treatments help you breathe better, sleep better, and feel better. Be your best on game day. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today. That's 847-545-0147 if you prefer to call. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
$3 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
$534 million. That's how much debt is left to pay off tied to the 2003 renovation of Soldier Field and the price the Bears will have to pay to get state help toward a new stadium in Arlington Heights. That's the deal Governor Pritzker put forth this week as the team made its goal of building a new venue in the northwest suburb even more clear. The Bears are seeking both state legislation allowing them to negotiate future property taxes on the former Arlington Park site and state money to help build infrastructure for an entertainment district around the new stadium. The team's other plan for a new dome just south of Soldier Field hinged on restructuring that debt by tying state hotel taxes to it for another 40 years, but the Bears and state lawmakers have all but shut the door on that option. Meantime, the state needs some way to pay off or refinance the Soldier Field debt, which matures in 2033. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Georgios Tsetis. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I tried everything, and nothing was really working. So we created Nutrafol. Our hair growth supplements undergo clinical trials and have helped millions of men and women get visibly thicker and stronger hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Looking for the best live music in Chicagoland? Joe's Live in Rosemont is the place to be. See Landman star Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters September 16th, Nico Moon October 2nd, and Randall King November 1st. Tickets are flying. Grab yours now at joesliverosemont.com.
ESPN Bet. From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools that you need to score more on game day. Sign up for promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. J. Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
And now it's time for Shay's Platform. Here's Shay Norling.
Shay's Platform is always brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. As the week has gone on, and we've reacted to Bears-Vikings Monday Night Football and looked a little forward to Bears-Lions on Sunday, guys, I get a really odd feeling that if this quarterback is 60% of what they tell us he is, of what they believe he is, of what we believe he is, I think the Bears are going to go in there and win. I don't get any good vibe out of Detroit right now. I don't think that they've earned the right to be favored by nearly a full touchdown over anyone. I think it's a lot of what they were a year ago and not what they are right now. Everything the Vikings did to bother the Bears on Monday night, I don't know that the Lions are capable of. They do not have multiple edge rushers. They do not have a stiff defensive interior. They do not have an elite interior offensive line. In fact, they have a terrible one. And if you think about the way that fourth quarter went, it wasn't J.J. McCarthy zipping the ball all around the field. It was using the run game to steady the waters and then allowing J.J. to make plays only when he needed to. I don't know that Detroit's capable of it with their interior right now. And I kind of feel like if they come out if Monday we come in here and it's a loss, it will be because the quarterback didn't play well enough again. I really feel like that.
You're healthier defensively because you're getting your guys back at linebacker and in the secondary with Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, he said, I'm playing. And I was amazed that he said it was never, ever in the plan for him to play against Minnesota.
Okay.
I found that shocking.
We'll just turn the page on it.
Yeah, I mean, so he's got to go out on Sunday and perform. Everybody's got to go out on Sunday and perform. But I really just, when you really take a look at what Detroit is, the things that they've lost, the belief that John Morton is calling an offense that's just not up to par with what Ben Johnson called a year ago, that they've lost a lot on defense, that they've lost a ton from their interior offensive line. It is Ragnow. It's a new center who might not be very good anymore in Graham Glasgow.
Yeah.
Tate Ratledge is a rookie. They're asking a lot for him at right guard. And then you get what feels like arrogance out of their front office all offseason. You had reporters asking Brad Holmes, are you going to get another pass rusher? And he said, this is a quote, does this happen in other markets? Nobody has two pass rushers. We have Aiden. Is that not good enough? What did Aiden Hutchinson look like on Sunday against Green Bay? He couldn't get off the ball.
Well, I also know, and you know I'm no fan of the Packers. They have a hell of a team. I love tweaking their fan base, but they could tweak right back and go, yeah, we're really good. And they are. They got Rashawn Gary, who's a $100 million guy. Like, he's their Montez Sweat, only he's better. And they have Micah Parsons.
Yep.
So
I think the Packers are fantastic, but I think the Lions have some pretty serious problems, and the Bears specifically can take advantage of them. Yeah. And then I really, talking about the arrogance of it, I do not love that Dan Campbell came out and guaranteed a win. I think that's always dicey.
Well, the one thing I would say is that in the margins, as far as coaches are concerned, the Bears have the advantage with Ben Johnson as the offensive coordinator, if not head coach, definitely offensive coordinator, versus someone like the defensive coordinator for the Lions because he's new. And I would say because of Dennis Allen and his experience, Cap, I believe that the Bears have the experience in that room as defensive coordinator against the offensive coordinator for the Lions. But the games are won not only in the margins but on the field. And so that's why it's a tough sell for me because I don't know what the offense will look like. I think the defense will be better in this game on Sunday, but will the offense look like on the road when you've had issues being able to snap the football? To be able to, so it's just a lot of question marks into this thing before I can make my official prediction. But as far as coaching, I think the Bears have the advantage. Now, what are you going to do about it on the field? Shay's platform is brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. And if you're sitting in traffic this morning, just make your life easier. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, costs of car repair. God forbid you're paying for a ride share just to sit and stop and go on the highway. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA. Just sit back. We'll do the driving. Tap to pay also available on all CTA trains and buses. Just tap your credit card or your smartphone. Save money. Do more. Ride CTA.
Is that better or worse than the Super Transfer?
That's a great question.
The Super Transfer, you can ride on that thing all day on Sunday, man. All day. Remember the Super Transfer?
Yeah.
You can get on that, Jay Moore.
It's like, $1.50 or 75 cents, right?
You ride on that thing all day.
I used to have a pass you could take, because I grew up in Skokie. You could ride the Skokie Swift into the Howard Street L and ride to
All
Wrigley
day.
or go all the way down to
Everywhere.
Whiteside, everywhere. And we'd have our little vending uniform on because I was a beer vendor. And prior to that, I was selling peanuts or Coca-Cola and ride all day.
I think the CTA has a day pass, too.
Day pass.
Oh, yeah.
Where you could just
So a
go
tourist
everywhere.
could come in and go, I'll take the day pass.
They have a 7-day pass if you wanted to get it for a week. I do the 30-day pass. I just pay once a month, and it's all my rides are covered for the month.
How about that?
See, I like that. See that? That's why the CTA works for us. We can be able to travel the city all day thanks to the CTA.
There you go.
All right, coming up, we're going to take more of your phone calls. The question we have on the table is who is under the most pressure to perform and get a win on Sunday as the Bears take on the Lions. And also, we're going to hear from Dennis Allen, the defensive coordinator for the Bears. But first, we pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves along the Kap J Hood ESPN Chicago Radio Network.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Guys, we turn to some funny places for support, but not everyone is a therapist. Not everyone is the one. Find your right match with BetterHelp. Hey guys, it's Silvy. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Find the one with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Now back to Kap and J Hood. I'm a winner. I'm going to win. On ESPN Chicago.
It's a Bears Friday, brought to you by Dr. Pepper. One-of-a-kind fans, one legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper, bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing on the show. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay, we got Jay Moore. We got you. Shout out to Crazy Howard. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch the show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago, and on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. And still to come, we'll hear from Courtney Cronin, who covers the Chicago Bears like a blanket for ESPN and ESPN.com. That comes to you at 7:35 right here on ESPN 1000. If you're just joining us, where you been? We start weekday mornings at 6 now. Tell your friends, tell your girlfriend, tell your wife as well that we're on at 6 a.m. Tell them all, Cap. Hello?
That is it. Tell them all, and just understand, ladies or guys, like my son, Alex, I got 4 boys, 3 diehard football fans. Alex, not so much. And I'm talking to his wife the other day, Maggie, last week. And I said, who do you watch the games with? She's like, he's in the room, but he's not really paying as much attention. He'll watch. Oh. He's got a fantasy team. She has a DraftKings app. I'm like, okay, that's awesome. You have a DraftKings app? She said, yeah, I bet all the time. Yes. My son? No chance.
He doesn't want to be like the old man.
His loss.
Bitter. Angry.
Loss.
Mad. You can understand, because we just want to be happy about this Chicago Bears team. You know, Cap, as you well know, ad nauseum, I've been talking about this Bears defense and how the defense has to get back to the Chicago Bears standard of defense. Cap, whatever you want to say, win or lose, bad seasons more so than good seasons, but you knew that the defense came to play. I mean, even if you just grew up in the Lovie Smith era, you understood how important defense is to the Chicago Bears team. Mm-hmm. And so I really hope that the Bears can get to Goff and be able to slow this offense down, even on the road, because that is really, really essential to help flip the field for Caleb Williams in the offense. Dennis Allen spoke to the media yesterday about a number of things. Listen, I hope that his defensive unit is as anxious as Dennis Allen is to get to this game against the Lions coming up on Sunday.
Dennis, big picture from week one, you guys, you held them to 6 points for 3 quarters. I know, obviously, the fourth quarter wasn't what you were hoping for, but how do you kind of assess how the defense looked?
Look, I mean, I thought we did some good things. I think we got to finish better. But ultimately, anytime you don't win the game, we didn't do enough. So, but really, our focus now is really on Detroit. We've kind of moved past that a little bit. I know I hadn't had a chance to visit with you guys since then, but our focus really is on Detroit. Like I said, they got a lot of really good skill players, a lot of speed on the field. It'll be a tough challenge.
What stood out to you from Noah's performance?
You guys are going to keep asking me about last week.
Well, I mean, I guess it could play into if he has to play this week.
Yeah, look, I mean, again, much like the rest of the defense, I thought there was, a lot of things that he did well. There's some things that we had to fix and correct. Hopefully we learn from the mistakes that we made and we move forward.
Oh, well, one thing I want Dennis Allen to understand, you're in Chicago, okay? Say New Orleans, some other market, smaller
Not
market.
the Raiders in Oakland when he was there.
Okay, Cap, he's got to understand, your defense gave up 21 points in the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. That was your unit.
And he said yesterday was Thursday. He said, you're asking me about last week. No, we're asking you like 3 days ago. Yeah. And we haven't had a chance to talk to you.
So you're not going to scare off the media like he's in college someplace. You're not allowed to ask me that. Okay, Coach, we'll ask you about something. No. This is Chicago, Allen. You better understand something. the defense, Cap, surrendered 21 points, and people will fly in my face with there's no this, and this guy didn't play, this guy. Hey, this is supposed to be a next man up mentality. Just because you've moved on the building doesn't mean that we've moved on. I want the defense to be better. Now, here's the thing that I like.
That's a fair request.
Well, here's what I liked. Because there's a lot of things to like. I was very happy that Adingbo was not a storyline this week. He did the job, Cap. He was very good on Monday night. He was not the story. He was a story in camp because he wondered, okay, is he going to get on the same page? You know what? He played well. I think that Sewell had probably his best game as a Bear.
No doubt.
He did the best job that he could for a guy that was pressed into service. There was individual plays out there. Owens played well, did he not, for the Bears?
No doubt.
Jonathan Owens?
Yes.
Played well, did he?
He's the highest graded on PFF of any Bears defender.
Bayard played well. Nashawn Wright with the pick six. So there's certain elements that I really liked about the Bears defense. However, you circle that 21 in the fourth, and you're like, okay, you let go of the rope defensively. You let McCarthy back in the ball game. You lost the ball game. So there is no moving on. I hope he understands that here in Chicago. There is no moving on. You better get that quickly.
Yeah. Look, he's all about ball. And that's what Kevin Byard told me when I was with him recently. He said, dude, that guy has his entire existence is ball. And he said, and in his quote, it's very militaristic. If you don't do what you're coached to do, you're going to get cracked. He said he's going to do it very directly, very colorfully, and in front of everybody else. He said that's just who that dude is. And I can't imagine that the meeting room with the defense on Tuesday morning watching film and back at work Wednesday and Thursday could not have been pleasant.
You can be about ball, but the press can also ask you about the same sport that you love so much, ball.
Agreed.
Militaristic with the players, or mock military, go right ahead. But you can't do that with the press, though.
Don't disagree with you, but I don't think he cares. Truly.
And I wouldn't care either.
He knows I have to do it.
Yeah.
I'll go do it. I'll be a good guy. I'll answer your questions. But his mentality is, okay, I watched the tape. I've moved on. It's Thursday. I'm ready, getting ready for Detroit. I understand both sides. I understand your side. I also understand his. His mind is not on that. His mind is, what do I have to do to get these guys to finish this game on Sunday so I get on the plane and we're 1-1?
Well, I got some advice for him then. After a Monday night game, move your availability up to Tuesday. How about that?
That's never going to happen because that's not how it is.
Well,
the
then,
coordinators will only speak on Thursday.
Well, then he better understand the slings and arrows are coming when things don't work well. I don't care what his demeanor is. I don't care.
No question.
There's this idea that you're still asking me about that. Yeah, because this is the first time we're talking to you about it. You're available on Thursday. We're asking you about it on Thursday. How about that?
Yeah.
Dennis Allen on how the defense can finish the game better.
I think sometimes we try to make this game a lot more complicated than it really is. When momentum starts to swing in the opposite direction, rather than trying to do more, narrow your focus and just focus on the basic fundamentals of playing football. Get your eyes in the right spot. Do your job and do the things that you're supposed to do, and don't try to do too much, and that's really what the focus is for 4 quarters. Focus in on doing my job, all right, and trusting that the other 11 guys on the field are going to do their job, because on every single play we all have a job to do, all right, and if we trust that our teammates are going to do their job, and we do ours and we do it well, then we're going to have success.
It is 1:12 in London, England, and listening on the ESPN Chicago app is Berlissimo, and the UK on Kap and J Hood. Berlissimo, good morning.
Happy Friday to you, gents. I hope I don't get the treatment that Chris gets, Kap. The complex questions don't have simple answers, and saying who needs to be performing better, the simple answer is everybody, obviously. But Braxton Jones, Jonah Jackson, both definitely need to be playing better on the offense, because if you can't run the ball reliably and if you can't pass protect reliably, and those guys got beaten very quickly off the snap, like we said previously with Rauschar, get beaten slowly. If you're going to get beaten, that didn't happen.
Right.
Those two need to play a lot better than they did. And on defense, Edmonds needs to play with the same intensity that Sewell does, because he's not an intense leader. He doesn't come downhill in the run game, and that's why we get gashed. And the simple answer is the reason why 21 points were given up in the fourth was because we had no replacements to come in because they were playing on defense. Nashawn Wright was starting. We had replacement safeties in. We had replacement linebackers in, and they simply just didn't have the answer in the fourth quarter because they were gassed because they're playing on special teams as well.
Yeah,
that's the simple answer. We need to get healthy.
You also have to remember, Bearlissimo, and so good to hear your voice, that you didn't have T.J. Edwards, you didn't have Jalen Johnson, you didn't have Kyler Gordon, you don't have Austin Booker. That's like 4 of your top 13 or 14 guys.
Yeah.
That's a big problem. And then they ran out of gas. That can't happen. And Dennis Allen talked about it. He said, we have to finish. Byard said the same thing. You got to find a way to finish. And they got gashed in the run game, and that set everything else up.
312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Mikkel is on the south side on Kap and J Hood. All right, what's going on, man? How are you?
Man, top of the morning, good people.
What's up, brother?
What's cracking?
Man, how you guys doing?
We're doing great.
You know how we're doing. You know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
We're ready to go, man.
Huh?
Ready to go.
Well, we need Montez Sweat to set his alarm and get to to the Lions Stadium before the fourth quarter so we can get some pressure on that quarterback and help out the other defensive end.
That would help.
Yeah, I wonder.
For show.
I wonder if Ryan Poles has any regret at all at giving him that massive contract.
He might have a little bit because he's not playing up to that $98 million for sure.
He's not. He was injured last year with a serious shin injury.
Mm-hmm.
And this first game here, he was non-existent.
Yeah. Okay, you guys have a great day.
Have a great weekend.
All right, man. Appreciate your telephone call. 312-332-3776 is our phone number still to come. We will hear from Tom Thayer, his thoughts about this matchup as the Bears take on the Lions. Courtney Cronin at 7:35 on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Damn, you a pretty man.
Friday. Easily one of the best days of the week. It's even better during football season. Dr. Pepper Bears Friday on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Illinois born and nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. While they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. With a convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with everyday affordable prices, you'll save money for fall fun, too. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, it's Desmond Howard. You want to win the weekend? It all starts with the tailgate. And for me, that means Kingsford Charcoal.
They've been bringing the flavor, the smoke, and the heat since 1920. No wonder they're still the gold standard of grilling. So fire it up, feed your crew, and let the smoke do the talking. Kingsford, the king of the tailgate. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Think you're strong? Prove it at the Illinois Plane Pull, Saturday, September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 28 take on the ultimate challenge, moving a 95,000-pound United Airlines 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Sign up now at IllinoisPlanePull.com. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Appreciate you guys. I listen to you streaming on the ESPN 1000 app.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Jay Moore, if I let it play, will it get to my favorite part?
Nah, we got about 6 minutes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it won't get
If
there.
I just sit here, if we just sit on it, will I just be able to get my favorite part of this song?
Nah, it's at the end.
No? Okay.
It's towards the end.
312-332-ESPN. 332-ESPN is our phone number.
That's everybody's favorite part.
Yes. As you listen right now, I'm going to give you a chance to Shazam it, everybody. Just pull out your phone, just Shazam it. You'll know exactly the part we're talking about. 5, 4, 3, 2. There you go. That way you can Shazam it, and that way you know our favorite part of this song. We're going to hear from Courtney Cronin at 7:35 right here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. Bears Friday brought to you by Dr. Pepper. And Kap, let's hear from Tom Thayer. We love talking to Tom Thayer on a Tom Thayer Thursday. We asked him on what some of the things the Bears should do to win on Sunday.
I'm going aggressively and ugly at Aiden Hutchinson. The first thing I need to do, and I know he's 6'7", 268 pounds. He's a good football player, but I got to see if he can withstand the punishment after recovering from his injury last year. And he is the willing participant of getting physical between offensive tackles and tight ends. And if he wants to stand tall and try to hold up against the run, you're immediately going to lose the game of leverage, and you're going to be able to move him out of his position. The worst thing you want to do is run away from him and allow him to be a backside unblocked chaser, because he does have that speed and he is a good athlete. So I'm going to make an ugly game for Aiden, immediately, and see if I can become consistent at my point of attack, and so I can win the outside edges. I'm not going to ignore Davenport, from the other side, but when you look at the guys on the inside, 328 and 330, they're big guys. So if you feel that you can get movement, 6'3", each of them, and they're going to have a low game of leverage. So I don't know how much significant movement you're going to get out of them. So if I had a preference attack point in this running game, in this environment, in this silent snap count, I would look to the edges more than I would look to the interior.
So the thoughts there from Tom Thayer regarding the running game against the Lions defense.
Yeah, and again, we can always point at the running back, at DeAndre Swift.
Yes.
But he is who he is. Like, I don't care how good the blocking is, he's never going to look like Saquon Barkley. He's just not. That's not who that dude is. He's not going to look like Jahmyr Gibbs. He's like a reasonable facsimile of David Montgomery. That's what he is. They're fine. They're never going to be the bell cow that leads you to the Super Bowl like Barkley did last year in Philadelphia.
I don't think we're asking for that, though, Cap. We're just asking for him to be able to recognize the hole and get through it. This little, side-to-side little scat man thing is not good enough on a regular basis.
But I watched the tape enough that I'm done. I can't watch the All-22 again. And I'll be sitting at home last night. I'm by myself. I got the game. I got my iPad. I'm like, let me look at this again. Sure, every game there's going to be a couple plays where you go, he should have cut it there. But he wasn't horrible. His interior line play was horrible. Didn't help him. And he is who he is. He's a journeyman. That's all that dude is. He's played for the Lions, the Eagles, the Bears, and he'll be on a new team next year. That's who he is.
My daughter, she doesn't follow football at all. Like, that's not her thing. But when we were watching the game, she was like, why is he keep running into the middle and getting caught? Why don't he just run through the hole?
There's not a lot of holes there. But I get her point.
Yeah.
There are times you're like, cut it there.
Yeah.
Oh, too late. Yeah, but I am disappointed that with all the resources they spent on this team, I mean, look at the Lions running back room. David Montgomery, it's fine. Jahmyr Gibbs, he's a superstar. Superstar. You look at the Eagles. They just went and got Tank Bigsby. They already have Saquon Barkley. I mean, go to the Packers. Josh Jacobs is really freaking good. How about the Vikings? They not only have Aaron Jones, they went, we'll take Jordan Mason. He's a free agent. Bring him here. He was better than Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones caught a big touchdown pass. But our room, Roshan, guy's never healthy. I mean, he's street clothes. That's what he is. He's Anthony Davis in a football uniform. Street clothes.
Well,
that's what that guy is.
So unfair.
I'm being honest. He's never available. You may as well just play in a suit because the guy's never in uniform.
I think it's also unfair to think that Ryan Poles can fill every hole on this roster. You're the guy at Christmas that wants every present. And I'm just telling you that and it's almost a quasi-rebuild when you think about last year to this year, trying to rebuild the offensive line. Go ahead.
But just to go back at you at that, I understand that you cannot fill every hole. We've talked about that. That running back room is substandard.
I understand that. We have talked about this ad nauseum. It's the weakest running back room I can recall in quite some time.
Is it the weakest in the NFL? Maybe.
Maybe it is. I just know as a Bears fan, we've seen better as far as who the starter is or who's going to get the second most carries. Someone that's third, that's on special teams that you could plug in there if you needed to run the football. I haven't seen a running back room this light in a while. Because Monangai, as much as I love what I saw from him in college, that's still a question mark because he's a rookie. DeAndre Swift's there, and then there's Roshan Johnson's not available. It's the lightest I've seen in a long time for the Bears. But you could not fill every hole. Because I know that Ryan Poles on the other side of the table will come back at you and said, well, look what I did with the wide receivers. Look what I did with the offensive line. I tried to pull. There's so many holes in the wall I tried to plug, and I couldn't get everything. I wish that there was more of a productive running back room because I really believe in the thunder and lightning aspect of a running game. You don't need one, you need two. Every team needs two.
No question. Maybe three.
Gotta have
with
two.
The injuries that position engenders. But you're sitting there one pick away from getting the guy that you have at the top of your draft board. And that's Travion Henderson from Ohio State. Elite pass blocker. Elite. Remember Albert sent us the video and we put it out? That guy is one of the best pass-blocking running backs in the league, and he's a rookie. Okay, if that's the guy you have to have, and you know the team in front of you, New England, has a glaring hole there, and they like him, trade up. How much would it cost to go from 39 to 37, go zip right in front of you? Sorry, he's ours.
The last great running back I think we had was Matt Forte. I thought he was pretty good.
Matt Forte was a stud.
Yeah.
Very solid. Didn't have to worry about him.
I mean, who after him?
Neil Anderson.
Oh, wow.
Neil was great. What do you mean? He was a Pro Bowler. Don't you say that about Neil Anderson.
Peyton.
He was.
After Peyton, he was solid, actually.
Yeah, he was good after Peyton.
So this is a true story. I was going to play. Neil was a great golfer. I did not know that Neil was like fanatic about what time. So we said, Neil, you want to play golf in the morning? Me, Kaz, Jim Thornton, RoboCop, and Neil. And tee off time, there's nobody at the course. It was like, whenever you get there, you tee off. He said, what time are we teeing off? 6:15. Me, Kaz, and Robo roll up. It's like 6:17. 2 minutes. There's no one there. Course doesn't open till 7. They let us go at mid lane. And we see Neil, and he's carrying his clubs to his car. I'm like, where are you going, brother? He's like, tee time was 6:15. I've been here since 6. I'm warmed up. You guys are late. Have a good round. I'm out. I do not play with people that are late. I'm like, whoa, 2 minutes. He's like, 2 minutes is late. And we never were ever a second late again.
It's a good man.
Yes.
It's a good man. Matt Forte's in that list, and Twitch said who?
Twitch says Thomas
Jones.
Thomas Jones. They said
Thomas Jones has turned to a fine actor, by the way.
P-Valley.
Oh, yeah.
See?
Somebody said Tariq Cohen before the injury.
He was a gadget.
He was not. He was not.
He was not like a milk carton. I mean, he was a milk carton guy.
Yeah.
He'd pop out occasionally. Oh, we found him.
Yeah,
he wasn't a bell cow.
Come on now. We're talking about guys that could get the job done. And I know Raymond Harris listens to the show. So ultra back.
He was a really good, multi-purpose guy. I'm talking about a stud that carries the mail.
Shout out to Ultraback. I know he enjoys the show from Columbus, Ohio.
Appreciate you, Raymond.
312-332-ESPN is our phone number. Another one of my old partners, Raymond Harris.
How about that?
One day I'm going to write a book that no one will read about all my partners.
I will.
Let's go to Northwest Indiana. Anthony is on Kap and J Hood. All right, Tony, good morning.
Morning, boys. Kap, Hoodie.
What's up?
Jay.
How are you, buddy?
Jay Moore.
Good. I'm an angry Chicago fan as a White Sox fan and a Bears fan. After watching the Packers last night, the last 2 games, I think, they did what the Bears thought they were going to do. When the Bears drafted Montez Sweat and taking a kicker in the draft and thinking they were going to the Super Bowl. But in all reality, the Packers are doing it right by sitting their quarterback for 2 years, and it's proven now. So why can't we get it right?
Because we're the Chicago Bears, Anthony. That's why.
It's depressing.
Hey, Shay, why don't you cut the mic so we can talk to the caller, huh? Thank you. So anyway, no. Shay knows.
What are we going to do about it, boys? Because I feel like it's just going to be the same scenario, getting rid of the coach and getting a new quarterback. It's like the same thing over and over.
Yeah, that's what bad organizations at times do in terms of how they run things.
Well, that's true.
Well, we got John Fox. Let's draft Mitch. Oh, we got Nagy. Here's your quarterback. Oh, we got Justin Fields. We'll bring in Eberflus. Oh, we got Caleb. Let's go let him get coached for a year by Eberflus. And then we'll bring in Ben. Same thing. And give Silvy all the props. Circle of suck. Isn't that what he called it? He's right.
Yeah, it is.
It's a never-ending cycle.
I would just rather be on the upswing than keep going backwards or sideways.
Yeah.
Not just for a year, Cap. I want it to be sustainable. One more championship before we're out of here, Cap. Can we just get one more? Just one more. That means that we got it all covered. We saw the 85 Bears.
You just want one more and then you're willing to say, I'm done?
Well, I'll retire.
Okay. I just don't want you to go to the next level. I thought you meant if we won, we're gone. We're dead.
Oh, no. I mean, if we go to the next level, I mean, that'd be awesome. Can you imagine going to the next level? Everybody wins there. Don't have to worry about the one-loss record.
Yeah, I'm good. I want to stay right here.
I'm not going to. I'll be out of the circle of suck then. That'd be great.
That's it.
Courtney Cronin with the latest on the Bears as they get ready to take on the Lions. Don't forget, we got coverage all day on Sunday, not only on ESPN 1000, but also on the ESPN Chicago app.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Tomorrow, ESPN Chicago's Peggy and Dion are broadcasting live from the Bolingbrook Jubilee. It's the Village of Bolingbrook's 60th birthday, and all are welcome to their weekend-long party. Come to Bolingbrook Town Center for live music, a parade, food trucks, vendors, and more. Come see Peggy and Dion as they broadcast live from the Jubilee tomorrow from 11 to 1. Brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook and ESPN Chicago.
One of my guilty pleasures during the football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and with veggies. I'm the big veggie guy while we watch all the games, and that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. And these are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Do what I do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store, Mr. Moore.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox took another series, beating the Tampa Bay Rays 5-1 on Thursday afternoon in the rubber game. Shane Smith went 5 2/3 shutout innings to grab the victory. The White Sox have now won 9 of their last 11. And after making life difficult on one wild card hopeful, they'll try to do the same this weekend in Cleveland. Head to the ballpark next Saturday, September 20th, as the White Sox take on the San Diego Padres at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans 21 and over in attendance will receive a White Sox hockey jersey presented by Miller Lite. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
What if a quarterback completed 4 out of his 5 passes? Or a point guard hit 4 out of 5 shots from behind the arc? Well, now, when you're hiring, you can play at that level. Because 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter's technology hustles to find skilled people for your job. And you can invite your top picks to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Hike it into Hooters for all the games this season. Since 1983, our world-famous wings always win. Or try one of our football specials like 10 buffalo shrimp or 3 chicken tender strips, both served with fries for a special price. 11 Chicagoland locations. Visit originalhooters.com for yours.
Here is Jonathan Hood.
And now a word from GNC. Yes, GNC. Beyond Raw Lit V2 is the pre-workout, GNC's #1 pre-workout, now with harder hitting energy. Turbocharge your workout with the new Beyond Lit V2. Available now at GNC and GNC.com, J Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
And you know this, man.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Keep your beak out of this.
Courtney Cronin, National Chicago Bears reporter for ESPN.
You have to temper expectations if you are a Bears fan, just given everything that this team had to kind of undo.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest NFL storylines.
Foles was given the flexibility and the freedom to take this thing down to the ground floor, down to the studs, to be able to build it back up.
Courtney Cronin with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin is brought to you by Costa Ivoni. Injured? Call 708-4million for the people of Chicago, because they are Chicago. Costa Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
We've got Shot or No Shot at 8 o'clock, but first, Courtney Cronin, who covers the Chicago Bears for ESPN and ESPN.com, is with us on Kap and J Hood. Good morning, Courtney. How are you?
I'm great, guys. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you.
Courtney, great to talk to you. We've got a very, very interesting game on Sunday. I'm not telling you the Bears are going to win, but I also don't think this is going to be a game where the Lions just run away and hide. They're not the same team. Their offensive line's not great. I'm talking about Detroit. They've got some injuries, and that offense did not look good against Green Bay. Now, they have a better defense, the Packers. That's a fact. I feel like it's a winnable football game. What about you?
Yeah, winnable is the right word there. And you mentioned all the factors, Terry and Arnold and his injury, and we're not sure if he's going to play or not. Certainly that offensive line did not look good. When guys are getting walked right back into Jared Goff, that's a recipe for the Bears to follow, a formula for them to follow to see how you can disrupt their passing game, which was not effective. I think it's a winnable game. I think that it's certainly difficult circumstances. We know how difficult Ford Field is to play. It's going to be extra loud there. It's already a loud place. I love going there to cover games, but it's going to be even more loud when you think about the impact of Ben Johnson coming back and this team having as many issues as they do with false starts and with pre-snap penalties. Using the silent cadence, they better be good at it. Like, there's a lot here that sets up to a challenge, but not an insurmountable one. So I think that they absolutely are in position against a Lions team they feel much more evenly matched against than they had at any point in the last 2 years. Even the game that they did win in 2023, that was still a team that went to the NFC Championship. So, I think that if you're picking the Bears this weekend, it's not a bad pick at all. It's just, knowing what this team has not shown anyone yet, their inability right now to protect a late game lead, I can understand why you'd be on the other side of that too.
Courtney, I'm concerned about the running game. I know that the coaches, especially Ben Johnson, says we got to get Monangai more touches. I just didn't think it was enough in the running game, but then the offensive line didn't open up enough holes. I wonder how that gets better from the coaching staff standpoint and the players in week 2.
You got to call them earlier. Like, that's the thing. I know what they've talked about with the run game efficiency in the first half, but sticking with it, I think, is more important than anything else, but not just sticking with DeAndre Swift. I don't know how they couldn't find a way to get Kyle Monangai involved last week. I mean, he's out there. He catches that pass for 11 yards, and then he doesn't do anything. He was out there for 9 snaps. I don't know whether they forgot about him or if it was just a situation where they felt like they really needed to get DeAndre Swift in a rhythm and get him lathered up, as they say in football guy terms, but it wasn't working. And yeah, there were a lot of times when you're watching him run right back into the back, when he's trying to run between the tackles, running into the back of the offensive line. That's on him. That's on the blocking. So if you can figure out a way to get him outside the numbers, let him bounce outside, hit the home run, go down the sideline, stuff that he's really good at when he gets in space, that's great. But I think when you think about the dirty yards, the first and second down, just grind it out, 2, 3, 4 yard plays, That's where I would like to see Kyle Monangai get involved, because he's good in pass protection. We know that. He's very reliable in the sense that he does not fumble. He doesn't turn the ball over. That's the reason that Ben Johnson has used that trust word with him so much, which he normally doesn't do with rookies. I would like to see Kyle Monangai on some of the, move the ball down the field plays, like just the early downs, try to get some semblance of a run game established. That's where I would like to see him make an impact this week.
In terms of watching Caleb Williams, and you were in that room when Declan said, yeah, DJ did not run the route the way it was designed. That was not where he was supposed to be. And that throw actually is right at the pylon. Did you feel like that would have been a pretty good throw? Did you feel like maybe some of us, because of the second half meltdown, overreacted to Caleb? Or how did you grade him?
I don't think it's an overreaction. I think that there are absolutely instances where he missed throws that he should make as an NFL quarterback. Now, that one in specific, the one thing I've really appreciated, as much as I know you guys have, when Declan Doyle gets to the podium, it's not like offensive coordinators of old here in Chicago who don't say anything or talk themselves into a circle or contradict themselves. He's very honest about that. He said, no, that wasn't, they were not on the same page. Like, he pointed it out clearly, and that has been something that's been an issue since training camp. I mean, you can even go back to instances of it last year where it felt like DJ and Caleb, if it just clicked, it would break the offense open. But there was something holding them back, and I feel like that's a play where you look at something holding them back, whether it's DJ on the choice route, not, I know what Caleb said about how he converted it and where he should have been, and Ryan Fitzpatrick had his breakdown of it, of how difficult that would have been for Caleb to adjust making the throw to where DJ actually ran. All of that said, get on the same page. It's critical for that to happen, because we know when DJ Moore is targeted as often as he is, good things happen. You go back to that Lions game last year, he was targeted 16 times. That's a season high for him. I think that was the highest of any receiver, any playmaker in this offense. The one up at Ford Field last year, where Caleb was feeding his guy and saw something and it worked. I think you go back to the well on it. I think that those two, when they're talking about working together, getting some extra reps in wherever they can to make sure that they're timing and just being on the same page. Like, if there is something that DJ sees, throw up a hand. Let him know, hey, I'm changing what I'm about to do. I'm open here. Let the quarterback know. I mean, it can't all be on Caleb. So I think that communication is the first part of it. But to the larger point of your question, Cap, no, it doesn't change how I view Caleb and what happened in the second half. And I know that there are people like Kurt Warner who said he thought he had a good game, and there's a lot of people supporting the things that Caleb Williams did and chalking it up as it's week one, it's the first game he has with a new play caller. All that's fine, but you're still missing throws that you can't make. They said there are about 3 or 4 of them he wanted back. That one instance late in the game is one that I think you're okay saying, okay, that's a miscommunication, that'll happen. The 4th and 3, the one to Cole Kmet over the middle, you cannot miss that. And I don't understand anybody trying to justify it any other way.
Agreed.
Courtney Cronin with us here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show, and our stream of Twitch and YouTube is brought to you by FenceWorks, a.k.a. The Guy on 41. Visit theguyon41.com for the best offerings on fences, basketball hoops, trampolines, and play sets. Yes, it is FenceWorks. Still to come more from Courtney Cronin as we get ready for the Bears and Lions. Full coverage on Sunday right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Week 2 for the Bears, as Ben Johnson takes his team to Detroit to face his former team.
My mind's going to be about just winning the football game and find our first victory of the season.
Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak. Join Tom Thayer, Jason McKee, and myself for the call of Bears and Lions. Kickoff Sunday at noon. And join us at 7 for 5 hours of pregame coverage. We've got network pregame coverage starting at 10, plus 4 hours of postgame coverage with the best in the business. It's Bears and Lions, Sunday, high noon. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, Jew. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, Jew. Hey!
Tullamore Jew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Dude, did you hear Fry the Coop has Vienna beef on their chicken sandwiches now?
Wait, hot dogs on chicken? That's interesting.
No, not their famous hot dogs. They're pickles. Vienna Beef has been making pickles for over 100 years. Now their zesty pickles are stacked on Fry the Coop's epic fried chicken sandwiches.
Oh, sweet, spicy, crinkle cut? This is unreal.
Fry the Coop and Vienna Beef pickles, the perfect combo, the perfect sandwich, the perfect bite every single time.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
IKEA is turning 40, and they're giving you the presents. From now to September 23rd, IKEA is celebrating with a huge gift card giveaway. Every day, 3 times a day, 40 lucky winners will score an IKEA gift card worth anywhere from $5 to $500. That's right, 120 winners every day at every store. Join the celebration and win. Visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook or IKEA.us for more information. Must be an IKEA family member to participate. 1 gift card per IKEA family membership during the promotion.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports? Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Accidents happen, but don't let them ruin your summer. Postman Law has recovered over $3 billion for clients. Call 844-POSTMAN now for justice and fast compensation.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools that you need to score more on game days. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent news story.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Cannonball!
On ESPN Chicago.
It's the Bears Friday, brought to you by Dr. Pepper and Courtney Cronin with us here on ESPN 1000 and on the ESPN Chicago app. Looking at that game last night, watching the Green Bay Packers dominate Washington. Listen, it's all about the division wars, Minnesota, Detroit, and this, but I thought that Green Bay looked like the cream of the crop, maybe in the NFC early on.
Yeah, I feel like Shay and I are feeling pretty good about our pick that we made 2 weeks ago in that dinner that Cap's going to be paying for in the not-too-distant future with Green Bay representing the NFC out of the Super Bowl. That was a domination. And I know that Washington dealt with some injuries. Jade Daniels looked like he was definitely was fighting through something there at the end. Did not look good. The Austin Eckler injury was bad. I'm like stunned at how much the return on investment from Micah Parsons alone is paying off for that Green Bay defense. They were already really good. And that is what you do when you feel you are one player away from contending for the Super Bowl. And right now they look like the favorite to come out of the NFC to challenge Philly. And we'll see what happens with Philly and Kansas City this weekend. But I think it's anybody who made their pick that switched their NFC North pick to start with from Detroit, from Minnesota to Green Bay, and then certainly where they placed their wager on a Super Bowl team, they're feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, they got me fighting against them. Might be swimming upstream. But let me ask you about the injury report. Jalen says he's playing. What about Gordon? What about Edwards? And who else is on that list?
So the Grady Jarrett one, keep an eye on that. So he's got a knee injury. And what we were talking about earlier, being able to take advantage of some of the weaknesses they have on the offensive line, right guard, center, that's where you would want Grady Jarrett's presence, but he hasn't practiced in 2 days. And remember, he had that knee injury, season-ending knee injury a couple of years ago. Don't know if it's the same knee or not, but it's still something I think you monitor, and that's a big game potentially for Jervon Dexter, for Andrew Billings, maybe even Shamar Turner, because he hasn't been on the injury report and he was out there. The rookie who has been working his way back from I believe it was an ankle injury in camp. Outside of that, guys, I don't know. The Gordon one's, it's worrisome just because he wasn't on the report last week, comes in Sunday and has hamstring tightness. And this is something that he's dealt with last year. He dealt with it during training camp. And to not, to have 2 days where he wasn't practicing, maybe he goes through a warm up on Sunday and see if he can play. But that one, that they just need bodies back there at this point. I think it'll be huge to get Jalen Johnson back there against Amon-Ra St. Brown and all of the weapons that they have on the outside. And if TJ Edwards is trending in the right direction to play, that will likely prevent, the sort of collapse that they had in the fourth quarter, at least in terms of the run game, because I think Noah Sewell was as good as he was until he wasn't, as simple as that sounds. I think the injuries really hurt the Bears in the fourth quarter, just with the type of players, the caliber of players that they had out there and the guys that they wish they would have had out there.
So, Courtney, your Indiana Hoosiers will take on the Sycamores of Indiana State at 5:30.
Sure will.
Indiana is a 48.5-point favorite. I just want you to tell the students and the fans there. So what do you do like at halftime when you're up like by 30? What's the bar or place you go? Because you're not staying for that entire beatdown, are you?
See, I wouldn't know. I covered games, and they were bad when I was a student, so I didn't have the luxury of leaving. But I would imagine that if you're not going to stay at Memorial Stadium to watch the whole thing, you go to Kilroy's, maybe go to Nick's, venture on down to Kirkwood, and enjoy your Friday evening. Because, that should absolutely be a beatdown. And anybody who wants to talk smack about their non-conference schedule, talk to me when the College Football Playoff Committee comes up with a better way for teams to guarantee that they're not going to be bounced after one loss in Big Ten play. Just do that, because I'm cool with it. My co-host on Sunday mornings, Peter Burns, and I have this conversation every single week where he makes fun of Indiana for playing Western Illinois and all these other teams that they've played over the last 2 years. Kennesaw State last week for the beatdowns. But you know what? It's not tricking if you got it, and you got to do what you got to do to be able to make sure you're in position to be one of those 12 teams.
That's right. And so what do you have? Is that part of the pick, Shay? Do we have Indiana State plus 48.5?
No,
I don't think you're allowed to make that pick. Isn't Indiana State an FCS school?
Yeah, you can't bet that game.
We got a place.
Hey, Courtney, after a few drinks at Nick's, little dinner at Lil Zagreb?
Heck yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome.
Absolutely on the itinerary for my next Bloomington trip, which may be next weekend. I might be trying to go down there for the Illinois game. We shall see.
See, that's going to be good.
Hey, quickly, before we let you go, Tyson Bagent, everybody always says the most popular guy in town is the backup quarterback. Away from, he's not playing, he's the backup. I understand that. I love that kid. How much do you think Ben Johnson really likes that kid.
I mean, you've heard him say it, and I don't think any of that is fluff. Very clearly, their actions don't think it's fluff because of the contract extension he got this offseason. But, Tyson's somebody who operates the offense well, is somebody that Ben Johnson feels he's got like that same sort of personality with. Mm-hmm. And I think is, some good glue in that quarterback room because you've got a great vet in Case Keenum, who's a teacher out there as much as he is, a quarterback option, even though he wasn't active, means the emergency, the third quarterback that they have. But I think Tyson brings a level of moxie to that room and like this cool calm about him. As a backup quarterback, he knows his role. But, there's a reason that they wanted to extend him the first opportunity that they did, and he means a lot to this franchise.
There's also a reason that he took that money, because if he hit the market, he'd still get that money because he's a good backup. He privately might be going, I just got this guy believes in me. I may get a chance, injury or otherwise.
Whoa, Cap, are you insinuating from what I'm hearing here that you think Caleb's going to get benched at some point?
No. I'm saying to you that there's no reason for Tyson to take that contract. It's not like they paid him an extraordinary amount of money. If he hit the market after next year, he would have got paid good money to be a backup somewhere. Maybe someone lets him start. But does he privately go, I'll take whatever they're offering, get some cash, because never know, guy gets hurt, I may never give the job back.
Yes, Courtney.
No,
so,
I mean,
yeah.
I guess, that is logic to it. It's an interesting question to bring up on September 12th when this happened weeks ago, unless you are insinuating that you think something could happen.
No, I'm not.
But
I'm not.
I think that Tyson sees this opportunity to grow with this staff, which he has said. Like, he really likes the coaching staff, like, with the structure from Ben Johnson to Declan Doyle to J.T. Barrett to Press Taylor. And I think it's a good opportunity for him to learn. I think he has a self-awareness to know the grass is not always greener. Like, look at his path and how he got here.
It's a great point.
He had to overcome things that just about 99.6% of players in the NFL would not have been able to do coming from where he came from. And once you find a fit, why get away from that? Because he's got a good thing here. And, he obviously thinks he can start. Ben Johnson said he thinks he can start somewhere in the NFL. Is it going to be in Chicago? The Bears would certainly hope not. That would mean that their plan goes to bust. But, I'm happy for Tyson. I think everybody in this organization, including Caleb Williams, is happy for Tyson and having him around and the opportunity that he got to earn, life-changing money this offseason.
Well, we appreciate you coming on with me and Jason McIntyre this morning, and we'll talk to you next week.
Bye, Courtney. We love you.
Courtney Cronin.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
I don't know. I keep hearing things that maybe Caleb could be benched. I don't know. Maybe he could be benched. I don't know.
Thanks, J-Mac.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
And not our J-Mac.
It's unbelievable. All right. We will have Shot or No Shot coming your way. We what? We will have Shot. God damn it. We'll have Shot or No Shot coming your way in 2 minutes. But first, station identification.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, Electric wants you to avoid breakdowns this winter. Did you know your dirty furnace costs more to operate? It increases your utility bill and leads to more breakdowns? Now's the time. Schedule your Four Seasons tune-up today for only $89.95. The furnace tune-up includes a 30-point inspection, complete cleaning, and is backed by the industry-leading 1-year, no breakdown guarantee. Peace of mind, lower utility bills, just a Four Seasons tune-up away.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
A round of golf should be more than just a game. It should be an experience. At Seven Bridges Golf Club, you'll find 100-year-old oaks, rolling fairways, and of course, at least 7 bridges. A championship course with a private field, just a half hour from Chicago. And when the final putt drops, the experience isn't over. Head to the Dock Bar and Grill for great dining, cold drinks, and sunset views that rival any 19th hole. Visit 7bridgesgolfclub.com to book your tee time today.
I'm
Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa Iavoni, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4million.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Guys, we turn to some funny places for support, but not everyone is a therapist. Not everyone is the one. Find your right match with BetterHelp. Hey guys, it's Silvy. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Find the one with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/timeout. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/timeout.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we got Jay Moore, and we got Smokey. And Shay is shooing him away. He's telling the Jayhawk to get out. Little Jayhawk. He's telling him to get out.
Any Jayhawk.
Here's Shay Norling. Shay.
Good morning, boys, on a Bears Friday. How we feeling?
There's Shay.
Good, man.
Shooing him away. He's telling
He's in here talking to Jay Moore. I'm like, dude, we're about to come back. Stand by. Get out. Is this your first day in radio?
Hey, Shay, are you
walking in here? He's just chatting. I'm like, come on, man.
Shay, are you
I
going
gotta
to
say the pot is nice, man.
He's
all right.
We're
Thanks, Smokey.
Big fans of Smokey.
You're a fan of Potsy's pot, huh?
Hey, Shay, are you going in the Oregon at Northwestern game?
No. What? No.
Oregon's only one of the top teams in the country. Maybe you'd want to go.
No, I'll be spending my day at home on my couch watching all of the college football instead of going to Northwestern to watch the Wildcats get thrown to the bottom of the lake.
They're going to cover the number.
Best of luck to you.
28.5.
Their benefit is, to my knowledge, David Braun has not talked smack at Dan Lanning this week, so he won't be out for blood.
I think he learned his lesson from Tulane.
As Hoodie correctly pointed out, it's an 11 a.m. kick. That's 9 a.m. for the West Coasters from Oregon.
This body clock thing, man.
The 28.5 sounds like a pretty good idea.
Oregon was rough covering numbers that big going out east in the past, but, I mean, that was like last year against a pretty good Michigan defense. I don't know if 2 hours of time zone travel makes up the difference in talent here.
Northwestern announces a new menu item for any of you going.
Boy.
The Pub Brat Burger. 2 brat patties, loads of kraut, and a volcano of beer cheese on a fresh pretzel bun. Does sound pretty good. Looks amazing.
You gonna control this thing, or?
Yeah, can we get to shot or no shot?
I just was giving you a menu item. Relax there, Sparky.
This is what we were talking about with your ADD, your ad, and how you need to subtract. Sometimes I wish I could subtract that computer screen from the show.
He'd be lost then. He'd be fighting clouds. He took all his technology away. He'd actually have to talk to me. You know that sucks. Wow. I'm only his co-host.
Wow.
Here's Shay Norling.
All right, let's get started.
You get out of there, Potsy.
Let's get started.
Him and his panic tweets, by the way. No one panics on social media like Potsy. Cubs are going to lose. It's 1-0. Braves. I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, Kansas down 3-0.
The best is hashtag KU people.
He's something else,
right,
man.
Let's get to shot or no shot.
I love him.
One of the critical moments went against Caleb was whiffing on a deep ball touchdown down the left sideline to DJ Moore. There's been a lot of discussion about the inaccuracy. Declan Doyle yesterday came out, cleared that up, said DJ Moore changed his route from the design. It resulted in a miscommunication on the throw. We know Ben Johnson is very detail-oriented. You do things the way you want he wants you to do them, or you don't do them at all. So my question, shot or no shot, if DJ Moore is freelancing in Ben Johnson's offense, he ain't going to be here very long.
Well, that's a shot, and this is why this is going to be Roma Dunze's team next year in the wide receiver room.
Probably a good point. Now, can they – I don't know what the dead cap hit would be on a guy who signed a massive extension last year.
I think they can pretty much get out of it at the end of this season. Double check, but I think it's like they can just get out of it.
Because if they can, they might.
I'm not pushing DJ Moore out the door. Make sure that's clear. I'm just saying that when you are a head coach, this is an evaluation year. It should be. You'd like for this to be a playoff year, but also at the same time you have to evaluate who are your players that you can move forward with in year 2, year 3, year 4 of your tenure. Is that not correct?
Fair.
You have to evaluate, even though you're trying to win, obviously, because you say, but look at all the stuff that they give me, all the toys they gave me offensively. Look at the defensive line. They gave me a lot. Mm-hmm. But you still have to evaluate what you have in year 1. It is your first time being a head coach, after all. So I would say that with DJ Moore, Shay, he's not a bad teammate, not saying that. I'm just saying that maybe they will try to turn the page on the Eberflus regime by getting his guys in there.
So they can't cut him, but via trade, there's almost no cap consequence. And somebody would trade for him.
Yes.
So and again, look, I'm not pushing DJ Moore out of the city either.
Nope.
I want DJ Moore to be successful in this offense and do what's asked of him. I'm simply saying, we know Ben Johnson is like my way or the highway as a coach. And if DJ's going to do things his way, I don't think that spells a happy future for him here.
All right, what's next, sir?
Continuing on in shot or no shot.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah,
he was lost in spot track hell.
Correct. It was.
I've been there.
You know when you click on the tab and then you go back to the other thing and it doesn't load? So it threw me off. As a follow-up to the DJ Moore question, looking for ways to make this offense work for whatever reason. It's not just a week 1 this year problem. It dates back to last season. Nobody seems to have ever felt like DJ Moore and Caleb Williams are on the same page. There have been a lot of miscommunication misses dating back to last year, whether it was an overthrow or a misrun route. Shot or no shot, Caleb and DJ Moore correcting their chemistry issues and getting on the same page is the biggest key for this offense to be successful.
I'm going to say no shot. Biggest thing to getting this offense successful is that the offensive line plays as one unit, 5 guys firing together, so you can run the football.
That's a shot. Look at other games around the National Football League. I know the ball's in the air a lot, but that running game, the team that has some of the best opportunities to run the football can find a way to win football games because you're controlling the line of scrimmage. You're pushing them back.
So it's a no shot then.
What is that?
Because he's saying you said DJ and Caleb getting on the same page.
It's the biggest key to getting this offense to work.
So it's a no shot that it's the biggest key. You and I we're simpatico that it's the O-line and the run game.
Not only is it simpatico, but I agree with you. Shay?
Do you guys think Caleb...
Wow.
What did I say wrong?
Nothing.
Jay Moore? Shay?
Do you guys think Caleb has gotten over
sales education?
Huh?
Let Jay Moore get his question out, for the love of God.
Go ahead, Jim.
Do you think Caleb has gotten over the DJ Moore comment about Justin Fields being a better quarterback than him? Has he gotten over that?
Yes.
Because it seems like still some saltiness around there.
No, I think they're in a good place.
You sure about that?
I do.
All right.
Remember when you said Justin was better than me? You're not getting the ball. Rome, be ready.
Yeah. Good luck with the Jets.
7 yards left.
Oh, how come you didn't catch that ball? Justin could have got it to you, but he's not here anymore. Take that.
Maybe you want to be a Jet, DJ.
OZ, 14. Got you. 3rd and 7. First down.
Hey.
What about me? What about you? Spend time in the candy store with your family.
You know what?
I might send you a little wide receiver screen occasionally, but you're not going to eat this offense with me down the field.
Go get some ice cream, DJ.
Yeah, go get some ice cream and some candy with your family.
That's it.
Downtown.
If we're going down this road, I'm just going to throw this out there. Breece Hall for DJ Moore, who says no.
I don't say no. I don't say no. I don't say no.
Let's go.
That's a callback from last year's Hard Knocks, by the way, the feature of the Moore family spending time getting candy and ice cream.
That's correct.
Instead of being on the field. All right, Shay, what else do we have? Okay, go ahead.
Major silver lining for Caleb Williams. I thought the performance on the whole, accuracy-wise, was really bad. I don't think I'm alone in that. Everybody's been pretty critical of Caleb, but there was one real bright beacon of positivity. Mm-hmm. Last year, Caleb was sacked on 11% of his dropbacks. Nearly 30% of his pressures converted into sacks. It was one of the worst rates in all of football. On Monday night, against a pressure-happy defense that Brian Flores ran against a really good defensive front, he was sacked on only 5% of his dropbacks, and just 10% of his pressures became sacks. That would place him near the top of the league in sack avoidance. I have said a lot on this show. I believe sack rate is the number one indicator of a quarterback's success in this league. So Caleb improving it, shot or no shot, this is a massive reason to remain optimistic about Caleb Williams.
That's a shot. The way he was able to avoid the pressure, running out of the pocket, I like that. You know what I like more? I like the sack avoidance more so than the interception avoidance. The way he was able to roll out of trouble. If you throw a pick, man, it's not like you're not trying. It doesn't mean that you don't have touch on the ball. Sometimes the DB's just better.
Yeah, but like we watched the film together, and if he just goes back to his primary read, he's got DJ Moore open on the left sideline, put the ice cream stuff to the side. He has a 60-yard gain.
Yes.
Colston Loveland down the middle in the right seam, he's got a 30-yard gain. Like those things have to be taken advantage of. And if you say, as soon as the ball left your finger, I don't think I got it over the linebacker, picked off. Okay, it happens. You tried, but I want you to try. I can deal with it. The other stuff, again, it's one game, Shay. It's not first take here. I can't co-sign. That's massive. You tell me 6 games in, we're there? Yeah, that's going to have a big effect.
Coming up next, the picks.
I had a bad week last week.
And I'm making you pick your game, Hoodie.
Well, that's fine. We'll see what you're going to make me do. Okay? We're going to see. As I say in a tough voice. We're going to see what you're going to make me do. That's coming up next. The picks right here on Kap and J Hood.
I don't think they better than Justin himself.
Oh, damn.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
These nuts.
Hey, football fans, time to get out of the house and watch some Sunday football with me, your pal, Tom Waddle. I'll be at the Hooters located by O'Hare on Higgins Road this Sunday to watch our guys battle Detroit. Kickoff is at noon. I'll be there at 1 to join the fun. Let's sample Hooters wings, pretzels, cold beer, and let's cheer our team to a big victory. And I'll be giving out Hooters gift cards throughout the game. So join me Sunday for the Chicago-Detroit game at Hooters on Higgins Road. Please enjoy responsibly.
And now a word from our fine folks over at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you, buddy. Apt is your number one destination for the home. And for the first time ever, get double the savings from our LG Innovation Days. Buy more, save more event. Plus a 2-year limited warranty at no cost. Buy the ThinQ app. LG is committed to creating products that perform at the highest level for years to come. Making life good every day, LG is America's most reliable and number one appliance brand. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop. My favorite store in the world is Apt, A-B-T. Terms and conditions apply. Offer valid through 10/1 of 2025.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MauriciLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Maurici Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers, bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Fees may apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
Mitch, you played in the NFL like me. You know how important the red zone is.
Absolutely, Yurko. And in retirement, your red zone is the 5 years before and after you stop working. That's where the game's won.
That's what I tell people. Don't go at it alone. Mitch Lyons Wealth is the team to trust.
We build personalized game plans to help you retire confidently. No guesswork, just strategy.
Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com today. That's Mitch Lyons Wealth.
Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
And now it's time for the picks on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 on this Bears Friday, brought to you by Dr. Pepper. One-of-a-kind fans, one legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper. Bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. We turn now to Shay Norling as we get ready for week 2 of the picks. Sponsored by, here's Shay Norling.
Thank you, Hoodie. I will get the standings out of the way. Kap, a brutal week. 2-8 last week, pulling up the rear at 5-11. Jay Moore bounced back nicely from a 1.
I was leading going into it.
Yeah, you were. Jay Moore bounced back nicely from a 1-5 week, 5-5 last week. He's in second. Hoodie in third after a 5-5 week as well. And I had a 6-4 week last week. I lead the pack at 8-8. A lot of time to make up ground, fellas. We start Saturday afternoon with Hoodie's team. It's Tennessee week. Georgia, a 3.5-point favorite at Neyland. Cap, lead us off.
I love Hoodie. He's my brother from another mother. I'm going to have to be counseling him about 5:30, 6 o'clock on Saturday because Rocky Top's going to be partying. Give me the Volunteers.
Well, you know how Jay Moore is about the Bears, especially when the Bears play against the Packers or any other team in the National Football League. He's always going to bet the Bears.
That's right, Brown Bag Brothers.
I'm with you on that, Jay Moore.
We in the stands with the brown bags over our head.
I thought you meant something else.
Oh.
Something to drink, yes. Something wrong with a little brown bag, but he got something to drink. And I will celebrate with something to drink after Georgia beats the living hell out of Tennessee and Sloppy Top. Sloppy Top, Tennessee. You gap-toothed bastards, we are going to go to Neyland and beat your ass.
Let's go.
People think I'm a Georgia fan. I'm supposed to hate Alabama. I don't hate Alabama. I can't stand Tennessee fans. Cannot stand you. So, Georgia all the way, covering the number, win the game straight up against Tennessee. Take that.
I would not be too worried about the goalposts being torn down in Neyland on Saturday afternoon because Josh Heupel never wins this game. Josh Heupel against Kirby Smart, 0-4, average margin of defeat, 20 points. Give me the Bulldogs.
Jay Moore. What are you doing? What's taking so long? What's going on?
Jay Moore, you know what to do.
Man.
You know what to do.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't see me sitting here, huh?
You know what to do. Brown bag boys, come on.
All right, I'm going with Georgia.
So it took so long.
Guys are making a mistake because my friend Anthony works. He's a student at Tennessee. He just texted me. He's working on the grounds crew there now. He said Neyland is going to be rocking.
It always is. They always lose.
Yeah, and thanks for the flash, Gordon. Yeah, it's going to be loud there. Thanks so much. It doesn't mean that Georgia's not going to beat your ass.
Hey, Hoodie, what an alert. Neyland's going to be loud.
Neyland's going to be rocking. I got to go with Tennessee because some goof loves Tennessee.
Hey, let Anthony know the sky is still blue as well.
Yeah, that breaking
Neyland's
news.
going to be loud. What a tip.
Anthony and I will be partying when
What?
the Vols get it done.
Yeah, you'll be quiet. Like that game didn't happen on Monday. You won't say a word. Morning, Hoodie. Bears, huh?
Hoodie, did you know that Ford Field's going to be loud on Sunday?
Yes, breaking news. Yes.
All right, let's move on to South Florida. Suddenly ranked. The only team in America with 2 top 25 wins, a win over Boise and a win over Florida in the Swamp. They now travel to Miami to take on the Hurricanes, who are 17.5 home favorites. Kaplan.
Miami's going to beat their ass. Give me the Miami Hurricanes.
My concern, Shay, is what kind of defense is coming to the CW network on September 13th.
CW's got to be over the moon that they got this.
Please let this be a Brenneman game. Please. I'm taking South Florida. I think it will be plus 17.5. Miami's going to win the game outright, but I think South Florida can keep it close. I'm concerned about Miami's defense, even at home. So give me South Florida.
USF, I think, is running a little hot for me right now, and big letdown spot after a massive win at the Swamp last week. I kind of just think Miami throws them in a garbage can. I'm going to take the Hurricanes.
Yeah, I agree with Shay. Rolling with Miami.
Last college game on the slate, Texas A&M travels in a revenge spot to South Bend, Indiana, where Cap's Fighting Irish are 6.5-point favorites. Kaplan?
Yeah, I think the Irish will win the football game, but I think Texas A&M is going to give them a battle here. It's going to be a nighttime game. It's going to be a festive environment. I will take the 6.5 points with Texas A&M.
So I think Notre Dame wins outright, and I think they cover 6.5 at home. I'm suspect about A&M's defense in this spot.
Yep.
When you're giving up 22 to Utah State, 24 against Texas San Antonio, I'm not sure. Shay, I just am comfortable with Notre Dame winning it outright and covering that number.
Yeah, there's also some fun stats out there if you want to go find them. Marcus Freeman off a loss is a machine.
Yeah.
Marcus Freeman after a bye week is a machine. He didn't just beat opponents, he took their souls after a loss and after a bye week. Both are the case for Notre Dame this week. I am living in the shadow of touchdown Jesus. Carry me now. Give me the Fighting Irish.
It's unanimous. Notre Dame.
All right, we move to the NFL. Sunday, Rams go on the road to Nashville, taking on the Titans, and the Rams are 5.5-point favorites. Cap.
So the Titans getting a load of points at home. The Rams are a good football team, but I think the Titans are going to be improved. I don't know what their record will be. I'm not saying they're a playoff team, but I'm going to take the lumber. I'm taking the 5.5.
Let me get the Rams minus 5.5 and actually winning the game against Tennessee. I just don't know if the Titans have enough firepower to even keep that number close enough, so I'll take the Rams on the road.
I thought Cam Ward played really well against Denver. The receivers let him down, but I think that might be the case all year. Their receivers just aren't very good, and he took a beating against Denver. Rams come into town with a really good pass rush that'll travel. I'm going to lay the wood with the Rams.
Yeah, tough game with the Rams last week, even though they pulled out the win. I'm going to go with the Rams. I think they a better team than the Titans.
We move to Jacksonville as they travel to Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. Bengals are a 3.5-point favorite. Kaplan.
Yeah, I think the Bengals, by having come in a little sharper, they were able to escape from Cleveland. Thank you for the ex-Cleveland kicker missing kicks, because I had the Bengals in Survivor. They survived and advanced. They will go to 2-0. They will cover the 3.5.
Is there anything wrong with this line, Shay? Did it open up at 3 or 3.5?
It's been 3.5 pretty much all week.
I'm looking at Sportsline right now. It's 3.
Okay,
we're not doing flat numbers because I don't want pushes in our system, so we're going with the 3 and a hook.
Okay,
I go 2 and a hook.
Let's like the Bengals then. I like the Bengals minus 3.5. I just thought that maybe the line had some movement through the week, but I still like the Bengals just to win the ball game and the 3.5.
I like the Jags to cover the number, and I kind of like the Jags to win. Since he should have lost to Cleveland, they got outgained by almost 200 yards by Joe Flacco and the Browns. Their offensive line is terrible. Duval, Jags.
Bengals minus 3.5.
Duval, how about that? That would turn fortunes around quickly.
It sure would.
A lot of optimism there.
Patriots go on the road to a house of horrors for them. A long losing streak in South Florida. The Dolphins, a 1.5-point favorite. Cap.
Yeah, the Patriots are not a good football team, nor are the Dolphins. But when you go down there into the heat, the Patriots will go home 0-2. Give me the Dolphins as one of my top 4 or 5 games on the board, college or pro, this weekend.
I need to phone a friend.
Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
Who's this?
It's Jonathan Hood, Shay. How you doing?
You want me to go first?
I know. I need your help.
Okay. You want me to go first?
Very quiet, by the way, this guy on the Patriots the last 5 to 6 weeks on the show.
Correct.
Very quiet.
He knows he overrated them.
That's fine. I'll go ahead. You want me to go first? I'm not comfortable.
Well, I need your help on this because I don't have anything circled.
Well,
because I want to ask you about the number. What were the Patriots favored first earlier this week? Did that switch? Were the Dolphins always the favorite at 1.5?
Opened at 2.5, actually.
At 2.5. So why is the line that way?
Because there's a lot of money on the New England side. 39% of the bets make up more than half the money. I'll make my pick first. I think the Dolphins are awful. I think they're the worst team in football. I think they're going to get the number 1 pick, and I think the Patriots are going to end their losing streak in Miami. I'm taking the Patriots.
I'll tell you this. I'll take the Patriots, and it's not even about football as much as it is internally what's happening in Miami, Florida. A meeting already?
Players only meeting after week 1 is brutal.
You hear about this?
In Miami?
Already?
Crazy.
See, I don't think the Patriots, at least they get off to a really slow start. I'm not sure what they are, and I know what the Dolphins are, so I'll take the Patriots. There'll be plenty of New England fans that will be in Miami for that game to support them. Snowbirds going down there. So I'll take the Patriots, Cap, but that Dolphins outfit, it concerns me. Can McDaniel even make the season, Jamie?
No.
Nah. It's the toilet bowl, so I'm going to definitely take the Patriots. And it's not because they're a better team.
That's fair.
Tulsa.
Vibes in Miami are horrid. All right, 4 games.
You've been very quiet on the Patriots, though. I like to have more analysis throughout the next couple of weeks. You haven't said much of anything.
Drake May was terrible on Sunday. I got to see if he can bounce back. That's all it is.
All right. You remember how it was when Shay prayed for Drake May to be drafted and it happened? Remember that, Shay?
Yes, the first circle.
All right, Seahawks at Steelers. We got 4 games left. We got to move.
You'd like to have Jaden now.
Seahawks at, I don't know, after last night. We'll keep it moving. Seahawks at Steelers. Steelers are laying 3.5 at home. Cappy, I know the way you're going. I'll just write it on in.
Yep. The Steelers will win and cover the number. Give me Pittsburgh.
Tune in.
Take that, Tracy. There you go.
I like the Steelers minus 3.5.
I initially liked the Seahawks, but then I really thought about it. Breakfast ball, West Coast, East Coast. Sam Darnold, again, outdoors on grass against TJ Watt behind a terrible O-line. Yeah, I'll take the Steelers. What the hell?
It all sucks.
Breakfast ball got cancer, right?
It did.
I'm sorry. Too soon?
Ouch.
Too soon.
I'll
take the Steelers.
Take that, Harkins.
Unbelievable.
I'll take the Steelers.
Why did you say that?
All right. Eagles on the road
good.
as favorites at Arrowhead. Eagles take the Chiefs as 1.5-point favorites. Kaplan.
Kansas City Chiefs. I'll give you just a couple of stats that you'd like to know. Patrick Mahomes, as a pick'em or as an underdog in his career, 15-2 against the spread, 7-0 ATS versus any opponent not coming off a double-digit win. Give me the Chiefs.
I like the Chiefs overall to win the ball game, and I like them plus 1.5. And now, again, what was the number earlier, Shay?
It opened 1.5, and it's just sat right at 1.5.
I just like the Chiefs to win the ball game.
I do too.
Yeah, I like them plus
Grab
plus
a cup
1.5.
of coffee and find a way to win a football game. That's what they'll do.
I hate fading Mahomes as a dog, but there is nothing inspiring on their offense. I'm going to take the Eagles.
Yeah, I'm going with the Eagles. Jaden Carter will play, and I think he's going to get his roll off.
Just don't spit on Mahomes.
He's going to do what?
You heard me.
He's going to get what off?
His roll.
Oh, my God.
All right. Sunday night football, Falcons at Vikings. Vikings home opener off a huge win. Vikings are laying 3.5, Cap.
Yeah, that Falcon crew gave away a game last week and even brought in kickers to challenge Youngwei Koo.
Electric
Falcons
Boogaloo
are going to roll in and lose. Give me the Vikes.
I like the Vikings to win the ball game and a 3.5. I think that, again, the running game, as we saw, Mason, also with Jones, I think they can help out in a big way. And to me, something we talked about way earlier before this game started, the lines are strong for the Vikings. It's the strongest they've been in quite some time, offense and defensive lines. I think that the trenches will tell the story against the Falcons. Give me the Vikings minus 3.5.
I think the Vikings probably win, but I don't like giving up the hook on a field goal spread. I think making JJ this big of a favorite off of one game is a bit of a stretch. Penix played really well against Tampa. I'm going to take the Falcons to cover the number.
Yeah, I agree with Shay. I'm not totally sold on McCarthy that first game. I know he came back and beat us or whatever, but I think the Falcons would pull out the game.
Is there a video tribute for Kirk Cousins?
We'll find out.
in Minnesota as he waves as the backup in Atlanta.
Bears at Lions. Lions laying 6.5 at home in Ben Johnson's return. Kaplan.
I can't tell you they're going to win the game. I hope they do, obviously, but I do think they're going to cover. I think this number is inflated because of the Caleb hate and the Bears blowing the game late to the Vikings. I think the Bears covering the number. Give me the Bears.
Yeah, give me the Bears plus 6.5 in the contest.
I think the number is absolutely ridiculous. It should be closer to a field goal. I'm with Cap. I think it's massively inflated. I don't think the Lions are all that good, especially early. It's a good time to be playing them. I'm going to take the Bears.
Bears. Go Bears.
Was it not at 5.5 at one point?
Mm-hmm.
Now up to 6.5 this morning.
Yeah, I think people are betting on what the Lions were and not what they are.
No Clemson in the picks for Cap, huh? Clemson, Georgia Tech, is it?
They better watch out, too, Clemson.
Clemson wins that game.
I feel that way, too. I think it's a buy low spot, but, boy, they better watch out. Their season will be over if they lose.
It is a watch-out game. You're right, Shay. It is a watch-out game. Like, Clemson can win the game. I see Clemson 2.5 on the road. I can't stand Georgia Tech, obviously, as a Georgia fan. But be careful now. Watch it.
Watch it. Careful now.
Watch it. That's a tough.
Trouble brewing.
I mean, Georgia Tech, plucky. Just be careful.
Yeah.
So what games are on, Shay, on the big TVs here? Do we put Clemson, Georgia Tech on? We got Wisconsin, Bama. You didn't want to touch that one because the number was too big. Alabama
I'm all over Alabama laying the wood. Wisconsin doesn't have their quarterback.
21.5, by the way. So, yeah, we're going to get our TV set up. And then, of course, the main event is at 2:30, Georgia, Tennessee.
I'll be watching. What is your favorite college game on the board, Shay?
To bet or to watch?
To bet.
Probably Alabama.
Is there any other kind? Alabama. Okay.
Any other questions before we break? Or
no, I just want to know his favorite one on the board.
All right. Would you like to know mine?
It's going to be Georgia. I already know that.
No. Find out next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Wow.
And the Kap and J Hood
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. The home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Invite your ears to join us for Bears and Lions in Week 2. Not just the play-by-play of Joniak there and McKee at noon, but 4 hours pre and 4 hours post. Black and Abdalla host pregame tailgate at 8. Network pregame with Tom Waddle, Deion Miller, and Mark Silverman at 10. Postgame with Yurko and Peggy Kaczynski, and postgame with Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer. Listen on our app, AM or FM HD. It's Bears and Lions Sunday. Coverage starts at 8. Kickoff at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oak Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Ready to finish what you started? At North Park University in Chicago, transferring is seamless. Bring your credits and complete your intended major, or choose from 6 accelerated, fully online programs designed with working professionals in mind. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. You'll be supported every step of the way to thrive in your chosen career. Apply today at northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni of Costa Iavoni.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us. Costa Iavoni. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4million.
Ah, yes. It's an SWV Friday here on the Kap J Hood Morning Show. I'd like to let you know about the wellness company. Let me tell you something. You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you feel like you're getting sick? You know, with my schedule, getting sick and going on the IL, that's just not an option. But you could go try to see a doctor. Good luck. You sit there for hours in urgent care. No. You need the medical emergency kit, okay? So the medical emergency kit comes with doctor-prescribed medicines. It's like going to urgent care and having the pharmacy all in your own home. Think about this, like Bactrim and Z-Pak, amoxicillin, so many others to treat strep and pneumonia and sinus infections, UTI, COVID, and more. It's all in the same kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk to the telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Get that emergency kit. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with the code SMALLS, SMALLS, at urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Again, urgentcarekit.com/smalls. Jay Moore.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
'Cause it's Friday. It's time for the Friday Folder.
And you ain't got shit to do.
On the Kap and J Hood Show.
And now it's time for the Friday Folder here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. And the Friday Folder brought to you by...
That'd be Lou Malnati's, baby, as Christopher Black and Adam A. Abdalla would tell you. Friday is a pizza day. That's right. Go to LouMalnati's.com for a location near you and order the chocolate chip cookie pizza for dessert. Thank me later.
Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, Hoodie, let's start with a story I read earlier this week about some brazen thieves. There's a Reddit thread full of freeloaders that are boasting about stopping by a hotel, like any mid-class hotel, right around the time they serve their complimentary breakfast, and you simply walk into the lobby, grab a plate, a meal, sit down, eat, and leave. Don't even check into a room. Who's going to stop you? They just walk into the hotel, get the free breakfast, and walk out. I had never even thought about this, but the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, who would ever say anything?
You're right, because when we went to Kentucky for the Derby this year, they had breakfast at the Marriott.
Sure.
You could literally just walk in. They don't go, excuse me, what room are you in? They don't ask.
They do not. That's an interesting thing
And
there.
it was a full breakfast, like eggs, bacon, sausage, yogurt, granola, fresh fruit, all the breads, donuts, coffee cakes. You want coffee, lattes. You could have a party in there.
You just go there, you pull up and just say, good morning, how are you? And just start saying, hey, have a good day. And you just come out there with a plate. And who's going to stop you? Because the person behind the desk does not check whether or not you are someone that's staying at the hotel or not.
Correct.
Because there's so many people. It's so busy, depending on the kind of hotel that you're in. You're very busy. You don't have time to check everybody.
Speaking of breakfast, you guys want to get breakfast at 9 o'clock? I'll buy. I owe it.
It's amazing. Never mind about someone else's schedule. Why don't you ask that, during the week?
I just thought of it.
Yeah.
What do you guys got?
All right. We'll move on here.
I am free until 11 if everybody's down. I mean, I'm in.
You guys go, no.
No, we got to wait for Hoodie.
Yeah. No. And it's not like I got anything. It's just the idea that he asked at the last second. Go ahead.
You know what? Fair.
Wow.
Another story I saw this week from the United Kingdom. A supervisor was fired from her job after calling her boss a bleep head. She sued for wrongful termination, and the judge awarded her over 40,000 American dollars, saying she was wrongfully canned for calling her boss that. The quote, although her comments were inappropriate and regrettable, they did not justify summary dismissal. The result, it's okay to call your boss a bleep head. What is the worst thing that you have ever called Zetterman?
Wow.
Well, when he produced for me, I called him some things that we can't say on the air.
Since he's been the director of content, I don't.
Well, it's only because he does a great job.
Yeah.
I haven't called him anything.
If anyone was ever built for their job, that job and him go perfectly together.
What's the worst thing you ever called any of your bosses, Cap?
Oh, I got into it with the late. Remember the movie Private Parts, the Howard Stern movie?
Pig Vomit?
So Pig Vomit, the real one, rest in peace, he was my boss. And I literally told him, you might be the single dumbest human being that ever got in this business. You've ruined this radio station. I was screaming at him. And then I walked out of the meeting. I went into the bathroom. I'm literally standing at the urinal, and the second one right next to me, he walks in. Cap, did you get it out now? You feel better? And then, okay, take a deep breath. We're good. You could say that. If you got to explode on me, go right ahead. Like, I was screaming at that dude. Yeah. I couldn't believe I didn't get fired.
Different guy back then.
I was.
The only thing I can come up with, and you know me, mild-mannered. When I explode, it's tough on everybody. Poor Paul Agassi at the score.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that wasn't great. I just thought something along the lines of you don't know whether or not you don't know if you're whining your ass or checking your watch or something like that. And I said, bad job as usual as I walked away from him or something like that. Bad job as usual, Paul. Not a shock. Something like that. But and he deserved it. But just saying, him carrying the football around the office because he was QB1 and the boss. Just wasn't happy with him. Just horrible. All right, what else?
Hit sitcom back in the 70s and 80s. Alice. Hoodie, you brought this to my attention. Polly Holliday passed away. Star of Alice, based on Martin Scorsese's Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. I did not know that. Today I learned.
Alice was quite the show, starring Linda Lavin, as you recall, right?
The mother in Karate Kid, too. Yeah, she was great in that show.
This show is placed in Arizona, like in the desert someplace. And so Mel Sharples, played by Vic Tayback, he is the head chef, I guess you could say. And, of course, Polly Holliday, Flo, always had a catchphrase.
You see, we have been cutting our pies into 6 pieces. But now, we are going to cut our pies into 8 pieces.
That's the big news that you have for us.
Yeah.
Mel, would you like to do something for me?
Yeah, what?
Kiss my grits!
Kiss my grits.
That was her line.
That was always the line. You had to wait for you watched the show just so she could tell her boss.
Kiss my grits.
Kiss my grits.
It's the good old days of you'd watch Seinfeld just to see Kramer bust through the door of the apartment.
Right. Exactly.
One of the classic CBS shows, Alice and Flo, who I didn't even Polly Holliday. What a name, by the way, for television or for being a television star.
Right. You wonder if that was her birth certificate name.
No. She's always going to be Flo on Alice for us.
Kiss my grits.
Kiss my grits was great. All right, that is our Friday folder, and coming up, the Kap and J Hood cut of the day, right here on a Bears Friday, presented by Dr. Pepper.
Kap and J Hood. Mornings 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
You are throwing loads.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's legendary deep dish. Leave it to Lou Malnati's for everything you need for a delicious dinner, from salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. Lou Malnati's is available for catering, delivery, dine-in, and private events. Order online at LouMalnati's.com or through the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's is here to serve you one deep dish at a time. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, one of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching the big game. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do what I do, put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Hey guys, it's Mitch Lyons with Mitch Lyons Wealth. You hear Yurko, the good kid, talk about me all the time. And yes, I did play in the NFL. But to be honest, these days, I'm more into spreadsheets than playbooks, and I'm solely focused on making sure my clients win retirement. Look, retirement's not about gambling on stocks or chasing crypto tips from your brother-in-law. It's about smart planning, steady income, and ultimately enjoying every day like it's Saturday. So if you want less guessing and more confidence, visit MitchLyonsWealth.com.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. On the field, every great team starts with a strong defense, and the same's true in business. That's why companies trust my friends at Trend Micro. They protect your network, your cloud, your data, and your people from ransomware, phishing, and today's toughest cyber threats. With AI-powered proactive security, Trend Micro stops attacks before they ever reach you. Trusted worldwide and backed by over 35 years of innovation, this is enterprise defense done right. Go to trendmicro.com today. That's trendmicro.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
ESPN Bet, kickoff to cash out. They got the tools that you need to score more on game days. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
It's Friday. It's time to get it in for the weekend. Now back to Kap and J Hood. Turn the levels all the way up. ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Jay Moore.
Yo.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
I did not sleep well. Wife's out of town. She took the dogs with her. I was by myself. Hated it.
Okay. So what do you want us to do about it? You want us to curl up with you when she's out, and so you could have some company?
Buy one of those body pillows. The big, huge pillows. That I could hold.
Yeah, you could blow those up.
There was a punishment.
I need the blow-up pillow. Where's the hole?
There was a punishment I was considering for our picks that would have included you taking a body pillow with a picture of somebody on it and having a date night with it. And you don't get to explain to anybody why you're doing it. You just have to go to Chicago Cut and sit there with a body pillow and a picture of somebody's face. You can't
and have dinner.
And just act like it's totally normal.
Hey, Doris, have I ever told you the Dirk Nowitzki story?
That's awesome. That is an awesome punishment.
Hi, Doris. How are you? Boy, she's got some big cans. Whoa! Take that.
Hi, man. Take your order. Ladies first.
She's not saying anything.
But you gotta order the body pillow drinks too. So the server comes over.
She'll have a Cosmopolitan, and I'll have a beer.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap J Hood cut of the day.
That's the best. Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. David Flom, Matt Moore, and Chicago Cut are on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. Enjoy the weather, folks. Sit on that patio. It's amazing.
Lions 23, Bears 17.
Lions 23, Bears. I could see that. I absolutely could.
What are you thinking?
I'm going to give you a shocking result. Chicago 24, Lions 23.
Shay? Jay Moore.
Shay,
Lions.
pay attention. Shay.
24, Bears 30.
How about paying attention, Shay?
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go!
Bears 28, Lions 24.
We thank you so much for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Carmen and Peggy are next. We'll talk to you for a Bears Monday. So long, everybody.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
And I like Crawford.
Football's back, but summer's not done yet. Those surprise 85-degree days, they're coming. Make sure your home or business AC is ready with a seasonal checkup from Automatic. Trusted in Chicagoland for 80 years, Automatic keeps your home comfortable and cool when the heat hangs on and nice and warm when the chill eventually hits. Don't wait for a breakdown. Stay ahead of the game. Go to Automatic.com today or give them a hassle-free call. That's Automatic. Check them out at Omatic.com. Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Kap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game. It's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor. Dr. Pepper. It's bold. It's original. It's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're chilling in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears and drink up. It's a pepper drink.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Okay, football Friday time. Yes, we are off and running. It's Carmen and York. The good kid is off today. So Peggy is in one half of the best post game in town. right here in your home for the Bears. We will talk lots of football today. Obviously, get you set for week 2. We've got some gambling with Todd Furman at 11. Mike North's bonus play at 10:50. Our thoughts on the kickoff last night in Green Bay. And we look ahead to Bears and Lions. Full breakdown today. Hope everyone's having a great morning. It is beautiful outside once again. Bears will go into Detroit as somewhere around a 6 or a 6.5 point underdog for week 2. Money coming in on the under as well. Under has been the trend early. Another under hit last night. It was close, but the under cashed. And so far, unders are 13 and 4. That's what the unders are in games so far here to start week 2 in the NFL season. Favorites are 10 and 7 against the spread. For the Bears, the injury news is better, but not great. Still another practice goes by without Kyler Gordon participating. That's the real troubling one. Yurko chalked up Grady Jarrett missing practice Wednesday to nothing more than a Veterans Day off, but he missed yesterday with the knee injury, so we'll see that. But the good news is DJ Moore, Jalen Johnson, and TJ Edwards all appear to be on track to play Sunday afternoon in Detroit. And for the Lions, the one significant injury to track is the Taylor Decker injury. He has a shoulder. He's got a shoulder. He's actually got 2 of them. One of them is hurt. He has not practiced this week. But I guess Peggy was saying the Detroit Free Press was kind of reporting that even though he hasn't practiced,
they expect him to play.
Yeah, and he gets probably a little bit more leeway because he is a veteran. And so even if he just barely does anything today, it might be like, it doesn't matter. Taylor Decker can play come Sunday. So they're expecting him to play. But he has not practiced this week.
No, but it's the same shoulder that he had cleaned up in the offseason. But their offensive line, like this is a game in the trenches. This is where we're actually going to see both sides have to be better. The Lions have to be better in the trenches. The Bears have to be better in the trenches. But if you can break them down, if the pass rush that the Bears had in the first half last week can sustain an entire game, I mean, you knock any of these guys out, their top backup tackle, Jamarco Jones, is on IR. Yeah. Their extra tackle, Dan Skipper, that's the guy they like to use him in some of their trick plays.
He's their trick guy,
Yeah. He's the trick guy. He is currently on their practice squad. He is sidelined with tendonitis in his knee. They have a developmental player, Giovanni Manu, who has yet to take a regular season snap. So they're back. They have no depth. No depth. And not to mention, they already have the whole interior of their line is new.
Yes, it is.
And they look very vulnerable.
New or playing a position they didn't play a year ago.
Right.
And that's the case after, you got a rookie obviously playing at right guard, but when they moved Glasgow over when Ragnow retired, you've got a guy playing a position. He didn't play last year. He's played center in his career, but hasn't played it in a little while and has mostly been a guard. So, yeah, maybe ripe for the pickings. Kind of sounds crazy to say because I do think the Lions are supremely talented and they've got a lot of blue chippers on their team, obviously. And they're going back home very hungry and maybe even a little desperate if such a thing exists in week 2. And in the NFL, sometimes it does. It is a short season. And, yeah, it's only the second week of September. But teams don't like starting 0-2. The numbers historically are not good starting 0-2. Now, we're going to see a continued change in that, Peg. Yurko and I were talking about this yesterday because you've added playoff teams. It used to be kind of a death knell. I mean, it was like, I think it was about 8 out of every 10 historically for a long time. If you started 0-2, you missed the playoffs.
Right.
It was pretty hard. We're seeing a change there because you've added a playoff team. So it's not maybe as you've added a game, you've added a playoff team. It's not as much maybe of an issue as it was when it was a 14 or a 16 game schedule. So you'll see more teams do it, but teams still don't like starting 0-2. And so you're going to get a very fired up, motivated Lions team, but a team that could be in a certain way, believe it or not, ripe for the picking if you go up there and your operation is clean. If the Bears fail to do that again, like they did in Detroit last year, like they did Monday night when it wasn't clean, when you had 4 false starts in the first half in a home game, which is insane, when you had 12 penalties, when you had miscommunications between DJ Moore and Caleb Williams, when you had a field goal kicker that's telling his coach, oh, yeah, I can get it through the end zone, and then he can't. Lord. Okay, if your coach is wasting silly timeouts by throwing the challenge flag when you have absolutely zero chance of winning, If you avoid all that, maybe you have a chance. And while the Bears have lost 3 in a row in Detroit, 2 of those games have been one-score games. They've played this team tough.
Yeah.
And they should be equipped to go into Detroit and give them a game this week if they are buttoned up and they don't shoot themselves in the foot.
I liked how when Ben Johnson was asked about having an inside track on the Lions, he really kind of like passed it off. Like, we've got good coaches. I leave that up to our coaches. He's full of crap. You know that he knows the best way. He knows what Jared Goff's weaknesses are.
Well, that's true.
He knows how they should go after him. I like that advantage a lot. Whenever Ben Johnson just kind of poo-poos something and throws it off to the side, you know that there's something else that he's thinking about there.
His mind's working in magical ways.
But the key is you may see a better game from Ben Johnson this week because he has to be better as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we're going to see a better game from Caleb Williams. He wasn't awful.
No, but he wasn't
But he has to be better.
Yeah, he's got to be better.
Like each game, he has to get better.
And the second half was pretty bad.
And they're not Aiden Hutchinson. They're just going to let him loose. One of the things they did last week. I don't know. Did you watch that game last week?
Which one? Their game?
Yeah, the Lions. Yeah,
I saw most of it. Yep.
So, which they like to do. You know how they like to drop him in coverage.
Yeah.
He comes up with all those picks all the time. They got burned on it every time he did it last week. So that was one of the other big talks in Detroit. And he even said, "Yeah, I think we're done with that page."
No more zone blitzing.
They're going to just let him loose and he loves going after.
You know what I do? I'll do what Yurko. I've heard Yurko say on these airwaves for 20 years. And I heard Tom Thayer say it when he did his weekly hit. What was that, yesterday with Cap and Hoodie? I think it was yesterday. You know what you do with those guys? Run right at them.
Yeah.
Run right at them. Hit them, chip them, run at them. Don't find yourself in a situation where he's got a lot of one-on-one singled up matchups. Don't find yourself in a situation where you're not paying attention or accounting for him and you're running the other way and think, well, he can't catch us backside. Actually, he might. Run right at him.
Yeah.
Hit him, slam him, trap him, run right at him. Trap him. Let's see some good old-fashioned, like, everybody wants to run the football? All right, here you go. How about some good old-fashioned, like, meat and potatoes? We're gonna motion one way and play it off one way and have our tight end come across the formation and hit him square in the face.
Yeah.
And trap him and run right at him. How about we do that? How about do some of that? And Yurko's been saying it forever. You know what you do against great pass rushers who just want to pin their ears back, put their hand in the dirt and go? Run right at them. So go ahead, get a little physical, get a little nasty, and do some of that. And run the ball better than you did a week ago. At some point, this has to improve.
Well,
and this is not a slam at DeAndre Swift. I thought he played well.
That's what I heard you guys saying. Anyone that thought that it was the running back's fault it was really their blocking up front.
Terrible. It's still terrible.
And that has to be better. But I also think you're going to see Monangai used more.
No carries.
When you need, I know. They had that nice little pass play.
He had that
right
little
over
check down, and that was it, right? Yeah, no carries.
It was like so nice. You thought you were like, oh, this is how they're going to use Kyle Monangai. Yeah, no.
Give him the ball.
Yeah. And he's the one that you want to go right up the gut. He's the one you want to go, between the tackles.
Yeah.
So I think they just need to be more creative in the run game because it was you knew what was coming.
And that's one of Ben Johnson's specialties. It's been a specialty in Detroit. That's a top 5 rushing attack by almost any metric the last 3 years while he was calling plays. And they stunk in their opener against Green Bay last week. They didn't run the ball for you know what.
Gibbs had 19 and Montgomery had 25.
And they got owned for the most part by that Packers front. And they got owned at the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
So maybe the Bears do that again on the defensive side where they can own them and they can slow down their run game. But I'm kind of with you. Like, let's see this dynamic run attack that we saw, that we've heard about, that we were expecting here. The personnel, I don't want to hear about the personnel. Oh, DeAndre Swift is this, DeAndre Swift is that. He isn't this, he isn't that. You know, with different personnel, remember his first year, he didn't have David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, and they still ran the hell out of it. And so there are ways to do it. There are. So I'm with you. Like, let's see some more of that creativity, and let's see like some road grading maybe. Tell your offensive line, like, here you go. Those guys don't. I mean, you don't want to pass pro. You want to get nasty and road grade and go get off the ball and run. Go do it.
Yeah.
Let's see you go do it this week.
Yeah, but this was the thing about this. The changes on the interiors. They went and they got guys who are great at pass pro. Like that was this whole thing. What are you looking for in an offensive lineman? We want nasty, smart, and number one, pass protection. So it's like,
well, somebody tell the center and the right guard.
Oh, Dolman, woo, he was on his heels a lot. And Jonah Jackson.
Oh, please.
I mean, I don't know what they were doing. He was jumping.
It's got to be better than that, right, Peg? Like, it's got to be here at some point with Jonah Jackson.
Pre-snap procedures, everything has to be better. They have to be on the same page. They have the same issues with the cadence that they're not on the same page with. Declan Doyle and Caleb have to be on the same page. I mean, they're just – Ben Johnson said it. They just felt out of sync. They were out of sync. And you need the running game to get you in sync. That's what the offense is predicated on.
I don't know how you're so out of sync when this is all you've done the last 6 weeks, 7 weeks.
Well,
I mean, what were you doing?
But they didn't all play together. That was the thing.
Yeah, I know. Like,
all those preseason
Tooney didn't
games.
Play. The rest of them got some run.
Jonah Jackson got some. He got some.
I mean, cadence issues.
They were also so busy rotating left tackle.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, so
that's true.
You know, but I want to go back to something that you were just saying about. With going 0-2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when they added the extra game, how many years has it been now?
This is the fourth year, guys, with 17 games, or the fifth year? Well, it's probably the fifth year. Didn't they do it out of COVID, 2021? So 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I think this is the fifth year of 17 games.
Remember when they first did that, a lot of teams used September as their training camp.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong.
And so 0-2, they were okay with. But you know what the NFL did? They countered with division matchups in weeks 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it's like, oh, crap. This can't be our training camp. Like, we need to be ready to go. Our first 2 games of the season are against our division rivals.
For the Bears and Lions, that's absolutely the case. And both teams are now 0-1.
Right.
Somebody's staring at 0-2 inside the division in the conference. Yeah. So the Lions are going to be plenty motivated to go out and play well. I picked the Bears to win Monday night, and for 42 minutes of that game, Peg, 45 minutes of that game, I was like, yeah, this is the way I thought. This is, I thought this was the way it was going to go. And then we're all smashed in the face, and it's like, really? This is what it's going to be again? You're going to find a way to do this again?
When did you know? When did you go, oh, crap?
That's a good question.
Because I know when I went, oh, crap.
Probably on the Aaron Jones touchdown, I was like, oh, this is going to end poorly.
For me, it was earlier than that.
Really?
I thought when the way they ended the half, they wasted opportunity, and then they get the ball back to open the second half. And was it a 3-and-out?
3-and-out.
Yeah. That's when I said, oh, crap. Even though they got the interception return, the pick 6.
Yeah, that was on the next series, I think. Yeah.
Even though I said those last 2 offensive possessions, I went, uh-oh.
Yeah.
This is not good. I felt it going into the half, the way they came out of the half. I go, how do you come out of the half and go 3-and-out? How is that possible?
With 2 of the 3 throws were pretty inaccurate.
So that's when I was like,
Yeah.
Nope.
Not good.
No.
So, but they're capable.
Are they?
I think so. And I think they could go in there. And again, if you eliminate all the silly mistakes, you're going to give yourself a chance. And as a big underdog, right, you're going to go off as about a near touchdown underdog. What does Yurko always say? The longer that team hangs around in a game, the more the other team starts to sense it. The more the favorite starts to pucker up And give yourself a chance. I do think they're capable. I do think they can send Detroit to an 0-2 start. I really do. But you can't make the mistakes you made in week 1. They have to end.
This is why you guys all are picking the Bears. Do I think that they can win? Yes, absolutely. I picked them last week as well. And I said very early on, these opening games is when they can jump on their opponents, and this is when they should.
Yes.
But the reason I'm not picking them this Sunday, and gosh, I hope I'm wrong, is because they haven't proven it.
I know. I'm with you.
They haven't proven that they can finish. They haven't proven that they can do it. So I would love to say, oh, yeah. But you guys, they're on the road in a very hostile environment against a very skilled team. Yeah. Yes. Do they have issues? Are there holes in the Lions? Yes, there are. But boy, have the Bears proven that they could do it, that they could take advantage, that they can sustain, that they can finish, that they can play 60 minutes? No.
In fact, they proved the opposite. They proved it's like the same old with what they did on Monday night. And they're playing on a short week. All right, 312-332-3776. What's the path to victory for the Bears on Sunday? Anything you want to talk about in week 2 in the NFL? That Packer team looks pretty good. That's two NFC opponents that, with playoff aspirations in the Lions and Washington. And they kind of smacked them around. They kind of smacked both opponents around. And they looked pretty good again last night. 312-332-ESPN is the number. We got a loaded NFL show for you today. Peggy's in for Yerk. We'll be right back.
This is Carmen and Yurko making your lunch break extra delicious.
Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance. Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Mitch, the stock market sure can be a roller coaster, right? Going every which way, and it makes people approaching retirement a tad bit nervous.
And they should be, Yurko. If you're 5 years from retirement or already retired, you're in the retirement red zone. That's when volatility can hurt the most.
That's what I tell folks. You need a plan that works no matter what the market does.
Exactly. At Mitch Lyons Wealth, we help people shift from growth mode to a steady, reliable income strategy, so you know what's coming in every month.
It's like having a quarterback who doesn't panic, just moves the ball down the field and puts his team in a position to win.
That's the goal. Consistency, protection, and peace of mind. That's what we help deliver.
Don't roll the dice with your retirement. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com and build your game plan today. That's Mitch, Lyons, Wealth.com.
Mitch Lyons Wealth, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
That leaf pile is 100 feet tall. Your dad can't handle this. Not without the right equipment.
Yard work piling up? Gear up for fall with John Deere. Get $750 off select mowers, $2,000 off select Gator UVs, and $3,000 off select compact tractors.
Did I hear your dad got a John Deere? Yep, bad day to be a leaf pile.
Gear up for fall at an authorized John Deere dealer, now through September 30th. Learn more at johndeere.com/gearupforfall.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
Injured this summer? The fight starts now with Postman Law. No fees unless we win. Free consults available. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
51-yard attempt for Matt Gay to try to put him on the board. And a 51-yard kick in the NFL these days is almost a chip shot. Of course it's good.
Field goal try on 4th and 18, line of scrimmage at 32. It's a 50-yard try. On the left hash, swinging his right foot. You heard the boot. It is no good.
Well, I'm with Al. Like, if you can't make a 51-yarder in this day and age, come on. Fortunately, our guy couldn't make a 50-yarder. Joniak's call is... I can listen to it'll never not be funny. You heard the boot? No good.
There were
heard the boot all right.
Yesterday's
no good.
Field goal kicking, like out loud at my TV, I just went pathetic. Like at the TV, like we can't find
Now, Matt Gay did miss a 58-yarder at the end of the half, but that's a 58-yarder.
There were a couple
I
doinks.
want, but if you can't make 50, 51, 52 these days, you got no business kicking in the league.
I understand.
And in fairness to Cairo, he was good last year and the last couple years from 50. I think he's only missed like 3 kicks the last 3 years from 50. But, come on, man.
Here's my
opening
dilemma.
night, good conditions, you got to make a 50-yarder.
Here's my dilemma. I understand that it is hard to find 32 people in the world to play the hardest position in sports at quarterback. It's hard.
Yeah, that's hard.
We can't find them.
Yeah.
Because
it's hard to find 32 of them.
It's hard. Yeah. But we can't find 32 people
of course you can.
To kick footballs.
Of course.
They need to go to Wells Park on a Saturday.
Okay.
And just watch the soccer players.
Go to Australia.
Go to Australia.
I swear to God.
Yeah.
You know that there's a 30-year-old field goal kicker in college this year from Australia?
I think I read about him. Well, no. Was he a kicker or a punter?
He's whatever. He kicked. I don't care. He used his foot in football. I don't care what he does.
He's like 30.
Yeah, he is.
He's got
literally
kids.
30. Yeah. Yes.
I don't know if he really has kids, but he's got a swollen prostate. I'll tell you that much. He's 30.
He wakes up in the middle of the night to pee.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll tell you that.
I can't believe
the point is,
it doesn't seem to get in the way.
It's amazing.
We can't find 32 people on Earth that can make 60-yarders.
It's crazy.
My philosophy. I was texting Shay and I are going to be on later. My philosophy is going to be is this: instead of kicking field goals, just have the quarterback throw the ball through the uprights. Do that.
Well, I'm with
fourth down. Just take the ball and throw it, and if you can throw it through the uprights, 3 points.
I would do. Yurko and I on kickers. I would do what Larry David has always suggested. Larry David has been saying for years, like-minded individuals, get rid of kickers. You got to go for it. How much more fun would that be? Who needs to see guys kicking the football? Come on. I want to see Jaden Daniels try to pick up a 4th down. I want to see Patrick Mahomes pick up a 4th down. I want to see Caleb Williams and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen pick up a 4th down. Get rid of the kickers. But please, if you can't make a 50-yarder, come on.
The fact that they asked him.
That's their fault. That's their fault, Peggy.
Exactly. Like, they asked him, and he told them, yeah, I think I could do it. Yeah. You know better.
I've raged on this all week.
You know his numbers. You know better.
I've raged on it all week. Like, this is a coaching thing. This was supposed to be fixed with the addition of Ben Johnson. Like, in this amazing coaching staff that they put together, right? get together, use your heads. If there's any shadow of a doubt at all, and Richard Hightower knows Cairo Santos, he knows what he's capable of. If there's any doubt, Ben Johnson has to say, you know what we need to do right now? We need to kick this ball out of bounds. It comes at virtually no cost, considering the situation. You are sacrificing 5 yards in the final 2 minutes of a game in which you know exactly what you have to do against the other team. Stop their running back 3 straight times. And the only thing that can't happen is time coming off the clock. So that's coaching. That's what is supposed to be fixed. That is a group of coaches in the moment. Yes, I get it. It's happening fast. Collaborating together saying, okay, what's the one thing that can happen? They bring the ball out of the end zone. If there's any doubt, and there had to be, amongst someone or some coach on that sideline, hey, I know we want to trust our guy here, but I'm not so sure. Kick it out of bounds. It's as simple as that. The other big thing that's happening now is how much should we be concerned with Jaden Daniels' struggles? It's a vicious circle, Peg. I tell you, it is. I don't know what Jaden Daniels' season is going to look like. I don't. I'll speculate as much as anybody, I guess, and I won't write Jaden Daniels off. I still won't write off C.J. Stroud, although it hasn't looked good since his rookie year. He hasn't replicated how well he played in some of the magic they had in his first year. They were still a playoff team last year and won a playoff game, but it hasn't looked the same. It hasn't looked great. Jaden Daniels hasn't looked great in the first couple weeks. He's also faced 2 pretty good defensive fronts, and he faced, I think, a terrific defense overall in the Packers last night. I won't write off Jaden Daniels just yet. I know what I need to see out of Caleb Williams. I want to see some of the things that we've seen from those other quarterbacks. I want to see some of those flashes, and I'm still very willing to give Caleb the chance and think that he can get there. But man, you ride the wave here like too much in the ups and downs. You drive yourself crazy as a fan. Like if you're a fan of Washington right now, I would say you don't have to go crazy that, oh my God, Jaden Daniels isn't as good as we thought last year. He might still be great. And a guy that might struggle a little bit in his sophomore campaign isn't the craziest thing in the world.
No, we throw around the phrase sophomore slump all the time. But really, what is a sophomore slump? Is it a player gets too lackadaisical, gets too comfortable? Or could it be in Washington, they touted the way they brought Jaden Daniels around was by going back to using him the way he was used in college, was simplifying the offense, not asking him to do too much, and surrounding him with the talent and a good offensive line.
Yeah.
So now what happens in the second year? Teams catch on. Go back. Now you've got a lot more tape. Now you know what he's comfortable in. Now you know what he likes to do. And now you're throwing a little bit more of the playbook at him and asking him to, let's go to chapter 3 now instead of just chapter 1 and 2. And he's not carrying it out. Could it be that the Bears' approach to Caleb Williams with this current regime of throwing so much at him so that he is able to digest as much as possible, and then it's not so shocking when he sees it? Or do you do it the way Washington did it, and you end up with a Rookie of the Year player who's listed as a top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
A little bit of a reach.
Preseason, by everyone was saying he's top 5 because they dumbed it down and they made everything simple for him.
Yeah.
Which approach is it?
I like what the Bears did with Caleb, and I think that there's a path where maybe where that succeeds. Like you said, like, will he finally get it? And at some point, will it just start to slow down and will it start to click? So I don't mind that approach. Yeah, before you make it to the top 5, I think you need to see more than one season. I agree with you there. And I wouldn't rule out Jaden Daniels. Not one bit.
He's a really, really good player.
Yeah. And he's faced...
Just like you can't You cannot grade, someone who struggles in their first year. You can't overcompliment the player that looks good in his first year. Because you don't know the way they're bringing them around.
That's the point, yeah.
You got to bring both sides. They're somewhere in the middle. And then in year 4, that's when you start to go, okay, is he getting it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll grab some Bears and NFL calls coming up here. 312-332-ESPN. Todd Furman live in Vegas at 11. Yurko's keys to the game a little bit later today. Mike North's bonus play. Loaded football show. It is a football
I better
Friday.
start writing this down. Where's the paper towels?
I mean...
Is this
Please.
true? Does he use it first to wipe his face and then write
Probably.
it down? Okay.
I mean, Monday, he's writing them down as we're coming back from break. Oh, Yurko's keys to the game. Right in a paper towel. He said he was going to start tacking them around the walls. I'm like, you should.
That would be great.
Should hang them up. Bears Fridays are brought to you by Dr. Pepper. One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize. Score Bears Ticks with Dr. Pepper. Bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
If you've taken my advice, you know that the food scene in Elmwood Park is second to none. Don't just take it from me. Mayor Skip Saviano will tell you himself, Elmwood Park is something special. He should know. He's been there most of his life, born and raised there. He's back doing great things as their mayor. It's much more than just the incredible restaurants. And there are a bunch of great ones, don't get me wrong. But it's the people, neighbors who care, families that thrive, and businesses that succeed. And every time I visit, I feel it, and you will too. Mayor Skip always says, we hook you in with a meal. Next thing you know, you're moving in. And he's not wrong. So take it from me and from Mayor Skip. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Plug into powerful savings on rough electrical products at Menards. Zero Wire is American-owned and a leading manufacturer of building wire for residential, commercial, and industrial applications. Save time with Menards' convenient pre-cut lengths of wire and cable in stock and ready to take home today. Hurry into Menards and save big on Zero Wire products. Plus, you can visit Menards.com and check out all of our other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers, bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Fees may apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
It's football season once again.
And the collision of the week.
Sounds more like a rear-ender on the Dan Ryan to me.
Maybe when you hear collision.
Exciting on the field, not so much when you're behind the wheel.
Aiken Laws help thousands of people across Chicagoland and Illinois injured in car, truck, and rideshare accidents get the compensation they deserve.
Yeah, but can you help the offensive line?
He's Howard Aiken, our go-to lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Think you've got what it takes to pull a plane? The Illinois Plane Pull is back September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 20 go head-to-head towing a 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Register now at IllinoisPlanePull.com.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 delivers expert roofing and waterproofing across Chicago. Their trained professionals lead in solar, green, and garden systems. For trusted contractors and top-quality service, visit ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. That's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yuengling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Snap back, pressure, pick it up by Tooney, rolling left. Williams got Greengrass, 10-5, dive for the end zone. Throw him up, will you, baby? Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! 8-yard touchdown scramble. Caleb Williams, Bears have the lead, 6-0.
Bears. Jeff Joniak on the call on Monday. Unfortunately, the Bears would not be able to hold on to their lead. They're the only team in the NFL over the last 4 seasons with 4, count them 4, blown leads of double digits in the fourth quarter. That's hard to do. No other team has more than 2. So the Bears are winning at something, if you could call that a win. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, Jason McKee back on the call on Sunday. Bears and Lions from Ford Field. Pre starts with Bleck and Abdalla at 8. Network pregame at 10 with Waddle, Silvy, and Dion, and then Peggy and Yurko at postgame after the game. We'll have the post. So a full show, a noon kick on Sunday in week 2. Bears will be back home next week against the Cowboys. That'll be in the late window. And then it's off to Vegas for week 4, which, oh my gosh, we're all looking forward to so much. And we will all be in Vegas. And so many Chicago fans will be. Cannot.
My brother texted me last night. He's like, wait a second, are you going to Vegas? I go, yeah, the whole station is.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to be there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's like, Mandalay Bay. I'm like, yes. And
you
my
didn't
nephew.
even know this until just now?
I got 7 brothers.
I know, you got a lot of brothers.
Seriously.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm just curious, like, what part of the postgame is your favorite about Yurko?
I usually like right when you guys come on after an ugly
Can
loss.
you tell immediately?
Immediately. Like, I know.
Like, I wonder if the listener can actually tell how Yurko is feeling as soon as the game ends. Because I know, because I sit next to him.
You're sitting next to him, yeah.
Watching the entire game. But I don't know, like, sometimes he's very, very quiet.
Yeah.
Until I say something, and I'm looking at him, like, waiting for him to say something. And then you just got to kind of, like, plant the seed in there.
Every day.
And just let him, like...
How many times are you like, trying to engage in a real serious conversation, and he's over like this on his computer? And I guarantee he's not looking at anything related to a box score.
No, he's looking at his fantasy football lineup.
Of course. Or soccer highlights.
Soccer highlights, fantasy football, or the races.
I'm telling you, we need a camera behind him so that people can just get a kick out of what he's watching on the computer.
I was going to just say, I wish you guys had seen when... I almost call him Matt LaFleur. When Ben Johnson challenged whether or not Noah Sewell had, forced the fumble, I'm looking and I'm like, yeah, but look, I go, the ball is out. The ball is out. And your coach going, no, that's not. He's down. It doesn't matter. He's down. I go, yeah, but he goes, did I just listen to me? And he corrected me like a parent. And I kind of jumped and looked at him because he was being very stern with me. He goes, what did I just say? Repeat what I just said. Look at... And I just burst out laughing. I was like, all right, you're right. I'm like, you're right.
When you're right, you're right.
I'm like, you're right. I know never to question.
Very well, when it comes to little things like that, the nuance of the game.
The rules.
Yeah.
He knows it. Yeah.
He might not know the players, but he knows the rules.
Oh, no, he doesn't know the players half the time.
That he might not know.
Rashkan.
Right.
Only because he really doesn't know how to say his name.
Billingsley. He had another one now. He
Billingsley.
started up with one of the new guys, I feel like, too, and I'm like, come on now. You're not going to who was it? I don't know. He had another one earlier this week. Eddie's on the north side. What's up, Eddie?
Good morning, guys. Guys and girls. I got a few things. But Favre to Rodgers to Love, it just makes me sick. That
Yes.
The Bears can't figure anything out like
Yes.
that. And Carm, would you agree? Still, now it's intact that no Ohio State quarterback ever that came to the NFL is becoming elite. Because Stroud,
I'd give CJ. I'd still give CJ. I wouldn't totally write off CJ Stroud. I wouldn't, but that's just me. But I wouldn't just yet.
Early pick, Lions in the over.
Oh, you like Lions in the over, huh?
Yep. Yeah, I know we were talking. You guys were talking about the under's been hitting a lot.
Yeah, a lot of unders.
My little thing. It's going to be a little surprise. It's going to be high scoring, and Lions by 14 or 17.
Okay, I hope that's not the case because that'll be an unpleasant Sunday, Eddie. Unders so far are 13-6. I might have had that stat wrong when we started the show. Forgive me if I I might have misspoke, but it's unders so far are 13. We've got 13-6 games are to the under so far, and the favorites. Wait a minute, I've got my math wrong. I think it's 13-4. How many games have there been? There have been 17. It's 13-4. Excuse me, 13-4 to the under so far. So we have seen a big under trend. Last night came in under 2. So we've seen 17 games. So 13-4 to the under through the first week plus a game in the NFL.
I know the player that if I had to guess that your goal was it Tano Passanio?
No, he can't even begin. Are you kidding?
When he asked me when he got this sack, and he's like, "Who is that?" I go, "That's that Tano Passanio." And he's a veteran. He was on. He's like, "What? Passanio? Passanio?
No, there's no chance. His head would be spinning. Absolutely. Do you want to? Let's play some of the coordinator sound from yesterday. This Declan Doyle bite is interesting. This is about the miss in the fourth quarter to DJ when he was wide open.
Yeah.
Take a listen to this exchange and this back and forth about what was happening on that play. This is the OC Declan Doyle meeting the media yesterday.
DJ Moore ran towards the end of the game, the go route. Was that a designed run, or did he just adjust off the coverage?
That wasn't designed.
Was not designed.
It was not designed. We were, he's running an out cut. He felt himself in space, and sometimes guys, are football players, and they feel that, and they're putting their hand up. And so obviously, people look at it and they say, hey, they're not on the same page, and we weren't in that case. But that's something that we've looked at, and that's getting corrected, and obviously we'll be better for that moving forward.
What is the correction there for you guys?
Really, you would love to run if the quarterback is in his rhythm, he's expecting you to be in a certain place. And so we're saying, hey, that's where we got to go. If you end up, hey, I'm wide open early in the route, you can, fire that hand up and tell him, early in his drop that, hey, I'm running into space here. But that's one of those things. We just got to get those two guys on the same page. And really, the correction is across the board for the whole offense. It's good for everybody to kind of see that and how we want to handle that in the future.
DJ Moore had his hand up pretty quick, didn't he? Looks like it to me. I mean, it looks like he knew exactly what happened off the line of scrimmage, and he's like, okay, here we go.
He found himself in open space, and he was trying but he needed to signal sooner to get Caleb's attention, because obviously he wasn't the first option.
He wasn't the first read.
And so he's trying. That's what he was saying. You need to get your arm up sooner to let him know. The question about should DJ Moore be freelancing, some of the best wide receivers in the game are some of the best freelancers. Justin Jefferson's a great freelancer. Tyreek Hill's a great freelancer. Listen, Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey freelance all the time. The difference is they're on the same page with their quarterback. It's typically a quarterback that they have been with for a long time, and they know each other like the back of their hand.
Well, these two have been together for 18 games now. I mean,
You should know.
To even call that freelancing, if the wide receiver recognizes off the line, hey, they've busted this coverage, that happens all the time in this league.
And what does the quarterback typically say? I looked at his eyes. I knew exactly what DJ was going to do. The fact that now you have to physically
Some pre-snap
signal
stuff, maybe.
and you have to like signal immediately.
Well, Rodgers was always good with that, like especially with Devontae Adams. I mean, how many times would you see Rodgers and Adams give each other that little sign when they got up and they knew they're like, hey, guess what? We've got them.
Yes.
Like
yes.
we've got this.
Yeah. Well, that's typically all.
And now that's
I know I'm going to beat him. Let's go.
Yeah. Like, hey, this is exactly what we thought we were going to get pre-snap. We know what they're in. We've got the perfect call against it. Like, we're good, right? DJ Moore realized right off the jump, like, okay, this coverage is busted.
Right.
I'm wide open.
Exactly.
That throw's just got to be made. That's got to be a touchdown. It just has to be.
It almost, it almost feels like, listen, DJ Moore should be able to freelance.
Yeah, sure.
Because his quarterback freelances, and everybody else is expected to adjust when he goes off platform. And so when you have guys that are going off platform, whether it's your quarterback or your receivers, both sides need to know, both players need to know what to do. And they actually practice it. So that's why it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Yeah, scramble drill.
Yes. Yes.
We'll play some Dennis Allen sound coming up, too. The D.C. met the media yesterday. We'll play a few of those highlights for you. 312-332-3776. Peggy's in for Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000. 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Week 2 for the Bears as Ben Johnson takes his team to Detroit to face his former team.
My mind's going to be about just winning the football game to find our first victory of the season.
Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak. Join Tom Thayer, Jason McKee, and myself for the call of Bears and Lions. Kickoff Sunday at noon. And join us at 7 for 5 hours of pregame coverage. We've got network pregame coverage starting at 10, plus 4 hours of postgame coverage with the best in the business. It's Bears and Lions, Sunday, high noon. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
$3 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's legendary deep dish. Leave it to Lou Malnati's for everything you need for a delicious dinner, from salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. Lou Malnati's is available for catering, delivery, dine-in, and private events. Order online at LouMalnati's.com or through the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's is here to serve you one deep dish at a time. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable season-long deals. Every Tuesday, home game, enjoy a specially priced $5 concessions menu, which includes Miller or Modelo draft beers, Vienna beef hot dog or Polish sausage, Beggar's Pizza Slice, nachos, Coca-Cola products, or Garrett popcorn. Plus, take advantage of a fan favorite this season and get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $19 with our Miller Lite Baseball and Brews promotion. It includes all fees. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Another week in the books, and what a great week it was, including a 6-0 Saturday. That's right, guys, 6-0 Saturday with our top plays in college football. Are you ready to make money this year? Stop guessing and start winning. Go to FatJackSports.com, and it's less than $100 a week to make money. $3.99 for all the football through the end of the month, or $5.99 includes soccer, UFC, NFL props, and much more. Dial in today, FatJackSports.com to win. We won last week, and we're going to do it again.
Brother Justice American Single Malt Whiskey, your new game day go-to sip. Football's back, and so are game day rituals. Lucky jersey, comfy chair, and the perfect pour. Sip neat, or for a next-level old-fashioned, Brother Justice is a guaranteed dram fine sip. Inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk, Brother Justice is handcrafted with 100% pale ale malted barley and aged in custom-charred white oak barrels. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Get Brother Justice today at Binny's or online at brotherjustice.com, brotherjustus.com.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidda Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidda helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidda 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Illinois State University's hometown of Bloomington Normal consistently ranks among the top college towns in the country for affordability and safety. Come see why students and parents alike love Illinois State. Schedule a visit today at illinoisstate.edu/visit.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Week 2 started last night in Green Bay, and the Packers are a perfect 2-0 to start the season with conference wins against conference contenders. At least that's what we suspected when the season started. In the Lions and the Commanders, Bears and Lions in Week 2. The Bears out to about a 6.5-point underdog. More on the Lions and the best betting angles when Todd Furman joins us about an hour and 10 minutes from now. Every Friday just after 11, Todd will be our guest live in Vegas. Let's listen to some Dennis Allen. We'll get back out and take more phone calls then if you want to talk about Bears and Lions. Give us your keys, your path to victory. Peggy's going to handle Yurko's keys a little bit later on. Here's Dennis Allen. Peggy's in for Yurk today. Here's Dennis Allen talking about anxious to just move on from that Viking game on Monday night.
Dennis, big picture from week 1. You guys, you held them to 6 points for 3 quarters. I know, obviously, the fourth quarter wasn't what you were hoping for, but how do you kind of assess how the defense looked?
Look, I mean, I thought we did some good things. I think we got to finish better. But ultimately, anytime you don't win the game, we didn't do enough. So, but really, our focus now is really on Detroit. We've kind of moved past that a little bit. I know I hadn't had a chance to visit with you guys since then, but our focus really is on Detroit. Like I said, they got a lot of really good skill players, a lot of speed on the field. It'll be a tough challenge.
What stood out to you from Noah's performance?
You guys are going to keep asking me about last week.
Well, I mean, I guess it could play into if he has to play this week.
Yeah, look, I mean, again, much like the rest of the defense, I thought there was, a lot of things that he did well. There's some things that we had to fix and correct. Hopefully we learn from the mistakes that we made and we move forward.
Yeah, come on, Dennis. You know the drill here. You've been in the NFL a long time. Maybe that's why he's annoyed, like he's used to speaking more often as a head coach. Now as a coordinator, they only speak once a week. Peggy and I remember the days when if you wanted to talk to a coordinator, you went up on the field after practice and you talked to the coordinator. But the world's different now.
And after the games.
Of course.
In the middle of the locker room, Ron Turner was available in the middle of the locker room after a game.
You want to talk to Ron Rivera after practice? Go ask Ron if you could talk to him. But the world's different now, and the teams control things much, much more. So this is the way it is, Dennis. You know better than that. Come on. You get a chance to speak once a week. The reporters didn't get to ask you these questions last week. Here was Dennis Allen talking about how the defense can finish a game better, because he did mention that. Got to close, got to finish.
I think sometimes we try to make this game a lot more complicated than it really is. When momentum starts to swing in the opposite direction, rather than trying to do more, narrow your focus. And just focus on the basic fundamentals of playing football. Get your eyes in the right spot. Do your job and do the things that you're supposed to do. And don't try to do too much. And that's really what the focus is for 4 quarters. Focus in on doing my job, all right, and trusting that the other 11 guys on the field are going to do their job. Because on every single play, we all have a job to do, all right? And if we trust that our teammates are going to do their job, and we do ours and we do it well, then we're going to have success.
I like that soundbite. I mean, the idea is right there and simple, and can you just execute that each and every week, and will that help just simplify things? I like that. Dio's win rate, Peg, true pass sets last week for week 1, top 14 in the NFL.
Yeah.
Now, he did mostly work against the backup. Christian Darrisaw missed that game. He was out, but I think we all recognize some of the good things he was doing, especially how he affected some plays on early third down attempts that the Vikings had in which they failed. Can we expect more of that from Dio? Look, Darrell Taylor came out of the gates in week 1 like a bat out of hell last week, and then we really saw neither hide nor hair from him after that last year. And I don't want to make a direct comparison. Maybe that's not fair, and there's much more invested in Dio, but can we, is this real, do you think? Did they find that other pass rusher opposite of Montez Sweat?
What I liked not only about Dio, and they were moving Montez and Dio, they were moving them inside and out, but what I liked is the pressure that the Bears were getting up the middle. Their interior linemen were definitely, Javon Dexter.
Dexter had a good game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They were definitely getting pressure from the interior. If they can continue to do that, especially this week against a Lions offensive line that is really having some struggles, that to me is the key, because now they have to worry about taking care of their interior, and you should be able to free up the guys on the edges to get after Jared Goff. So, that's what I liked. But, Dennis Allen, did he take his foot off the gas also? Did he? He didn't blitz until, what was the first blitz was on the interception, right?
That might have been. Is that right? You might be right.
I think that was the first blitz.
Neither coordinator blitzed a lot in the first half.
No.
Neither one.
So, he was a little conservative as well early on. But
he doesn't blitz a lot in general.
No, but, it was also because he was handcuffed with so many guys out.
That's true.
So, but they were getting the pressure up front. They were getting the pressure, and that was the key. I do like, though, when he said, you can't try to do too much.
Yeah.
To me, that's like a Noah Sewell.
Yeah.
Don't try to be cute. Just take care of your guy. And instead, he kind of bit a little bit on the Aaron Jones touchdown, and that half a step was enough. It was enough to cause confusion. You saw that Brisker went and ended up taking the wide receiver down the middle. So, was Sewell trying to do too much there? Probably. He thought, I'm going to, instead of taking care of his responsibilities, you know.
Well, and I think that's one where a guy like Kevin O'Connell, I think that's where he's on the sideline looking, and I think even young J.J. McCarthy, I think that offense got to the line and saw what the Bears were in and were like, we've got this.
Yeah.
They knew they were going to have their number 3 on a linebacker, and you'll take that on a backup linebacker, mind you.
Right.
You'll take Aaron Jones on a linebacker every day of the week. And I think they got to the line of scrimmage and they're like, we have this. This is the look we wanted. 2 high safeties, man coverage. This is easy. And it was easy pickings. Do
you think Ben Johnson pulls out any trickery this week?
Let's talk about that coming up. Good question, good segue. We'll talk about that coming up when we return. 312-332-ESPN. Peggy's in for your Carmen and York back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more do. Hey!
Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident, Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Save big money on your next painting project right now at Menards. Give your room a grand finish with Pittsburgh Grand Distinction Interior Paint. It's a premium paint and primer with a tough, resilient finish that's scrubbable and stain resistant. Save big today on Pittsburgh Paint, in-store and on Menards.com. Plus, don't forget to check out our weekly flyer to find all of our other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards. Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I had the post-game show on long enough last night on Amazon to see Micah Parsons come out of the locker room after the win to go on set with the crew, and they're chanting, "Bears still suck, Bears still suck." I'm like, why are you worrying about us? You played Washington. I don't even have a response for it either. I'm like, yeah, we do suck. I don't know what to tell you.
This was after Thank You, Jerry. Thank you, Jerry.
Oh, yeah. There was Thank You, Jerry all night. And then it was Bears still suck. Bears still suck.
They had a whole songbook.
Clear as day on Amazon. I'm like, you sons of bitches.
Yeah. Did you see Sylvie's text messages to us?
Yeah, I
during the
saw
show?
him. I saw him.
Did you see my latest response?
I didn't see that one until just now. I won't read it on the air.
Why not?
All right, I will. So Sylvie said, let's see. He said, boy, I could listen to you two tell Yurko stories all day. You guys are always good together. And I said, even when he's not here, he's the gift that keeps on giving, to which Peggy responded, just like herpes, you can't get rid of him ever. Nice. You can just try to control him, right? Isn't that it?
Nothing is going to work.
You just try to contain the herpes, like you try to contain the good
And
kids.
you have to warn everyone in your life about him.
It's always like you have to give the heads up. Hey, when you meet Yurko,
so
it's kind of like, yeah, by the way, I have herpes, but they're not inflamed right now. So, but you still kind of like.
It's just like Yurko's like, hey, he's going to say some stuff, just so you know.
You're going to meet this guy, and just be prepared is all we could say. I mean, I don't know, he is a gem.
Yes.
And he's golfing today. And I love the guy because he rationalized missing a Bears Friday by announcing that he told Danny Zetterman, content director, Danny Zetterman, our boss, in late July that he was going to miss this day because he's like at some, I think he's at some club championship. I don't even think it's his club.
No, I thought it was a member guest.
Oh, member guest.
Yeah.
But was it his club's member guest or somebody else's? I don't even know.
I don't know.
And in his mind, it's okay because he's like, hey, I told Danny in July. But I'm like, yeah, but it's still a Bears Friday. But in his mind, the way his mind works, doesn't matter. Told him in July. That he had a member guest. The guy lives the life. In my next life, I want to come back as the good kid. That's all I know. So he'll be back on Monday. Well, he'll be with Peggy, of course, for postgame on Sunday as well, around 3:15 or so, 3:30. Peggy and Yurko will be on. We got all your festivities covered, as always, on Sunday because we are your home for Bears football. All right, you asked about trick plays.
Yeah. Is this the Hey Panay Sewell? You couldn't.
No.
You failed you failed when we tried to pull this on the Bears last year, but I'm going to show you how good Jonah Jackson is at it.
Let's not. I don't even know if it's trick plays as much as will we see a little bit more
creativity
in some stuff maybe that Caleb can thrive in.
Yeah.
We didn't really see that. And for all the talk about, that's not the Detroit playbook, we build a new playbook, Monday night looked a lot like Detroit. It looks like what they want to do. They want to run a lot of hard play action. They want to, in passing downs, they might want to run it. He might want to get under center and throw it. That's what I love about Ben Johnson. He wants to run a lot of tight, condensed sets. Like, We saw, I don't know, to me it looked like Detroit's offense. I don't think you can live with, well, just roll the quarterback out and cut the field in half. You ain't sustaining anything that way. Are there times for it? Sure.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe we'd see that a little Monday night. We didn't. Maybe he busts some of that out here in week 2 to get Caleb comfortable,
right?
To get him on the move.
We didn't see a
cut
lot
the field
of movement.
in half. Not a
And
lot.
we didn't even see a lot of motion either.
I could look at their full count. Probably not as much as maybe I thought.
Because they were all helping in pass protection.
Yeah, there was a lot, and I think
you had wide receivers and running backs, tight ends. You had Theo Benedict coming in a jumbo package.
A lot of jumbo.
I mean,
a lot of jumbo.
In the middle of the field, like I literally looked at Yurko and I go, "Wait, did they just bring in an extra offensive lineman?" And I looked down and I'm like, "Oh yeah, reported as eligible."
Yeah.
I'm like, in the middle of the field, I'm so used to not used to seeing that.
But I think they were worried about that pass rush.
Yeah.
And I think their game plan. So maybe it's a little different this week. Maybe we do see some more of that. You're right. There was a lot of. I think they tried to max protect. They tried to keep him in the pocket. Maybe there's more. Let's get Caleb on the move. Let's cut the field in half a little bit where we can, and let's be creative. Let's try maybe something a little bit tricky and just see if we spring it on him and if it works.
Right.
Maybe we see more of that this week. We didn't really see it in week 1, and it sure looked more like the Lions playbook. Not that that's bad. That Lions offense was awesome the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And I think we know Ben Johnson's offense can work. I mean, we've seen it. Now you just got to go out and you got to execute it.
I want to see more creativity offensively. I just want to see, and if it's not there, that just tells you he doesn't have the personnel to do it, or the personnel he has isn't there yet. Caleb.
Hit what's in front of you. Take the layups.
Yeah.
That you got to do. Mark's in South Bend with Carmen and York. Peggy's in for Yurko. What's up, Mark?
Hey, how you doing,
Great.
Carmen and Peggy? Great to chime in with you. A couple things. The callers called about Ohio State franchise quarterbacks none have developed. You mentioned C.J. Stroud. Now, Justin Fields with the Jets maybe can develop. He was in kind of a coaching meltdown here in Chicago, and maybe there's better days ahead for him. I think, though, the Bears have to really improve the running game to complement the passing game. The two are going to have to go along with each other. I know that's easier said than done. But the defense just died in that fourth quarter against J.J. McCarthy, who played great. But that was the big story of the game.
Yeah. Marky, thanks, buddy. I hit the wrong button. They got to get more out of the running game. They totally do. They finished week 1 with the lowest rushing success rate of any team in the league. 19% is beyond awful.
Even lower than Detroit?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
They were dead last.
Wow.
The Raiders were second worst at about 21%. Those are just those are horrific numbers to be that low in your rushing success rate. And you got to be better at the point of attack, and you got to win a little bit more. And I thought that was the problem. 32 running backs had at least 10 rush attempts in week 1. DeAndre Swift was 25th in yards before contact per rush. That's the other thing. That's why I don't put a lot of the problems on DeAndre Swift. I thought he played well. I thought he finished runs. I thought he ran hard.
Did you get the feeling, though, when Declan Doyle spoke, that they want Caleb to run more? There was he made a couple of comments about that, and it was around when everyone was asking, God, he looks faster now.
Yeah,
and,
a lot of people thought that.
Yeah, and he said, yeah, we tell him, get through your progressions. If it's not there, keep the ball forward, move the ball forward. You see an opening, take it then. And it almost sounded like they want him to do that. And I thought that's what, not that they wanted him to do it more, but that you don't have to do it all the time. You spring that on the team. You spring that on them.
Well, if you're going to do that, go forward, though.
Well, always go forward. Yeah.
And if you really want to eject, go forward. If you have the opportunity.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, I'll go backwards and I'll figure out a way to escape. That doesn't fly in this league. Like on the grounding penalty. Where are you going?
Yeah.
You can't go backwards in this league. Because everything closes down and everybody's closing in around you way too quickly. So go forward. There's a lot of jitteriness in the pocket. That's what scares me a little bit. There's a lot of the head's bouncing all over, the feet are bouncing all over. There's a lot of jitteriness in the pocket. The Bears were 3 of 12 on third down, 0-1 on their fourth down attempt, too. They had it, just missed it. That's another thing that's got to get better. 3 of 12.
Yeah.
That ain't getting it done.
Well, and that goes back to the run game and those early downs setting you up for third and short.
Put yourself in third and short. Yeah, keep yourself in more third and manageable situations. I thought the Packers did a good job of that last night. That offense is really good in Green Bay. Chris is in Valpo. And by the way, that Packer offense last night, they lost Jaden Reed early. They were playing without Zach Tom. They were playing without Aaron. I mean, they were down 2 starting linemen. And they lost one of their best receivers early.
They just looked.
They still went out there and hung 27.
Solid. They looked solid. There was nothing flashy. They just looked solid.
They're good. Hate it. Chris is in Valpo. What's up, Chris?
Hey, man. So I thought the safest week 1 bet was going to be taking Aiden Hutchinson for a sack his first game back. And you can imagine my shock as I'm watching this Detroit game and just watching him drop back into coverage on every snap that he's playing.
Yeah.
Just wondering what you guys think that approach will be against the Bears and how they're going to utilize him.
You know, that some of that could have been like first game back, Chris, conditioning. I don't know. I don't know what that was. I'm not sure. Peggy brought that up earlier. A lot of zone stuff where they're dropping him. A lot of like zone dog blitz stuff where they were dropping him.
He seemed frustrated when the Detroit media spoke with him. He seemed frustrated by it, that they were dropping him back as much as they were, and almost to the point of it's time to get rid of that. So that's why I said to Carmen earlier, they're going to just like let the dog loose. They're going to just let him loose. But like you said, best way to counter it, go right at him.
Right at him. Run the ball hard at him, slam him, traps. All those games. Bring the tight end from the other side of the formation across as you're doing a little sell right, trap, go back left, and just have guys slam into him. And like Yurko always says, what's exhausting? When you're constantly getting into offensive linemen and having to fight them. That's how you tire guys out. So maybe that was part of their plan to try to ease him back in. I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know what that was. I would expect him to rush a little bit more. I want that guy rushing as much as possible. But run right at him.
Yeah.
You want to counter it? Run right at him. And the Bears are going to have to commit, I think, some extra resources to him, especially as the game goes on, if you feel like he's kind of in his groove. And they tried to do that, I thought, against Grenard and Van Ginkel. There was a lot of attention paid to those guys. I thought that part of the Bears' game plan was good. You need backs hitting him. You need tight ends hitting him. You need guys chipping him. If you're not going to run the ball when you are going pass play, you got to have guys chipping him because the Bears don't have they don't have Jordan Mailata on the left side of the line. So there's going to be there's going to have to be some help and some special attention paid to him.
Every NFL team knows that the biggest improvement comes between week 1 and week 2 and week 2 and week 3.
Yeah.
It has to. So, but that's on both sides. That's not going to be just the Bears. The Lions are going to make adjustments to what they did and didn't do last week.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And that's what we're forgetting. They're going to make the adjustments as well. And they are going to find a way to get their run game going. They have to. Nice little chess match. We'll see.
The Lions were 28th for the week in rush EPA, to your point. 25th in success rate. They did not run the ball well at all. And kind of like the Bears losing at the point of attack a lot. So did their O-line. And then I think I'm got kind of pushed around by what might be a great defense in Green Bay. And we've got 2 data points to look at Green Bay and say, yeah, they look pretty good. Micah was great again last night, I thought. I mean, you see the resources they spent trying to make sure that Micah didn't wreck that game. And he was still in the backfield a lot. He still had 3 quarterback hits.
Mm-hmm.
And they paid a lot of attention to him last night. And I mean, come on, Dan Quinn knows. He knows. In game 2 or not, Dan Quinn knows. And they paid a lot of attention to him. That's going to be a really good front 7 group, obviously, in Green Bay. But, yeah, they got the better of Detroit last week. So, yeah, are they working on some improvements? You better believe they're working on improvements this week. 312-332-3776. Peggy's in for Yurko. We're talking Bears. It is a Dr. Pepper Bears Friday on your home for the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Carmen, Yurko. Don't worry. They'll be right back. before you know it. Right here on Chicago's home for sports and the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
$3 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and the skill set that's going to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients. For personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all your legal needs, call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group. The Verdoliak Law Group has done great for my friends and neighbors, and they will do great for you, too. Call them today, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe, amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Fry the Coop got itself into a pickle. And when I say pickle, I mean a Vienna beef pickle. Yeah, that's right. Vienna beef sells pickles. Now on the best chicken sandwiches in Chicago. Fry the Coop, available at all locations.
Tomorrow, ESPN Chicago's Peggy and Dion are broadcasting live from the Bolingbrook Jubilee. It's the Village of Bolingbrook's 60th birthday, and all are welcome to their weekend-long party. Come to Bolingbrook Town Center for live music, a parade, food trucks, vendors, and more. Come see Peggy and Dion as they broadcast live from the Jubilee tomorrow from 11 to 1. Brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook and ESPN Chicago.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Bolingbrook Jubilee sounds like a party tomorrow. Peggy and Dion will be there live.
Food trucks.
Food trucks. You can't beat food trucks.
You can't beat food trucks.
That's a party.
Yes.
And I know there's a chance of rain in the morning, but who cares? Go
Listen,
on, hang.
Peggy and Dion is always a party.
Always.
On Saturday mornings.
Always a party. I was listening to you guys last week.
If not anything, it's a party.
It's a party. It's absolutely. What were you guys talking about that was making me laugh last week, too? I was listening Saturday morning. I can't remember now. But I was laughing about something. It is always a party. So go see Peggy and Dion tomorrow. Where is it in Bolingbrook? Where is it? I mean...
I don't think I've been given that information.
Well, what does that mean? You're going tomorrow. You're going like in 12 hours.
Honestly,
24 hours, excuse me.
Honestly, I have not been given the information of where I'm supposed to go.
Well, they say it in the promo, but I just can't remember where they said exactly, like on the promenade?
Tomorrow, ESPN Chicago's Peggy and Dion are broadcasting live from the Bolingbrook Jubilee.
Hold on.
It's the Village of Bolingbrook's 60th birthday, and all are welcome to their weekend-long party. Come to Bolingbrook Town Center for live music, a parade, food trucks, vendors, and more. Come see Peggy and Dion as they broadcast live from the Jubilee tomorrow from 11 to 1. Brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook and ESPN Chicago.
The Town Center.
Thank you. I got to put that in my calendar.
You better. Put it on your map right now. Put it on your calendar.
Town Center. Here we go.
Bolingbrook Town
You think it's going to come up as a...
I'm not sure. I just put it in the map, and I don't know.
Thank you, big voice,
Good luck
man.
to you. You'll find it. You'll get there.
Yeah, right? Well, listen, with the way I'm always late...
I mean, you were in plenty of time today.
How about that?
Plenty of time.
How about that's not typical.
With donuts. Peggy brought donuts.
Yeah, how about that?
Very nice. Bears donuts, too, from Duncan.
Doesn't Yurko do that?
No. Very rarely. Sometimes he'll stop at Munster Donut back by him, which is great, in the NWI, and he'll bring those in. But that's rare. Usually, like Viking Scott stops and passes them off to Yurko, and then he brings them in. That won't happen much now with the time change. No, he doesn't think about the rest of us as much. No.
He and I have brought food in on Sundays because we are the forgotten show. On Sundays, and we don't have food.
Which I do think is a little bit unfair.
We're here for 6 hours. I mean, we get here in the 11 o'clock hour for a 12 o'clock start, and we don't leave until 6:30.
So it's a long-ass day.
It's almost 7 hours that we're starving. But if Sylvie and the pregame show is here, because
they get the Joes.
They're on the road. Oh, we got to make sure that they eat.
So Sunday morning. So what? Joe sends all the food like at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and we get the sloppy seconds.
We were with some of the lettuce guys on Tuesday. We had was it Tuesday? I think it was Tuesday. We had a lunch meeting at Bub City because we were talking about some stuff for the fall. I hope I can announce soon some fun stuff we're going to do in the fall. But we were at Bub City, and we saw RJ Melman, and we saw our buddy Jordan Kirschenbaum from Primetime Marketing. And Yurko did kind of like sneak in a comment about the food delivery. And they were like, oh, should we bring some stuff for you guys later? I mean, so maybe it's in the works. Yurko kind of slyly worked in, hey, not for nothing. We're there for 6 hours.
Yeah.
By the time we get there, all the stone crab's gone. It's been picked over by the jackals in the morning.
He brought his dinner last week, and
What did he bring?
Not knowing we didn't have coffee here in the station, and I have to have coffee at night. I never, ever drink coffee at night except if I'm working nights. The coffee machine wasn't working. So I had to run out 15 minutes before kickoff. He's like, can you get me a Coke or a Sprite or anything? Anything. Yeah, because he brought his dinner.
Which is shocking.
Yeah.
Yurko never brings dinner.
I have an update here from Detroit.
Okay, good. Go ahead. They're on the practice field now.
They're on the practice field now. Dan Campbell just said about Decker.
Taylor Decker, who's their left tackle.
Left tackle who had his shoulder cleaned out in the offseason seems to be having some issues with it. Has not practiced all week.
Right.
Dan Campbell said, quote, I can't give you a definitive yes on Decker. He will not practice today.
Oh, so no practice for Taylor Decker this week.
Just for the record, Deck wants to play.
Okay, and I guess John Morton, their new OC, had hinted to the media when he met the media yesterday that he thought he would be good to go. But, hey, no practice and a bum shoulder. Little benefit for the Bears there.
Well, just exploit it. You know. I mean, you know when a guy is hampered. You know exactly how to take advantage of it.
What's up with Kyler Gordon? I mean, I know, it's a hamstring. Those are delicate. They're tricky. But, no practice again here for Kyler Gordon?
I know.
This week? That's not trending in a good direction, is it?
No, it's not.
I mean, at least it looks like T.J. Edwards and Jalen will be back. That's huge. But it'd be nice to have that last piece.
You know, what worries me, though, with Jalen Johnson is, covering sports as long as we have, groin injuries can be re-aggravated.
Oh, yeah.
And then it takes weeks and weeks. So that's...
Groins and hammies. They're tricky.
Yep.
Look, they just put Blake Cashman on IR in Minnesota. That was a hammy, right? He came up on Monday night holding his hammy. They put him on IR. Groins and hammies are tricky, man. They are. They're tough. So I don't know that we should be expecting Kyler Gordon to be back on the field on Sunday, but at least Jalen and T.J. Edwards are trending in good directions. Roshan has been practicing this week, too. The big one to track here for Detroit is going to be this Taylor Decker injury.
Will not practice today. And for the record, Dan Campbell said he does want to play.
Next. The guys always want to play.
Well, and the way he phrased it, cannot give a definitive yes.
Right. Yeah.
Which means they're leaning towards, they want him to play, but we just can't say definitive.
Another thing to be mindful of, when the Bears return home next week, and it's a late window game, it's a later game, it's the late afternoon window next week against the Cowboys, be careful with the Spot Hero app, because this thing, what a story this was.
Whoa.
And the Sun-Times was writing about it this morning. Spot Hero is doing its best to try to refund everybody, but I had heard there were as many as 40 cars.
It said dozens.
I heard 40.
Yeah. So that would be 3 dozen right there.
40 from a lot on Cermak or something? Where was it? Spot Hero said you could park in, and 40 Bears fans left the stadium after that nightmare, got back to their car, and their cars were towed.
And so it's 10:30 at night.
You probably didn't get back to that lot till 11 o'clock. Right?
Now you got to figure out where
you got to go to the stupid impound.
Impound is
underneath Wacker,
which is awful.
By your old place.
Yes.
By the old condo.
Yeah. How do you remember that?
I remember when you guys lived there.
Wow, I can't believe you remember that. Yeah. And then you have to have, back in the day when I used to get towed, you had to have cash.
Yes, you had to have cash. Is that still the case?
Cash, or you wrote a check, but I'm sure that can't be the case now.
In the old days, you had to have cash.
You had to have cash. You had to go find, they had a nice little machine right there, and everybody was lined up. And so, speaking of that, can I share my story?
Is this a Spot Hero story? Be careful with Spot Hero.
Sort of. I was invited to the Ryne Sandberg funeral by the Cubs. And I was very honored to be invited. And so I went to Ryne Sandberg's funeral. And I parked across the street from the church here on the west side. And there was a lot, and it had a QR code, take the picture. It went right to the app. I was able to pay for my parking, went inside to the service, and apparently it was for 2 hours, but there was no way for me to go back on without going back and adding. It's not like a meter that you could add.
So it's not like the Park It app where you just add time?
No.
I never used Spot Hero. So
this was I didn't even know. That wasn't Spot Hero. It was the private parking lot in the street, in the lot across the street from Old St. Pat's Church. And so yesterday...
So wait, you couldn't go back on after you scanned that and
it wasn't like
time?
It was one of my regular apps. So first of all, I'm in a funeral.
I know.
I'm not on my phone.
I know.
I'm not thinking about I only have 2 hours.
Right.
I wasn't sitting there thinking, I got to make sure my parking. It didn't even cross my mind. I get in the mail yesterday a $100.
That's steep.
100 as if I parked there and didn't pay anything.
Yeah, right. That's brutal.
wasn't trying to get away
Wait,
with
is that
something.
a city of Chicago
No,
ticket?
It's
No, this
not
is
a
like the
city of-
private.
It's a private parking
what a
lot
racket.
across from Old St. Pat's.
That's a racket.
I was
Oh, is that where the
livid.
funeral was? It was at Old St. Pat's?
Yeah.
That's a racket. So this oh my God.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a racket.
Oh, yeah. And so because it was a private lot that you took the picture of the QR code, it wasn't like an iPark-It app. It wasn't a Spot Hero app. It was a random, pay for your parking.
Oh, my God. Now you gotta pay
$100.
$100. You can't even fight that.
I called them.
Oh, you did?
I called them yesterday. I got a call back from India.
All right. That sounds about right. Outsourcing.
I'm telling
and they probably told you, go spit. I mean, hey, pay it or that,
Well, if
what
I
do they do? What's their recourse?
feel
they come
like-
out, they put collections on you for.
I feel like the president of the United States. I couldn't understand anything. Did you see that? Did you see the press conference yesterday?
didn't see it, no.
As he's getting on Air Force One, he was asked questions by a couple of different media members, international.
And he said, I couldn't.
And he starts with the first woman, and he's like, I can't understand you. And then she repeats the question. And he goes, I can't understand you. Where are you from? Where are you from? And then goes to the next person. Again, I can't understand. I can't understand. That was me yesterday on the phone with this parking across from Old St. Pat's.
That's brutal.
I was like, I can't understand you. I can't understand you. I'm telling you. You think she cares that I work at ESPN 1000?
I don't care one bit. What do you mean, please?
Do you think they use the ESPN Chicago app?
No. My guess is probably not. Well, Spot Hero is trying to make right by everybody. Some people said they're still waiting there for their refunds, but the people at least
How much did that cost them?
Well, I mean,
when you get your car towed like that.
The impound has got to be, I bet you it's at least a hundo to get your car.
Oh, it's got to be a couple hundred.
I mean, I haven't, knock on wood, I haven't had my car towed in some years. I mean, I'm also not downtown much anymore.
It's got to be a couple $100.
I'm parking in the garage here, and I don't live in the city anymore. But it's got to be a couple. I bet you're right. I mean, it's got to be a couple $100 to get it out of impound.
I was leaving.
They're refunding them.
I was leaving the station after the Monday night game, and if you take the Eisenhower at 12:30 in the morning, you know what I saw? I saw drag racing in and out, and it was a van. It was yes, it was crazy. Drag racing. And then I see another, like, in my rear view, and the lights are, like, over my head. So I'm like, is this a truck? What is it?
What in the world?
It was a tow truck. He went on the side shoulder, and he was doing the same thing. He was racing these guys.
Was he chasing him, or was he? Tow truck.
A tow truck.
Sounds like the Transformers or something. Maybe it was Optimus Prime.
I swear to God.
Hey, they say aliens are real, so we're going to brunch rush it coming up next. We'll go around the NFL a little bit. Todd Furman will join us live in Vegas in 30 minutes. Peggy's in for Yerk. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Live from Cleveland, it's White Sox and Guardians. Coverage starts today at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
All right, guys, you know me. I'm all about the details. That's why I go to White Buffalo Barbershop. I was just there this week. Fresh cut, whatever you're looking for. That sharp cut, a clean shave, a beard trim, hot towel. Don't skip the shampoo and conditioner. It is worth it. The whole deal, they got you covered. You feel like $1 million. That's what they're striving for. They're part of the Zazu Salons family, so you can book your appointment right through the Zazu Salons app. This is how a haircut should be. They do kids' cuts as well. White Buffalo isn't just a barbershop. It's an experience, you guys. Trust me. I'm there all the time. I'm a regular once a month, like clockwork. Born original, just like you. Spots in LaGrange and Hinsdale. In fact, the new Hinsdale location is now open, and there's a big official grand opening ribbon cutting next Thursday, September 18th. And I'm going to be hanging out there for a little bit in the afternoon. They've got food and drinks, and it's going to be great. So come by and say hi. Again, book on the Zazu Salons app. That's ZAZU, or go to whitebuffalobarbershop.com. Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Finish up projects with GE-branded silicone sealants. Tub and tile silicone is 100% waterproof and offers same-day water readiness, making it perfect to use in kitchens and bathrooms. Shop our selection of GE sealants in-store and on Menards.com and save big. Plus, check out the weekly flyer to view all of our other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers the legend Red Bull Original and Rookie Red Bull Zero. Get 3 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Summer's here, Chicago. If you're in an accident, call Postman Law. Over $3 billion recovered. We fight for what you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Let's shoot around the NFL a little bit in week 2. Talking football. Packers start week 2 with a win last night and another very dominant, impressive performance. The Packers last year were top 5 in TFLs. I think they had 95 of them. They are on pace for 102 this year. Yeah, they are doing it right now with that defensive line. And Micah Parsons is just a real game changer. So the Packer 2-0 against NFC contenders, beating the Lions and Washington. They're on the road in Cleveland for week 3. Let's look at some of the other big games. It's time for the brunch rush, and on Fridays we like to just kind of spray around the NFL.
All right, grab your mimosas.
All right, yes, it's grab a mimosa. It is Friday with a little splash of Dr. Pepper on top. We
sure,
call that
of course.
Dr. Pepper float in the mimosa.
It is, after all, it is a Dr. Pepper Friday.
That's right, Adam.
One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper, bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a pepper thing.
On second thought, just have a sidecar Dr. Pepper. The more I think about it, Dr. Pepper and orange juice, that's probably not good. Just keep a sidecar Dr. Pepper next
Yeah.
to your mimosa. Just do that.
Fine with that as a chaser.
Yes, as the chaser. Yes,
Good with that.
Of course.
Good
All right,
with that.
where are we starting?
Let's start in let's go NFC East.
Okay.
Giants and Cowboys.
You know the Giants have
Because
lost.
the Bears play the Cowboys next week, so we
They
gotta
do.
do some advanced scouting.
The Giants have lost 8 in a row to the Cowboys. Can you imagine losing 8 in a row to a division? Oh wait, the Bears lost 10 in a row to the Packers. How do you lose that many in a row to a division opponent? It's complete ineptitude. Maybe the Giants respond here. They were terrible in week 1. Like a fool, I was on the Giants in week 1. And not good. I was on both New York teams. The Jets was a nice win. The Giants, no. I don't know what Brian Daboll's doing, Peggy. He should fire himself.
Well, he is in charge. He is in charge. We saw that. We saw that. It was in plain view when they were on Hard Knocks.
I don't know what you're trying to squeeze out of Russell Wilson at this point. You drafted a kid in the first round. Play him. What are you doing? Is Russell Wilson going to help save your job? Really? That's where you're putting your trust and your faith? They were so inept in the red zone. It was it was actually hilarious. It was hilarious. It looked like a Three Stooges episode. I mean, that's how dumb it was. What they were trying to do in the red zone. And were they the only team to not score a touchdown in week 1, guys? I think they were, right?
I believe so.
I think they were the only team to not score a touchdown. Maybe they bounce back here. I won't make a bet on this game because this is where a team like the Giants that got absolutely embarrassed in week 1 musters up a little bit of an effort in week 2. They are playing on the road again. They do have to go to Dallas. I won't touch that game. I would think Dallas wins, especially with a little extra time to prepare. And I thought Dallas's offense looked good. I would anticipate it to continue to look good. And I'm not sure the Giants can cover. I love their front four. I don't love their secondary. They couldn't cover. They couldn't tackle last week, and they were terrible on offense. Other than that, they're just fine. But not a game I'll play. You made me pick a pick. If you made me pick a side, excuse me, pick a pick. If you made me pick a side, I'd probably say take the points in that one. But that's a hard pass for me in that game.
All right. It's tough to say must win in week 2, but it might be must win in week 2 for the Patriots and the Dolphins.
Yeah.
For both these teams here.
Yeah.
Dolphins are a 1.5 point home favorite.
Remember what the after the Dolphins were here and they had the practice?
They said the Bears were fake tough and all this kind of stuff. Yeah.
They were fake tough.
They hit too hard.
And they were really upset about the Bears taking practice too seriously. And it was like, I think there's some cracks here in this foundation.
Bad vibes about that whole team.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll give him one more week, and let's see. If it looks like last week, Mike McDaniel's going to be out very soon, and that's a team that's just going to completely mail it in. Let's see what kind of effort. So another game that I won't tussle with because I think it's a tough read. I think Miami's the side, but after what I saw last week, that'd be a tough bet to make. I will tell you this, going back to 2013, it's a lot of Tom Brady years when you think about it, guys. The Dolphins are 10-2 at home against the Patriots.
Oh, wow.
Going back to 2013. I think the Dolphins are the side here, but again, after what I saw last week, they will not be getting my money. I'll be on the sidelines for this one. I'm interested to see, though, how they respond. And is there like a circle the wagons moment? Are they listening to Mike McDaniel at all? If the effort's better, okay, and maybe you think Miami can bounce back here a little bit. But if it looks like last week, Mike McDaniel's going to be out on his can very soon.
Before Brian Daboll?
If it looks
the two
like
of them are chasing each other out the door.
Yeah, if it looks like last week, Peg, I think it's going to be pretty soon in Miami. I don't know that he'd make October. I don't think he'd make mid-October. If it looks like it did last week, that was a joke. I mean, as much as the Giants were a joke, that was a complete embarrassment by the Miami Dolphins against Daniel Jones. I mean, come on. All right, next game.
I'm sure, obviously our attention will be on the Bears game, but other than the games that I mentioned and the Bears game in the noon window, not a lot of great games.
Jags Bengals is kind of interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I guess there two teams that won last week, but the Bengals are a 3.5 point favorite. Okay, I will say this: the 3 o'clock game, there's 2 3 o'clock games, one 3:25 game, obviously rematch of the Super Bowl. But I didn't think that this would be an intriguing game going into Week 1. But did Daniel Jones surprise all of us?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. And the Broncos and the Colts is now a game as Denver is a 1.5 point road favorite here for Broncos and Colts.
You can't believe that Daniel Jones is really right
This week you'll see.
Yeah,
That Denver defense is off.
Do you bite on how good he looked? Like, no, he's still Daniel Jones.
I am, believe it or not, I have been a big Shane Steichen fan, but in the last couple of years, how can you not waver off of that a little bit? So I guess to your point, like, I'll give Steichen the small sliver of the benefit of the doubt and see if he can fix Daniel Jones a little. Problem is, while the left side of that O-line is still very good and is pretty much world-class in Indy, they've got some moving parts there. They lost 2 guys in free agency. There's still some youth and inexperience on that line, and they're facing a totally different animal this week. Defense generally travels. I think Denver wins that game. I just like Denver's defense so much. Bo Nix did not play well in Week 1. For all the hype and all the raving about Bo Nix, he did not play well in Week 1. So see if Sean gets that thing back on track with the offense this week. But I trust that defense. I think it's going to look a lot different in Indy this weekend. That would be my guess with that Denver D. So if Daniel Jones does it against this defense, then we'll start to say, maybe he is fixed.
He's going to be like the Baker Mayfield of it just took a few years.
Maybe. I'll believe that when I see it. Got to make me a believer on that one.
Man, if they can fix Daniel Jones, you better give Caleb some time.
Well, yeah, but sometimes that takes a change of scenery, though. You know, you think about Baker changing teams a lot, and Daniel Jones.
Then which quarterback
Daniel Jones
are the Bears going to get? Which quarterback are the Bears going to get to change their scenery?
Is this team 3 for Daniel Jones, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, because he was on Minnesota last year.
All
right, so which Minnesota cast off are we going to fix?
Oh, boy.
Which Kevin O'Connell
Sam
cast
Darnold
off?
will somehow make his way. He'll make his way here, yeah.
Let's see.
Daniel Jones was he in New York last year? I thought you were right.
No, he was a Viking last year for a little bit.
I thought he was too.
Oh, yeah, because he picked.
Yeah,
right?
He had
but
his
he never
choice.
played. But he never
played. No, he
but
went
was,
there. Yeah,
he was in Minnesota.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to go to a team that had a chance of winning.
So team 3. Yeah. All right. Next.
Panthers Cardinals is bad. So we go to a rematch of the Super Bowl between the Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs.
You know how many times Mahomes has been an underdog at home in his career, Peg? Once. It's like you were thinking about a guess. I'll just tell you. Once. Patrick Mahomes has been an underdog once.
He's back here holding up the 0. And he went, nope.
Once. This might be the second time. It probably will be. I would think the Eagles are still going to go off as a small favorite. It's probably going to be the second time ever Mahomes is a home underdog. He also very rarely goes on losing streaks. He is 19-4 straight up off of a loss. And his team doesn't usually lose back-to-back games. That said, they've lost Xavier Worthy. They still don't have Rashee Rice. I did not think they looked particularly good offensively, especially in the first half. I guess maybe you say they got some things right in the second half. But I thought he missed some throws, and I thought they were sloppy in the first half in Brazil last week. Traveling back from Brazil, this is a tough game for me.
To have a Super Bowl repeat so early, the matchup so early in the season, it doesn't happen this often where it's week 2 like this, but I think it's like 70% of the Super Bowl winners wins the matchup.
That would be the Eagles.
The repeat matchup.
Tough one here. Very tough one in a lot of ways. I don't know when we're going to see Kansas City be explosive offensively again. You know, maybe it'll be later in the year when Rashee Rice is back and if they can get Xavier Worthy back from the shoulder and up to speed. But now you're relying on Hollywood Brown.
Okay. A lot of talking here. There's a lot of talking. We did this for 2 weeks before the Super Bowl. And then it was just very obvious that we should have all just been picking the Eagles.
It was very obvious who the better team was. It was very obvious
and
who
they
had,
still are.
It was very obvious who had the strength. And that
they
was
still are.
That was the Eagles' D-line. Although that Eagles D-line is different now. Now Jalen Carter's going to play. It is different.
It's only a point and a half.
There's no Josh Sweat. There's no Milton Williams.
You can't tell me that the Eagles still aren't at least 3 points better than the Chiefs.
My power ranking would have the Eagles power rated considerably higher than the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
Right now. Adjusting for home field and the situation.
And how much is that worth now?
It gets close.
Okay.
Yeah, it gets
it's
close.
Still 3 points better.
I wouldn't, the thing is, it's like you're really not getting a lot of points. You're going to get a point or a point and a half, but it is always a little juicy to take Mahomes as an underdog. But yeah, I have February in my mind, to Adam's point. It's like they ran roughshod over them. So another game I will be on the sidelines for, just sitting back and enjoying in the afternoon.
Yeah.
That's no fun.
Bet smartly. I mean, what do you want from me?
That's no fun.
You know what I do like in this game? But the problem is you're not going to get 47 anymore. I like under 47. You're not going to get 47 anymore.
46 and a half, I'm seeing.
Well, I like under 40. All right. I mean,
by half a point. Be a man.
Yeah. I'm telling you, under 47, I kind of like it. But
all right, real quick, the night game. The Falcons head to Minnesota. That is the Sunday Night Football game.
Here's a game I won't be on the sideline for. I like the Falcons here.
Ooh, really?
3.5, getting 3.5?
I like it over the hook. I really do. I think there are some significant injuries in Minnesota. We told you about Blake Cashman. Andrew Van Ginkel's in concussion protocol. And if we've learned anything about the way the league has and teams have to handle it this day and age, you miss practice and you're in concussion protocol, you're pretty much going to miss a game.
Yes.
Harrison Phillips has been dealing with whatever issue he's been dealing with. He didn't play last week. Darrisaw's going to be back, which is good for them. But that's a lot that they've lost off of that defense, I think. And maybe it's not easy to run against them, and Bears fans know it. But maybe Bijan and that running game find some success and find some good spots to keep Michael Penix in manageable situations. I like the Falcons, actually. The Vikings had the worst. It probably won't come as a surprise. We told people Bears receivers had the best average separation per attempt of any team in the league last week. You know who graded out dead last in coverage for week 1 in the NFL? The Vikings.
Wow.
And Drake London's good to go, and it looks like he's going to play. And with all the injuries on that Viking defense, I'll take the Falcons plus the 3.5. So that's not a game I'll be on the sideline for. I kind of like the Falcons this week in the Sunday nighter. I think there's some significant injuries to that Vikings D that could make that a very, very interesting and tight game. All right. Anything else, Adam?
That's the
There's
brunch rush.
the brunch rush. Mike North will give us a bonus play. Then Todd Furman goes around the games with us, including a couple of the big college games this weekend. Notre Dame's got a big game at home off the bye against A&M. We'll do that just after 11. Mike North is next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, football fans, time to get out of the house and watch some Sunday football with me, your pal, Tom Waddle. I'll be at the Hooters located by O'Hare on Higgins Road this Sunday to watch our guys battle Detroit. Kickoff is at noon. I'll be there at 1 to join the fun. Let's sample Hooters wings, pretzels, cold beer, and let's cheer our team to a big victory. And I'll be giving out Hooters gift cards throughout the game. So join me Sunday for the Chicago-Detroit game at Hooters on Higgins Road. Please enjoy responsibly.
All right, let's be honest. Game day isn't just about football. It's about the food. And for me, that means Nancy's Pizza. Your game day might include putting your favorite jersey on, the remote in hand, but also make sure Nancy's Pizza is front and center. Whether it's with the crew or you're flying solo, nothing beats that crispy crust molten blend of mozzarella cheese and those legendary toppings. Nancy's has been doing it right since 1971. Make Nancy's Pizza part of your game day routine. Order now at nancyspizza.com or go to their flagship restaurant in the West Loop.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. In football, speed and quick decision-making change the game. The same's true for business. Cyber threats move fast, and you can't afford to play catch-up. That's why companies trust Trend Micro. With AI-powered proactive security, they detect and stop threats in real time before they ever slow your team down. Trusted by enterprises worldwide, backed by over 35 years of innovation, Trend Micro helps your business stay fast, agile, and secure. Cyber threats move fast. Trend Micro moves faster. Go to trendmicro.com to see for yourself.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
IKEA is turning 40, and they're giving you the presents. From now to September 23rd, IKEA is celebrating with a huge gift card giveaway. Every day, 3 times a day, 40 lucky winners will score an IKEA gift card worth anywhere from $5 to $500. That's right, 120 winners every day at every store. Join the celebration and win. Visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook or IKEA.us for more information. Must be an IKEA family member to participate. One gift card per IKEA family membership during the promotion.
Howard, got a question. It's fall. I'm on the road.
Beautiful. Michigan's calling.
It was Wisconsin.
Okay, the point.
Some guy behind me admiring a sugar maple rear ends me.
Been there. What happens, Howard, when you're hurt and you're out of state?
Hopefully you'll never experience peak color and pain, guys. But if you're injured, out of town, I can most likely assist. Aiken Law is attorneys licensed in all contiguous states and referring attorneys across the U.S.
So you could still help me out.
312-6 million.
Howard Ankin is our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Holding. Defense.
The ref totally blew that call.
Oh, I'm sure he'll make the right call next time.
It's too late. It cost us the game.
Well, it's just one game.
That loss eliminated us from the playoffs.
Oh, the playoffs are on so late. Now you'll be well rested.
Okay, I need you to stop talking now.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
1/3 of Illinois State University students graduate with zero debt, and Redbirds go on to earn $15,000 more a year than the national average just a few years out of school. Get real return on your investment. Apply today to start creating your legacy at illinoisstate.edu/apply.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Ben Johnson meets the media in about 30. You will hear the coach's update ahead of the Week 2 matchup in Detroit right here in your home for Bears football. It's Carmen and Yurk. Yurk will be back Monday. He'll be on Sunday, obviously, with Peggy for postgame. Peggy's in for Yurk today. Let's get out to the Yuengling guest hotline and say hi to Mike North as we get the bonus play. Mike and I will record odds couple as soon as we're done. It'll be up a little bit later this afternoon on the ESPN Chicago app. Full Week 2 breakdown and some college talk as well. Mikey, what's up, my man?
Oh, I'll tell you what. I wasn't up with the bonus play, Carmen. Good to talk to you, Peg, also. 1-3 last week, but 0-2 with the bonus pick. And I couldn't have picked two worse teams. I mean, Carolina and Miami, my God.
Miami.
I mean, if that's the direction we're going here, it's not going to be called bonus play much longer. But we're going to rebound like we always do. And I'll tell you, there's a couple games that are sticking out to me right now, folks. First of all, you have the Indianapolis Colts playing the Denver Broncos. Denver right now -1.5. Let me tell everybody this. You know, everybody's getting ready to get rid of the coach of the Miami Dolphins, not getting it done right. Well, let's give credit to the other team. And believe me when I tell you this, they dominated Miami. Miami wasn't as bad as the other team made them look. So I'm going to take Indianapolis plus the 1.5. Tyler Warren was the best tight end
Yeah, he was.
coming out of the draft last week. Shane Steichen, they just seem to have a little mojo. Of course, Danny Dimes. So that's the first pick. And then the second pick, guys, you're going to have to prove it to me. Everything that I charted points to the Philadelphia Eagles should win this football game. You're going to have to prove it.
Yeah.
It's not like they don't have other receivers. I heard Xavier Worthy is going to be playing, or he did participate in practice, but he's got the bum shoulder.
Yeah.
But, Carm, prove it to me. I'm going to take Mahomes. He's only been an underdog, I think, twice at home in his career.
That's right.
So I'm going to take Kansas City getting the 1.5.
Kansas City, got it. All right. So one favorite, one dog. Mikey, we'll talk to you in a little bit for odds couple. All right, buddy?
You got it, buddy. Take care.
All right, there's Mike North with the bonus play. How about Tyler Warren last week? I think he had 7 catches, 4 moved the chains. I think he was the second leading receiver after Pittman. That was an impressive performance.
Yeah.
Let's get
we didn't
Colston
see the
involved.
tight ends. Didn't see them until the second half.
Let's get Colston involved a little bit more.
Yeah.
We will go around all the big games and get some expert handicapping from Todd Furman live in Vegas when we return in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, football fans, hike it into Hooters to watch all the games this season. Since 1983, our world-famous wings always win. Hooters has over 14 sauces and rubs to choose from. Or try one of our football specials like 10 buffalo shrimp or 3 chicken tender strips, both served with fries for a special price. Wash them down with a Big Daddy mug of Bud Light, Michelob Ultra, or Dos Equis, or a $6 legendary margarita. With 11 Chicagoland locations, there's a Hooters near you. Visit originalhooters.com to find yours today. Hooters, the original wing joint.
If you aren't sleeping well, you aren't ready for game day. If you're dealing with sinus pressure, your cheers won't be heard. Football season requires your attention to these details. That's why I recommend Sinus and Snoring MD. Their advanced, minimally invasive procedures and treatments help you breathe better, sleep better, and feel better. Be your best on game day. Visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today or call 847-545-0147. That's sinusandsnoringmd.com. Let's go.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Update your home's exterior with new gutters. They're essential for controlling rainwater runoff. White, black, and brown aluminum gutters are in stock and ready to take home today. Aluminum gutters are on sale now in store and on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer to view all our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Every White Sox win just got more meaningful. Postman Law is turning game day victories into real opportunities with the Postman Law Home Team Scholarship, adding $100 to the scholarship fund every time the White Sox win at home. Postman Law is proud to support students in our community. And now every cheer from the stands brings them closer to a brighter future. See how much your city has earned and apply now at postmanlaw.com/scholarship. Postman Law, your hometown personal injury team. This is attorney advertising.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope everyone's having a great day. Glorious outside again. It's going to be a mostly beautiful weekend, temperature-wise especially. Maybe some rain tomorrow in the morning, but it is glorious out. Hope everyone is enjoying the day so far. It's a Football Friday brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Bears Fridays brought to you by Dr. Pepper. One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize. Score Bears ticks with Dr. Pepper. Bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpeppersweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. Peggy's in for Yurko. It's Carmen and Yurk. Back out to the Yuengling guest hotline live in Vegas. We talk with one of our favorites and an expert handicapper. It is Todd Furman. You follow him on X at Todd Furman. What's up, my man? How you feeling going into week 2?
I am doing well, ladies and gents, but I just want to know if I can have the direct line to Yurko's agent, because if you can negotiate a Friday off the second week of the NFL season, I mean, that's an earlier bye than just about anybody, unless you're the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the earliest bye.
It is. He's special. That's right. And he's golfing. It's not like, it's a member guest, Todd. You can't miss the member guest at one of your best friends' country
priorities,
clubs.
Carm. It is priorities at the end of the day. And you know what? There's still a 50-50 shot, and I'll tell Yurko that he actually shows up when you guys have to do the live remote out here in Vegas at 7 a.m. He may decide he wants to go out there and play Shadow Creek if he has the opportunity to get an extra round in.
Great point. Yeah, I mean, I think he's on about 67 rounds of golf for the year, so he's good. Vegas is going to give him an opportunity to maybe golf a little bit more when the weather's nice at the end of the month. Unbelievable. All right, going into week 2, what's a good little piece of advice for people as we're still so early in the season, Todd, in terms of like how they maybe downgrade or upgrade certain teams, maybe how they're trying to find the right way to normalize some of the numbers that could be really skewed with one data point in their power rankings? Like, how do we attack it when it's still so early in the season?
That we still really don't know who a lot of these teams are just yet. And while Packers fans want to clamor that they have a direct line to Santa Clara, given their 2 defensive performances, you still have to kind of give it a little bit more time to see things play out. As we always say, Carm, no team is ever as good or as bad as they look through the first week of the season. I'm pretty sure the Cincinnati Bengals won't have another half all season where they only gain 11 yards of total offense. And I'm pretty sure that we won't get a Pittsburgh Steelers, New York Jets type replay where they would combine for 66 points. So always try and make sure that you give these teams a little bit more of an opportunity to prove their true mettle, whether they're good, whether they're bad, and take advantage of some of those overreactions or underreactions as the betting market, as the case may be.
So Bears-Lions for Week 2 in Ford Field. Strong numbers here for Detroit. 15-5 straight up at home the last 2 seasons. 7-0 straight up against the number. Off of a loss the last 2 seasons. I believe Goff 30-11 indoors over his last, 41 games. So a lot of strong numbers here on the Lions. This thing getting closer to the full touchdown, really 6 and 6.5, I think, in most places now. Will there be an appetite from pro bettors on the Bears, though? We know sometimes, and the Lions obviously lost in Week 1 too, but we know sometimes what this looks like, these 0-1 teams coming off of a loss, what it looks like getting this many points in Week 2.
The shortest number for the Bears headed to the Motor City in their last 3 trips. The Bears failed, of course, to beat the Lions in either of those 2 meetings, but did cover as an 8-point underdog in 2023 and then covered as a 10-point underdog a season ago. But as you mentioned, the Lions have kind of been the model and gold standard, so to speak, of resilience lately. I mean, the last 10 games following a loss, not only are the Lions a perfect 10-0 straight up, but they're outscoring their opponents by 2 touchdowns plus, 15.3 points per game, and they've gone 10-0 against the number during that span. Wow. So those numbers don't bode well for the Bears, but these aren't the same old Lions. Let's see if that Lions offense that lacked ingenuity, explosiveness, and some of the things that we've grown accustomed to under Ben Johnson's leadership can rebound, and how will the Bears fare playing in their second divisional game? Very quick turnaround here. No strong opinion for me with this game hovering in that 5.5, 6 range, but I can understand why this total opened a tick higher at 47.5 and why it's seeing a little bit of under money. We mentioned teams not knowing what they are. I'm not sure Bears fans or Lions fans know exactly what their teams are going to be this season, and this game's going to go a long way in telling us a lot more about both these franchises.
So Jags-Bengals, we saw Liam Cohen already in Week 1, I think, have the same philosophy that he had last year and what he was trying to do with Baker. Shorten up the 8 out a little bit, try to find some high completions for Trevor Lawrence. We'll see if he can get the best out of him. But the one thing that just jumps out to me, if anybody that wants to get involved with this game, continue to be the Bengals' struggles early in the season, Todd. And we saw it again last week. They spent all offseason talking about how they wanted to buck that trend. And we saw it last week. They should have lost that game outright if the Browns kicker can make a few kicks. 5-7 straight up, 4-7-1 against the spread since the start of 2022 in September. What is with the Bengals in these slow starts?
Yeah, I was hoping to steal one as somebody that's got a Bengals regular season win total ticket under the total. It would have been nice to be able to snatch one with a 5.5, 6-point underdog. But as you mentioned, Carm, look, preseason was a little bit different for Cincinnati. They thought they were going to be able to rectify the concerns that they've seen in the past with slow starts offensively, and it felt like it was more of the same, albeit in a victory rather than a loss. The betting market has responded quite favorably in favor of the Jags. This game, before we saw Week 1, would have been Bengals right around a 5.5, 6-point favorite, the total unchanged. But we have seen steady support for the Jags all week long. And you mentioned the impact of Liam Cohen. That was on full display as they got Travis Etienne involved. Yeah. Apparently they felt comfortable with the running back situation, that they were able to trade Tank Bigsby to Philadelphia. But the one thing for me, going back and watching that tape, I still didn't love what I saw from Trevor Lawrence. A little bit erratic with his throws. There was a decent amount of inaccuracy, especially targeting his true number one. And Liam Cohen didn't really mince words, saying they have to get the ball to Brian Thomas Jr. And I think when a coach says that with an offensive-minded philosophy, when he was the OC in Tampa, they said that about Mike Evans and Godwin. They made a concerted effort to make that happen. So I think Brian Thomas Jr. is the way to attack this game. Looking to bet him over his receiving yardage prop. Widely available in the high 60s, low 70s. I think he has an excellent chance to break out this week and look like the receiver that a lot of fantasy owners drafted as their true wide receiver one.
I like that. And only one catch in Week 1 for Brian Thomas.
He had a touchdown on a 9-yard end around, just like everyone who bet him for the anytime touchdown market would have imagined.
It was his only target. Oh, my goodness gracious, too. One target in the receiving game last week. We're talking to Todd Furman. He did have the touchdown, obviously, on the end around, too, like Todd said. I like the philosophy there. We're talking to Todd Furman. It's Carmen New York. Peggy is in for Yurko. big game of the week in the afternoon window, of course, is going to be the Eagles and the Chiefs. It's very rare to see Mahomes as an underdog at home. This will be only the second time. I guess there is an outside chance that Worthy plays. Right now they're passing on surgery. He practiced in a limited capacity. We've seen here in Chicago guys with these shoulder injuries, wide receivers try to play. Anthony Miller comes to mind from a few years ago. I mean, it's tough sledding. I don't know what to expect even if he is out on the field. But at what point can we start trusting this Kansas City offense again, Todd?
Yeah, I don't expect to see Xavier Worthy out there. It would feel a bit premature for me to run him back out there. I know Kansas City, for the first time in an eternity, potentially staring down the barrel of an 0-2 start, but need we remember last year the Ravens did something very similar, and their season ended up okay before that Mark Andrews drop in Buffalo in the postseason. But this Chiefs offense has no doubt lacked some of that big play potential, although you did see them take more deep shots in their season opener against the Chargers than what we grew accustomed to last year. Patrick Mahomes just wasn't really able to connect with Tyquan Thornton. And then with the absence of Xavier Worthy, they kind of, were a little bit hamstrung in that regard. In comes Philadelphia with extra time to prepare. They do get the extra day of rest, didn't have that long travel back from South America. But the Eagles didn't exactly wow in their offensive display against the Cowboys either. And Philadelphia has some questions, in my opinion, that have to be answered defensively, more so at the second and third levels. You mentioned Patrick Mahomes is a home underdog. I can understand why people would gravitate towards that. I think the total at 47 is a bit rich. I have to imagine this game will be played a little bit tighter to the vest than what we saw in the Super Bowl. Then that 40-22 game would lean under here more so than getting involved to the side.
I agree with you. I was just saying that when we were going around the NFL last hour. I like under 47. How much wiggle room do people have? Like, where's the cutoff in that? Because I agree with you. I think it is an under, but where's the cutoff on that, Todd?
For me, I come in a little bit lower, and I know people look and go, wait, you're saying you only have 1.5 points of value. My number on the game is 45.5. But at 47 being a key number, you do have a little bit of wiggle there. So that would be the way that I would try and get involved with the marquee matchup, more so than trying to figure out how to split the atom, so to speak, and make sense of picking a side here. I guess if I had to take a side, it would be Kansas City more so than laying them one or even the pick 'em that's floating around for Philadelphia.
Games in Arrowhead the last two seasons, 13-6 to the under, so I definitely like that. A lot of injuries for the Vikings here. Van Ginkel in concussion protocol. I think if we've learned anything is that usually means probably no go for at least a week. Cashman they had to put on IR. Harrison Phillips has been dealing with his issues. Not Harrison Phillips, excuse me. They traded Harrison Phillips. Harrison Smith has been dealing with his issues. He didn't play last week here in Chicago. A lot of defensive injuries. They were still stout against the run, and maybe they do that against Bijan and the Falcons, but I think the Falcons took a lot of early money here. I think this thing opened closer to around 5.5, but still north of a field goal. Is there some value on the Falcons going on the road in Sunday Night Football?
Well, first things first, what I've learned from watching and handicapping the NFL for all these years is that apparently concussion protocol takes longer to get through during the late summer and early fall, and concussion protocol just gets sped up the colder the weather gets, because in January you'd be amazed how many guys get back on the field after only 5 or 6 days.
Good point.
But in this spot, I do think Andrew Van Ginkel does not play. You mentioned Blake Cashman going on IR. And why are those guys so important as linebackers? Because Atlanta runs a zone running attack, and when you don't have linebackers that can free flow to the football, it really changes the dynamic of what you can do on the defensive side, and that's the big reason that we have seen, to your point, Carm, not just one wave of support on the Atlanta Falcons that came in with them as a 4.5, 5-point dogs, but a second wave that came in at +4, driving this number closer to that field goal threshold. Again, you have a team that's a little bit more desperate, who was, in my box score, the right side winner. Actually, Atlanta played out to a 4-point win against against the Bucks, despite losing 23-20 on the scoreboard. Minnesota, a little bit fortunate with their comeback at the expense of the Bears. So I can understand why Atlanta is taking money here. Would lean underdog and under in this contest. I think this Falcons defense is a group that trends up. Yeah. My biggest fear in all this is I just don't love what I've seen from the Falcons play calling in the grand scheme of it. And against a Brian Flores attacking defense, let's see how Michael Penix holds up under pressure.
Okay, another minute with Todd Furman, then we'll get some best plays. Big college game in South Bend. So a year ago, about this time, week 1, a year ago, I went against the Irish in College Station and got burned as they not only covered but won outright as an underdog. I think they won by 10 in that game. A revenge here on the mind, I guess, for A&M in a sense in South Bend. But what do we think about the Irish and the Aggies? Marcus Freeman has done wonders with extra time. And you made the joke about the early bye for Notre Dame, about as early as it's going to get. but he has really been good with extra time to prepare. His Irish have been very good in this spot.
He's been tremendous. Meanwhile, Mike Elko has done nothing but burn money at the window at the helm over his last 15 games as head coach of Texas A&M. And you look at the Aggies through 2 games, I mean, the defensive line has struggled to slow down running attacks from UTSA and Utah State. So I'd have to believe you're going to get a steady dose of Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, something that we didn't see in the opener. You love when a good coach has a chance to do some self-scouting early in the season and make those adjustments. But the one concern I have for Notre Dame is along that interior of the offensive line. If this group is going to perform much better against A&M than the daunting task they had against Miami, and maybe more importantly for the Irish, what this secondary will look like. Look, I thought there was going to be a slight downgrade when they lost their DC and Al Golden. They weren't able to slow down Malachi Toney and Carson Beck. In steps a pair of transfer wide receivers in Casey Concepcion from NC State and Mario Craver from Mississippi State that could pose fits for the Irish if Marcel Reed gets the ball out of his hands. At under a touchdown, I would lean towards the Irish, and I actually think this game is a sneaky over. We may see a lot more in the way of points this time around than what we saw in that 23-13 snooze fest between Marcus Freeman and company in their season opener last year.
Florida goes to Death Valley in Baton Rouge. What are we going to do with Billy Napier, Todd? What are we going to do?
I think that's the question everybody in and around the Florida program is wondering right around now. And last year he pulled a Houdini act, kind of saving his job. And then all the goodwill he had built up throughout the offseason went right out the window when you lose outright as an 18-point favorite against USF. Florida has taken money, 9.5, 10 you could have had earlier in the week. We're down to a full touchdown. Big concerns about LSU and their ability to show balance offensively. Cade Durham wasn't able to run the football against the vaunted defensive front of Louisiana Tech Bulldogs last week. Florida, a team that I have questions about on the offensive line, and at 7, no real strong opinion, but I did make a play myself on the total earlier in the week. Went under 48. I know there's 47s out there now. Still feel comfortable telling listeners if they want to get involved in that game to go under 47.
All right, sounds good. Any other best plays you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, we'll give you a couple in the NFL and a lean for some action tonight. We'll go to Monday Night Football between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Houston Texans. I know Todd Bowles has said Tristan Wirfs and Chris Godwin could return on Monday. I'm going to call that a long shot, and I think this Tampa offense is a little bit of smoke and mirrors without some of their weapons. The Texans' defense should be the strongest unit out there, and I don't think Houston waves the magic wand and fixes all that ails them in the ground game or the passing attack. So I'll go under the total in the first half at 21.5 in that game. I'll back the Jets as home underdogs, catching 6.5 against the Bills. Yep. Ed Oliver officially ruled out with that ankle injury. Looks like it's going to be multi-weeks. Real concerns about the Bills' defensive line and what they don't have in that safety room. Yes, the Jets aren't as dynamic as the Ravens running the football, but it's almost like a Lamar light attack. And I think the Jets' defense was embarrassed last week. They'll look better here, like the divisional home dog. And tonight, it is a scary favorite. I won't call it a best bet, but if folks are looking for action, I think you get a bounce-back effort from UCLA here after 2 poor performances to start the year. They were much better in the second half last week against UNLV. Defense looked more buttoned up. Nico appears to be getting a better grasp of the offense, and I think if they don't put forth a complete effort against New Mexico tonight, Deshaun Foster finds himself in big trouble. So I'll look to lay the 15 with UCLA. Won't call it a best bet, but pretty close. For a Friday night and a short slate.
Sounds good. Enjoy week 2, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
Always a pleasure, ladies and gents. You guys enjoy the football as well.
All right, Todd. There's Todd Furman at Todd Furman on X. Make sure you follow him. He'll join us at 11 each and every Friday. And he'll be live in Vegas when we're out there in a couple of weeks. He'll be hanging us. He's going to swing by early at Mandalay Bay. Ben Johnson will meet the media in a little bit. We'll carry that live when it happens. It's Carmen and Yurko. Peggy's in for Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Invite your ears to join us for Bears and Lions in Week 2. Not just the play-by-play of Joniak there and McKee at noon, but 4 hours pre and 4 hours post. Black and Abdalla hosts pregame tailgate at 8. Network pregame with Tom Waddle, Deion Miller, and Mark Silverman at 10. Postgame with Yurko and Peggy Kidzinski, and postgame with Jason McKee, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer. Listen on our app, AM or FM HD. It's Bears and Lions Sunday. Coverage starts at 8. Kickoff at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
College football is back.
Nothing like kicking off game day with an ice-cold Yuengling, crisp, classic, and always refreshing.
Whether you're in the stadium under the lights or gathered with friends for game day, Yuengling is the perfect companion for every college football fan.
And now Flight by Yuengling is a proud partner of Fighting Illini Athletics.
It makes sense. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, is all about tradition, and Illinois football in Champaign is one of the best traditions around.
Celebrate every touchdown and enjoy the taste of game day all season long.
And celebrate college football, good company, and Yuengling.
DG Yuengling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers the Legend Red Bull Original and Rookie Red Bull Zero. Get 3 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store.
$3 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $3 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Hey Chicago, it's Joe Aurelio, and if you haven't heard, we've created our new Poperoni Pizza to honor the Pope's most recent visit to Aurelio's Pizza in Homewood. It's now available at all 35 locations. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Yurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is breaking news on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000.
Breaking news brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee. I don't know what the breaking news is. What is it?
Yurko would be so mad about this.
Oh, is it baseball?
No.
Oh.
According to Jordan Schultz.
Oh, boy. Is it about the kicker?
Jake Moody is signing with the Bears practice squad.
Okay, well.
Really?
Boy, he stinks too.
Remember.
San Francisco. Yeah, it's a change of scenery.
He's got a leg.
Got a leg.
Change of scenery.
I've got a leg. That doesn't mean I got
two of them.
Jake Moody.
Some people got 3.
I don't know. Some people have 3. God bless.
Have 3.
God bless. Why they brought him back is beyond me. And then all he did was drive Shanahan crazy in week 1, and he cut his ass.
Wow.
But I guess it's, hey, light a little fire here.
I mean, he was replaced by Eddie Pinheiro.
Eddie Pinheiro still hanging around.
Eddie Pinheiro.
See, that's the thing.
Wait. Did San Francisco replace Moody with Eddie Pinheiro?
Yes.
That's my point.
Yes.
Is these guys are just moving or just shuffling around. You can't find another guy.
Right, especially this day and age with all the young guys that are just...
And you just can't find, like, we're going through and just
Power
finding
legs.
another guy.
Eddie Pinheiro. What?
Wow. Well, you know what? At least the Bears aren't messing around in the sense that they're sending the message. You messed up.
You messed up, Aaron.
But guess what? Richard Hightower...
Take your ass down to Oshag Hennessy's office.
Richard Hightower also messed up.
Yeah.
You believed your kicker when you should know the stats better.
Yes,
you should know how. And all they talked about, oh no, he came back with a much stronger leg.
Really?
Maybe not.
Eddie Pinheiro did kick last year for Carolina. You know how many times Eddie Pinheiro lined up for a 50-yarder last year? Twice.
The fact, though, that they signed him to the practice squad.
So Jake Moody was signed to the Bears practice squad, according to Jordan Schultz.
Yes. We haven't seen anything official. But
what does that indicate to you?
You're taking up a spot on the practice squad for another kicker. So is this just a left tackle ploy, a Theo Benedette ploy of trying to motivate? I think a kicker is much different. You either got it or you don't.
I'm with you.
And even though he's accurate, Kairos Santos, that first, 42-yard field goal? That barely made it. So you don't go back and you look at that film and you say, that's a little bit too close for comfort.
So you think it's, Cairo,
no,
you're on notice.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think because you don't waste a practice squad spot on a guy just to motivate your current
So then are they
starter.
waiting to see if he screws up again and that's it? Your ass is out?
They might just be laying claim to him. But that, to me, you don't waste a spot when you have offensive linemen, you have defensive line, you have defensive backs. I don't. Wow.
Is there a limit on?
Yes, there is actually.
Squad?
Yes, there is. I have to look up what those rules.
I figured there has to be. I just don't know what that is off the top of my head. To be honest, I don't know the rule.
I think it changed.
I figure there has to be a roster limit, obviously, but I don't know what that is. But that's interesting. Like, why are you doing it for that position? You're right. Find one and move and be done with it. And if that one doesn't get it done, guess what? Cut him and find the next one.
Yeah. That's really something. Okay, let's see.
He's been terrible.
They have more flexibility with using practice squad players now on game day. You can activate on game day before the team announces they're inactive, so that's 90 minutes. Okay. Each practice squad player is now able to be elevated up to 3 times a season. To be activated a 4th time, the player to be signed has to be signed to the regular roster. So it makes it easier for teams to have players they know and trust on game day.
Okay.
But this is a veteran free agent. Let's see.
Right. How does...
So before this, teams could have up to 4 players who had 2 years of NFL experience. Now teams can have 6 veterans with no limit on how many seasons they've accrued in the league.
Okay.
So that gives them the flexibility.
That's why they're doing it.
That's why they're doing it, yeah.
And like you said, lay your claim in case something happens here.
Yeah.
Jake Moody, in case you're wondering, had a pretty good year, a rookie year a couple of years ago. He was a disaster last year. Jake Moody was 4 of 9 on field goals of 50-plus yards. You can't do that in this league. And it was a problem for San Francisco last year, and it was maybe a surprise that they even said, well, we'll run it back, and it lasted all of 1 week because he stunk last week. And he almost cost him the game, so Shanahan cut him. He's 6 of 12 on kicks of 50 yards, 50%. He is money on extra points, so he's career, he's only missed 2. He's 94 of 96 on extra points. But he's 6 of 12 from 50, Peg. 6 of 12?
That's a placeholder right now until you find someone. Yeah, I'm with you guys. How can you not find in this day and age when the whole world is your oyster to finding a kicker? You're not limited just to colleges anymore. Like, you can go across the continent.
Go find a rugby kicker. Do they have kickers in rugby? I think they do. That's why these Aussies are good at it.
Yes.
Go find. Here's Ben Johnson meeting the media. We'll carry it live right here in your home for the Bears.
All right, good 2 or 3 days here of prep. We'll finish up our red zone process here today, and look forward to getting on the plane tomorrow and be ready to go. I know our guys are excited. They know what kind of hostile environment this is going to be, and really we'll find out a lot about our team, coaching staff and players, all of us, and it'll be a fun atmosphere. So I'll go ahead and open it up from there.
In the couple of years you spent with Jameer, what did you learn about what makes him so dangerous?
Speed, elite speed, probably the fastest in the NFL at his position, or top 3 for sure. He's got a chip on his shoulder, so he's got that dog mentality at that position. For a guy that's not overly big, he is extremely physical. He's a willing blocker. I think there's a perception that he is just a outside the tackles or space player, yet he can run duo as well as anybody. And that's what's really dangerous about him. He's not afraid to hit it in between the tackles, and yet if you give him a little cavity to the outside, he'll bounce it and make it a big play. So we've got to do a great job knowing where he is. I think they've made an emphasis on trying to get him the ball in space, and we're going to have to play phenomenal defense in terms of being sound with our execution of the call, but also we have to be able to rally to the football. I think that's what stood out on that Green Bay tape, was how that defense just swarmed to the football every single play.
What's his takeoff range, Coach? Like, in terms of you take rally to the football, like how fast can he get 0 to 60 before you guys?
Yeah, I think
be right there?
I think they have a couple players on that offense that are elite in this league in terms of start, stop, acceleration. And so until you're out there for the first time, it's you got to see it on tape, but we've been talking about it all week.
What do you have to worry about with Montgomery?
Montgomery is very similar mindset-wise. He's, heck, you guys know him really well. He's one of those guys that he likes to set the tone, wants to lower his shoulder, wants to be the spark, very dependable player. Really can't say enough good things. And so when you got 2 backs like that they're complementary of each other, they want each other to do well, it makes it really hard because there's always a threat on the field, regardless. And then they're dabbling around, having them both on the field at the same time, so which makes it even more challenging. So we're going to have to bottle these guys up as best as we can. We know this is going to be a very physical football game up front and with our perimeter players as well, and that's just how we like it.
Do you have a sense as to why the run defense fell off in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, towards the fourth quarter there, we just had some mental snafus with our run fits. I think that was probably more to go about it than anything else.
Ben, you've had 2 game weeks now with Caleb, one with a long build-up, one with a condensed week. What have you learned about the way that he handles the process of these weeks and going about his business?
I've been very happy with the process so far. He's very intentional with what he's doing. He's putting in the time. There are no shortcuts right now, and it's that balancing act for us as a staff. How much can we carry over from the previous plan, from training camp plays, where still having some designer plays that are in to attack that particular defense. And so we're finding that right level to where he can still play fast and confident football, but still give us enough in the arsenal for our guys to get the ball and do what they need to do. So I've been very happy with how he's been downloading the information. And I thought, for the most part, last week was really good for him. This week, on a shorter week, it's more challenging, particularly on the road on a silent cadence. And so there's more factors at play.
Have you learned anything this week, just guys absorbing a tough loss and just, I don't know, maybe a little carryover weight from just the losing that's gone on before? Have you seen any impact of that going into this week?
All I know is this, as we came in, the player day off was on Tuesday. When we came in Wednesday, we addressed the previous game, and then we turned the page really quickly. We have been all steam ahead on the Detroit Lions and how do we beat this particular football team. And I really haven't seen any moping or anything like that in the meantime.
Coach, you've spoken about, obviously you're going to be doing some things for the first time as a head coach. Now that you've had that game on your belt, what things have you learned about the process of, having these added responsibilities on games? I don't mean specific. You spoke to some of the things you said you kind of want to do differently, and that was very refreshing, by the way. But just in general, what did you learn about having other responsibilities other than offense and process on that side of the ball?
I don't know that I've learned a whole lot other than we've got some really good support system in place here with the assistant coaches and the guys up in the press box, and we just need to trust the process. We spent a lot of time in the springtime setting this thing up, and once we're clicking, and which they were all preseason, we just need to trust it, and we'll be in good shape.
I want to ask about the end game kickoff thing one more time.
Man, can we go on to the next game? I'm still on the.
With the new rules, when it doesn't land in the landing zone, it's a dead ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, could you just kick it anywhere, just
short
the 20, and the clock would have stopped?
Mm-hmm.
Was that considered at all?
Yeah, it was. Yep.
And
listen, last time I'm going to bring up last game, okay?
Yeah.
I got greedy and I wanted the extra 5 yards. That's why we tried to kick it out of the back of the end zone. Simple as that. Okay.
And with that said, have you had any additional conversations or taken any additional steps regarding the kicking game in Congress?
I don't know what you mean by that. We're always having conversations every week on the special teams and how we want to go into each week.
And what kind of with DA, some of the exotic looks, what have you I know you saw him obviously through camp, you've seen him throughout his career. From an offensive perspective, what challenges does that throw at certain teams when he kind of throws some different looks out there?
Yeah, I think it's very hard to prepare for. I remember going against him a couple years ago when he was in New Orleans, and you have to have a plan. He finds a way a lot of times to find a unblocked rusher, get to your quarterback, and so it's very stressful there for the blocking unit, particularly if you're in just a normal six-man pro, which most teams are on third down. So that pressure package is something that I think Johnny Moe and Dan over there in Detroit, they know pretty well. They're very familiar with from both their time in New Orleans as well. So I'm sure they'll have a plan for it. But DA's been doing this for a long time, and he's got some really good things in his arsenal.
Coach, in your experience with Jared Goff, what kind of motivation do you think he's taken from last week's performance? Didn't go maybe the way he wanted. That's going to come out against you guys.
I can't speak for him. I just know he's a very resilient individual, one of the most that I've been around in the NFL. He's been to the top, he's been to the bottom, and he certainly finds a way each week to come back and swing away. So I know we'll get the best version to compete against here this week.
And what's it been like with Jalen back on the field, assuming he's good to go? What kind of boost can that be for your defense?
Yeah, no, I think I'm very happy with him. He comes out, he's got a swagger to him, confidence. He's not afraid to talk a little bit. That's what I feel immediately is just the presence out there. And then when you watch the tape yesterday, he's very sticky. And so, we like to eliminate the space in our coverages. And so I think he's going to be a really good fit here for us this week.
How is TJ Edwards coming along?
TJ Edwards is coming along just fine.
And how does he look now compared to a week ago?
Very good.
I know you like to be where your feet are, but any thoughts or conversations about going to particularly a division, going to?
You're crazy right now. We're going to win this game.
Thanks, guys.
That's good. Thank you.
What was that question? Can anybody make that out?
About being worried about going in 0-2?
It was something about not to get ahead of yourself, but
because he said you're crazy right now.
Yeah. It was something about imagine falling to 0-2 in the division.
Yeah.
Okay, and he said you're crazy right now.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to think about losing.
I love that. Okay,
they're only focused on
the kicking thing. So he was obviously annoyed that he was being asked about it again. Now, unlike Dennis Allen, he has spoken about this, of course, because he meets the media more frequently. I get how he was a little annoyed, but there was something interesting there because I think that was Patrick Moody saying, did you contemplate, we've been saying all week you should have kicked that out of bounds. Did you contemplate kicking it short? Is that a dead ball by rule? And he said, yes. And Ben Johnson kind of got a little snippy and he said, this is the last time I'm talking about it. I got greedy and wanted the extra 5 yards. I think Ben Johnson has admitted, and I think he's trying to own it, that was a coaching mistake. Flat out, plain and simple. And we've been saying this now for 4 days. They made a coaching error on Monday night by asking a kicker who does not have a strong leg, can you kick it out of the end zone? Yeah. Oh, okay. Carmen, can you do advanced calculus for $1 million? Yeah, sure. Guess what I can't do for $1 million? Advanced calculus. Too stupid. Cairo Santos' leg is too weak. The Bears made a coaching error. Plain and simple. Fix it. That's why he was brought here, and that's why he's making $13 million a year. No more coaching mistakes. Matt Eberflus made plenty of those. Matt Nagy made plenty of those. No more coaching mistakes. And I think he just tried to own it. Last time I'm talking about it, I got greedy and wanted the 5 extra yards. Silliness. Let's all put it to bed now. I'm sorry.
Well,
kickers make us on edge anyway, but all right. I know we've talked about it a lot this week, but there you go. They've signed Jake Moody. He wouldn't address that. They tried to bring up the report from Jordan Schultz. He did not want to go there. He did that. I don't know what you're talking about. But there's a report that the Bears signed Jake Moody to their practice squad. So, all right, let's.
When you're in Chicago, and the problems that the Bears have had with coaching mistakes, you will get asked about it, and it will keep coming up. And so what he is going to learn real quick is this isn't Detroit when things are going good. The questions are always positive. This is Chicago where things have not gone well. So trends happen, and everyone keeps track of those trends.
Let's hope he's learned from it, Peg. That's the most important thing. And you could tell how annoyed and frustrated he was by the entire situation. I think he knows he screwed up. Let's hope he learned from it. Doesn't happen again. Okay, we move on. It's Carmen and Yurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Adding an extra burst to your weekend launch. It's Dr. Pepper Bears Friday on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Guys, it's Friday, and I just had the best damn chicken sandwich money can buy. That's right. I had some Fry the Coop. They dropped off some food for us today, and I couldn't wait until lunch. It's 11:30. That's right. I had my lunch. I couldn't wait. I had to get my hands on that chicken sandwich. They also brought up some fries, and they topped it off with some Vienna beef pickles because it made the sandwich that much better. Don't want a sandwich? They got you covered. They got tenders for yourself. They got nuggets for the kids. And now, of course, they've got some snack fraps that put that other place to shame. They got walking tacos as well. That's right. You want to walk around with a taco? They got walking tacos. It's not an actual taco. It's a walking taco. Go to the website, frythecoop.com. Figure out what it is for yourself. They're delicious. They're amazing. Get it now. Frythecoop.com. 10 Chicagoland locations so you can pick something up for yourself or for the family on your way home. It's Friday night. You don't want to do any cooking. Frythecoop.com. Pick something up for the family on your way home. Treat them to something delicious tonight. The best damn chicken sandwich money can buy. It's Fry the Coop Friday. Frythecoop.com today.
Summer is here, and so is the seasonal traffic. If you've been injured in an auto accident, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve. With over $3 billion recovered, we fight and win for you. Chicago, don't let an accident ruin your summer. If you've been injured, call Postman Law now at 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
Hawkauto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
When your cat's in me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Where the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheaper builder-grade windows. And WindowNation.com can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free, plus you won't make any payments for 2 years. No interest, no monthly payments, no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with everyday affordable prices, you'll save money for fall fun, too. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Yurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Rich Eisen coming up in about 15. Back to live and local programming for Bears and Lions preview in Week 2 in the NFL. At 2 with Bleck and Abdalla. Bleck's gone today, so it's going to be Abdalla and Shay. And then Waddle and Silvy up at 3. White Sox at Guardians. 5:30 pregame later tonight. All right, Peggy's in for Yurko, and it's the moment everybody's been waiting for. It is time for Yurko's keys to the game, as done by the one and only Peggy Kaczynski. And Yurko's keys are brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Week 2, Bears-Lions in Ford Field. Peggy, I ask you, what are the keys to the game? Wait, turn your mic on.
I am glad you asked. These are actually Pegco's keys to the game.
Got it. I like it.
Number 1, key number 1.
Number 1.
Control the line of scrimmage on offense.
Ah, yes.
The offensive line must buddy up and put Detroit and get the run game going. I have a key number 1A.
Oh, this is way too fancy and complicated.
Control the line of scrimmage on defense.
There we go.
The Bears have to sustain...
Yurko would easily make those 2 keys, though. You're doing way too much work.
They have to stop the rush for all 60 minutes of the game. They're going up a very banged-up offensive line in Detroit. So, yes, both lines of scrimmage the Bears must control. Now, key number 3.
What about you skipped over 2? You can have 1, 1A, and 2, can't you?
Well, sometimes that's... Okay, I'll do key number 2 then.
There you go.
There he is. There's Yurko. There he is.
I think I kind of sort of said it. Anyways, the defense has to stop
This would be just like
the
Yurko.
run game. Detroit,
yes.
The Lions need to get their run game going. They're going to give a heavy dose of handoffs to Gibbs and Montgomery. Don't let them. Please stop the run for the entire game. All right, now we get to key number 3.
There we go.
Ben Johnson, be creative on the play calling, especially in the run game. Let's see Kyle Monangai up the gut. Let's see him run between the tackles. Don't be everything in DeAndre Swift because it got a little bit, you could tell what they were going to do. So get creative in the run game. And my 4th and final key to the game.
Key number 4.
Caleb's got to be on point with the silent snap count. The offensive line has to be on the same page as Caleb. Play a no huddle, play a hurry up, keep their defense off, and no pre-snap penalties. Those, my friends, are Pegco's keys to the game.
True pro. Yurko couldn't have done it better himself. He would be so proud.
With screw-ups and everything. I tried, I grabbed the napkin that I was going to write on, but I used it.
Yeah. That's
my
perfect
face.
for Yurko. That's exactly what he would do. Fry the Coop brought sandwiches, so we have lunch. We are making a mess in here.
I know. It's so good, though.
The pickles, those Vienna. I've heard Joe on the commercials talking about those
pickles.
pickles. Man, oh man, they're good. I'm just eating the pickles over here, too.
I know.
Which is so freaking good. I love Fry the Coop. So we are making a mess. Look at the dirty napkins.
I
Peggy
know
and Aaron
there's
in there making an
I've got like
absolute
4 of them in the
mess.
garbage.
Do we have to take another break, or are we good till the top?
No, we got to take one more. Yeah, we got to take one more. Yeah, we got to take
All right,
one
take
more.
one more. We'll come back. We'll wrap it up. Final thoughts for Bears Lions. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
A 1-hour uninterrupted dose of Black and Abdalla. No breaks, no gimmicks.
Well, maybe a few gimmicks.
Well, you need a few gimmicks,
right?
But still uninterrupted.
Obviously.
And still pure, honest Black and Abdalla fun.
As it should be. Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox took another series, beating the Tampa Bay Rays 5-1 on Thursday afternoon in the rubber game. Shane Smith went 5 2/3 shutout innings to grab the victory. The White Sox have now won 9 of their last 11. And after making life difficult on one wild card hopeful, they'll try to do the same this weekend in Cleveland. Head to the ballpark next Saturday, September 20th, as the White Sox take on the San Diego Padres at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans 21 and over in attendance will receive a White Sox hockey jersey presented by Miller Lite. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hi, this is Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. With our biggest sale ever, furnaces from $39 a month, furnace and air conditioning combos from $59 a month, plus 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Four Seasons guaranteed to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000 guaranteed. So call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites.
Brother Justice American Single Malt Whiskey, your new game day go-to sip. Football's back, and so are game day rituals. Lucky jersey, comfy chair, and the perfect pour. Sip neat or for a next-level old-fashioned, Brother Justice is a guaranteed dram fine sip. Inspired by a real-life bootlegging monk, Brother Justice is handcrafted with 100% pale ale malted barley and aged in custom-charred white oak barrels. Don't settle for a backup bottle. Get Brother Justice today at Binny's or online at brotherjustice.com, brotherjustus.com.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Yurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
All right, final thoughts going into week 2, Bears and Lions. And, of course, pre starts the morning off in proper style here on your home for the Bears. Sunday morning at 8, Black and Abdalla. And then Waddle and Silvy and Dion will have your network pregame show. Game action live in Detroit with Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKee. Peggy and Yurko have the post, and then it's the post-game show with J-Mac and Meller and Pat, the designer. So a full day of Bears coverage and Bears action for you on your home for Bears football. Peggy and Dion are in Bolingbrook tomorrow at the Town Center for the big Bolingbrook Jubilee. Maybe a little rain in the morning. Don't let that deter you. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful all weekend. Temperature-wise, it's glorious. Food trucks and all kinds of fun. And you guys are out there live
Lots
tomorrow.
of fun.
So it'll be great. All right, final thoughts. Go ahead, Bears-Lions. What do you think?
I think the Bears have a lot to show us in this, but I just don't like the situation that they're going into. Not a Dan Campbell coach team that hasn't changed as much outside of their offensive line where you're seeing the holes. This could just be a pounded out game. That it's going to be settled in the trenches, period, end of story. I don't look at this as being one of those games that's going to be high scoring at all.
You don't, huh?
I really don't.
So you're like in the
even though
teens?
they're indoors, I just think the Lions, even though they are struggling, I see why you guys like them. I think this is a very difficult situation. The Bears have a lot to prove, and they just haven't given us a reason why we should believe them yet.
You make some good points. I'll say close one. I'll give you a weird score. I'll say Lions. I think more high scoring, though. I'll say Lions 26, Bears 24.
Oh, I'm going 17-14
So you are going ugly. Game.
Yeah.
Hey, both of us have the Bears to cover, though.
Yeah.
That means the Bears are in it with a chance. I had Monday as a win. I had this game written down as a loss all along. Maybe it'll just be flipped. Maybe they're 1-1 with the Cowboys coming to town. And I think everybody would feel better by the time you guys get on the air Sunday afternoon. You could exhale a little. Hey, all right, Bears just won an impressive road game inside the division. So we'll see. Thanks for listening today. Thanks for calling in today. Thank you to Mike North for joining us with the bonus play. Thanks to Todd Furman as always. And also Justin Pottinger and Adam Abdalla. So Abdalla's back in a little over an hour. It'll be Abdalla and Shay today as Chris is off. But back to live local programming after Rich Eisen's show coming up at 2. Black and Abdalla every day, 2 to 3, uninterrupted. Waddle and Silvy up at 3. White Sox baseball tonight. You know what the White Sox record is in their last 50 games?
25-25.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Same as the Detroit Tigers. The Sox are 500 in the second half.
How about that?
I know it's a low bar when we're going crazy for 500, but my God, I'm proud of my little babies are all grown up. They're all grown up. I'm very proud of my White Sox. Peggy.
It just took the second semester.
You're right, exactly. That's exactly right. Peg, thanks. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, guys.
Have fun tomorrow at Bolingbrook, and then have a good postgame, all right? Yurko's back on Monday. Everybody, enjoy the weekend of football, college and pro. Big game up on the lakefront. Oregon's in town against Northwestern. Enjoy the weekend, everybody. We will see you on Monday. Go Bears. Rich Eisen is next.
Since the Verdoliak Law Group opened its doors in 1963, we knew we wanted to be a firm that fights for the injured while putting our own money to work for our clients. Over the last several years, over 95% of the money we made has been contingent on our clients recovering money. We only win if our client wins. If not, we don't collect a fee and we lose our own money that we fronted on the case. Over the past 55 years, we've also learned what we are not. We're not a law firm that operates by billing you by the hour, nor do we cherry pick only multi-million-dollar cases. We won't turn away an injured client because his injuries are not catastrophic enough. We won't say, come back next time when someone dies or is paralyzed. Whether your case is worth $10,000 or $10 million, if we think we can help, we will help. We at the Verdoliak Law Group know exactly who we are. Without firms like us that put their own money on the line, injured people would consistently get less than they deserve. We are the Verdoliak Law Group. Call us at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
In football, the red zone is where games are won and lost. Same thing with retirement. The 5 years before and after you ride off into the sunset, that's your retirement red zone. And when it comes to navigating that critical window, you can trust Mitch Lyons and his team at Mitch Lyons Wealth. Mitch played in the NFL. He knows how to build a winning game plan for your future. Visit MitchLyonsWealth.com to make sure you have the income you need when you are done working. MitchLyonsWealth.com, your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Jordan Love's performance, how would you rate it?
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
On a beautiful play fake by Jordan Love.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Love takes, looks, throws slant right side, touchdown.
Earlier on the show, Steelers defensive tackle Cam Hayward. Coming up, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Actor Michael Chiklis. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show on this busy Friday is on the air on Disney Plus, on ESPN. The app can be seen everywhere. And, of course, ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Tom Pelissero, my colleague from NFL Network, will be joining us in 20 minutes' time. Lots to talk about with him. Jaden Reed broke his collarbone last night on a play that was a touchdown if it wasn't for a hold way back in the pocket. How long might he be out? Xavier Worthy, what's the scoop with him? As we're getting set for a Super Bowl rematch Sunday late afternoon on Fox. So there's those are just 2 items up for bids when Tom Pelissero joins us. Michael Chiklis will be joining us in studio in hour number 3. The Senior is available in theaters nationwide next Friday. He plays a 59-year-old college football playing senior, getting one last year of eligibility before he turns 60. And he's a diehard Patriot fan, so you and our guest, Christopher Brockman, will have lots to talk about.
Excited to see him.
The Miami Dolphins, by the way, had a players-only meeting on Tuesday. Did you hear about that one?
Week 2 players-only meetings.
Oh, it was week 1 and week 2.
Well, yeah, not great.
Players-only meeting.
All right. Not great.
Unless this is the turning point, Chris.
Can you turn a point in week 1 between 1 and 2? It's a little early for turning points.
September 9th.
Wow.
September 9th, players-only meeting. I mean, the only one who was, did anything too early so far in the NFL campaign, you'd say, is Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
That was fast.
He's your clubhouse.
I mean, September 9th, players-only meeting. It was that bad.
Yeah, it looked that bad.
It was that bad.
It was pretty bad.
And you could make the case out of any 0-1 team that needs the dub.
Ooh.
Every 0-1 team needs the dub.
In week 2?
if there's, and I mean, it's not a must-win because it's still week 2, but of all the 0-1 teams, no one wants to be 0-2. Period. Atlanta, Baltimore, Carolina, Chicago, Cleveland, Dallas, Detroit. That's up there too, right? Houston taking on Tampa on a Monday night.
Houston might be in
Kansas City. Haven't been 0-2 since Andy Reid's second year there, and he's in year 13
But
as
if
their
they
coach.
lose, you're not going to feel, that their season's over.
New England, New Orleans, Giants, Jets, Seattle, Tennessee. Out of all of them, does Miami need it the most?
Well, it just feels like
just to be dumb.
Well,
I guess because everybody just said it needs it.
But it just feels like
players only meeting.
The coach's seat is hot. Their players might be. They're making calls for Tyreek already.
We're assuming it's hot. We have no idea what Stephen Ross is thinking wherever he's sitting.
We are assuming it's
counting his money. But
he should do what another team owner does and, get on a microphone
get on the radio
week and then
just
let us
talk
know
every week.
what is on his mind.
Yeah.
And that way you won't have to speculate what he could or could not be thinking.
That's right.
I'm just saying they could do that.
That's one way to approach it.
Stephen Ross can get on 106.3 ESPN Radio West Palm.
Let's go. Hey, listen. The Washington Commanders went from didn't look impressive, but they still got it done type of win on Sunday to 5 days later. Man, they have the oldest roster in the league. What do you expect for a quick turnaround week? That's what they looked like. They looked old, even though they've got one of the best young quarterbacks we've seen in recent memory. A unicorn. But I'll tell you what, man.
Tell you what, man.
The Washington Commanders on Thursday night did, in fact, look undermanned and old. And now with Austin Eckler with a non-contact Achilles injury that we're expecting to be the absolute worst, you're sitting here wondering, why did they trade Brian Robinson away before the season?
Yeah.
Probably.
They love their rookie, Ja'Cory, don't call me Ja'Cory, call me Bill.
Yeah, Bill Krosky.
Bill Krosky Merritt. Damn glad to see you.
Yeah.
Who's going to run the ball for him? And if Jaden Daniels is being held to his second fewest rushing yards of his career in 22 career starts, and he and Terry McLaurin clearly needed more time, I guess, in the summer, that's why Jaden Daniels showed up at the podium last night and counseled calm. That's what the Packers just did to the Commanders. Hit it.
We got 10 games, 10 days to our next game, so there's nothing to dwell about it. It's early in the season. I wouldn't expect everybody in this locker room to hit a panic button. We faced a really good team, and we came up short. So we'll move on to the next game.
At some point, Jaden Daniels' halftime stats mirrored J.J. McCarthy's from the other night. It was brutal. And then, poor execution. Prior to halftime, well, they got the ball in the second half first. So they had the opportunity at the 2-minute warning, the 1:55 mark. They're on the plus side of the field. They're on the Packers' territory. And that commercial break on Prime Video, coming back, had an opportunity, score on either side of halftime, the old Patriot method, turning a game around. 14-3, you can turn a game around, score a touchdown here and a touchdown in your next possession, flip the table. Mm-hmm. And instead, they wound up letting the clock drip down all the way with their timeouts remaining to send their field goal kicker out for a 50-something yarder that was way further out than you're sitting there thinking, coming back from the 2-minute break, that they're going to get an opportunity. And then you had left enough time on the clock. The Packers almost were the team to walk away with 3 in that situation, but McManus missed. And then they got the ball on a great return to kick off the second half from Debo. And they got the ball on the plus side of the field again and came away with no points again. They had that opportunity to close the gap. And they got full Blutarski, 0, halftime 0. So they weren't executing it all. The run game, you got to wonder, who's going to be the guy? Do they still have the receipt from the deal to the Niners? Can they
take backsies?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Can we get a refund on this?
Jaden Daniels is right. There's 10 days until they welcome in Vegas. And we'll see on Monday night what Vegas looks like in a follow-up from their Week 1 win at New England before they visit Atlanta. And then the Chargers out here. I mean, they got to wind up, as we know, playing in division and playing the AFC West. I mean,
that front half of the schedule suddenly looks a little tougher.
And then they play the NFC North. They better run the ball, and they better get that connection going with McLaurin. And
well, it seems like you're going to see a lot of Debo maybe in the backfield now. He only has one rushing attempt in the 2 games. It did go for a touchdown in Week 1.
Yeah.
But, that's a guy he looks really good in his first 2 games.
Right.
I have him in fantasy. I know. You can put him back there and let him run the ball.
Well, I have Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin connected in fantasy. I'm about to go 0-2.
By the way, that hit Jaden Daniels took, there was one sack in particular where he landed on his head.
Oh, and an ankle, too, late in the game.
Well, I mean, that one just kind of turned on its own, tweaked it. But he said, I'm good afterwards, and there is 10 days, so I'm not concerned about that. But I'm just concerned about the offense missing a running attack and then missing another gear. If you can rush 4 and keep this guy in the pocket, did the Packers just offer a blueprint? Now, I don't know how good. Or is
Green Bay that good?
Or is Green Bay that good?
Yeah.
We're going to find that one out because they just did it to the Lions and then the Commanders within 5 days. The it being make him look totally pedestrian and wondering if there's any there.
Also, a blueprint only works if you have comparable.
Micah.
Yeah, and unless you have, a Rashawn Gary or a
guys.
Go ahead. I mean, or you have this guy and you got Micah. Oh my goodness!
Hey.
What are we doing? Some dance mix over there? All right.
We got a new board.
I thought Del Tufo was off today.
Del Tufo with me there.
We got a new board. It's okay.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. It's a Friday, which means it's time for What's More Likely for a Friday. Go ahead and hit it, Mike. Del Tufo's not here.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
All right. What do you got over there, Christopher?
It was just very Del Tufian what went on right there. Hey, everybody. Happy Friday.
Hey, what's up, Chris?
What's up, TJ? We saw it last night, guys. Who's more likely to win the NFC, the Packers or the field?
Oh, man.
Well, Rich, you and I both picked the same team to go to the Super Bowl.
No, I chose the Lions, which I'm wondering, and again, what the Packers chose.
And I chose the
what
Packers.
the Packers just did to the Lions in Week 1 makes me think when I get my mulligan on the Thanksgiving NFL game day morning, am I going to take it? But, I mean, this is kind of mixing overreaction Monday with what's more likely Friday.
A little bit.
And just the mere fact that I'll just take the field at this point in time. Just because. Because you're giving me 15 other teams against 1.
I'm giving you like 3 other teams.
You may say that.
Yeah.
You're giving me probably the Eagles.
Yeah.
An NFC West team and the Bucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe the Lions. I don't know.
So
we'll see.
And I chose the Lions, so I'm just going to take the field at this point in time. But it sure looks like as I said off the top, Packers through 5 days of the NFL season look like the best team in football.
Yeah, they got the second best odds right now.
What else, Chris?
Pretty fun. All right, big matchup in Kansas City. Is it more likely Saquon Barkley has more rushing yards or any 2 Chiefs pass catchers have more receiving yards?
Well, 2 combined passing yard leaders for the Chiefs better have more rushing yards than Saquon. They better.
Better and more likely are 2 different things.
No, so I'll go Chiefs receiving yards. Dory Jackson better have his head on a swivel because Andy Reid's going to go find him and baptize him on a Sunday.
With who?
Exactly why I picked up Hollywood Brown
Who's going to catch
yesterday.
the ball?
Hollywood Brown had 10 catches against the Chargers team that was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So
that's why I picked him.
And is Xavier Worthy going to play?
Oh, I don't think so.
I would say probably not.
I don't know.
Might be a couple weeks.
Well, ask Tom, who's got. I mean, I don't know.
Tom will know, obviously.
I mean, Andy Reid's not ruled him out. Has he been out? Has he been ruled out as of this taping?
He has
Recording?
not. He has not been ruled
So,
out.
The way he crumbled and went down.
Dude, just, I don't know.
But, Rich, if with an injury like that, wouldn't you want to sit him a week just to make sure he's a little bit more healthy?
I don't know. I mean, if he's feeling good and he's put him in a brace and give him some aspirin. That's what Mooch would say.
Pour some Robitussin on it? Like,
I hope not.
Put some tussin
doesn't have a cough.
Add water, shake it up, Robitussin. More likely to be the higher number in Tennessee. Jared versus sacks or Cam Ward TD passes?
Jared Ward sacks, Cam Ward TD passes.
I'll go Jared versus sacks.
Rams D is feisty.
They are indeed, sir. They are indeed.
That's a scary picture on the left, too.
It is indeed. I know. I'll go Jared versus sacks. How about them apples? Florida State versus Miami.
Oh, good call there.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Rivalry.
Could be a fun one in this AFC East matchup. AFC East QB with more rushing touchdowns on Sunday.
Oh, Allen or
Josh Allen or
Fields?
Justin Fields.
Ah.
I believe they both had, 2 last week?
AFC East quarterback with more rushing touchdowns Sunday. Josh Allen or Justin Fields. I'll go Justin Fields. Ed Oliver's out.
Ed Oliver.
Ed Oliver.
Right.
So I'll go Justin Fields here, man.
You going to take the Jets? You going to lone wolf?
Definitely not.
Gangrene on that one?
Absolutely not. I don't know. We're not picking Jets or Broncos or Rams or Jaguars games before we call the game.
Oh, interesting.
'Cause
Okay.
it's the two guys on half the set on game day morning is the boost for those two games. But
that makes sense.
There you go. What else you
All
got?
right, both these guys were a bit of a bummer last week. Wide receiver 1 to have the best bounce back game in a win. Brian Thomas Jr. or Jamar Chase?
Oh, gosh. I'll take Jamar Chase, brother. That's what I'll do. Good stuff, man.
It's a fun matchup. That could be a really fun game.
Travis Etienne
Really
after what he
fun
just
game.
did, and then Chase Brown.
A lot of fantasy players.
7
in this
yards.
game.
Brian Thomas's uniform number, the exact number of total yards the Bengals offense had in the second half in Cleveland.
That's really bad.
7. So,
really bad.
So I have a feeling Jamar Chase's first catch of the game will be, how about this? First snap of the game, more than 7 yards to Jamar Chase. I'll just throw that one out there.
Think we'll get Travis Hunter.
Maybe Travis Hunter will be on the field then, right?
Yeah, lined up against Chase.
Maybe so. What's more likely? Travis Hunter is lined up against Jamar Chase, or the Jaguars coach returns home from Cincinnati on the team plane?
See. Now, folks, that is Richard the King Pay.
No, it's not.
That's about a fourth
talking about the
reference.
last time Jacksonville was in Cincinnati. What happened?
Top of the petty.
Everything got flipped upside down for that organization. So, but Liam Cohen, just eyes on Liam Cohen as he's going through the airport there in Kentucky on the charter home.
Saying he should have a
keep your eyes peeled. Should I ask Tom Pelissero?
Does Liam Cohen own any bars in the greater
Columbus area? All right, what else you got, Chris?
Got AFC, more likely AFC contender who will have their hand most hovering over the panic button after a home loss on Sunday. Ooh. Chiefs or Ravens?
Oh, I'd go Chiefs. I don't think the Ravens losing to Cleveland is more likely than the Chiefs losing at home to the defending Super Bowl champs.
I'm saying, but whoever loses, if one of these teams do lose, say they both lose, who's panicking more?
Neither. And I refuse to endeavor that I must choose one to panic. Neither team will panic.
I mean, that's the idea of the game.
I understand what you're saying.
This game only works if you play
panic,
along.
not me. It's more likely the Chiefs lose at home to the Eagles than the Ravens lose at home to the Browns. Neither will hit a panic button. Neither will do so. Didn't the Ravens start 0-2 last year?
They did.
Because they followed up that Isaiah Likely toe out of bounds loss with a loss to the Raiders.
To the Raiders, yeah.
Because Devontae Adams went nuts. Yes, folks, that happened last year. And the Ravens wound up winning their division, making the playoffs. Yeah, bud, there's no panic in either side. What else you got?
What if the Browns score 40? I'd be pretty panicked if I was the Ravens then.
I wouldn't panic.
More likely NFC team to get got by a division foe at home to fall to 0-2, Lions or Cowboys?
Oh, I would go. I'll go Lions because the Cowboys haven't lost to the Giants in forever and a day.
Yeah, we're like
9
and
yeah.
last 10 or
right.
something.
By the way, excellent choice of photographs. Neither quarterback looks happy in this picture.
No, well, they both might be 0-2.
I'd go Lions, although I think both win.
Okay.
What else?
All right, last one. Unexpected Week 1 AFC QB darling to keep the hot hand. Aaron Rodgers or Daniel Jones?
Indianapolis is home against Denver. I'll go Rodgers. I mean, come on.
Seattle's defense?
Pretty good. I'm aware of it.
Pretty good last week.
I'm aware of it. And I know the Denver defense is pretty stout as well. I'll just go with Aaron Rodgers' track record. And just go track record. So, I mean, of all the things, Daniel Jones didn't finish the season in New York last year. It's just everyone else around Rodgers didn't finish in New York last year. Coach, GM, I'll just go Aaron Rodgers. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would.
Very good.
Okay.
And that's what's more likely on a Friday. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew, the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's 600-plus miles of range. Or is it the driver behind the wheel? It's all that and more. We know it. It's the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Tom Pelissero when we come back right here on The Rich Eisen Show. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's legendary deep dish. Leave it to Lou Malnati's for everything you need for a delicious dinner, from salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. Lou Malnati's is available for catering, delivery, dine-in, and private events. Order online at LouMalnati's.com or through the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's is here to serve you one deep dish at a time. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast-Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast-Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Another week in the books, and what a great week it was, including a 6-0 Saturday. That's right, guys, 6-0 Saturday with our top plays in college football. Are you ready to make money this year? Stop guessing and start winning. Go to FatJackSports.com, and it's less than $100 a week to make money. $3.99 for all the football through the end of the month, or $5.99 includes soccer, UFC, NFL props, and much more. Dial in today, FatJackSports.com to win. We won last week, and we're going to do it again.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox took another series, beating the Tampa Bay Rays 5-1 on Thursday afternoon in the rubber game. Shane Smith went 5 2/3 shutout innings to grab the victory. The White Sox have now won 9 of their last 11. And after making life difficult on one wild card hopeful, they'll try to do the same this weekend in Cleveland. Head to the ballpark next Saturday, September 20th, as the White Sox take on the San Diego Padres at 6:10 p.m. The first 15,000 fans 21 and over in attendance will receive a White Sox hockey jersey presented by Miller Lite. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/promos. This has been your White Sox Minute.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game. It's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor. Dr. Pepper. It's bold. It's original. It's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're cheering in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears and drink up. It's a pepper drink.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on PrizePicks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with PrizePicks, where it's good to be right.
Download the PrizePicks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
Courtney Cronin, the latest from Hallis Hall, and wherever Bears roam in Chicago. Be an informed fan with ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Costa Ivoni.
Do more, faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Bunch of home games backloaded. You know, their schedule is challenging even once you get past the bye here. But I mean, you look at who they've got upcoming here. You know, you don't sneeze at any of those matchups, but there's no reason the Vikings, you know, pending how they handle the international travel in the first ever 2-game international swing in NFL history, they could be sitting in a pretty good spot as they come back from that bye and get set to take on the champs and everyone else.
My colleague from NFL Network and NFL Plus, one of the co-hosts of The Insiders, Tom Pelissero, joining us here. Our ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, audience returned in the middle of you talking about what the Minnesota Vikings schedule is like moving on from this Sunday night against the Atlanta Falcons. Let's move to other matters at hand here in the National Football League. And, you know, obviously one first up, the San Francisco 49ers are going to be the first team to start a backup quarterback because of Brock Purdy's injuries. George Kittle already out on short-term injured reserve. What's going on there, and how quickly can everyone get back, do you think? Ayuk included, Tom?
Well, first of all, the 49ers have been in this spot before. You know, it's not every year, but there are certainly too many years where the 49ers were a week or two in the season and they've got one or more calamities that they're having to deal with from a health perspective, a roster perspective, or everything else. I mean, they lose their quarterback for somewhere, it's going to be multiple weeks. Doesn't sound like Brock Purdy goes on injured reserve, but you're talking about turf toe or a turf toe-like injury, which is where, and you can see the play where it happens, you know, his foot gets way overextended where it's supposed to actually bend with that big toe, that can damage the ligaments and tendons and all sorts of things. And so it's going to be a matter of how quickly can he get past the pain portion and get back to functionality. They'll go week to week on this thing. We're not going to see him on Sunday against the Saints. Doesn't sound like we'll see him next week either, but they're hoping sooner than later he's able to get back out there. So you've got Mac Jones now filling in a quarterback. You lose your starting tight end, George Kittle, for 4 games. They hope it's only 4. Part of the reason they IR him is because that 4th game falls on a Thursday night, so they've got 4 games in like a 23-day span. It just makes sense. Give him the time to rest. But also, Juwan Jennings got banged up. We already know Brandon Ayuk is not out there. He's going to be back sometime October, November, but it's still going to be a bit for him. And then, you had to cut your kicker, who you've stood by through thick and thin for 2 seasons plus 1 game. Here we are all of a sudden, and they're making a kicker change as well. That's a lot on the plate of Kyle Shanahan, who unfortunately is used to dealing with these things. We'll see exactly how they handle it as they go into a toughened environment, but in a really winnable game against the Saints.
And then we're always in our world of media and talking about it, Tom, looking for a spot where a quarterback could be the first to be benched due to inefficiency or their performance. And a lot of folks looking at New Jersey on that front in Dallas with the Giants and Russell Wilson. What's your tea leaf reading there with Jackson Dart being just 1 snap away from getting into the game right now, Tom?
I would say the Giants coaching staff knows, and this goes all the way to the front office. This goes to ownership. I mean, this is an organizational decision, but they've got one move that they can make this season. The one move that they can make to potentially change how things are going is to bench Russell Wilson and put in Jackson Dart. And you want to be careful about how you approach that, making sure that you're setting Jackson Dart up for success. And when you looked at the Giants schedule going into this season, you'd say this was pretty difficult out of the gate, so put the veteran quarterback in there. I mean, you never want to be on a list with a stat like the Giants are the first team to not score a touchdown in their opener 3 years in a row since the Lions in the 1940s. That's bad company to be in. And for whatever reason, from just an offensive competency perspective, they've been perpetual slow starters going all the way back to Brian Daboll's first year when, they kind of had some things together. They won a ton of 1-score games. They went into the playoffs and even won a game. I don't get the sense that this is imminent. I know that Brian Daboll kind of was non-specific after the game. It sounds like that was more the frustration of how that game went and just wanting to make sure they went back and reviewed the tape. We all know this. Every time that the offense stumbles, anytime Russell Wilson doesn't play well, the heat's only going to rise in New York. And so Jackson Dart is there. It's hard to say for certain exactly how close to ready they feel he is. He looked really good in the preseason. But Russell Wilson in the first-string offense looked pretty good in the preseason too, and they couldn't move the ball at all against the Commanders here. If they keep losing games, there's no question we could see Jackson Dart sooner than later. But I don't get the sense that this is hey, if we come out, we have a bad quarter on Sunday, we're going to throw the rookie in there against Dallas.
Speaking of not wanting to be on a list, Tom, you don't want to be atop the list of first team to hold a players-only meeting in a season. And you certainly don't want that to be on a date like, say, September 9th. But that is apparently what happened in Miami on Tuesday, Tom. What is happening with the Dolphins as you know it at present?
Well, that was about as bad of an opener as you could possibly imagine. You've got the entire summer to draw things up and figure out how you're going to attack this specific opponent. Granted, with some level of unknown because Lou Anarumo's, a new defensive coordinator in Indianapolis, but you've got years of tape on him in Cincinnati. You know what the personnel is. There were definitely some things that Lou, who's really good at his job, threw at the Dolphins, and it threw him off. But you got to be able to function at a higher level than they did. They had, miscues pre and post snap. As Mike McDaniel put it, the guys got caught up a little bit in the bells and whistles of week one. The fact that they had a players-only meeting, I think more so speaks back to the emphasis through the offseason about mutual accountability. It was everybody staying together and being on the same page. And when I've talked to people in Miami coming off that, obviously nobody wants to see week one go like that, but the insistence I get is it's better than it was a year ago. We're still on course here. This is not absolute panic mode, but they got to come out and show it this week because you've got a Sunday game at home against the Patriots team that I was there in Foxborough. They really struggled. There were good moments on defense. There were not a lot of good moments on offense. if you can't beat the Patriots, who historically, by the way, have struggled in Miami, if you can't beat them on your home field, then you're turning around and playing a Thursday night game in Buffalo. You potentially could be 0-3, and that would be the first time that you're going to have people saying, oh boy, are they going to make a change if the Dolphins, get blasted in this game? I don't know that we're anywhere close to that point. I know how that organization feels about Mike McDaniel. There's no doubt that they have had fairly unique challenges through the course of this offseason in terms of making multiple big trades, signing starting corners in August, trading for Darren Waller, who's yet to play a snap, and he's ruled out again this week. And, Jalen Waddle's banged up with the shoulder now this week. Devon Achane may not have been 100%. Jalen Wright hasn't been healthy. There's a lot of stuff going around that team, and that's not to make excuses for them. They also lost 2 starting offensive linemen in the game last week. Austin Jackson's going to be out this week, and James Daniels is headed to injured reserve. I mean, that's a lot of moving parts that the Dolphins have. There's no doubt. I mean, there is not a bigger game on the schedule than week 2 right now for the Patriots, because if you go into Buffalo 0-2 national TV, and that game could get as ugly as games against Buffalo sometimes do, you're only going to, feel the pressure ratcheted up that much around that program. So it makes sense. Players get together and say, hey, that was awful, but we're not going to allow this to be the product again this Sunday.
Can Tyreek Hill being a part that's moving elsewhere? I mean, that's one of the red-hot rumors of this week, is that if the Dolphins go any further south, then Tyreek could be had for the right price and within the conference. I mean, teams like the Steelers and Chiefs have been associated with that rumor. Your thoughts on that, Tom? Is there a market for this? Is it happening?
I don't foresee Tyreek Hill being traded in the near term by the Dolphins, barring some type of a blow-up, which we've seen those happen surrounding Tyreek in the past or post-game comments. I don't get the sense we're there because, Rich, the moment that they would trade Tyreek Hill, that's Miami waving the white flag. Go back to the end of last season, the conversations that they had through January, February, March. They made a conscious decision. We need to change things in this locker room. We're going to move on from Jalen Ramsey. They end up trading him to the Steelers in June, but that was a deal that was, going to happen. He was not going to be a member of the Dolphins for months. They made a simultaneous decision to keep Tyreek Hill because they believed that this part of it was salvageable, that Tyreek would come back with a greater sense of responsibility and would come back more dialed in. And we know Tyreek's made comments about he finally knows the offense, finally knows the playbook, feels like he's in a better spot. Well, you get into week 1, it doesn't look good. And if it continues to not look good, then certainly there's a scenario where Tyreek Hill could be traded. They also converted a large chunk. It's built into the contract, but they converted a large chunk of his compensation this year into a bonus. It's an option bonus structure. And so the team, if there were a team trading for Tyreek Hill, would get him at a pretty low rate too. But you also have to factor in here, bringing in Tyreek Hill would change certain dynamics potentially in your locker room. I don't see a team like the Steelers bringing in Tyreek Hill, period. To be quite frank, Rich, never say never. But if any team is going to have inside information on where things went sideways with Tyreek last year, it would be from a team that traded for multiple other Dolphins veterans within the past couple of months.
Right.
It just seems like it would be a difficult fit there. You have the NFL review into allegations of domestic violence raised by his now ex-wife. That's a lot for teams to bite off. So where does that leave them? You mentioned the Chiefs. It sounds like Xavier Worthy avoided, the worst of it here. He potentially even could play this week. We'll see what his participation is in practice today. But you don't necessarily have an acute need in Kansas City. But you know this. They're willing to take calculated risks on guys who might come with trouble, whether that's off the field, whether that's in the locker room. They know Tyreek Hill. They didn't trade him because they didn't think he could play anymore a few years ago, Rich, when they traded in Miami. They traded him because Tyreek wanted to make $30 million a year, and they could get a first and a third-round pick and use that $30 million a year to rebuild their offensive line and their defense. They did that. Now this would be Tyreek Hill coming back at a different price point for less cash. It would make sense. But again, we're not there yet. No trade is down the road. If the Dolphins lose these next couple, then we're going to be talking about all kinds of different things that could happen in Miami.
A few minutes left with Tom Pelissero, my colleague from NFL Network and the NFL Media Group, NFL Plus. You kind of touched on Xavier Worthy after he collided with Travis Kelce in Brazil, 3 snaps into the game. Everything got flipped over in their world as well as their game plan for that day and evening in Sao Paulo. What's the latest? Is he going to wear a brace? Is it really possible? Is surgery feasible? Walk me through what's going on with Xavier Worthy and the Chiefs, best you can tell right now.
Well, it sounds like with this particular shoulder injury, it's not a surgical necessary thing at this time. It is an injury that, and I heard this, all the way back from the night of the game, was they were hopeful once the x-rays were negative, this would be something where maybe he could wear a harness and be able to get back on the field. But you got to get comfortable with the harness. You got to feel like you've got full range of motion. You got to feel like you can protect yourself, whether that's from defensive backs or Travis Kelce running his route and slightly not the correct depth out there. I mean, those are real things. Things happen in football games. What you don't want to do is set Xavier Worthy back. But you said it, and you were there, Rich. Their game plan was built so much around Xavier Worthy that however many snaps into the game that was, and he goes down, all of a sudden what they had to do is they had two other receivers who were running routes in the game that they had never repped in practice because those were Xavier Worthy plays and because the offense was supposed to run through Worthy. So I would add that caveat too on anybody sitting here and writing off the Chiefs. Now, if you watch the Bills-Ravens game on Sunday night, I certainly walked away going, these two teams look more dangerous right now than the Chiefs. But take into account, when you have a game plan that's built through really the entire offseason in the week of the game, and then you lose one of your core players, it does have a ripple effect. And so let's see what they can come out and do against another really tough defense on Sunday against the Eagles.
So Worthy might play, can play? We just need to keep an eye on the injury report for Sunday?
He practiced yesterday. So the fact that he was out there on a limited basis, again, this is one that might sometimes, game time decisions are kind of phony. This is one that they truly might take up at least until Saturday just because, again, there's an experimentation with the harness. There's, hey, how's he feeling after a day of practice? They could also have looked at him yesterday and just decide to shut him down. My understanding has been going into practice yesterday, they thought, all right, let's go and test this thing out. Let's see how his body responds to it. Let's see how he works on the practice field. We'll get clearer answers later today, but he may well be listed as questionable, Rich.
Ed Oliver ruled out for the Bills. That's significant, one would say. What other significant injuries do you want to throw out there before I let you go into the weekend, sir?
Well, Ed Oliver got stepped on in practice on Wednesday, and it just seemed like he couldn't really shake it. He was in a walking boot. I mean, he was the one guy in a game where both teams scored 40-plus points, Rich. Ed Oliver was the defensive player who was absolutely everywhere on the field. So a little bit of extra challenge for Buffalo going into this week. Sounds like good news on Drake London. He's practiced the past couple of days. I know Raheem Morris has been optimistic that he's going to be able to go this week. Denzel Ward being off the injury report. Anytime a guy pops up on Thursday with an Achilles, you get a little bit worried about it, but he's going to be good to go this week. It'll be interesting to see, too, whether or not the Browns put Quinshon Judkins onto the field. Had his meeting with the NFL this week. He's only practiced basically 2 days since back in the spring. That would certainly tell you he's not going to get a full boat, but do they get him out there and get his feet wet? This is amidst the ongoing NFL investigation that could yield discipline, even though legal charges, criminal charges were dropped based upon an allegation of assault. So there's a lot of moving parts there. But for the Browns, this guy, again, setting aside those things, this guy was supposed to be a huge part of their rushing game going into 2025. So let's see as we go through these next 48 hours if they feel like, hey, let's at least get this guy a few carries and get him going.
Last one for you in the 90 seconds I have left. And I might ask this every single week with you, Tom, like the team or the scenario or the issue that other folks around the league are hitting you up about the most on your phone over the last week is...
Yeah, it's some of the things we just talked about. It's what's going on in Miami, what's going on with the Giants. This is like I never want to say there's a lull, Rich, right? We had the highest rated week one of all time. Yep. There's news galore. But the first 2, 3, 4 weeks, it's pretty rare for people to want to massively change course. You might see a kicker get cut. You got like the Jaguars trading their backup running back because it didn't work out for them in Jacksonville. But the first 4 weeks, everybody kind of good or bad tempers the expectations in terms of, September, there's a lot of experimentation, particularly in week one. You get surprised by certain things. Nobody wants to make drastic moves over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. But I would say the teams that we all came into the season talking about and thinking about whether or not they were going to potentially have problems. Some of those teams had problems in week one. And so a close eye on how teams like the Dolphins and Giants navigate this early portion of the season.
I don't like this answer. I don't like this answer. I don't like it at all. It's not juicy enough for me. Like, nobody's blowing your phone up last night saying, why did the Cowboys trade Micah? Nobody's blowing your phone up saying that while he's blowing up the Commanders last night. Nobody. Is that what you're saying?
I think everybody got bored for 6 months of saying, what are the Cowboys doing with Micah Parsons? And eventually, once he got traded, they're all just like, all right, whatever.
Resolution. Okay, I got it. Resolution.
Kenny Clark.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really it. So, right. The trade stuff, there's still, listen, the first starting quarterback who goes down for an extended stretch, it'll be, will Kirk Cousins go there? Will the Falcons trade him? What else do they do? The Commanders lose Austin Eckler last night to what is, in all likelihood, pending MRI, a ruptured Achilles tendon. I know they got Bill. Everyone's excited about Bill, but did they go out after trading Brian Robinson? Did they go out and sign or trade for a backup running back? Those are kind of the little things that people begin to look at here, because the moment the injuries start, there's only so many places you can go. There's not a lot of veterans on the street. We're not to the point where teams want to punt on their season yet and start trading key players, but we're also not that far away from teams potentially making some tough decisions if they can get value.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Next week, I want a juicier answer to that question. Okay.
I will think about that answer for the next 7 days.
Bring the juice. Bring the juice next time. Tom Pelissero, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. There he goes.
I'll send you the video, Tom.
Okay. We take a break, come back, your phone calls, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. I got my top 5 other games that I'm looking forward to seeing this week, and Michael Chiklis making his way to our third hour studio.
The post-career day press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Injuries on the field are rough, but your injury case doesn't have to be. At Postman Law, there's no fee unless they win. Car crash, work accident, slip and fall. Postman Law's your local injury lawyers. With over $3 billion won for their clients, they don't just show up, they deliver results when it matters most. After an injury, call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. I know how tough it is dealing with lingering pain, whether it's your back, neck, or even headaches. You don't have to live with it anymore. Chiro One offers natural chiropractic care that can help you live pain-free without drugs or surgery. From everyday activities to getting back in the gym, or most importantly, playing with your kids. Chiro One has your back, literally. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including downtown Chicago, South Barrington, and Gurnee. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at TullymoreGolf.com. That's TullymoreGolf.com.
The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers, bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings. DraftKings, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Fees may apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Saving money on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Menards has a huge selection of concrete and mortar mixes. Our concrete products are great for a variety of applications, including pouring a walkway, setting a post, or even installing stone veneer. View our entire selection of concrete mixes and supplies in-store and on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
The Carmen and Yurko Show is now on 9 to noon weekdays. We're setting the table for Rich Eisen joining the ESPN Chicago team. It all starts September 2nd on ESPN Chicago.
Tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Progressive Insurance.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance, everybody. Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Jeff in Detroit wants to chime in, one of our favorites and longtime listeners, and many-time callers. What's up, Jeffrey?
What up, no? Today's my birthday, feeling good.
Hey, happy birthday.
My cousin. Hey, listen, it was so funny. I called into the show,
yes,
and me and Adam, the call screener, who's a Bears fan.
That's right, it's on.
Me and him always comment, Josh, back and forth.
Right.
When we got off our call today, he always tells me, you have a great weekend, good luck, or whatever.
That's nice.
He got off the phone today. He said, have a great weekend, no luck. And I thought about it.
Well, Jeff, I don't know if you saw earlier this week when Adam...
Flex to be able to open up a Disney app and see my guy Rich Eisen right there. It's like,
happy.
you know, I know your kids love it. Like, well, here's my father right here. You know what I'm saying? He has a little show on the Disney app, which is great. I love the new platform. You guys have been doing great so far. I've been loving it. I had a ride with one Detroit Lion. TJ refers to him as the sun god, and he told me to just take it easy, calm down. What was Detroit when he got there? And I thought about that, and that's one of those things where today, I mean, this weekend is going to be a must-win situation because whoever loses is going to be 0-2 in division. But us Detroit Lions fans here, we know what it is to lose, and we feel like Jared Goff and our Lions are going to get back in the race. I honestly believe so.
So, Jeff, first of all, happy birthday.
Yes. Thank you, my brother.
Secondly, did you say you were driving Amon-Ra St. Brown around? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I drove him, had him a couple of days ago, and we we actually had somewhat of a conversation.
Okay.
And, you know, he's of the mindset that everybody else is. We lose one game, we're falling off the cliff. My question is, and I just hated it, and as soon as it happened, why the hell did Jerry have to send Micah to the north?
Yeah, I know. That's
goodness,
a problem.
Man, that guy has something to deal with.
I know. Last question for you. St. Brown wears 14. was the percentage of his tip higher or lower than his uniform number, Jeff?
Whoa.
See? Pretty good. He did me well. He did me well.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Jeff in Detroit giving us the update from Detroit saying everything's fine here. No panic. Maybe he was saying that to him because he was behind the wheel of a car, but he truly does believe it. Thank you, Jeff in Detroit, for calling in on the program. We love Jeff.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to him.
He's usually in the barber shop. He DMs me all the stuff that the guys say in the shop. They're loving us there.
And he always gives us something to talk about. And this one is just Adam, our call screener, is just, and he's really sensitive these days.
He's also kind of spiraling after the way Monday night went.
I couldn't tell when he came on the program with a full sheet of paper of notes. And I told him, I'm like, just put that away and speak from the heart, man. And then he says, bring in Tyson Bagent. And I'm like, okay.
He wants Bagent.
He wants Bagent.
He's going to owe
calling
me money
for Bagent.
soon.
He's like, if the Bears are 0-4, they better start Bagent.
Rich, right after Warner Wednesdays, ding, I went back to Adam and I said, no, look, Adam, Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion. He told you Caleb's going to be all right. Are you okay? And Adam still was not okay.
You know what, man? I don't know, man. But Kurt Warner came on this program on Wednesday and he said, I don't know. I looked at the film and DJ Moore was open, but and Caleb didn't connect with him. I don't know if he ran the right route. Sure enough, confirmed by the offensive coordinator. Didn't run the right route. Remember he said that J.J. McCarthy's pick six, he needs to look at the film because it looks like Justin Jefferson might have broke his route too early. And he says, but we won't know because, I don't know if Justin Jefferson is going to talk about it. You know what Justin Jefferson said in his media availability yesterday?
He admitted he ran the route.
He did.
Yep.
So
Kurt Warner
Wednesdays on the Rich Eisen show, everybody. Make sure you watch it.
Yes, indeed.
And also go check out Kurt's QB Confidential page because he sees things and he talks about things that other ones don't. And then the coordinators and players confirm it.
It'll be all right, Adam.
We, through Kurt, make you smarter.
Relax.
And a lot of these guys around here make you dumber.
Oh, wait, what?
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders to a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana wants you to drive away a winner this September. Every Friday, we're giving away a brand new 2026 Jaguar. Earn entries weekly to increase your chances of driving away in luxury and style. Join us at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana each Friday in September. Be there, and you could be the next lucky winner to drive away in a Jaguar. Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Fall is here. So many great things you do with the kids this time of year. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are.
It's time to talk about taking that next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. They make it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Avondale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Avondale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. And now, it could be your ticket in. Enter the Dr. Pepper Bears ticket sweepstakes at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears for your chance to win tickets to an upcoming game. Terms and conditions may apply.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Coverage begins tomorrow at 3 Eastern with kickoff at 3:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Jordan Love's performance, how would you rate it?
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
On a beautiful play fake by Jordan Love.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Love takes, looks, throws slant right side, touchdown.
Earlier on the show, Steelers defensive tackle Cam Hayward. NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, actor Michael Chiklis. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. The very delightful and entertaining and talented Michael Chiklis is in studio. He's excited about his new movie, The Senior. You will be too when you see it in theaters nationwide next Friday, September 19th. He plays a 59-year-old football player. Is he like the Thornton Mellon of college football? Is that what it is? Going back to school?
Pretty much.
Is there a triple Indy at the end? We'll ask him.
Let's hope.
He's all excited about that. His family's doing well. And we'll talk about the Patriots. That's coming up shortly here on the program.
Same record as you, buddy boy.
Red Sox and Yankees tonight. Lots to talk about with the man when he joins us on this program. We've already had a great time with Cam Hayward in hour 1, Tom Pelissero in hour number 2. If you missed any of it, don't you dare worry. We can be seen on demand on our Disney Plus page. As soon as this show's over, you can go right to our page, click the tile with today's show on it, and you can watch it whenever you want. Same thing throughout the entire weekend. There's our podcast version of the show, all 3 hours, the way you can take in any podcast. And also there's our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show for a lot of our videos. And then our friends at ESPN, I mean, they're putting our videos everywhere, which we see and we appreciate.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We definitely appreciate all that. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. Let's take a quick phone call from Milwaukee, where we're on the air there in ESPN Radio. ESPN Radio, by the way, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Yeah.
Mike in Milwaukee. What's going on, Mike?
Mike. Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for making it.
I just wanted to make a quick comment to make sure that in all the very deserved hype of Micah Parsons arriving in Green Bay and causing all the commotion that he's caused and just been such a spectacular addition, that we don't lose sight of a couple other things. One, it was expected that giving away Kenny Clark was like a one step backwards in the rush D for 2 steps forward in the pass rush. And the truth is the rush defense has been totally lights out. Like, Van Ness has moved inside. He's looked amazing. I don't think anybody thought he would be even in the discussion for a replacement for what Kenny Clark was doing, but he has been, and he's been fantastic. And the other piece is people late last season and coming into this season had predicted a potential all-pro caliber breakout for Edgerrin Cooper, and I think it's absolutely been happening in the first 2 weeks. But I think a couple of those things have kind of gotten washed out, like I said, in the much-deserved hoopla over at Micah Parsons.
No doubt. Hanging with Mr. Cooper. That's what you're doing right now. And and the defense has been terrific. Jeff Hafley already getting, a lot of folks in my world are basically saying, hey, Packers fans, enjoy your defensive coordinator. He's going to be a head coach somewhere next year. You're going to lose him, which is a sign of an excellent team. Just look, in your division at the team that's won it the last few years in Detroit. But the bottom line is, coming into the season, we always look at teams through the prism of the previous season. And the Lions were the 1 seed in the NFC. They got one and done by the Commanders, who made it to the NFC Championship game, and the Packers dominated both at home to start the season within 5 days. And that's the way that the season's starting in Green Bay.
One big additional point there is, historically speaking, if you look over the last 6-7 years, the Packers have really struggled with running quarterbacks. The pocket might break down. Rashawn Gary or the other guys, they might have made a mess of it. But then these quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts had huge success running the ball against the Packers. And Edgerrin Cooper has put an end to that, as we saw yesterday with Daniels unable to really get away, take off with the ball.
Mike, thanks for the time, and congrats on your Packers starting off 2-0 and looking like the best team in football. We'll see what the Eagles look like against the Chiefs.
Yep.
And, obviously they're going to kick back and watch the Vikings play on Sunday night against Atlanta, which is going to be in desperation mode, if you will, coming into that game. They'll watch the Bears and the Lions beat each other up. Hope that maybe somehow, some way, the Titans knock off the Rams. The Niners are all banged up. The Bucs are taking on the Texans. And they're going to just sit back and watch television. Already 2-0, taking care of business, holding serve in division, holding serve in conference at home in Lambeau, and looking the part and looking the role, and not even having Micah play a full game.
Rich, you said that after the Week 4 game, the page is going to get turned. The page isn't getting turned.
It's going to, because at some point we're going to get bored of talking about it.
Are we?
Yeah, we are.
Because let's just say the Packers do what Chris and I think they do, or we predicted, and they go in the role, and the Cowboys really, really fall off, especially defensively. That's going to keep. We're not going to forget about this.
At this point in time, it's still so new, and Micah still is raw about it. He's raw about it, and then he's going to return in Week 4, and then at that point in time, it's like, all right, it's all out of everybody's system. The media's done, other than just saying, man, Micah's incredible, Dallas shouldn't have traded him. It's just obvious. It's asked and answered, and then as things begin to ramp up and getting into the playoffs, and if they go deep, let's just say he plays in an NFC Championship game. Of course it's going to be brought up. You got to go somewhere else to get to the spot that Dallas hasn't been in 31 years now. And then he goes to the Super Bowl in the spot where, the Niners play, and here he is in the Super Bowl, and that's all it's going to be talked about all week. That's the way it's going to go. That's my tea leaves for you. Just hang on for dear life through Week 4. And in the meantime, Jerry Jones was asked about it today as well. We don't have that soundbite just yet, but we're getting it later. That's the way our show is going to end. And I believe it or not, I believe the subject of the matter is
Maca.
Yeah, right, so.
By the way, Rich, I have a little beef with you. Well, you posted something on Instagram, on Twitter. I didn't like it.
It wasn't Twitter. It's Threads. Catch me on Threads.
Threads, and then but then it got repurposed onto Instagram.
Yes, because Jay Culp is an Eagles fan, and he handles my and the show's social media accounts.
I didn't
he likes it when I have takes like that, and he wants to put it on Instagram for what's called engagement.
Well, I gave you some engagement. If I could,
I did see it. You said, delete this. Delete this. Absurd the Cowboys traded Micah. Evergreen post. That's the way it's going to be at this point in time. Next game, he's taking on Cleveland. We'll see what happens there. Joe Flacco is 40. This kid's damn near half his age, going for him in a game where Myles Garrett is standing out there. Compare and contrast, all of that stuff. See how it works. And then the big one on Sunday night at Dallas. They're on a bye the next week. Honestly, man, at that point in time, it's going to be like asked, answered, evergreen.
Rich, I respect you, right?
Oh, boy.
Oh, God. Is that a different version of with all due respect?
It is not. I truly do, obviously, and I hold you in high regard in your opinion, but I got to vehemently disagree that a page will be turned because there's going to be members of the media, some of them we now are, I guess, channel mates with, who every Sunday when the Cowboys don't do well will make sure that they put the spotlight on that.
Are you talking about Stephen A. Smith?
I don't want to drop any names.
Yes,
it's like Beetlejuice. If I don't say it, then maybe it won't come out.
One of my favorite moments of your early days on this program, being on every day, being an everyday player for the Rich Eisen show, was when Stephen A. Smith called in and you started talking Cowboy stuff, and he basically said, I don't know who you are. You seem like a nice guy, but boy, are you basically delusional. And he started going in on Dallas Cowboys fans. I'm telling you, at week 5, week 6, week 7, we'll have already been through all this.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have been through all this.
But
now, how about this? The next time it might come up is if he makes Aaron Rodgers' night miserable, and it'll be one of those things. Well, Cowboys couldn't get past Rodgers, but he wins the day for Green Bay against Rodgers in a way that Cowboys fans would have loved for him to do. Blah blah blah.
I would also like to point out
Green Bay is successful with him against other opponents that have eviscerated or had a history of beating Dallas. That's another one.
Yeah. I also like to point out when Stephen A. did come in and we actually met, he did say, I like that brother. So,
you're a likable guy.
That is true.
When we meet. But from afar, that's the Stephen A. you're going to get. And my entire family, from Sue's, Coop, yours truly, we are eager to see his videos on days but you're not happy. But I'm not deleting what you told me to delete.
I think you should.
And guess what? Later on, we're going to finish up with Jerry Jones talking about, what's his name again? I don't know.
Maca.
By the way, when we play it later, it's going to be the real McCoy. It's not Frank Kellyan.
Oh.
All right, guys, I do this every Friday, and this is Friday, and it's like every other Friday, which is I look over the steering wheel at other matchups in the upcoming week that I'm looking forward to. My top 5 matchups for the rest of week 2. Hit it.
At 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's top 5.
All right, here we go. Top 5 matchups of week number 2. I'm looking forward to seeing. Number 5 is the Sunday night game. It's usually higher on the list, the Sunday night football game, but there's tons of other games that are intriguing to me. Number 5 is J.J. McCarthy's first home start as a Viking. How does he follow up that terrific fourth quarter that erased 3 quarters of dreadfulness in Chicago? By the way, hopefully he'll be getting some rest because he'll be going back and forth to the hospital where his bride is giving birth to their first child. Could you imagine? He's 22. All of this stuff is happening. So he's got a kid in Huggies while he's dropping his against the Atlanta Falcons, who need this game. Gents,
big time.
0-2 in conference to start their season. 0-2 period. 0-2 in conference. The toughest loss you can have is a home loss in division. That was what they suffered on Sunday against the Bucs. And then there's the Vikings on Sunday Night Football. That's a big one. And, of course, a rematch of the national championship game that I replay in my head every day. between Michigan and Washington. Back in the day, J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix Jr. renew acquaintances. Number 4 on the list is the DK Metcalf revenge game, if you will. We had Cam Hayward on in the show before in hour number 1. He said DK Metcalf told him he's had at least 20 tickets for this game, with Seattle coming to the Steelers' home opener and DK Metcalf's home opener as a Steeler. Seahawks and Pittsburgh, and the Seahawks need this one too. I mean, they lost just like Atlanta at home in division, and the Seahawks need to get a good game out of Sam Darnold, who reportedly the Steelers were kicking tires on before they landed on Rodgers. And so this is an interesting game, to say the least. And the Pittsburgh Steelers can go to 2-0 before taking a visit to New England for yet another Rodgers sort of spin around the league tour, places that he has been unwelcome. And then the Seattle Seahawks, after this game, are home against New Orleans, so they can get some sort of a momentum going. How will this look? Will the Steelers' run defense and running game be any stouter against the Seahawks defense that Mina Kimes came on Thursday's show and called a top 5 defense? So we'll see how this one plays out. Early window on Fox. Number 3 is one of the 2 Monday night games. The NFC South favorite, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, opening up a Week 2 game on the road again, going into Houston, licking its wounds from a dreadful Week 1 Sunday in SoFi against the Rams. I mean, is it possible the Texans start the season 0-2 and look at the Colts or Jaguars 2-0? Now suddenly they're 2 games out of first. I mean, that would be a surprise.
Big possibility.
Can the Texans protect C.J. Stroud? Is there a run game anywhere? Nico Collins, line 1 is yours. Let's see what's going on here. This is the early window Monday Night Football game on the ESPN family of networks. Can't wait for this one. Number 2, Ben Johnson returning to Detroit, where all national eyes and local eyes are on the Lions, wondering, do they miss Ben Johnson? Can Ben Johnson get things more on the same page with Caleb Williams in time for his return and leave the Lions 0-2, suffering both losses in division to start the season, coming up with a win on the road in division? This is just massive. Early window on Fox. Can the Lions turn the page from the narrative that the Packers salted, that they missed their coordinators and they're not the same team? What are we going to see when the Chicago Bears and Ben Johnson return to the spot where the Lions apparently miss him? And number 1 is the obvious. It's the rematch of the Super Bowl. It's the Eagles and the Chiefs, who have not been 0-2 since the 2014 season. That was Andy Reid's second of 13 years there, and the only time in Andy Reid's tenure in Kansas City that they did not make the playoffs. And the Philadelphia Eagles, as we remember last year, even if they lose this one, they started 2-2 and then put the pedal to the metal and won the Super Bowl. So is A.J. Brown going to be left reading a book again until the final drive? Could Devontae Smith be targeted a bit more? Remember, the run defense of the Cowboys did keep Saquon Barkley to just 60 yards rushing, and we're going to see a bigger game from him. Will Xavier Worthy play? What will the Chiefs look like? That's a massive one late window on Fox.
One more.
I
did not know this.
Thank you. That's my boy Coop.
Coop.
And here we go.
Here we go.
One more. And it's the last game of the weekend. 10 p.m. Eastern kick. 7 local time in Las Vegas, Nevada. The 2 teams that started, of 3, that started 1-0 in the AFC West. The Chargers at the Raiders. The Raiders, can they follow up that win in New England with another one at home against a Chargers team that looked like one of the best teams in the NFL in Brazil? They are on the road once again because Chris Brown's in SoFi. It's occupied. Yeah. So honestly, the league told us when Mike North came on this program and said that we had to put them, we know they couldn't put them at home after Brazil. So we put them as close as they possibly can to their home for a road game as late as they possibly can be in the week. It's the last game, 10 Eastern time. And we all know it's the what's your deal, bro matchup that we all saw Stanford and USC back in the day. and then Seattle, San Francisco in Jim Harbaugh's first go-around as an HC in the NFL. And Pete Carroll was asked about seeing Jim Harbaugh once again in this big Monday nighter.
I remember Jim. No, I have no fond memories. I'm not going to go there. They're good. There's great games. They've been great games. That's all.
He said that
been a bunch of them.
that you guys in a different life could have been great teammates. When he said something like that, what is that?
Well, I think that would come from the. He's seen my game, and so he would like me to help him win. If I could, and so he'd like us to play together, I guess. But one thing we would certainly see eye to eye on is about competing. He's always been a great competitor. He battled through so much in his playing days and his coaching days as well. So I appreciate him saying that because I'd like to play with him too.
He said that you're not on each other's Christmas, or he's not on your Christmas card list. Do you expect a birthday card from him then?
Well, I'm surprised he would say that because he sends me a birthday card every year. So I don't know what to tell you.
Oh wow, Pete, cracking jokes. Is he hanging out with Carrot Top now in Vegas?
That is amazing.
Moves to Vegas and he's suddenly 2-drink minimum. Pete Carroll. He was asked, by the way, the setup for the first soundbite. He was asked of his fondest memories coaching against Jim Harbaugh, and that was his response. He tried to make a joke, and then he was honest. There are no fond memories. I don't have any fond memories.
There were games, lots of them.
He turned 74 on Monday.
Oh, is that
what
right?
a legend!
Is that so? It's his birthday that night.
Yeah, his birthday's on Monday.
I'm sure he'll love, his age being discussed, but he's still the world's youngest teenager, according to Jim Brockmeyer. Now that
Dick Clark is no longer
that's what he said back in the day. So and that's my top 5 list of the other matchups of week 2. I'm looking forward to seeing the most. Now I look forward to seeing Michael Chiklis come out of our green room. Can't wait to see our friend Michael Chiklis back here, and can't wait for you to see The Senior in theaters near you nationwide next Friday, September 19th.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident, Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Football's back, but summer's not done yet. Those surprise 85-degree days, they're coming. Make sure your home or business AC is ready with a seasonal checkup from Automatic. Trusted in Chicagoland for 80 years, Automatic keeps your home comfortable and cool when the heat hangs on and nice and warm when the chill eventually hits. Don't wait for a breakdown. Stay ahead of the game. Go to Automatic.com today or give them a hassle-free call. That's Automatic. Check them out at Omatic.com.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Another week in the books, and what a great week it was, including a 6-0 Saturday. That's right, guys, 6-0 Saturday with our top plays in college football. Are you ready to make money this year? Stop guessing and start winning. Go to FatJackSports.com, and it's less than $100 a week to make money. $3.99 for all the football through the end of the month, or $5.99 includes soccer, UFC, NFL props, and much more. Dial in today, FatJackSports.com to win. We won last week, and we're going to do it again.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Hey, Chicago, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Now is the best time of year to replace your old, drafty, cheaper builder-grade windows. And WindowNation.com can get the job done in 1 day or less. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 free. Plus, you won't make any payments for 2 years. No interest, no monthly payments, no down payment. Don't miss out on Window Nation's most popular offer. Get top-quality replacement windows at an affordable price. 866-90Nation or WindowNation.com.
Woodford Reserve said, pick a barrel. They wanted something bold, rich, and charismatic. So naturally, they called me.
Are you sure they didn't say burnt ego? Because they called both of us.
Oh, okay. So as I was saying, we hit the distillery with a group of our listeners.
And together made the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oaked.
It's got Chicago flavor written all over it, and it's going fast.
Available at your local Jewel, Madison Liquors, or Joe's Beverage in Romeoville.
Cheers from Carmen and Yurko and Woodford Reserve.
Please drink responsibly.
This is the Let's Revitalize Our Neighborhoods commitment. This is the Roll Up Our Sleeves and Pitch In commitment. This is Busey, where our commitment to strengthen our communities is a top priority. Through energetic, engaged volunteers, through monetary support, community leadership, and advocacy. Because Busey is more than a bank that does well, we're a bank that does good. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth, since 1868. Member FDIC.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money. So he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is Rich Eisen, and you're listening to the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. Bear down.
To help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Chickless here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, just returned. We just saw a clip of the movie that I'll give you the floor on again. The Senior, available in theaters nationwide next Friday, 1 week from today. You play a guy named Mike Flint, based on a true story.
It's a true story. No, you know what? I got to correct you, because most movies say based on a true story. Yeah. This one should say this is a true story.
Bingo.
Because Mike Flint was right there off camera the whole time.
On the set of this movie. And Mike Flint is who? Explain to people.
Mike Flint is a guy from Texas who went to Odessa Permian. Is that how you pronounce
Permian,
it?
I think
Permian,
so.
Permian, sorry.
Right. And Friday Night Lights.
Yeah, Friday Night Lights. He was the captain of that team, won that championship, went over to this big feeder of the Lobos, this team that he played for at Sol Ross State University. West Texas football is like a religion, right? So he went there, and he was the captain of the team in the first week of his senior year. They were supposed to go undefeated. And he saw a freshman outside of the dorm after curfew, told the kid to go in. The kid told him to F himself. He threw down with him, broke his nose. Next day, he not only gets thrown off the team, but thrown out of school. And he left with his tail between his legs. Like 35 years later, he receives a reunion invitation. He thought it was an error. His wife's like, no, I want you to go get this monkey off your back. You got to exorcise these demons.
Right.
And he went to do that, to apologize. And he gets there, and the boys, it's like no time passed. And they're like, hey, man, you look like you could, because he was a strength trainer, you know, and he looked good. And they were like, hey, man, you look like you could still run with him. And joking, he was like, yeah, I probably could. And they were like, well, you're eligible. And he was like, I'm what? So he got it in his head. And right then they were doing trials for the new team. He calls his wife and he's like, honey, I'm having a great time with the boys down here. I'm going to just stay for the weekend. And she didn't know. And he tried out for the team and he made it. And he played, you know, and she lost her mind. She was like, what are you doing?
Age 59. 59,
you're gonna kill yourself. So they made a deal. She's like, if you're going to do this, then you're going to go back to school and get your degree. You're going to make good on it, you know? And the thing is, look, it's like any great sports film, this is a redemption tale.
Sure.
Yeah, football is the backdrop for this movie, and it is a football movie. And so I got to tell you what, this looks like a $40 million movie. It doesn't look like the small independent that it is. It has scale, and we got it on the screen. And the great Mary Stuart Masterson plays my wife, and she's brilliant. But those boys, they're fantastic, and they all played football. So they knew what they were doing. You know, I got to tell you, to play football and slam into these 20-something-year-olds again after all these years, I was just terrified something was going to break, that I was going to hear a snap and that would be it. You know, so the fact that the second to last shot of the movie, I was finishing, I was sprinting.
Yeah.
I pull up, and just as I'm pulling up, pow, my right calf pops.
No.
And I had one shot left. But fortunately, it was a close-up in here. And we were all panicking. I said, I know what to do. Sit me on a dolly and push me fast, and I'm gonna make like I'm running. And that's how we got that last shot at 4:30 in the morning, just before the sun rose.
With your calf just throbbing,
just ripped, just you know.
Did you say to any of these kids, "I'm Vic Mackey, man. You gotta be kidding me. I got this. Come on, man."
That's why I was so psyched about that scene, the Rubber Band Man scene, because when they first met me, they were all afraid of me. The boys, they were like, oh, yes, Mr. Chickless, yes. And I'm like, relax, you know? So it was a great scene where they got to mock me, and I sort of tossed myself up for it. I was like, go ahead, mock, you know? And then that was it. We were a team at that point. We had a blast.
I love it, man. The Senior is available in theaters nationwide next Friday. September 19th, right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, man, TB12 is TB12 Pug is fine. He's 11. He's
awesome.
He's like me. He's old, but he's a stud.
Oh, I thought you were saying he's like the
actual TV. The actual TV.
That
guy.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, you know, was great deep into his dotage, football
By the way,
dotage too, man.
Speaking of deep into your age, just so you know, LeBron James wrote the foreword to the book of the same title, The Senior.
Okay.
Because he saw this story, you know, on ESPN in the early aughts, you know, when he did this. He did this in like 2002 or 2004.
Right.
When I met Mike, he was 74 years old. And I shook his hand and I went, oh, okay, you did this.
That's
you know what I mean?
You could feel it.
I went, oh, man.
Yeah.
You know, he had that deep strength, like guy that benches 370 at 70 years old.
That he could give you 5 snaps right now.
Yeah.
In the game at age 74.
I wouldn't mess with him on a bet, Rich. I'm not kidding you. Not on a bet.
Oh my gosh. I love it. Great fun. And again, some of the best sports movies are exactly what you're talking about. Redemption, The Rookie, obviously, in baseball.
Mark Chiardi produced that movie. This guy who produced this movie, by the way, it took 18 years to make this movie.
No kidding.
And talk about, you know, you hear about independent movies, it took 5 years to make, it took 7 years to make. This took him 18 years till now. And the guy was so emotional when it opened the other night, because that's an odyssey, man. And that's perseverance. And, you know, this guy, he did the Rookie, he did Secretary Secretariat. He did. How about Miracle?
Heard of it?
One of my favorite sports films. So he knew what he was doing. Yeah. And the great Rod Lurie, what a wonderful director. We had such an incredible rapport. I can't, I'm sorry to go on and on about the movie.
You're proud of it, man.
I'm really proud of it. And it's one of these movies you want to see in the theater. The fact that we're opening in 2,000 theaters speaks volumes about the quality of the picture, because right now you don't get in 2,000 theaters countrywide unless you're a Marvel movie or a horror movie. Really, you just don't. But another mixed sports metaphor, it sticks the landing. The movie, it really gets you there emotionally, and it's fun and funny and emotional, and then you leave feeling like the world isn't ending, and we need that right now.
You're right, sir. On that one, and I think that's what you're watching some NFL games as well right now. This weekend would do that sort of thing.
And you don't want to see a football game by yourself. You got to go to the theater and see this with a group of people, because you find yourself going like, "Go, man, go!" It's really exciting.
You feel the same way about Drake May? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, you saw Bill Burr here the other day, right?
I did.
You want to chime in on Bill in North Carolina, or what do you want to talk about?
I don't. Bill.
But your Patriots right now, 0-1. Vrabel's back. You kind of feel like...
I love Vrabel. I do. When I first met him, they were backstage at the ESPYs. Here they come, right? And here's TB12. And he's the small guy. TB, and he's with his lineman next to him. Yeah. And here comes Vrabel, looking like what Superman should look like, because he's in a tuxedo and his hair slicked back, black at that time, and he looked like he could literally go like this and like fly away. I mean, so I chose him because I like to offer myself up for comedy, and I literally went to chest bump him, and I ended up sort of lower bumping him because I'm 5'9" on my birthday, and this guy's like 6'7", 230 and ripped. Yeah. And I go, the harder you fall, and he cracks up laughing, and he pats me on the top of the head. Wait, I have a big head, and his thumb hit my ear, and his pinky hit my other ear. And I thought, he palmed my head like a basketball, and I thought, he could crush my skull. I could be dead right now. And they laughed. It was great.
I saw him last. I saw him was at in Lake Tahoe at the American Century Championship, the celebrity golf tournament that I had.
I want to play that.
By the way, I could tell you all about it. It was one of the great. It is the greatest weekend. It's incredible.
Invite me.
Okay, very good.
Get those guys to invite me.
How's your golf game?
Pretty good now. I'm back. I left it for a long time, but I'm back.
Another guy's going to finish in front of me.
Let's go.
But the reason why I bring it up is Vrabel's there. I'm there, and I hadn't seen him yet. I'm sitting at one table. He's sitting at a table just right where Chris is, right over there. And we look at each other. He's sitting and looking at me. I'm looking at him. And he's got a glass of red wine in his hand, and he just goes like this to me. He waved his pinky at me.
Which was just like waving my arm. The guy's just such a beast.
I'm like, okay, we'll work up to the full hand next time.
He just did this.
He was palming the glass like your head, and he's just an interesting cat, but the fact that he's back there, I
believe in him. I do.
Exactly. Like you're like in Vrabel, we trust.
I do.
And McDaniels is there to help.
Chris, you feel good?
OC
I feel great.
Drake May.
I feel great. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more out of the offense last week, but let's just chalk it up to week one.
I wasn't panicked by that game. I was like, all right, look, you guys get ahead of yourselves. It's game one. I mean, it's a long season. You said earlier someone was the best team in football. I'm like, wait, how do you know that?
I said the Packers looked like the best team in football. I just need to point that out because you're right. I mean, to come out and say 5 days in, this is the best team in football, and make such a declarative statement. You're running the opportunity of not aging well on that front, unlike you in your movie. So
health is everything. Too.
I do want to back off on. I'm not calling them that. I'm just saying they certainly look that way.
They look good,
and
they look good.
They could go if they go down to Miami.
Speaking of health is everything, Roman, you just broke my heart, man.
Yeah.
Because you've been on a press tour.
Yeah, and I didn't know that I heard it was 10 days and he was back.
He's probably out for the season, barring a run to the ALCS.
And this is a tough run going in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got the Yankees Red Sox tonight.
Let's go.
Let's go.
It has not gone well for the Yankees this year.
It is not.
That's so great.
Have they won 2 games against the Red Sox this year? That's
no. Is it 8-1 or something?
No, the Yankees won one the last time. They won 2, I believe.
No,
against
they
them.
did not. They won 1.
That's it?
Just
yes. Only the one? That's it? They swept the Yankees every other time we've seen them this year?
I don't even know if they won one. I think that the last game they won.
They did.
8-2 this year.
8-2.
Oh,
They've
it's
won
8-2.
They've won it. Yeah, it's 8-2.
Maybe I'm just wishful.
Yeah. So that's a bit. This is maybe going to decide who plays who where in the wild card.
But
Red Sox, Yankees in a 3-game, I think without a doubt. Yeah. I don't think either one of our teams are going to catch the Blue Jays. It's possible you can because you play them again, so you can catch up quickly by actually beating them head-to-head. The Yankees have lost the season series to them decisively, so there's they
Can
do
I ask about the Blue Jays?
Please.
What happened?
They're a good team. They
really are, but I mean they're really good.
They rake. They rake and they pitch well. They don't.
Yeah, they got a legit ace. Kevin Gausman, legit ace.
Their bullpen is susceptible, unlike yours. I don't. You want to walk? You want to ask like, where the hell did this come from?
October, you need pitching, right?
Where the hell did Aroldis Chapman come from? He finally got touched this week.
Hadn't given up a hit in 50 batters.
50 batters. While you were going on your entire press tour, 50. Like he threw a no-hitter for 50 batters.
I think some of these guys are, Giolito. People are stepping up in a way that I think is surprising, but they're deep, and and I love that kid's on the Red Sox because he went to school with my daughter. Harvard Westlake.
Yeah.
They got some guns over there, man.
Max Fried.
Yeah. It's great seeing these kids.
Yeah, I know, right?
And they're good kids. Now they're men.
Yes.
Just totally studs on the circuit.
I know.
It's great to see it.
It's good to see you here too, bud. So what do you get the most when people come up and see you?
That's what I love about my career. I get such a mixed bag.
I bet you do. But
deliberately, Vic Mackey a lot.
Still to this day.
Yeah.
I know. I just referenced it earlier in the conversation.
The Thing. It's clobbering time constantly.
Like people yell that out at you?
Yeah, but I love it when someone will go like, woo, 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 because I played Curly in the Three Stooges. And, true fans, people like reference things that aren't as well known. And, in the commish, people still come up to me. That's from the 90s, man. But you know what's kind of upsetting is when like a grown-ass 40-something-year-old, middle-aged man comes up to me with his children and goes, Mr. Chiklis, I grew up watching you. And I'm like, thank you.
Oh, I know. I get that all the time with SportsCenter. Yeah. I get grown men and women with their children.
Yes.
Coming up and saying that Stuart Scott and I either put them on a school bus to start the day. Or kept them up at night when they were in college.
I used to sit with my parents on Saturday night, and I got to sit up late and watch you on the commission. I'm like, how old are you? Like, I'm 48. Hey, I'm like,
I remember. I always got a kick out of Keith Jackson during a college football game on ABC, reading what's coming up tonight. Sure. On an all-new commish.
Yeah.
he would always
That's
read,
fun.
The same way that Pat Summerall would say, coming up later, 60 minutes followed by murder, she wrote, because he would always pronounce the comma by pausing. And Keith Jackson would all go, an all-new commish.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Tonight. And I would always say,
that's fantastic.
I was getting a big
that's fantastic.
What's your favorite Vic Mackey scene? Like which one are you most proud of?
That's like picking your children.
I know.
I mean,
I understand
honestly,
that,
7 years. Honestly, my two favorite episodes of The Shield, my three, are the first one and the last two.
Why is that?
Well, they're just. There's just things that happen in them that just don't happen in television. The last moment of the first episode of The Shield is not something that happens where your protagonist, becomes a murderer, and you sort of go like, okay, where are we going? And that's another thing, in a silly world that we live in, where you have these action pictures where guys, kill 15 people in the first act, and it sort of trivializes it, and there's no weight to it. Mm-hmm. what I loved about what Sean Ryan did was that original sin from the first episode is the thing that goes to, like, I'll ask people, how many people do you suppose Vic Mackey killed in the course of the 7 years of the Shield? And they'll be like 50? 3. And because that original sin, when someone kills someone, it's a huge thing, and it shouldn't be trivialized like that. And we gave it the weight and import that it deserved. Sorry to get heavy. It's a morning show.
No, it's great. I asked you. It's not like you were doing a comedy.
Right.
So the last 2 episodes
well,
were...
that's the confession scene. When he confesses all of his sins, but he has immunity. In the second to last episode, and then the last episode, family meeting.
You're like you're getting emotional just talking about it right now.
Well, listen, that was a incredible odyssey in my life, and to see my friend Walton Goggins crushing it, killing it. I've been preaching his name for a million years, and finally to see him getting his due, it's like, hey, you feel, that's right. That's my boy, he's crushing it. Everybody's doing really well from that show. It's great to see. We're all flourishing, and you just want health, and you want your kids to do well, and that's it.
Beautiful, man. You're one of my favorites. And good to hear
Richie.
Good to hear.
You're one of my favorites.
I appreciate that. Until tonight.
Even though you're a Yankee fan.
I know, until tonight.
Yeah, right.
Until the first pitch tonight.
His only flaw, really.
This guy over
Every
there.
once in a while I do it to him. I'll text him like,
I get it. I see it. I see you.
Yeah.
And you'll see this man in theaters. The Senior, available in theaters nationwide next Friday, September 19th. Make a note of going to the movie theaters and seeing this one. Great to see you, my friend. Come
Thanks
back
for having
anytime.
me, Richie.
Anytime, man.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, it's Michael Chiklis
Thanks,
right
fellas.
here on the Rich
Go
Eisen
Bold
Show.
Sox.
We will be back to wrap things up with Jerry Jones's latest. Hang on to your hat, TJ, that's coming up.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on PrizePicks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with PrizePicks, where it's good to be right.
Download the PrizePicks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Cairo One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit ChiroOne.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Glenview, Wheeling, and Libertyville. That's ChiroOne.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Do you have a baseball field, basketball arena, or football stadium named after you? Your insurance company might. While you're paying your insurance premium every month, do you ever wonder where that money goes? According to published reports, in 2013, the insurance industry was second in the nation in money paid to lobbyists. They spent even more on lobbyists than Big Oil did. When you're paying your insurance company every month, they're paying for TV commercials with high-priced actors trying to convince you that you're in good hands, they're on your side, and they're your neighbor. But are they really looking out for you? If you think the premiums you're paying every month are being kept in an account with your name on it for that rainy day when you get injured, you're sadly mistaken. Oftentimes, it's spent on lobbyists and sports arenas. If you want a law firm that will stand up to this trillion-dollar insurance industry, call the Verdoliak Law Group. We've been fighting for injured people for over 55 years. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
A 1-hour, uninterrupted dose of Black and Abdalla.
Weekdays 2 to 3 on ESPN Chicago.
In which you're calling the Packers a Super Bowl favorite. And I think an interesting question right now, too, is which quarterback would you rather have? Jordan Love or Jaden Daniels?
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
From them. Back on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. As always, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance, Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Good stuff over here, everybody, on a Friday. As I mentioned, TJ, on this program.
Yes, Richard.
At some point, Micah's been traded from Dallas to Green Bay. He's balling out there, and I can't believe the Cowboys traded Micah to Green Bay. Stuff is going to die down. Mm-hmm. Today, however, is not that day.
That day. Got it.
So not there yet.
Didn't think it would be.
Well, I mean, Micah balled out on Thursday night.
Sure did.
And despite the back, played 29 snaps and 44 snaps. What is that? 78 snaps in the span of 5 days. Right? Did I get that right? No, I didn't.
What was it? 55 and what?
29 and
84. 84.
Whatever. He balled out. Yada, yada, yada. He looks spry. And we're all wondering what I wondered on Instagram. And you said for me to delete this, and I'm not going to.
I know you're.
It is absurd that the Cowboys traded Micah Parsons' evergreen tweet. Mm-hmm. That's one reason why 2 weeks they're playing the Cowboys on Sunday night. So the whole country's going to be talking about that then. And as I said, at some point it's going to die out.
Okay, so we'll delete the Micah soundbite then?
Well, because again,
the page will be turned.
At some point, Jerry Jones on his radio show sometimes would be like telling the guys who are interviewing he'd lose patience with them, right? Like he was the one who didn't want to jack around with you today or something like that.
I don't have the patience to jack with you today.
Okay. So at some point, keeping on asking him about what's the name of that guy?
Micah.
Okay. He's not going to want to talk about it. But at this point in time, we could still kind of pepper him with it. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you saw. Did you watch the Amazon post game?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you hear what the fans were chanting as Micah showed up?
Oh, yeah, Rich, I did.
Chanting, thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
So Jerry Jones today, is this on 105.3 The Fan? Okay. So he's talking Tuesdays and Fridays? You got twice a week?
It seems like it's Monday through the next Monday, to be honest with you.
All right. He came on today and he was asked, did you hear the thank you, Jerry chants?
The way they're playing, the way Green Bay is playing, then I'm all for them enjoying and chanting anything that they really want to play. And I understand that. You know, this is such a laydown to me with back when we traded Herschel Walker. And I just can't tell you the kinds of really not criticism, but naysay when we took what arguably then was by many the best player in the NFL. And we got, of course, future picks, got players and future picks at the same time. And so if you make a move on a top player, this shouldn't surprise anybody that we would have that kind of reaction from their fan base, the other team's fan base, or for that matter, our fan base in general. And I knew this was coming. Almost the day I walked into training camp, I knew that if I got to make this trade, that this would be there and coming.
Oh, walking into training camp because didn't you say for you to sleep well?
Yeah, I was lied to. I feel like because I was told to sleep tight night. I ain't slept right.
Don't lose any sleep over it.
What I believe Jerry is saying is he keeps bringing up the Herschel Walker trade, which, by the way, involved 18 players and draft picks.
Yeah, that's why we can't
at the end of the day.
To Herschel Walker.
Initially, they traded Herschel to the Vikings for 5 players, 3 draft picks, and additional conditional picks.
And then we cut all the players.
But what he's saying, because obviously this is 1 player and 2 firsts, which is vastly different from yada 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 18 players in all. What he's saying is, at the time, people thought they were crazy for trading their best player. And what ended up happening was a dynasty. So his way of saying is that what's similar, it's not the draft compensation. It's the people think we're nuts. Just sit back and see what happens to us. And we shall. We shall. It's just that this fella, what's his name again?
Macca.
Is coming to town in 2 weeks.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much.
It's coming. But one day, as I said, this will not be the incessant topic of conversation. It's just today's not that day.
You don't believe that.
Next week will not be that week. The week after certainly won't be that week.
Delicious. Seriously.
And so when it's all said and done, Green Bay looks to be the one poised to be super this year, Dallas not. But his point is like, hey, judge us when it's all said and done.
Yeah. When we get the 32nd pick in the draft next year?
That's the issue.
Right.
Is that it's damn near a second-round pick, but it's just that comes with a 5th-year contractual control. Unless he trades that first for other picks and then starts to spread this thing out in the same way that the Herschel Walker trade did. But there's a long way to wait for that.
Yeah, I know.
There you go.
Oh, my goodness. This is
That's
so
the
long.
fence in Green Bay to wrap up this show.
All right, it's Bleck and Abdalla, uninterrupted, coming up in 5 minutes. Shay Norling, what's up?
I'm scared. I have to talk for an hour.
You have to go to the. Okay, my advice to you: go to the bathroom because you can't for an hour.
That's a great call. That's
go
a good
to the
point.
bathroom
it's like
now.
Going to the movies.
It is. It's exactly like the movies. We have an updated Bears injury report for you. We will inform you the latest Bears news coming up in 5 minutes. Full uninterrupted Bleck and Abdalla coming up soon.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Injured in an accident this summer? Postman Law can help. Call us at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve fast. That's 844-POSTMAN. Your summer shouldn't be spent panicking about medical bills or stressing over legal documents. With over $3 billion recovered for our clients, the Postman team gets you the results you deserve. Ready to get started? Call 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation now.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack. Another week in the books, and what a great week it was, including a 6-0 Saturday. That's right, guys, 6-0 Saturday with our top plays in college football. Are you ready to make money this year? Stop guessing and start winning. Go to fatjacksports.com, and it's less than $100 a week to make money. $3.99 for all the football through the end of the month, or $5.99 includes soccer, UFC, NFL props, and much more. Dial in today, fatjacksports.com to win. We won last week, and we're going to do it again.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Every season brings change. One year it's a rookie making headlines. The next year it's a whole new coaching staff. Even the rules of the game keep evolving. But here's the thing. You don't want that kind of change showing up on your internet bill. And with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about it. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. That means while football keeps shifting, and life does too, your internet price stays locked. No surprises, no hikes, just a reliable price for a reliable connection. And Xfinity goes all in. Unlimited data, the best Wi-Fi equipment included. It's like signing your star quarterback to a 5-year deal. You know what you got, you know it's reliable, and you know it's going to perform on game day. So while teams retool and the league evolves, your internet stays rock solid. To get started, call them. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are. Born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Save big money on all of your outdoor projects at Menards. Whether you're installing a patio, walkway, or building a retaining wall, Menards has the largest in-stock selection of beautiful concrete landscape block at the best prices. Plus, our free, easy-to-use design program helps you bring your ideas to life. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com to see our full selection of landscape blocks and get your outdoor project started today.
Save big money at Menards.
True Chicago-style pizza? It's not what out-of-towners think it is. True Chicago-style is thin, crispy, and cut into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy a true slice of the city. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are made with the same cornmeal crust Connie's has been serving for over 60 years, and they're exactly what you crave. Get to know the true Chicago-style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere. Available in a freezer aisle near you.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Black and Abdalla, WMVP, WSHE, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Black and Abdalla here on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app, with you for the next hour. Uninterrupted, brought to you by Yuengling. Shout out to the fine folks at Yuengling out at the Sox game yesterday. Shout out to Buzz and Squares, Pat. It was awesome.
It sounds fantastic.
Dave had a great time at the Sox game.
They're real
Sox
names?
win. Yeah, it was. Yeah. I'm going to hang out with Squares at Riot Fest next week. It's going to be awesome.
That'll rock.
It is. It literally will rock. We're going to have a great time at Riot Fest next week. Shay Norling in with me for Chris Bleck. Chris Bleck not with us today. And we have some breaking Bears news. We have a fresh...
You made it sound like he's dead. He's with us.
I was stretching. I was trying to hit a button here on the screen, but the screen is not up right now, so that's why it sounded weird for a second. But we do have breaking Bears news here. We have a fresh Bears injury report from practice. They did practice wrapping up right now. We heard from Ben Johnson earlier today with Carmen and Peggy. So we have news on Kyler Gordon. He did not practice again, and he is officially out. No Kyler Gordon for the second straight game. And you have Grady Jarrett, who was limited. He didn't practice yesterday. He was limited in practice today. He is questionable. That is the bad stuff. Here's the good stuff. TJ Edwards went from limited to a full participant in practice, no designation for the game, which means he's playing.
Yep.
Jalen Johnson, full participant yesterday, full participant today. He's playing. Roshan Johnson, limited yesterday, full participant today. He's playing. DJ Moore, full participant yesterday, full participant today. He's playing. So, the only guys that are not going to play officially is Kyler Gordon, and Grady Jarrett is questionable right now.
So Kyler's the only guaranteed out.
Kyler's the only guaranteed out.
I would say it sounds unlikely. Questionable, obviously you don't want to read into it too much, but it sounds unlikely that Grady Jarrett will play.
Yeah, I mean, limited. It's a good sign that he went from no practice yesterday to limited today. With a knee injury, you never know. Go out there on Sunday morning, do some work. Maybe maybe it'll be a rotation thing if he can go out there and play. We'll see.
The one thing I'll say is I'm not as concerned about Kyler Gordon being out because before the season started, before we saw game one, I really thought they'd need Kyler Gordon to invent pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think they'd be able to get it elsewhere. Dio was pretty impressive on Monday night.
Yeah.
And the ability to get pressure with rushing 4 early in the game was impressive. And I think the Lions' offensive line is not good. So there's a benefit here that you might be facing the right opponent at the right time to be able to get pressure without Kyler Gordon.
Yeah, I think if you look at the two games last week, the one between the Lions and the Packers and then between the Bears and the Vikings, and if you watched the Lions and the Packers game, it's basically the same recipe. Everything I said about how the Bears can beat the Vikings, getting after J.J. McCarthy early and often, is the same thing I'm going to say about how the Bears can beat the Lions this week, is get after Jared Goff. The Lions allowed 4 sacks. He attempted 39 passes. 8 of them went for 10 yards or more. So all of his 39 attempts were 10 yards or fewer, which means he was getting the ball out fast.
Check down Charlie,
because the pressures were coming. And if you watched last night's game from the Packers and the Commanders, they were getting after Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I mean, that defense is unbelievable.
Absolutely. I'm worried. The Packers
I was told they'd miss Kenny Clark.
I don't think they miss anybody.
I was told they'd miss Jair Alexander.
I picked them to win the division after they got Micah Parsons.
I think right now they're the best team in football.
They might be going well past winning the division the way they. It's early. It's only the second game of the season. Yes, it's a lot of overreactions and that kind of stuff. But I do think that there is a lot of overreaction. I do think that we're now at Friday after the Bears losing on Monday night and the Lions losing on Sunday. And I think that there has been a lot of overreaction to what we saw on Monday. And I think you and I are the two, it's weird to say, highest, maybe highest.
You're always the highest.
Yeah, well, I think that,
praise be to the Most High.
Yes. I think that you and I are the highest despite what we saw on Monday. And I think you and I might be some of the only two people here and the only people here at the station that might be going Bears money line and that think that they can actually go into Detroit and win this game on Sunday. I saw the game on Sunday between the Lions and the Packers. There's nothing about this Lions team that I am scared of. I remember, Shay, last year on Thanksgiving, with 3 minutes and 43 seconds left in that game, because my family eats Thanksgiving late. We eat Thanksgiving dinner at dinner time. I'm not besmirching anybody that eats Thanksgiving at 2 o'clock or at noon or whatever. You do you. I'm just telling you, and my family eats Thanksgiving. We were all doing our cocktailing and our hors d'oeuvres and all that kind of stuff during the Lions game. And I remember that game. 3:43 left in the fourth quarter. Caleb Williams drives that team down the length of the field to the 25-yard line. With 36 seconds left in the game, he takes a bad sack. And what does that clock do? That clock just starts running and running and running. And Cairo Santos is shown on the sideline, warming up to take a kick that he might miss. Whatever, neither here nor there. He's seen warming up, and and everybody across the Chicagoland area is yelling at their TV to take that time, because there's that little check down there at the bottom that timeout is still there, and everybody is yelling at their TV
never believe he didn't do
to
it.
take that timeout. And for some reason, Matt Eberflus, who was fired that right after, does not take that timeout. And Caleb Williams has to throw a deep ball to Rome Odunze that is not near him, and the Bears end up losing that game. Now, if they take that timeout, Cairo Santos maybe makes the field goal, maybe he misses the field goal, whatever. We don't know what happens. Maybe they tie the game. They go on into overtime. Maybe they lose. Maybe they win. We don't know what happens. The point is that I'm trying to make, Shay, is that this team last year, this Lions team, was remarkably better than the team that the Bears are going to face on Sunday. True. And I don't see, nothing that I saw about the Bears game on Sunday leads me to believe that they can't go in and at least compete for a win on Sunday against the Lions.
I agree. And I've been the guy all offseason. Well, everybody is just, the Lions are the best in the division until they prove that they aren't. I had a lot more questions. I think it's tough to lose a Hall of Fame caliber center to retirement in late June, and you ostensibly had no plan for replacing him. And now your move is like a 32-year-old Graham Glasgow who might not be good anymore. And the guy you drafted to play center, Tate Ratledge, you had to put at guard because his snaps at center in camp were so bad. Mm-hmm. The interior of their O-line, I was at Lambeau last week. I was at the game. The interior of that offensive line is bad. And I don't think it's like, oh, well, Hank Fraley will coach them up. They just don't really have the bodies. And week 2, like those people have to gel. They haven't played together. They haven't played the positions that they're playing. They got to figure it out. It takes time. I think the Bears are facing them at the right time in week 2. They're still figuring out the new coordinators. John Morton was not inspiring. They're still figuring out the new defense. They're still figuring out the new communication on the offense. They changed all the language. Jared Goff talked about it. It's all new. And with a bad interior offensive line, a center who hasn't been your center, it's a tough spot for the Lions to just wake up and be touchdown favorites. Like, I think the number, at least, I would say, is outrageous. I don't – this is reputation-based, and people are betting into what they were, not what they are. And I just feel like watching Monday Night Football in the Bears game, the things the Vikings did in the fourth quarter to really bother the Bears was a strong defensive front, 2 edge rushers who can dominate from either side, a strong middle. The Lions have neither of those things.
No.
And on the offensive side, it wasn't like, oh, let's just drop back in the shotgun and let J.J. throw it around the yard. It was, we're going to get our run game working with Jordan Mason and the interior of our O-line and set things up for J.J.'s life to be a little easier and make easy throws and make simple reads. And he executed. Credit to him. Mm-hmm. But I don't know that the Lions have the bodies to do that to you. Shout out Jahmyr Gibbs, 2.2 yards per carry last week.
Well, and I do think that having TJ Edwards back is going to help this Bears team a lot more than, it's weird to say. I think that having TJ Edwards back is going to help them more in this game than having Jalen Johnson back. Does that make sense? Because I think that they're going to try to run the ball a lot more, and TJ Edwards is going to help them with that. Because I think that if TJ Edwards was in the game last week, I don't think they get away. They don't let the Vikings run the ball as well as they did at the end of the game last week.
You're missing 3 key players defensively, and your offense can't stay on the field. You're going to get gassed, and that's what happened. Like, the Bears for 3 quarters were by far the better team in that game. And in the fourth quarter, everything came off the rails. And a part of it is the offense couldn't get anything going, and the defense just ran out of steam.
Mm-hmm.
But now you get some of these key players back. You're going to have T.J. Edwards. You're going to have Jalen Johnson. You won't need Nashawn Wright playing lockdown coverage for as much as you needed him on Monday Night Football. That's a difference. And I just don't buy that the Lions should be flipping 7 points to anybody right now.
No, because if you and I were looking at this game and take the logos off the team, and we were just saying these two teams going into the season, it was a 4-point line, and one team got destroyed by one team, and then one team got destroyed by another team, and that game happened to be on Monday night, and they gave up a large lead late, and then this other team happened to be the Sunday afternoon game, and they were just never in it, and then that line ballooned up to 6.5 from a 4-point line. You would say, okay, I'm taking the points. Like, I'm going to take the 6. I'm going to take the 6 or 6.5.
Yeah, I think this should be closer to a field goal game. And I'm not sitting here saying I think the Bears should be a pick 'em or favorites in the game. No, I don't think that.
But I think the Bears can go in and win the game.
What I started thinking about yesterday was, okay, script your way to a win here. I think the Lions have a problem on the interior O-line, obviously. I think they have a huge problem on the defensive front, and they behaved arrogantly about it in the offseason. Like, Brad Holmes was asked point blank by Lions media, are you going to get another pass rusher? And he said, this is a quote from Brad Holmes. This isn't even me paraphrasing. He said, does this happen in other markets? Is Aiden not enough for you? Dude, look at Houston. They've got they've got 2 pass rushers. Look at Green Bay going and getting Micah Parsons. Like, they didn't address this need. And then they go out on Sunday against the Packers. Did Aiden play?
They dropped him into coverage a bunch.
Right. Like, I didn't see his name called ever.
Yeah.
No pressures.
Yeah.
So I look at it and I just say the line of scrimmage here might just be a wash. And in that case, if this quarterback is 80%, 70% of what we believe he is, of what the Bears have told us he is, you go into that building and you win.
Yeah, and I think they can. 312-332-3776. It is a Friday, which means it is an all calls welcome Friday here on Bleck and Abdalla. When Bleck and Abdalla, I'm talking about myself in the third person here for a second. Well, Bleck and Abdalla, we're hosting nights here 6:30 to 8 p.m. before we changed the lineup here at ESPN 1000. We had all calls welcome on Friday nights. You can call up and talk to us about anything. You can talk to us about Bears and Lions. You can talk to us about the college football slate coming up this weekend. Host of Chicago's College Tailgate sitting right here to my right here tomorrow at 8 a.m. along with Tyler Aki. So
hang out with us.
Yeah, hang out with them and talk some college football with them, or you can call up and talk some college football right now. Talk to us about anything. It's an all calls welcome Friday right here on ESPN 1000, and Shay in with me for the vacationing Chris Bleck right now. So we can go to the phones, 312-332-3776. Let's go to Chase on the south side. What's up, Chase? Chase going once. Chase going twice. Chase. Is Chase on mute?
Chase, what's up?
Chase. I'm going to put him back on hold. Let's go to Fogy. Am I saying that right? Fogy's in Ukrainian Village. Fogy, what's up?
No, it's not a G, genius. It's a T.
Oh, Foti.
F-O-T.
Foti.
I called. I'm not going to be critical. I called just to congratulate you and Chris getting daylight hours.
Thank you.
To spend time with your families in the evenings. But listening to you reminisce about the Thanksgiving game, it brought back an issue that I took note of at the moment. That everybody wants to blame Eberflus for that lack of a timeout, but I was screamed at that I'm a coward because I'm afraid to accept greatness, and that this was bred for championships like Tom Brady. If you're that, you make the call on the field, and you tell the coach, I know what I'm doing. That didn't happen. But am I down on Caleb? I am. Should we have not gotten rid of Justin? Yes. And the issue is now, what is Caleb? Because after 1 week, we see who the coward is.
Can I call timeout though? Like,
hold on, timeout.
I am not going to do this. Should we have kept Justin stuff? He's had one good game. One. Like, overreact all you want, and Justin played very well for the Jets. That was never going to happen here.
No. Well, okay, so here's the thing. When I watched that game, I thought that Caleb would have now granted it was the Vikings defense, so I thought that the game would be a little closer, the score would be a little lower, but I have more hope for Caleb because I saw that game plan and I was like, oh, well, if Fields is playing this well, that's Ben Johnson light, right? Like that's the passing game coordinator.
Tanner Engstrom, right?
Exactly, coming over. So I thought that he'd be able to have a better game running that kind of game plan. All right, time in. Fody, go ahead.
Fody.
All right, never mind. We lost him. Let's go to Tony downtown. What's up, Tony?
Hey, guys, how are you?
What's up?
Hey, just wanted to congratulate you guys on
Thank
your
you.
slot.
Appreciate
you guys are awesome. Been calling this for a long time. I just heard you guys just kind of mention, I think, that the Bears have a chance against the Lions. And they might. Every team, I agree. But, guys, seriously? They do not have a chance against the Lions. The Lions are going to bounce back. It's going to, can we... Honest, I don't think Caleb is the guy. I'm not saying that Fields is better or anything like that. I just think that it's going to take some time. And all these predictions that you guys have made with them, like 8 or more wins, I don't think is fair to them because they're just not ready. But that's it. Guys, congratulations. You guys are the best. Have a great rest of the day.
All right. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it.
I'm not doing what either coach has done and guaranteeing a win on Sunday.
Both of them have at this point.
Yeah, you had Ben Johnson today. We're going to win. You had Dan Campbell on Tuesday. We will win this game. I'm not doing what either of them have done and guaranteeing a win.
I think that what Ben Johnson said today was a little different.
It wasn't a guarantee.
Yeah, at the end of Ben Johnson's press conference, he was asked about going 0-2 in the division to start the season. And then he cut the question off and was like, I'm not going there. We're going in to try to win the game. Like, that's a little bit of a... Like, you can't ask a question about going in with the mentality of losing a game, to me.
No, of course not. I mean, that's ridiculous. And Ben Johnson basically said, we're going to Detroit to win. He didn't promise a win. Dan Campbell guaranteed one. I'm just making the point, like, the Bears could absolutely go to Detroit and get blown out. Yes. That's a them problem. It's a YP, not an MP. It's a your problem, not a my problem.
Yes.
I think they have a chance to win. It's the National Football League.
Yeah,
there are no games where you have no chance.
Did people not watch the game on Sunday? Was it not broadcast in Chicago? Were the local markets blacked out from Lions-Packers? Did we not see this game here in Chicago? Do people not remember us talking about how that the Bears could have won 8 games last year if not for coaching malpractice? Was the reason Matt Eberflus not fired because of the Thanksgiving game where they could have beaten the Detroit Lions if he'd taken a timeout?
Where I would argue the Bears were a worse team and the Lions were a better team. And now I think they're both closer to each other. So just... face value saying there is no chance that the Bears win the game. I get it. You're doing the fandom thing, and they burned us all again. But it's the NFL, man. Every team has a chance on every single Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not saying I'm picking them to win. Just saying that 6.5 points is a lot of points. Joe's in Omaha. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's up, boys? How you doing?
Good.
Hey, this question's for Shay. Shay, before I start getting my hopes up on my Illinois, I want your unbiased opinion. Is it time to start getting excited for the Illini, or do you think it's just they played some cupcakes already? And
no, I don't think they played cupcakes at all. I had Duke in the game. No. I thought Duke would cover. I thought Duke would win. Duke is not some pushover football program anymore. They spend a lot of money. It's a serious investment. Illinois took care of business. They did their job. They blew out Duke. And if I'm an Illinois fan, I'm reserving some time off in early January for playoff football. Because they've done what they needed to do, and now they have a cupcake schedule through the conference. I think Ohio State and Indiana are the only 2 real teams they play in conference play. You can absolutely start talking playoff.
Awesome. All right. So you're saying I could start getting excited for the Big Ten championship?
That I can't promise you because, Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State, there's still bears in this division that'll make a case for that. But could you be in that final 12?
But you got a lot of teams in that playoff, Joe, so you might get in there.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Let's go to Nick is in Skokie. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. Thank you so much for taking my call. Shay, honestly, man, it's good to hear you in the afternoons, brother. I love you in the morning, but I can get used to this afternoon stuff. Not that I don't love Black. I love Black.
It sounds like you're pushing Black out the door, man.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
No. He's great. He's great. I really do. But it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's the whole Cap dynamic. I'm not sure. Sorry. I actually have two questions. The first one's a college question. I'm a big Miami Hurricanes fan, and they got South Florida this week.
Oh, you're going to throw them in a dumpster.
Dude, they scared the crap out of me, though.
No, you'll crush them. No worries. No, you'll crush them.
Okay, thank you, first and foremost. Second of all, I'm not a Bears fan, so I kind of look at this from the outside in, and what I don't understand in this city is everyone either drowns in Kool-Aid or they're like, forget it, I don't want to drink anything at all. And what I mean by that is I think that last week most people were like, all right, the Bears are going to win this game. It's at home. You know, from a health standpoint, we're okay. JJ's a rookie quarterback. We got this. We're good. Minnesota came into Chicago, right, and they beat the Bears. I mean, just whatever. At the end of the day, they beat them. What I don't understand about this city is how fast it turns. And as someone, like I said, who's not a Bears fan, if it just happened to you last week, why can't it happen for you this week? I think the Bears are more than equipped to go into Detroit. And the part for me is coaching matters, quarterback play matters. And I understand, but you got the guy that was running the offense for them. If anyone can beat this team, he's your head coach. So when I hear the last two calls, oh, we shouldn't have got rid of Justin. Justin could have read a defense to save his life. All right, the Jets have a quarterback who is an athlete playing the quarterback position. Now you have a quarterback playing the quarterback position. And don't get me wrong, Caleb has his faults. But my God, like I said, just someone on the outside in, sometimes I just want to shake Chicago fans and be like, calm down. You got it. You'll be fine. Everything will be okay. Even if you lose this game, which I don't think you will, spread's at 6 right now. You'll be fine. Take a deep breath, but there's got to be some, like, common ground between drinking the bucket of Kool-Aid or being, that's it, never mind, I'm off the boat. Sorry for the rant. I apologize. My bad.
Thanks a lot, Nick. No, he's right. Like, I do feel like that there were times from a lot of people calling into this radio station this week, it sounded like we were in week 8 and not week 1.
Yeah.
Like there was a lot of panic.
Yeah.
And a lot of I'm done with this. Not factoring in that this is a new coaching staff, a new offense, a new defense, a lot of new, and that we're in week 1 with 1 game and that there's still 16 more of these things to go.
Yeah, the thing I'll say about Caleb, too, because I think some of that jumped the shark, and maybe I'm even guilty of it a little bit, the criticism that he took after the first game. Yeah, the inaccuracy stuff is just flat out unacceptable. Yeah. Missing the throws that he missed, that's not new system stuff. That's not like you just missed throws. It can't happen. But like missing reads and not having a great feel for the offense, I'm not happy about it. Ben Johnson clearly isn't either. He said there's no excuses for the false starts or for like missing things in this offense. But that is week 1, new coordinator, new offense, new system hiccups. The positive is, boy, was he difficult to take down. And that was not the case last year. Last year was terrible avoiding sacks. This year, in 1 game, small sample size, but that's a great defense, and it's great defensive front that he went against, and he was very difficult to bring to the ground.
I can say 2 things can be true at the same time, right? There was a lot of overreaction, and that Caleb was very bad.
Sure.
Right? And that also the head coach was bad, too. Like, and he did harp on it a little bit, too. He's like, yeah, we're still talking about the kicker thing. Yeah, dude, you made a mistake. Don't let it happen again. It was your first game. As long as it doesn't happen again, I'm fine with you making the mistake, right? The reason we kept getting after Eberflus and other coaches is that it kept happening over and over again. Like, if you messed up a timeout situation once and it never happened again, you'd still have a job.
Yeah. Well, the more important thing for me, like Ben Johnson, the head coach, there's going to be growing pains. He's going to learn things. I have a feeling he's a smart enough guy that he will learn through the mistakes and not make them again. Mm-hmm. Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, I have complete and total faith in. The stat Carmen Yurk gave yesterday that the Bears were number 1 in the league in yards of separation per route run. That is a signal.
That warms my heart.
That your offensive coordinator's got a clue.
Yeah.
that he's scheming up open guys, and the responsibility now is on the quarterback. Make the throws.
Absolutely. That warms my heart a little bit. It's a Bears Friday here on ESPN 1000. Bears Fridays are brought to you by Dr. Pepper. One-of-a-kind fans, one legendary prize score. Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper, bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. Let's go to Matt and Gary. What's up, Matt? Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on?
Hey, this is Matt, a.k.a. Shy City Thrift, and my question is just, why in the world is Cairo Santos still on this team after the mistakes he made on Monday night, especially given I went to camp once a couple months ago, and there was a guy, I forget his name, but there was another kicker they had in camp, and he looked really great just on the eye test. Like, the ball was traveling much higher than Cairo's. He was making kicks.
Jonathan Kim out of Michigan State.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Oh,
like,
you know
why
him.
Why is this guy not at least getting looks this week?
Well, Matt, okay, appreciate the call. There is some news.
Yeah, go ahead.
From this. They did sign the kicker who was just cut by the San Francisco 49ers. That was reported. It hasn't been officially reported by the Bears, but he was signed. He was not good, though, and he's been signed to the practice squad.
I've talked about this with Tyler Rocky a little bit this week, that there are plenty of examples of reclamation project kickers who were draft picks and for whatever reason didn't work out on their first team. The example that I've leaned on, the Patriots a couple years ago traded up in the 4th round to draft Chad Ryland as their kicker. He was awful in his rookie season, so bad that they cut him after his rookie year. He's been a revelation kicking the football in Arizona. So sometimes this change of scenery thing, you bring a guy in who had pedigree and it works out. Bears are obviously going that route. And it sucks for me because I thought I'd have a Spartan and instead I get a Wolverine.
Why can't you find, why is this rotation? How is now Eddie Pinheiro the kicker for the 49ers? Like, these aren't quarterbacks, right? There's not only 40 of these guys that you just have to rotate through. Soccer is the most popular sport in the world. Guys have legs, okay? There's guys at the gym that don't skip leg day, okay? Why can't we find guys that can boot the ball with accuracy through the uprights? You and I were texting back and forth about this. My solution is this. On 4th down, the quarterback has to throw the ball as hard as they can through the uprights. If you make it through, 3 points. If you don't, turnover on downs. That's the solution. Game over.
No more kickers.
No more. Well, you
I'll
can
bet
punt.
Carm's on
no,
board.
punters. I punt the ball if you want to. That's fine. Because I don't want this, because then you turn the ball over on the 30, and that's stupid.
We'll just turn it into rugby, and you're always going.
That's fine. I don't want that. I would think then I don't want to turn it into rugby. That's a weird sport. I don't mind it, but I don't want to turn this into. If it's football, it's football. Rugby's rugby.
I don't even understand it.
Yeah. Keith is in Kansas City. Hi, Keith.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
It's all good.
Hey, yeah. So you're right that kicker, he just got released by San Francisco because he wasn't doing so great. I think he had a bad week last week. But anyway, so Caleb Williams, we did a number one positive. I'm a glass full kind of guy. So Caleb Williams, we did build a 17-6 lead. Hence the fact that we did not play our best offense to build that lead at the time. We kind of lead up. And then hence the fact in the 4th quarter we did blow the lead. But we were going against that number one defense and were potentially number one. And, we make the comparison with the, Justin Fields passing game and everything. Caleb did look pretty good. So in his mind, he's told, and what he's hearing in the medium, hey, you can't take a sack, you can't hold the ball, So he's probably got this mental clock in his head that they kind of installed to him having to get rid of the ball. And then he had that mistake with the intentional grounding. And that was clearly evident that he's, just trying not to get rid of the ball. So with that being said, of course, this is a big week. Even if we do go 0-2, this is still year one, like you guys were saying, and we couldn't be expecting to go into the playoffs anyway, even though we did sign, Ben Johnson and everything. So we just got to be in the reality. So I'm happy if we see some progress and being able to at least be 500 in the division, being able to compete, and then I think we can go from there. So I'm going to hang up and listen, and I'm a big supporter of you guys. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Keith. I appreciate it. Yeah. I think that Keith has a decent point there. I hit the wrong button there. Yeah, sorry.
Try to put
Fat
somebody
fingers.
on hold and
Yeah,
turn your mic
it was
off.
the fat fingers there. I went to hit that button, and I tried to hit the dual button with the pinky, and I went with the thumb there. So Keith's got a good point there where my expectation was that this team doesn't make the playoffs, but I had them starting 2-2, but I didn't think that they would start 2-2 this way. You know what I mean? Like 2-2 can look different. 2-2 was beating the Vikings, losing to the Lions, and maybe losing because I thought I had Micah Parsons still on the Cowboys.
Yeah, well,
losing to the Cowboys and
be a
beating
different
Vegas.
story
So, like, as long as you flip it a little bit,
yeah,
I'm fine with that. So we'll see how it looks. I think that this spread is a little too big. I'm the casual gambler. Every week, we like to talk to the professional gamblers, and that's how we get smarter about betting, and we do that every single week when we get smarter about gambling by talking to our favorite professional gambler here. We always talk to the Fat Jack.
Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Ready to fatten up your winnings?
You got something to eat up in there? We hungry.
For the best football picks, give Jack a call at 800-298-1383 or FatJackSports.com. Fat Jack feeds you his picks now.
Get in my belly.
On Black and Abdalla.
Money talk. Here comes the money.
Head to FatJackSports.com to get signed up today. We talk to Fat Jack every single week. Jack, how's it going?
You know, that was actually a nice caller. I was expecting more. I was expecting our pets' heads are falling off for the Bears fans this week. I mean, we had it in the bag, and then all of a sudden we're 0-1. Now we got the Lions. I expected doom and gloom, and the reality is Caleb Williams did not play terribly. The defense can't give up that big of a problem late. I mean, that was the whole thing. I think Caleb Williams does not have a cape on. So if you're expecting him to have a cape on, then you're misguided. He played better. It wasn't a horrible outing by him, and I do think that the division is going to be a little bit different this year than people thought in the offseason. I will also tell you this. We were 6-0 Operation Clean Sweep on Saturday. So when you get to that, you don't really care about anything else because you are deep into profit, and they were easy, guys. I mean, easy wins. In the afternoon on Saturday, I was trying to figure out what to sweat. I couldn't figure out what to be nervous about because they were so easy. They had Nebraska minus 34. They won 69-0. Had Oregon minus 28.5. They won 69-3.
Nice.
And then a couple of totals under West Virginia and OU games, both under. They went under by at least 20 points apiece. So really, really good run. We lost a little on Sunday, and we lost last night. I felt like watching. I didn't love last night. It was a half play for us, but I didn't love the game at all. Packers are apparently they have taken that next step. Jordan Love looks better throwing the ball down the field. But so the division's a little bit different. But to your point, I don't think it's all doom and gloom just yet.
So, Jack, when looking at this game, we've been overreacting a lot to the way the Bears looked and how that game ended. And before you came on, we were talking about this. Take the logos off the team. And when the year started, this was a 4.5 point game. And after Monday night, after the Bears blow that game, this ballooned out to 6. It's now 6.5. Blindly looking without the logos, this says team that is now an underdog by 6.5 all the way. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're saying that the Bears should be an underdog?
No, I'm saying that you should just blindly bet the team that is a 6.5 point underdog because it is a complete overreaction to what we saw on Monday night.
You should always do that in week 2.
Okay.
It's not even close. I mean, the underdogs of 5.5 or more over the first 3 weeks of the season are historically an easy winner. They're on a 13-2 against the spread run, and they were 9-4 straight up last year. So last year was kind of an anomaly. We had a bunch of those underdogs winning straight up. But here's a couple of good stats also as far as that goes. If you were and this shows parity is king. So do not chase good teams this week and pay very little attention to what you saw last week. There's two things I would tell you. If you didn't cover in week 1, and then you're a team that's going on the road. All right, over the last 10 years, those teams are 22-12. So didn't cover in week 1, go on the road, you almost 65% of the time you cover. Even more so if you got your you know what handed to you. If you're a double-digit loser in week 1, and you are now going on the road in week 2, so bad teams that now have to go on the road. Over 20-year subset in week 2, they're 33-18-1 against the spread. Guys, that's 65% cover rate betting the worst teams you saw in week one. So, and by the way, the two that fall into that this week are the Giants and Carolina, both double-digit losers, both on the road. One of those two covers, one of them probably wins. So be very, very careful in chasing the good teams. And I would tell Bears fans, there's a little bit of that here. All right, you're right. They give it up late. What if they just take care of business? What's the number then? Detroit, what happened to Detroit? Detroit looks horrible. I told you, we talked about this before the season. Detroit was going to regress. They were one of my teams that was coming back to the middle. They didn't do anything in the offseason. They have new coordinators. This team, I think, they're more like what we saw. Now, Green Bay is obviously on one extreme. I don't think Detroit's the worst in the division, but it's a lot closer between Detroit and Chicago, in my opinion, than it is Detroit and Green Bay. So I think you're getting value, not only what you saw last week, and people just expecting the Lions to be that 15-2 team from a year ago. And that's not the case. Bears are certainly the value in this one.
I want to take you to a similar situation and an old friend here in Chicago. The New York Football Jets are giving 6.5 points to Buffalo at home. Anytime I see this, I want to jump all over the Jets. I think Buffalo's a little overrated after Josh Allen put the cape on. I don't think this should be a 6.5 point spread. What do you see in it?
Yeah, they should be 0-1. I mean, you start looking at results from last week and where that's buying you some value this week. Baltimore's the first team ever is a long time, guys. I mean, ever to score 40 points, have 235 rushing yards, and lose the game. I mean, they figured out a way to do something that has never been done in the league. What if Baltimore just takes care of the ball and doesn't turn it over late? Now what's this number? It's a lot closer to the 4.5, 5, somewhere in there. And everybody's jumping on Buffalo saying, well, they're not going to go 0-2. But you're getting some value based on the final score last week. Buffalo, 5 of their last 6 games have gone over the total. Jets are going over as well. Jets, we always think defense, lower score. That's not the case. They're 7-1 to the over their last 8 games. I'm with you. There's some value in the the underdog here. Just the natural emotional letdown. I'm not a huge letdown guy. You got to be careful thinking like a fan versus a player. I mean, it's like saying, just because they had this emotional high win last week that they're going to automatically let down. But there is a little bit to that, especially going on the road. So I'm with you. There's some value with the Jets.
The Patriots head to Miami to face the Dolphins. The Dolphins look like they're going to be debating whether or not to take Arch Manning once we get to February and March here. They're a 2.5 point favorite as the Patriots head down there. Is there some value here on the Dolphins as people are down on them?
What are you like a sadist? I mean, who wants to watch this game, right?
I mean, listen, if there's value on it, you just set it and forget it, like we're Ron Propeel back in the day.
Yeah, we're going to bet it, and then we're going to watch Walker, Texas Rangers, what we're going to do.
That's fine with me.
Flip it over, watch some Murder, She Wrote instead. There actually is a little bit, I think. We lost on Sunday, and handicappers just don't say those words, but we did. But our win was Las Vegas going on the road to New England because everybody's expecting New England to be much improved. They were favored 0 games last year. They were projected to be 11 favorite of their games. 11 times they were supposed to be a favorite. That is an overreaction, overvaluation of what that team is. And there's some value there. Also, the idea that people have, just because the head coach for Miami looks like a guy from Revenge of the Nerds, doesn't mean that we're in 1986 and it's the nerd herd versus the Tri-Labs. His players are not going to give up on him just in spite of what Rex Ryan says. I heard him talking about nerds and all that kind of – listen, these guys, they will play for their head coach. Horrible outing in week one. There's also something to North going to South. New England going to Miami in the heat. New England 0-9 against the spread their last 9 in the series. So they don't normally cover against Miami. Miami certainly has to improve, but you could say that about a lot of these teams that look bad in week one. Remember the regression. Remember the mean. Value certainly with Miami at home in the heat.
I want to ask you about what might be the game of the day, the Super Bowl rematch that is surprisingly not Sunday Night Football. Eagles laying 1.5 on the road against the Chiefs. Historically, if you see Patrick Mahomes getting points, you just blindly bet him and win. But when I watched the Chiefs in Sao Paulo, I saw absolutely nothing that inspired any confidence in their offense. Is this a rare spot where you fade Mahomes as a dog?
Did you see any confidence in Carolina or the Giants either, though? I mean, that's the whole point, right? I mean, you're right. The Chiefs, especially defensively, showed nothing and just gave up a ton of points. Their pets' heads were falling off first play on. You know, they get the injury, guys running into themselves as Keystone Cops, then they lose to a good Chargers team. But is that who we really think Kansas City is? I mean, they're not that bad, especially defensively. You expect them to pull up their game for sure. And again, we're never as bad or never as good as we appeared in week one. And I think it's also the point to remember, Philly beat Dallas. And listen, they didn't beat Buffalo or Baltimore. They beat Dallas. Dallas traded away their best defensive player to Green Bay to give you guys headaches for the next 3.5 or 4 months. So this is not and by the way, that had a lightning storm. They're stopping the game halfway through. I don't know that Philly is where everybody thinks they are either. You add the Mahomes as a dog, you also get the last 13 times at Arrowhead. There is some truth to Arrowhead is a really hard place to play. 13-0 straight up are Kansas City, the last 13 at home. Andy Reid normally doesn't lose to. There's a million stats if you look at their key players that tell you Kansas City will rebound here. Philly will not be able to run the ball as much. If Kansas City goes 0-2, Taylor Swift's probably calling off the wedding. So, I mean, there's a lot of pressure going on there. You can't go 0-2 and be married Taylor Swift. So, I actually like Kansas City home plus a point.
Maybe just retire early, and they can get the ceremony done
They can just
more
leave
quickly.
now.
Yeah, they can move into that house in Cleveland. All good.
I'd be fine with that.
Take plenty of time before it gets cold up there. I like it.
Absolutely. Have you seen it's not Danny Dimes anymore. It's Indiana Jones now. Are we believers in Indiana Jones and the 2.5 points as underdogs against the Broncos?
You kind of see some dominoes here, right? I mean, if Indy gets blown out, that's going to be, say, a lot more about their win last week, and you can kind of line these things up. I don't think that's the case. I think Denver also a little bit overrated. We talked last week or a week or so ago about Denver kind of being that sexy team to take that next step and win some games. Denver could not have played much worse in getting it done last week. They turned the ball over 4 times. Last year, teams that turned the ball over 4 times were 3-15 straight up. So the idea, it was an anomaly, the idea they would turn it over 4 times to be able to beat literally anybody in the league. People are complaining about the not kicking the field goal at the end to cover, blah, blah, blah. They were lucky to get out of there with how careless they were with the football. I think Indy's going to be competitive here. I think this is a very evenly matched game. I would not touch it. Indy 6-3 to the over their last 9 games. I just think there's easier spots. So I'd steer clear there. I play teams like Carolina. Another one that I play is I would bet against Minnesota. You talk about what happened in Chicago. If they lose, what's this number? I think it's under a field goal for sure. And so you're getting a little value based on the general public saying, well, we know everything we need to know about a rookie quarterback who, by the way, looked horrible for half the game or over half the game. And then all of a sudden got it together. They're like, well, light bulb went on. Well, maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Atlanta certainly is dangerous. They're 12-3 against the spread their last 15 week 2 games. So they normally will come back after a week 1, whatever it is. And in this last case, they lost. Being able to turn around and get it done in week 2 would not be a strange thing for them. So I feel like Atlanta in that one to be much easier than trying to figure out whether Indy's the real deal or not.
Jack, I have a question for you about just philosophies in general when we talk about these teams. You know, talking about the Bears and, you know, talking about the Lions. The Lions are so good at home off a loss. The Bears, we're talking about how, you know, Caleb Williams off a short week. When we're talking about, like, bringing in a new coaching staff, like Caleb Williams on a short week is, you know, this many points or whatever. Well, now he's got Ben Johnson as a coach. And, you know, now, you know, Jared Goff has new coordinators and, you know, a whole new offensive system. Do you throw those things out? How much of that stuff do you pay attention to when you're handicapping these games?
Yeah, so what's funny is that all the information's out there. You just literally, after 30 years, that's kind of the difference between me and a lot of people. Is I kind of, more times than not, I know what information to value and what not. You're speaking of the Detroit 10-0 against the spread, the last 10 after a loss. Mm-hmm. That's impressive, right? But I would tell you, Detroit's 1-4 against the spread their last 5 at home. So you've got all this information out there. How do you know what to pluck out, what not to pluck out? In this particular game, I like the idea that we're talking about creating some value. We're not going to be right 100% of the time, but I like the idea of the fact that Chicago lost versus a Detroit team that everybody expects to be better. You're not hearing anybody say nationally, well, Chicago's going to be better. Chicago's going to do it this week. They're definitely going to do it. But you're hearing that about Detroit. You're hearing that about Denver going to play well. Baltimore has to win by 1,000 over Cleveland. All those things you start hearing about some teams, yet other teams you don't. That creates value because just think of your buddies. If they're down there drinking beer or whatever, they're going to bet $50 on the game. What's easy to do? Watch ESPN, figure out what should have done better than it did last year, and then bet your $50 on it. That is going to create value in the underdog. Again, not every time, but we're looking for value more times than not. And so that's where I land on that. I would lean toward their new coordinators. Jared Goff looked lost. I do think Green Bay is certainly better, but Detroit, they got some questions to answer, and I don't know that Chicago's is, if they win the game, I'm not getting near as many points, and they did almost enough. Of course, almost doesn't count in records, but in gambling, it kind of does. You're looking at what did they do that I can either take that was really, really good or really, really bad and hope that it happens again. I think there is some of that with Chicago.
If our fans go to FatJackSports.com, what are they going to get, Jack?
UFC goes again tomorrow night. We've won, I think, 4 of the last 5 or 5 of the last 6 weeks. Been very, very good. About $20 a week when you sign up for the entire year. Soccer, told nobody, I don't care about soccer. I love the soccer profit, over 100 games of profit over the last year. Again, about $20 a week when you go through the Super Bowl. You get players props for $189 for football through Monday, $249 football and the players props. Everybody gets the same picks, no matter what package you sign up for, no matter how much you bet per game. You don't talk to anybody. You get signed up at FatJackSports.com. You have a private personal portal to get the plays. You get a recommended betting guide. We tell you what we're doing with the games. We encourage you to do that. You get last week's picks. You go 6-0 on Saturday. You made about 4.5 games of profit last week. Also, let's recalibrate our expectations as gamblers. It's a good time to do that. If you make 2.5 games of profit a week as a $100 player, you're going to make about $5,000 over the course of the football season. After you pay the $1,800 to get signed up, you're putting $3,000 plus in your pocket. And as a $100 player, if you want to make more than $3K over the course of the football season, you're not betting enough, or your expectations are too high. Go to FatJackSports.com. We are having a great start to the year. We can't even see even right now. We're so far up. We're going to have a big weekend. Get signed up today and win this weekend betting the games against the spread.
Thanks, Jack. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Have a great week. See you soon.
That's the Fat Jack. Get signed up today at FatJackSports.com. Our stream on YouTube and Twitch is brought to you by FenceWorks, a.k.a. The Guy on 41. Visit theguyon41.com for the best offerings on fences, basketball hoops, trampolines, and play sets. It's an all-calls welcome Friday here on Bleck and Abdalla here, uninterrupted for another 12 minutes or so. 312-332-3776. Let's go to David is in Crystal Lake. David, what's going on? David going once. David going twice.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Oh, wow. Right David at the buzzer. What's going on?
Right at the buzzer. Sorry, I'm mute. Just want to kind of run with the optimistic overreaction. Abdalla, you talked about a 2-2 record being flip-flop. You said that it's flipped in reverse from how it could have played out originally. What if this NFC North is not a juggernaut? What if Green Bay is? What if they win? What if they lose 1 or 2 games in the season and Minnesota, Detroit, and Chicago's all battling for maybe that third wild card spot? Is there any optimism there? Is that a possibility?
I mean, I think the way it could be flipped is that, you've got Green Bay and Minnesota are the 2 juggernauts, and then maybe it's the Lions and the Bears that are just kind of floundering. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I see it. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Yeah. Is that what you think?
I don't know that I think Minnesota's a juggernaut. But
I don't know, man. Like it depends on what. If they have to keep winning games like they did on Monday, then no, they're not.
Yeah, but it goes back to trying not to overreact. So much had to go wrong for the Bears for Minnesota to get to 1-0.
Correct.
That I almost watched that game and downgrade both teams.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like neither really impressed me, and boy, it was a tale of 2 halves for J.J. McCarthy because he looked unplayable bad for the first 3 quarters, and then in the fourth quarter he turned it on. But a part of that too is like the Bears defense couldn't catch a breath.
Yeah.
So how much can I really take out of that?
No, you're right, and I still think that after 2 games, Green Bay is the class of the division.
Green Bay might just be the class of the NFL though. That's where, like what David's saying, maybe Green Bay is the juggernaut.
I'll say the NFC. I still think that there's still the Ravens, the Bills. I'll throw the Packers into that cloud of top teams.
The Packers, at least, they have the advantage of having played 2 games where their defense looked absolutely phenomenal in both of them.
Yeah, correct. You're right. It is a Friday here on Bleck and Abdalla with Shay in for Chris Bleck.
Chris, please! Chris, stop! Chris, stop for a minute.
Throwback to the old days.
Yes, exactly. And every Friday here on Black and Abdalla, we play a game that we call Good Question here. And on Good Question, what that is we score the hosts here for getting good questions. And what that is, every time a guest is on the radio station and they say good question to a question asked by a host, we score a point. And leading good question, I'll tell you, usually Chris is the one asking me who is leading good question. So I'm going to ask myself, Adam, what is the score of good question? Well, I'll tell you, Adam, what the score of good question is.
I could have asked you.
No, I know that, but I'm telling myself. Well, Adam, I'll tell you, self. Right now, Silvy is in the lead with 28. Waddle has 14.
Not surprised.
Waddle has 14, as does Mike Gilligan, the host of the golf show, with 14 as well. Here is this week's edition of Good Question.
Yeah, I got a question for you. Can I get an answer?
It's a final question, though. You're not taking any questions?
Do you want me to let me finish talking? You ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. Don't interrupt me, okay?
What's your record for consecutive questions asked?
38. Yeah, I got a question for you. Can I get an answer? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
How could you ask me a question like that?
I'm on Burgundy? Who typed a question mark on the teleprompter?
Yeah, I got a question for you.
Jason, you've covered every single one of Caleb Williams' games in a Bears uniform, and you also get to talk to him after the game. Why? We're trying to figure out, why is he struggling so much with the layups? With the easy plays that are in front of him where there are big chunk plays, why do you think it is that Caleb is still struggling at this in year two?
Yeah, that's a great question.
One of the things we talked about, Tom, in the preseason and in camp is just the pre-snap penalties.
I didn't get this from
and so
Twitter. Thanks for sending it.
Peace at Soldier Field, where the fans are being quiet while the offense is on the field. There were still the same issues of pre-snap penalties on the offensive line and Caleb Williams.
Good question, Army.
But now in this hostile environment at Ford Field, their first home game, they're pissed that they lost against the Packers. So what's the best course of action that you think that can work for the Bears?
That's a great question.
This team lost several lost games in catastrophic ways last year, in some very strange ways, and that can kind of lead you down a dark path in some ways. How do you think this team with this new staff will handle how they lost the game on Monday night?
Oh, that's a great question.
Short.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're back to doing week to week now.
Short and sweet.
Back rather than once a month. So now that we're on.
No more 10-minute good questions.
No more 10-minute good questions now that we're on every day. So, we can actually do that. Tomorrow, Saturday, you and Tyler Rocky will have Chicago's College Tailgate at 8 a.m. We've got about 90 seconds before we get to the song of the night. What can we look forward to on tomorrow's show?
You can look forward to us discussing Alabama football because, shockingly, they are one of my favorite plays of the week.
No, don't do that, man.
Wisconsin going down to Tuscaloosa. Big Ten teams going south, typically pretty rough.
I hate that.
Wisconsin's doing it without their starting quarterback. Big bounce back spot for your Crimson Tide, buddy.
I hate that because everybody
pat on the head for your Crimson Tide.
Everybody was on them against Florida State, and they lost. They lost outright.
Yeah, well, if they lose this one, get the Witsec ready for Kalen DeBoer. Because it'll be very difficult for him in Tuscaloosa.
Witsec is out. It's already out. It's done. They're not going to fire him. They're not going to do it. But if everybody wants him fired, but I don't think they're going to do it. There's no way. They're not going to pay the buyout. They're not passing the hat around every
what
year.
Are you, USC? You're crying poor now?
No. Oh, yeah. Yes, they are. Yes, they are crying poor. They absolutely are crying poor. Absolutely. So that's tomorrow morning, and then the golf show tomorrow as well. Only three more chances for the golf show for Mike Gilligan to get some good questions in there, Tyler. You might want to let him know.
Yeah, then he hibernates for the rest of the year.
He's got to start padding his stats.
Get some shots up.
Yeah, get some shots up for good question for the rest of the year.
You just don't ask any questions tomorrow and let Mike ask them all. Give him opportunities.
I'll pull a Yurko tomorrow.
You can shout out College Tailgate. You can be like Brian Kelly at LSU with Jaden Daniels and just leave Mike in blowouts to ask questions.
All right, it's time for Song of the Night.
Hey, turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Black and Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, later.
The Strokes released yesterday off of This Is It. Hard to explain.
This is the part where I ask you.
Not yet.
Well, I don't want to step on any toes.
We usually wait for like a chorus or something.
Why, Adam, is hard to explain by the Strokes, today's song of the night.
Well, yesterday, this album was released on September 11th, 2001, on vinyl. And the reason why that is important, Shay, obviously for various reasons, is because this album was released on vinyl, and then it was supposed to come out on CD a few weeks later, but it was pulled because it had a song on it called New York City Cops.
It's true.
And they had to pull all the CDs and then remove that song because of the horrific acts of September 11th. Of
course.
So if you had that vinyl, you obviously have a very specific vinyl that was only released on September 11th, 2001.
Collector's item.
They pulled all of them, removed New York City Cops, and then re-released it like a month later without that song on vinyl or CD or however you bought albums at the time. So they had to then re-release it, and then they re-released it again like a year or so, however many years later, by putting New York City Cops back on the album. So a bunch of albums came out that day too. Like a Jay-Z album came out, Blueprint came out that day. Like a ton of actually very good music came out on September 11th, 2001. But yeah, one of them is The Strokes, which is actually my favorite album like of that entire decade.
Yeah, this album's fantastic.
Yeah.
And boo to P-Crib in the Twitch chat for saying the Strokes are overrated.
Oh, quiet you, P-Crib.
Terrible take.
Quiet you.
The Strokes are great,
The Strokes are awesome, especially this album. All right, The Strokes. Song of the night.
Turn up the volume and don't touch that dial because it's time for...
What dial? There's no dial on my phone.
Yeah, it's just an... never mind. Crank the volume because it's time for Bleck and Abdalla's Song of the Night.
Yo, lit.
Chicago's College Tailgate tomorrow at 8 a.m. with Shay Norling and Tyler Aki, and the pre-game show on Sunday at 8 a.m. with myself and Chris Bleck. Waddle Silvy coming up next.
Bleck and Abdalla, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said,
if it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Waddle.
That was everything there. That was a heck of a throw by Harbaugh, a heck of a catch by Waddle.
I had a hot dog at the Sox game when I went and saw them play the Mariners. Smothered in under...
and onions.
Is locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Silvy.
He is the guy that we've always wanted to crown, who is young, who we've always wanted to become that next great guy, but has just always fallen short.
Bring gas.
Hello, Andrew.
This is
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Waddle and Silvy.
Love these guys.
Williams at the line, tapping his head. We're down to 15 seconds here. Caleb Williams out of the shotgun, 3rd and long. Time is moving. Gotta go under 10 seconds now. Oh my goodness. Back to Williams. He's ready to throw. He'll throw it down the middle of the field. Incomplete at the horn. The game is over. The Bears won't even get to 4th down. They leave Detroit with a timeout in their pocket.
Off from center. Play fake, quickly sets up in the pocket, going deep down the field. It's got a speedster. Williams over the top of Owens. Away at the 10-5 end zone. Touchdown Detroit. 80-plus yards to the speedster.
Now Gibbs stumbled after taking the snap, but it doesn't matter. Connects with Laporta for a Lions touchdown.
It's going to kind of stumble out of there. And I wonder if that was a trick play because now it looks intentional.
Oh, the memories against the Lions, all from last year, Waddle.
Not good.
It is going to be a fantastic matchup on Sunday in Detroit, especially with all the drama, the stuff that happened last year, the Thanksgiving game. Ben Johnson now returning, the designer of the Stumble Bum. And the Bears need a win.
Yeah, I think this, the fact that Ben is no longer in Detroit, I think you saw that offense is reeling a little bit. They may find their way. They're in a bit of an early season identity crisis, I think. Just got done watching most of their first game against Green Bay, and oh my goodness, Green Bay is pretty damn good. But yeah, I think that a couple of things here. You remember Dan Campbell is obviously a really good head coach up there, but he didn't really have a lot to do with game planning and play calling. Ben was the head coach of the offense. Mm-hmm. So when you lose the head coach of your offense, the same thing happened on defense with Aaron Glenn. It's not as if the head coach can just take over. I also think the familiarity that exists. Ben knows the weaknesses of that offense. He knows what makes Jared Goff a little itchy and scratchy, and obviously he knows after seeing most of those defensive players every day in practice, he knows probably the best way to go about attacking them. So like we've said now for a couple of weeks, I feel really good about the Bears coaching and their ability to game plan. Then it comes down to player execution.
I think it's going to be an interesting showing, even though with the players too, obviously, like you said, the player execution, but how well can this coaching staff rally this team after blowing a game like they blew 17-6? And again, with the extra drama going into it and knowing that the coaching staff made a couple mistakes. I'll play you a couple of the sound bites coming up here, though, but I think that's even more intriguing, too. Like, what's the point of bringing the highlights back from last year? Well, Eberflus made mistakes, but they just continued to compile. And they never found a way to make that 10-game losing streak stop. They had a 14-gamer earlier when they were truly rebuilding. Last year wasn't supposed to be a rebuild, and you had a 10-game losing streak. How quickly can this coaching staff turn a team around coming off of a tough home loss in the opener?
It's such a great point because this was a regrettable loss this past Monday and a regrettable start to the Ben Johnson era here in Chicago. I think we're going to learn a lot about this Bears team on Sunday in Detroit. There's a lot new here. All these coaches are new. There's new players. How are they going to respond to that catastrophic, heartbreaking, unacceptable loss from Monday night? Are you going to be pissed off? Are you going to be focused? Do you want to get that bad taste out of your mouth? Or will there be some lingering issues with you knowing that you gave one away? I'm not 100% sure what the character of this team is. I think you define that. I think you define your character in a lot of ways by how you respond to adversity. And in this case, it was self-induced adversity. But I think it's a great point. Who are these Bears going to be, especially after a really tough loss to start the season.
Who's going to have the best rebound, too, Waddle, in Game 2? Is it going to be Caleb Williams? And he did some good, especially starting 10 for 10. First drive touchdown, rush for a touchdown, didn't have an interception. The sacks were down. It wasn't all bad, but like we said, the accuracy, the not seeing guys who are open, wanting to be on the same page with everybody. So is it Caleb? Is it Ben Johnson? Is it Montez Sweat, who hopefully can start pressuring the quarterback here? He's a very highly compensated player, and he's supposed to be their best, at least rusher and pass rusher there. Or maybe even he's their highest paid player, is he not?
Yes. All good choices, all excellent directions to go. How about this? I'll tell you, it's the 5 guys up front. They failed to create any space in the running game at all. Between DJ, who had 3 carries, and DeAndre Swift, who had 17 carries, they carried it 20 times for 61 yards. Their leading rusher was their quarterback. That can't be the case in a Ben Johnson offense. So not only did they create space, albeit against a very stout Minnesota front, not only did they not create space in the running game, but if I'm not mistaken, they allowed 23 pressures. So I would suggest to you that all of it gets better if the offensive line as a group comes out and plays better. Dahlman's got to be more secure at the point of attack, as does Jonah Jackson. They can't have all of the pre-snap penalties. So I think the running game and the protection provided the quarterback, those 2 things could really determine just what type of offensive production you're going to see on Sunday.
We got an antsy, maybe even a little testy Ben Johnson today. I want to play a couple of bites from the press conference if you missed it today. This is Carmen and Yurko, I think, had it earlier today. This is Ben Johnson about being asked again. Charlie, does this include the question? So the question's in there. I'll let it speak for itself. Take a listen.
I want to ask about the endgame kickoff thing one more time.
Man, can we go on to the next game? Still on the...
With the new rules, when it doesn't land in the landing zone, it's a dead ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, could you have just kicked it anywhere, just
short,
more than 20, and the clock would have stopped?
Mm-hmm.
Was that considered at all?
Yeah, it was. Yep.
And
listen, last time I'm going to bring up last game, okay?
Yeah.
I got greedy, and I wanted the extra 5 yards. That's why we tried to kick it out of the back of the end zone. Simple as that, okay?
I like the answer. Now, we got. I know a lot of people are saying, well, we've liked a lot of things from Ben Johnson. He's got to do better. But what I liked about that, too, is he gave you the answer. He showed you his frustration. He owned the mistake. And he also didn't stand up there like a crash test dummy, just taking it nonstop. Like Eberflus never had an answer, never would own it, but then wouldn't stop the nonsense when things were continually being asked. He's like, look, this is it. This is the last time I'm speaking about it. I'm going to own it, and we're moving on. I liked everything about that.
I like it, too. I hope it's also the last time we have to ask him about making a strategic mistake in a situation that seems so easy to kind of come to terms with. So I love the accountability. I like a ton of what he says and how he accepts responsibility. But as I said the other day, the last thing I want is my coach consistently going to the podium and saying, yep, that was my fault. That's one of the reasons why we lost. I want him to go to the podium and say, hey, collectively, we all played well. I made some good decisions, and it's the reason why we're 10-1.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was we were talking about this off the air yesterday. Matt Nagy, you know, we used to compliment him in his first or second year, saying, oh, look, at least he owns it. And then he just kept saying, I'm wrong. I made a mistake. And it went on for like 3 years. And we're like, all right, enough. You know, so I get what you're saying. We're still in the honeymoon stage.
I like the testiness, though, because I was testy after the game.
There was more. This is the end. I think this is Herb Howard, who's very good, though, asking this question to put an exclamation mark on the press conference.
Many powerful conversations about going to particularly a division, going to.
You're crazy right now. We're going to win this game.
So I don't know how well you could hear that. He was asked, I believe, like, hey, I know we're looking ahead, but if you do fall to 0-2, and he was having none of it. He wasn't like, why put your mind before a game at going 0-2.
Yeah, I'm glad. Again, I'm very interested to see how this team comes out and represents itself after last week's devastating loss. And it was an improbable loss that everyone had a hand in. The offense definitely had a hand in it. The defense, after playing 45 minutes of spectacular ball, gave up 170 yards and 21 points. The special teams, we've highlighted all of their mistakes. We've highlighted the coaching mistakes. How are you going to come out and respond to a game that you should have won and we all expected you to win? I'm glad they're I'm glad the head coach is testy, and I hope they're testy on Sunday, and I hope they take their frustration out on the Detroit Lions.
You know, we talked about this off the air. He showed his impatience, or the Bears showed their impatience for Captain Cairo. This is the move that we've been talking about. I said this to you guys, and Tyler was in agreement that I would bring in Jake Moody to the practice squad. Jake Moody has been a huge, huge bust as a third-round draft pick and as a kicker who got released by the 49ers. They're not giving him a roster spot. There are so many extra practice squad spots. Why not get him here and at least have him see if he can change things? I mean, we joke now. I think anyone who's struggling should just be sent to the White Sox Arizona complex, and maybe they can fix him like they fixed Colson Montgomery. And but who knows? Maybe he can figure something out with a new set of eyes on what he's doing wrong and get new confidence with a new team. If not, and he's no better on the practice squad, you discard him in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, you know how I feel about it. I think he was bad at San Francisco. I get the point you're making. He struggled from distance. I thought he struggled at times with the pressure of the moment. You come to Chicago, now you have to deal with the wind inside that stadium. Listen,
he kicked at Michigan.
Yeah, and he kicked crappy in the NFL
no, I
for
know
3
that,
years.
and I'm not, don't get me wrong. I am not like some Jake Moody apologist
No, I
or
know.
a believer. I think it's, you name me any kicker name, put him up that you think you can change and has talent. I'm fine with putting him on the practice squad for the time being.
Listen, I don't care if it's Jake Moody or Make Judy. Whatever it is, if you bring somebody in, I think that for me, the bigger issue here goes back to the question that Kap asked and got in a fight with Chris, the caller, on the other day. And it references how patient is this head coach going to be with the lack of success from his players, especially those that weren't brought here by him. Now, we call him Captain, Cairo, right? Captain Cairo, because he's a captain. They gave him an extension a year ago as well. The
4
fact
years.
that they're bringing somebody in, at the very least, and I don't think it's a bad idea. Listen, the concept of bringing somebody in and again, regardless of who the guy is, I am totally not against that. I'm for that. I just think it highlights that, look, everybody's going to be held accountable here. And it doesn't mean that Cairo's going to be sent packing anytime soon, but it is an interesting development, is it not?
Oh,
to
yeah,
bring in?
look, if he can't kick from distance this week in the Dome in Detroit or misses another important field goal, I think you will see this impatience weigh in. And I think the coach does matter with this, too, even though he's, quote, not the personnel guy. Like, look at a guy like Velus Jones. Like, how much of a rope did Velus Jones have? He never should have gotten a start in his third year. But yet there he was last year out there. We knew he couldn't play. And Eberflus, because they drafted him under him, and Poles, who drafted him, continued to just double down and say, we believe in him. Now we're making him a running back. We believe in him. We believe in him. I think this is where Ben Johnson will say, enough.
Sure. Yeah.
This isn't my guy, number one. And number two, he made me look bad. He made our team look bad. We trusted him to kick it through the end zone. Sure, it's a coaching mistake. He still was exposed with a bad coaching decision. And then that critical missed 50-yard field goal, I think he'll have far less patience than they did with Eberflus and Poles.
Totally agree. And to anybody who may suggest you guys are making too much of this is just I would vehemently disagree with that. I think this is something. This is symbolic at its very core, that they're not going to tolerate people that don't do their jobs. And if they can find someone better, they're going to bring that person in. I don't think everything is going to be a snap decision. I don't think they're going to do anything reckless, but I do think they'll be aggressive about upgrading themselves in really important positions. So I don't think we're overreacting. I don't think we're reading in too much to anything. They're not happy with what happened in week 1 of the 2025 season. So in a kind of a distance, arm-length fashion, they're going to address the issue and have a plan B if, in fact, they need to go to plan B.
I need a win, Waddle, for my mental state. If not a win, I need a well-played game, especially from the quarterback. I can't sit. Yesterday I was with some buddies. We watched the Packer game, and it was a Packer game. It was basically just a Packer game. The Commanders were awful. The Packers looked dominant. They looked dominant on both sides of the ball.
I think that the Commanders looking awful and the Lions looking awful the week before has more to do with the Packers than it does with either of those teams. Because I do believe both the Lions and the Commanders are still good football teams. That Packer defense, again, having watched them a bunch today, they're athletic, they're violent, they're fast, they pursue. And they got a guy now that when he steps on the field, he automatically speeds up even veteran quarterbacks because they know he's coming. So I think it's half. And just to focus on the Lions, they had 246 yards. They only ran it for 46 yards, and Goff was sacked 4 times all last week against this Packers team. Some of it, I think, is the Lions trying to get used to a new play caller, a bit of an early season identity crisis. A lot of what happened to them or a lot of their issues were dominated and dictated by a Packer defense that absolutely swarmed them. So
yeah, that defense is good. Let's take some calls. We got a bunch of calls, Waddle. Waddle's at home. You feeling better today?
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
All right. You sound okay, though, today.
Yeah, I'm getting better.
Brian in L.A., you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Bri?
Hey, how's it going?
We're good.
So this is going to sound simple, but I really don't think we're waiting for Caleb's mechanics and different things to come into play. I think he just has to shy away from, he just needs to rip a 20-yarder, honestly. And I felt like it was kind of Ben Johnson's job to get Caleb's confidence going in the way that Kevin O'Connell made sure to give JJ that bootleg. And I really felt like that was the difference in the game. And I'll hang up and see what you guys think.
I don't know. I don't think you can pin the play of the quarterback directly, good or bad, on the coach. I think that he can't have an enormous impact. It's been one game. I think the issue that I had with what I saw was it looked a lot like last year, where there was some mesmerizing plays and some that are just head-scratching plays. It was too inconsistent, and it didn't seem like there was progress from last year. It's early. We'll see if that kind of goes away and the progress will take place. But
didn't they give Caleb confidence by scripting out the first 15 that resulted in a touchdown drive?
I would think so.
I mean, you were 10 for 10 to start. How can you not be confident at 10 for 10? That was, in my opinion, more of just the execution than a guy who didn't have I've always said maybe his brain is scrambled, and that is forcing him to overthink and be a tad less decisive, be a tad slower. Things are too fast for him right now, but I don't think it was like Ben not giving him confidence.
No.
I'm tired of the hand-holding.
It's inconsistency is what it is. Like in the second half, you'll see on the Bears sideline, he throws just a dart to DJ on a 20-yard out with a guy in his face. So what was his thought process good there? Was he thinking clean, or is he just inconsistent at this point in his career?
Yes.
Because then a play later, you've got a wide open tight end or receiver running a seam route, and he again throws a Daniel Palencia, fastball to the screen.
Why do you keep having to bring Palencia into this? I don't want Palencia around Caleb Williams.
Well, that's the type of throw it was. Clean up those throws, and I'll stop the comparison. But that's where I'm saying
The afternoon
See, like even Charlie's getting sick of the Daniel Palencia thing.
Okay, I'll put that one on the shelf for now. I think the issue of being overloaded is you see that in his decision making, dumping it off when he needs to hold it, holding it when he needs to dump it off. That's where the decision making mistakes to me are more a product of him being overloaded with a new system. Just the flat out, hey, I'm an NFL quarterback. I was the first pick of the draft. There's a guy that's wide open in front of me, and I dirted at his shoelaces. That, to me, is not being overloaded by a new system. That's just a guy right now that needs to focus on his fundamentals. And I don't know, however you're going to improve your accuracy, you got to go about improving your accuracy.
Chris in Vancouver, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys, can you hear me okay?
Perfect, yeah. What's up?
Okay. I absolutely love the show. Waddle, you're a legend. Sylvia, the man, happy belated birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, Caleb. To this point, it's crazy, but he hasn't really proven that he can be an accurate NFL passer. Can we all agree on that from week 1 of last year till right now?
I think the stats say that. Yes,
right.
He completed
As of now, yes.
62% of his passes last year. He's completed 60% in his first game, and his percentage of off-target throws is not it's an unacceptable rate at this point.
Yeah, and he's got the obvious overthrows, right? Like where it just jumps off the screen. Well, that's what worries me the most. Like I like him a lot. He's so talented, but it's crazy that's still like a legitimate question at this point. Is will Caleb Williams ever be an accurate NFL passer? Like it kind of.
Chris, you're breaking up now, though. But I thought, Waddle, I think it was you who sent it to, someone sent us Greg Cosell, who's been, how long has Greg Cosell been, breaking down the NFL?
40 years.
And he had something yesterday that was just fair and balanced. I thought it was one of the best analysis. Do we have that, Charlie, for us to play, or do you need it on the, do we need to
I think it's somewhere in here. I put it in.
Okay, so Charlie will we won't break until we get it, but I want people to hear this because I don't know. And he says this doesn't mean he's going to be like this the rest of his career. But if we just judge the here and now, this is what you see, and I think that's what the caller's alluding to.
Yeah, I think that it's evident. I can sit and point out the beautiful throws when the mechanics are straight. He trusts the route, and he just lets it rip. And then you'll watch a play 3 plays later, and you're like, I don't know what he's seeing or feeling, but he's got to let that ball go. And when he does throw it, he can't throw it high and outside. I mean, it's just at times there's great feel and there's great athletic ability, and then there are other times where you look and you say, boy, that's terrible feel for the position in the pocket, and that's a bad throw. That's just where we are right now. I hate to say it. I know people want to be overly optimistic and think that, I'm exaggerating, but I'm just telling you what you see.
This was, where was this from, Tyler? Was it the Ross Tucker podcast?
Yeah, Ross Tucker.
So this is Greg Cosell, who's been around the NFL for decades. He's been breaking down film for decades. And I thought this was just very fair in summary, where it's not over the top. It's not saying that Caleb can't be great, but this is what he's seeing right now.
Obviously I watched Caleb Williams in detail. And, you know me well enough to know that I don't make definitive statements about a guy's career. First of all, the guy started 18 games in the NFL, and this is his first game with Ben Johnson. So in many ways, he's still a rookie all over again. So all I'm going to tell you what I saw on the tape and what I think that means for his development up to this point. That's all I would feel comfortable commenting on. And at this point in his development, and again, he's learning a brand new offense that has a lot to it, and a lot to it in terms of what you have to do in the huddle, a lot to it when you get to the line of scrimmage before the ball's even snapped. So there's a lot here, and we haven't even talked about throwing the football. But Williams at this moment in his development, Ross, is not a refined or advanced anticipation thrower. That's not the way he sees the game up to this point. Also, it was pretty clear from the other night, and this was certainly true a year ago in a different offense, that he doesn't really play with the needed clarity yet from the pocket that's demanded to work through progressions and deliver the ball cleanly within structure and timing. He's not there yet. So, we can talk about the physical traits. He's a terrific thrower. He obviously can move and make those kinds of plays. But really the nuances and the subtleties and the details of the position, the disciplined craft part of the position, he has a long way to go in that regard based on what the tape has shown up to this point.
That was clear and concise with his analysis, and he's not dealing in absolutes. In today's hot take world, Waddle, we have so many people who say, I've seen these 18 games, therefore he can't be this. And Cosell told you he is not going to talk about definitives or anything outside of these 18 or make declarations that he can't be this guy, but he gave you the reasons why he's struggling. I thought it was really good.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's obvious, too, where he needs the things he needs to work on. So now you got to go to work on those things and see if you can improve them and enhance some of the things that you do exceptionally well. I would say the other thing, and I think this fits into what Cosell was talking about, is I think he needs to work on moving around in the pocket. Sometimes it's a half a step left, it's a half a step right, it's a shuffle forward before you set your feet and throw. Because someone who's 6'1" and maybe called, Drew Brees and ask him to help you with some of this in the offseason, you've got to find throwing lanes that don't exist if you're 6'5". If you go back to the Vikings game, there are a handful of balls that are tipped, or there are open guys that if he shifts a little to his left or a little to his right, there is a throwing lane, but that throwing lane is impeded because he's not the tallest guy in the world. It's just one of the nuances that you have to learn to deal with as a quarterback in the National Football League. Shuffling around in that pocket or finding a spot and finding throwing lanes, these are all things that I think people take for granted, but they're paramount for a quarterback and his efficiency.
Drew Brees, Russell Wilson, Baker Mayfield, all guys who are sort of on Kyler Murray undersized. I don't know if Kyler Murray's as good as those as finding the lanes, but those are good examples of how you can still be not the tallest quarterback and find those lanes. All right, let's talk to Tom Thayer. He was honored on Monday night. We'll tell you what that experience was like, and then he'll break down the line that Waddle was just talking about. That's who he wants to see improve the most. Is the five guys up front and create running lanes for this run game, which is vital for the Ben Johnson offense to work. We'll break down Caleb. A lot of great callers on hold. 312-332-3776. Our usual Football Friday stuff, and it's all brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Bears Fridays brought to you by the great Dr. Pepper. One-of-a-kind fans won legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper. Bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. We met someone from Dr. Pepper at the Bears game the other day. Those guys are awesome. It's a Pepper thing. Tom Thayer joins us coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Tomorrow, ESPN Chicago's Peggy and Dion are broadcasting live from the Bolingbrook Jubilee. It's the Village of Bolingbrook's 60th birthday, and all are welcome to their weekend-long party. Come to Bolingbrook Town Center for live music, a parade, food trucks, vendors, and more. Come see Peggy and Dion as they broadcast live from the Jubilee tomorrow from 11 to 1. Brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook and ESPN Chicago.
Football is back, and your game day menu has to be spot on. One of my guilty pleasures during the football season is settling in and eating dips with chips and wings and veggies, all while watching a long day of football. And that means Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you're going to find right there in your own kitchen. So do what the Waddles do. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
There's Crash Bang.
And then there's...
Of course, the first one is our great defense.
The other means someone is hurt. I'm Lisa Longo.
And I'm Jim Morisi of the Chicago personal injury firm of Morisi, Longo, and Associates.
We're here for you when an injury happens. Having us in your corner is a smart move.
Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. MorisiLongo.com. We're here when you need us.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. With a convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with everyday affordable prices, you'll save money for fall fun, too. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Oh, the weather's perfect out there. Perfect for opening up those windows, unless you can't. Are your windows struggling to open and shut properly? The cool weather is coming, and then we'll get the cold winter. Are they energy-efficient windows that are going to save you money on your energy bills? Or are you seeing your energy bills skyrocketing? Now's the time to call my friends at Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com. You got nothing to lose. Have my guy Alan Favada, their sales manager, come out and give you a free in-home estimate. He'll tell you what you need and what you don't need. He'll educate you on the entire process. They can install your windows in less than a day. Customer service, A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and 5-star reviews across the board. That's right. Call them, 866-90-NATION. You'll buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and no payments till 2027. You're going to save a ton of money with my guys. WindowNation.com, 866-90-NATION, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
Take on all comers. 2nd and 6 from the 45-yard line. Bears territory on the right hash. They put Williams under center and movement again.
Yeah, the frustrations that we hear, the moans, the groans, the cheers. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's great at what he does. And like you always hear, too, like he's a Bear. Not only did he play for the Bears, he grew up in the fan base. And if anyone knows what it's like to be affiliated with the Bears, it's Tom Thayer. And he joins us right now, as he always does on Friday. Joniak wasn't sure if Thayer joins us each and every week, and I said, thanks for listening to the show. Thayer is brought to you by UI Health. Exceptional care for you. To learn more, visit uihealth.care. Can you believe that your partner wasn't sure if you were on our show?
No, listen, we're WA. We're work acquaintances. That's about it. We don't socialize. We don't go out together. I don't drink wine or wear fancy shoes. I sweat. He doesn't. I have cavities. He doesn't. So we really don't have a lot of similarities, and he doesn't really care what I have to say about the Bears.
I love it.
Do you have a favorite thing about Jeff Joniak, though, Tom? Is there a favorite trait that he has?
His work ethic is like none other.
Okay.
I mean, that's the thing that really I appreciate so much about Jeff is he does the work of 5 guys, and he works 80 hours a week. He could work 90 hours a week, and that's the thing about it. And he's never like swayed away from that from all the time that he's been on the job. And so I can't. I like to beat him up like a little brother, but I really do appreciate his work ethic. It's not like a lot of other people we come across.
Other than that, he's a turd, right? Isn't that what you're saying?
Of course.
Yeah, okay.
It's good.
Yeah.
Tom, so you've had like 4 days to digest what you saw. You've had chances to look at the tape. What is your biggest takeaway from that game Monday night?
When you go back and you look at the check down routes, to me, I think that if you would go back there and you were a coach or you were a player, you were evaluating yourself and the coach was evaluating, I would take the tape and I would stop it at the final drop step of all plays that turned into outlet passes. And then I would see, okay, when you're at your final drop step, how much ground has the offensive line given up or is 1-2 open? Because I would say I liked the fact that Caleb took some check down routes in the first half of that game, what maybe last year would have resulted in sacks. But to me, I think there's a couple yards left on the field there, and not just, insignificant amount of positive yards, some big plays that were left out there and took check downs instead of the primary receiver. And so that would be one thing I would look at. Number 2, is, like I said, the offensive line. I would need these guys to be more stable up front and create that kind of a standstill up front on pass protection to give Caleb that half to 3/4 of a second longer to go through his progression. And so if you look at a couple things like that, I think they would really do a lot to help this offense. And then one other thing is, from both lines, offense and defensive line, I need a half to 3/4 of a second more. And offensive line, I need a half or 3/4 of a second more of protection for Caleb that's not getting pushed into his area. And then from the defensive line, I need a half a second or 3/4 of a second quicker pressure on the opponent's quarterback. And if you can give me those, I think that you would complement the second and third level on the defense. And if you did that on offense, I think that you would complement Caleb, the passing game, in all the receivers out there that have a chance to make bigger plays.
Tom, keeping with the offensive line conversation, obviously it was a difficult night. They did not establish the running game. I believe Caleb was pressured on 23 of his dropbacks. How much of it was just the offensive line not playing well enough and maybe not being familiar with everybody's tendencies, because this was the first time they have actually played together as a group of 5? And how much of it was the front that the Vikings brought to town on Monday night?
To me as an ex-offensive lineman, I always look in the mirror instead of looking at what you're seeing across the line of scrimmage, because it wasn't a surprise. You knew exactly what they were going to do. And even though they had basically a 5-man line of scrimmage, a lot of times you had 6.5, or 7 blockers at the line of scrimmage. So I think it's you got to have more reps together first and foremost. Caleb has to understand the system so he's consistent with the snap count as a weapon. And if you can get into that flow of the offensive line that takes you from first level to second level, then I think that you're going to get more profit out of your running game. And to me, as I've talked about it a lot over the years, is when you talk about the zone running game, I think there's less of a commitment to the point of attack that would really benefit the offensive line in the modern day game than there was when we played. If we called a very specific hole, we knew that's where Walter was going 100% of the time. So nowadays, when you give the running backs a little bit more freedom, if they kind of misinterpret the flow of a block and they try to cut it back, you're always cutting it back to an unblocked tackler. So if you would have faith in the point of attack and you're going to allow these combination blocks, whether it's tackle tight end, guard tackle, or center guard, that you're going to allow these guys to initially get movement on the line of scrimmage, get him pushed out of place for that 2.5, that 2 yards, and then that secondary offensive lineman is going to move up to that second level, and that's where the crease is going to be created. Once you start thinking for what you're seeing from 4 yards deep in the backfield, I don't think you're really interpreting the architect and the design of the run play and how it's ultimately going to hit. I'm not looking for touchdowns. I'm looking for 4 yards a carry. So I do believe that once this offense builds a little faith within itself, you're going to see a better and more efficiently running game.
Tom, when you look at Detroit, the Bears have given them some good games. They just haven't been able to finish these games. What is it about the Bears and Lions where it's a fairly good matchup for the Bears, and how much of an advantage does Ben Johnson give the Bears in knowing what they can do?
You know, he knows the building. He knows, the vulnerabilities of some of the offensive players, not necessarily the defensive players, but if he can go out there and give Ben Johnson a couple hints or clues into what somebody does or doesn't do so well, then maybe Dennis can take advantage of those. Then you look at the offensive side of the ball. Ben kind of, he knows what he wants to create as an offensive coordinator, and this is going to be step 2 in that project. He knows that the snap count has got to be as efficiently run as it possibly can inside that environment. But the Bears have always stayed in the game all the way up until the end. And that's where, if you're going to give yourself the best opportunity to compete and beat the Detroit Lions, it's going to be staying competitive throughout the game. Even if you look at last week, when they had the missed field goal, they didn't go for it on 4th and 3, and then they had the block punt. You're talking about giving punts or giving points to your opponent when right now in the building stages and building blocks of this new regime here in Chicago, you can't offer that to your opponent.
Speaking of that, Tom, there's a lot of new here, entirely new coaching staff, some new players. After losing a game in the manner in which they did on Monday night, do you feel like you have a good sense for how this team is going to come out on Sunday? Will they come out, determined to make amends for letting one get away? Do you think there'll still be a bit of a residual effect because of the disappointment, or it's just going to take time to understand what kind of character this group has?
Damn, if you don't, then you're looking to lose your own job. I think we all got an indication of what Ben Johnson is like during the regular season when Jeff and I were the first to ask him questions, and then he went to the podium. This is a really serious man. And every single time he goes and looks at the tape of the game they just played, you're only looking to make corrections and improvements. And that's the only thing running through your head. I heard the frustration in him today when he was at the podium and how frustrated he is about asking questions from 4 or 5 days ago. He's on to Detroit. And so if whether it's your preparation as a player, it's instead of studying more of your playbook and the game plan that's given to you and during the week of preparation, making sure the Bears understand understand the rhythm of a silent snap count, because really that's going to be probably the most important elements of efficiency when you go into that, when you start playing there Sunday afternoon.
Is that the nephew or is that the mailman?
No,
the dog barking.
That's Sweet Lou.
I know that, but he's usually barking at either the mailman or when your nephew walks in. Right. Sometimes.
No, it's not my nephew or the mailman. It's the neighbors across the street are getting new windows put in.
Okay.
And
Tom,
Lou is pissed at him all day.
Focus on these players then, because I agree with you. I don't think Ben's going to tolerate, a whole lot of nonsense. But do you believe, again, like this is a team, there's still a lot of guys here that have lost in catastrophic fashion over and over the last couple of years. Do you expect this group, some of them still here from last year, to come out and be, ready to make amends for what took place on Monday night?
I do, and I think that's one of the resiliency of this team has got to be shown in some of the most hostile environments that you can offer in today's NFL, and that's Ford Field. And so it's not going to be perfect, but it's about what type of fight do you have in you. Can the defense go and make Jared Goff and that offense look like they did in Green Bay? And it's possible because it's a different element. You're going to be able to hear the cadence of Jared Goff. You're playing 8 to 10 different defensive linemen. If you can fall into the rhythm of that cadence, then this defensive line can have a better get-off than their offensive line. Taylor Decker has a bad shoulder. I need to do some investigative work there. If he comes out and he has a shoulder harness on one shoulder or the other, I'm going to explore that shoulder as much as I possibly can. So there's a lot of different ways that you can create some angst and anxiety into the offense of Detroit because they're looking for a significant recovery of what they faced last week in Green Bay. So Dennis Allen and the defense, you got the leader off the first two buses, and you got to have a bad attitude, and you got to have a chance to hit, cover, and tackle as well as you've ever seen a team do it.
Before we let you go, Tom, week 2 of the 85 season, as we go through the 85 season week by week, depending on what week it is, you guys beat New England 20-7. What do you remember about that game? And then tell us about the video that the Bears just put out with your line, the offensive line, meeting with the current Bears offensive line and exchanging stories.
One thing about game 2 of the 85 season is when the defense really came aboard and started to become a force in the NFL. They gave up 27 yards rushing, and New England really couldn't do anything, even though they had a quality passing game and they had experience at quarterback, even though they're going through Steve Grogan and Tony Eisen. But it's when the defense really showed, look, we're going to make you one-dimensional. And if that one dimension isn't really good, then you're going to have a difficult time beating us. They got a bunch of turnovers. We dominated the time on the clock. We had a good offensive game ourselves. Still another 160 yards rushing. So it was a kind of a good team effort when you look at everything. But it's really the defense came aboard and they said, okay, there's not a lot of teams that are going to have very much success running the ball.
And what about that video? We saw that the Bears put that out with the current and the old offensive line.
It was really cool, actually. It was a chance to get some old guys talking to young guys, and we had a conversation a lot about what our training camps used to be like, how much we got paid for training camp. I brought an example of the jerseys that we used to wear back in the day, which buttoned up into onesies, and nowadays they don't even tuck them in their pants. And kind of talked about, having the two-way tape on our shoulder pads and then spraying silicone on our jerseys so you couldn't get grabbed and stuff. Yeah, of course, but legal cheaters. But it was more of conversation of a bunch of guys that are old enough to be their dads still talking about the game of football. And, Joe Tooney, I played with his uncle Mark at Notre Dame. Drew Dahlman, his dad, played at the San Francisco 49ers. Jimbo being from Pitt, Becker being from Aurora, Jay from Iowa, myself. So just kind of talking about the different relations that are so far spread about, there's still a lot of similarities in them.
Yeah, great stuff, Tom.
Awesome.
Really good, and it was so great to see you on the field and get honored with that team. You're the best. We'll talk to you in Detroit, okay?
Thanks, Tom.
All right, you guys. See you later. See you.
There you go. There's Tom Thayer. We've had certainly it has been the cold and flu season already. Very early with you. Thayer was coughing. Big Cat was coughing earlier. Wilbon was coughing.
Bears coughed one up on Monday, too.
There you go. Well said, Tyler.
That's right. Really good.
We're the coughing show.
The coughing show. All right. Coming up, we are Like It, Love It, and I want to update you on where we stand in a couple of our contests, whether it's Cover 5, who's winning that thing, which listener, and how we're doing in our wins pool. All that if you want to talk to us, 332-3776.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Excuse me, I just ate an almond.
For Chicago sports fans, a big slate of college football games starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Shay Norling and Tyler Rocky have the campus news you need to hype up the day. Join us tomorrow morning at 8 for Chicago's College Tailgate on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling Beer.
At UI Health, compassion isn't just care, it's commitment. UI Health's team of experts listens to your story, understands your experience, and embraces your voice. That's because UI Health is with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory, UI Health's care heals and saves. UI Health, expert care for your journey. Learn more at uihealth.care.
Guys, you know what's so important is talking to somebody, whether you want to be a better father, whether you want to be a better husband. It's where BetterHelp comes in, and I've been an advocate of getting help for your mental health for years. I've spoken to my same therapist now for over 6 years, and it's a routine that has made me better, and I'm still chasing to be better. I have anxiety I struggle with, and if you have any of those that check those boxes, I want you to go to betterhelp.com/timeout. That's betterhelp.com/timeout. Advocate for yourself. Like, don't sit there if you're feeling uneasy, you want someone to talk to, especially if you have a major issue. You got to seek out this help, because mental health is health. And when the body needs help, the mind's got to be right, and you got to get your mind right. So go to betterhelp.com/timeout. You'll get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
Save big money on new appliances when you shop at Menards. We have the largest in-stock appliance selection from great brands at the best prices, ready to take home today. Whether it's wanting new laundry appliances or it's needed upgrades for the kitchen, you'll be sure to find appliances that'll make your life easier. Visit the largest in-store appliance selection today. Plus, check out Menards.com to view all of our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
What if a quarterback completed 4 out of his 5 passes? Or a point guard hit 4 out of 5 shots from behind the arc? Well, now, when you're hiring, you can play at that level because 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter's technology hustles to find skilled people for your job, and you can invite your top picks to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, football fans, time to get out of the house and watch some Sunday football with me. I'll be at the Hooters located by O'Hare on Higgins Road on Sunday, September 14th. That would be this Sunday, to watch our guys battle Detroit. Kickoff is at noon. I'll be there at 1 to join the fun. And we'll be sampling Hooters wings, pretzels, cold beer, and obviously cheering for a big victory as well. Not only will we watch a great football game, but we'll also be giving out Hooters gift cards throughout the game also. So join me this Sunday for the Chicago-Detroit game at Hooters on Higgins Road.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Couple of notes, so then we'll get into our pick'ems with Like It, Love It. Don't forget, Monday is the start of qualifying people to our trip to Cincinnati. The only way you can go with us to Cincinnati, see the Bears play the Bengals, is right here on the show where some of the appearances Shay and I are doing. This is not something that you could purchase. It's a small group that we're going to take to Cincy. We're going to fly there. You're going to get your hotel included. You're going to get the game tickets, an exclusive broadcast, and that's brought to you by Bud Light. So that starts on Monday as we start Tom Waddle Trivia. You have your homecoming in your great town of Cincy, the Queen City.
I cannot wait to hear some of the trivia that is associated with me. I am sure it will be a solid Timberland to the nuts on a daily basis.
It wouldn't be a Waddle and Silvy show if it wasn't.
Thank you.
And don't forget that you can always watch us, whether we're on the road, whether we're at Hallis Hall, whether we're here in studio. It's twitch.com. And also, you can watch us on youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy. YouTube.com/@WaddleandSilvy. Subscribe. We're over 15,000 now. Thank you for that support as it continues to swell. And our stream in YouTube on Twitch as well is all brought to you by FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. Visit the guy on 41 for the best offerings on fences, basketball, hoops, trampolines, and play sets. Their customer service second to no one. White glove delivery, no middleman. And they're going to make sure that it's custom made for you and your family. That's theguyon41.com for FenceWorks. Like It, Love It, coming up next.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Live from Cleveland, it's White Sox and Guardians. Coverage starts today at 5:30 on ESPN Chicago, the home of the White Sox. Now backed by the power of the Pope.
You know, music is one of those things that's always changing. What's at the top of the charts today, 5 years from now, we might laugh and say, I cannot believe I listened to that. But here's something you won't laugh at because it's not changing, and that's the price of your internet. With Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee, you lock in 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi, and that means 5 years of streaming your music, your games, your shows, and not worrying about the price going up. Their best equipment is included, so you're covered from day one. Think about it. 5 years of stability with your internet bill. It's like signing a contract where, for once, you actually win. No surprises, no hikes, just the same price month after month. So while music will keep on changing, and I bet you it will, your Xfinity internet price won't, and that's about as reliable as it gets. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees are extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report, August of 2024.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Crash, bang, suddenly you are on the DL. If that happens as a result of somebody else's negligence, we can help. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer. Our experienced attorneys and support staff will talk with you during a free consultation, tell you your options, and ensure that you take the right steps throughout the entire process. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo.com. Your future is our priority.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
Fall is a time for football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it works for you. And with everyday affordable prices, you'll save money for fall fun, too. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Football season's back. Make Surfside your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
All right, football fans, it's time to elevate your game with a tough-as-nails Toyota truck. I drive the Sequoia and love it. Maybe you love the Tacoma. It's a big-time playmaker no matter what's in your game plan. Tundra's a tailgating MVP that works hard and plays even harder. And the 4Runner's a Hall of Famer when it comes to rugged roads. Whichever Toyota truck you choose, you're riding with the champion. So do what I did and visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today or head to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Shaw Local available right now, shawlocal.com. Fresh column, right?
What is the Shaw Local column this week?
Bears, right?
Obviously, it's Bears, but what was the opinion?
Bears. Wow. Right?
Send it over, Silvy. Text it to me. I'd like to give it a little love.
God, you're so lazy. And so, hold on a second. You're so needy.
You can just go to the website.
You're on the computer all the show anyway, so just type in shawlocal.com and find out. You need him to send you the column?
I got a life. I got stuff going on. If he just shoots me a text every week, I'd be glad to retweet, post. I don't think of these things sometimes. I got ADD. What do you want me to tell you?
What is that? Go ahead.
I was supposed to wake up, have a cup of coffee, and send him over a column, but he's too busy because he's got a life. But anybody who's reading the column, I guess, doesn't have a life.
There without a life, it sounds like.
That was funny. Hey, Hoodie, I gotta hand it to Hoodie. Hoodie retweets my column each and every week. He supports Shaw Local, and I love it. Cap, he's in front of a computer, and all he had to do was go to my Twitter page. It's pinned to the top of the Twitter page. Do you know how to pin something on a Twitter page?
I do not, no. Is there an easy way to describe it without boring the listeners?
It just means it's on the top of your feed. So, if anyone would check out your profile, it's the first story that's posted on your Twitter page. I think it's like the 3 dots in the upper right corner somewhere. And then you just click on pin to profile.
So give us a little preview.
It was about what we've talked about all week with Caleb. It's okay to want to, and my confusion about him, and I still think he's going to be good, but I'm a little worried. Mm-hmm. The accuracy worries me. Missing receivers worries me. It doesn't.
That's a fair concern.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean you're out on Caleb.
Nope.
And everything like that. The only thing I know about anybody inside that building, I don't know about Ben Johnson yet. I still don't know what the future holds for Caleb Williams. I do know that Ryan Poles is not a good GM. That's the only thing I know involving anybody inside that building. That's the one declarative statement I could make.
Well, settle in because you got 5 years.
It's incredible. It's really incredible.
Settle in, sir.
All right. Before we get to Like It, Love It, do you have some results here for some of our contests, whether it's wins pool or cover 5?
So we'll each have to go through our own cover 5s because you can't manually search for users on that.
I can tell you, there's a reason why I have 39 cents left in my DraftKings account. You know that. I've told you guys that repeatedly over the course of the last year plus. I'm not a good gambler at all.
Where are you on cover 5? Because I lost a lot of ground yesterday taking the Commanders.
I did not play that one. But currently, you're even going to be hopefully pleasantly surprised that I actually know how to do it. I am 642nd out of 937 currently with a minus 20.5.
Wow.
Dude, I'm behind you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't think that was possible.
I'm minus under 23.5. I'm really? 696th.
Wow.
I was hovering around even.
Same. I had
with Baltimore.
Yeah, same.
And then when that thing went sideways and it went from like a 15-point lead to them losing by 1, I lost 16 points. I should have been, had that game ended the way that it was at one point, I would be like minus 4.
Charlie, where are you?
I was worried I'd be drowning after week 1 with how this ended up. I'm in the positive. I'm at 202nd with 2.5 points. It's really,
Charlie.
The thing that
Charlie's
helped me,
in the lead out of the 4 of us.
The thing that really helped me was the Colts. I ended up picking the Colts in that one, and they won by like 20-plus points.
Wow, that's a good play.
I was able to offset my Ravens.
You got to look at the dogs. Carmen's giving out that tip, and then the dogs, which have a possibility to win. I'm 234, so I was in the 100s.
that's good.
I was in the 100s until last night. That one crushed me, so I'm 234 out of 937. There's a guy whose name is Billy Joel 234.
All the stars are out.
Yes, he's got 55 points. He leads the way. I want to get a ruling on this early before this comes up and there's controversy. Are you allowed in this competition for our sake, I know you could do whatever you want in the competition, but for our sake, if the season's winding down, to take a knee and not enter picks.
No, come on.
No, yeah, that's foul play.
So, that's what I'm asking. Like, so you still have to make all 5 picks every week.
I say if one of us does that, they get an automatic -50 for the week.
No, we get to shoot you with paint guns, right?
Yeah, you have to go out there no matter what. Yeah. You get to take a knee out there on the field.
Yeah.
And you could still join Cover 5 because, like I said, there are many people who's negative. I'm at 0. Charlie is what? Plus what? How many points?
2.5.
He's plus
2.5.
So, like, a lot of people, you can still enter now if you want to enter.
Yeah, if you join now, you are in the top, quadrant of the entire
Let me
pool.
ask you a question, though. Is that, so we're going by end of the year standards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you enter in the final week and you just have a good week, how fair is that?
But people will have amounted points. If you're going to win, you'll have positive points.
They're not going for the loss; they're going for the win. If you don't enter until the end, there's no way you'll be able to catch the winner.
So, is there a date where there should be everyone? If you're going to be in our league, you should be in by X week.
Well, I don't think. To be honest, you're doing yourself no favors if you join after week 3 or 4, probably.
Okay.
Yeah. It's 50-55 leads the way, and that will increase. Someone will have a great week. We have over 900 people in it. You can go to the Cover 5 app, download that, and then our code to enter our contest is WS2025.
You willing to share your picks?
Sure. I think we gave them out last week.
Yeah, we did.
So I lost my 5.5 for the Washington game. I thought at least they would cover the 3.5. And this is going to be one of my picks for Like It Love It. I've got Tennessee as a home dog. They get 5.5 points. I've got Pittsburgh as a home favorite, -2.5. I've got Detroit against the Bears at -6.5. I think it could be a bloodbath. And I've got Dallas as a home favorite over the Giants at 5.5, -5.5. What about you?
Well, my losing picks will be Pittsburgh as well. I've got the Bears getting 6.5.
Okay.
I think they'll cover the number. I do have Dallas as well. I have Denver at Indy. I think Denver wins that game. I think Indy's flying a little high after beating
I like that. Everyone makes these big proclamations after week 1, thinking, Indy's back. And Denver didn't play well. Right. I think Denver's in a good spot there.
By the way, if you look at actually the numbers of that game, Denver ran the hell out of the ball, and they sacked Cam Ward 6 times. Bo Nix played like garbage.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bounce back there, and I'm riding with Jim Harbaugh. I'll take the Chargers at Vegas, given 3.5.
Two guys who don't like each other, right there. Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
You guys have anything?
Yeah, so I am going to go with – I'm going to take the Bears. I like the Bears this week, especially with it at 6.5.
Me too.
I have the Jets plus 6.5 against the Bills. Miami -1.5 against New England.
Ooh.
Jacksonville plus 3.5 against Cincy. And I like Atlanta plus 4.5 against
I kind of
Minnesota.
like that one too.
So are you saying, Tyler, the overreaction with Miami, that Miami isn't dead and New England didn't look good?
Yeah, and let's not forget, New England looked bad. I think New England's roster in general is bad. And it's in Miami.
Yeah.
You do not want to play in Miami in September at noon because you're going to be baking on that sideline the entire game.
And by the way, Miami has boat raced New England for years, haven't they?
Oh, yeah.
That used to, even with Bill Belichick there, and when they were good, because of these early, like what Tyler was just saying.
They would beat the Bills.
Yeah.
With Josh Allen, at the height of what the Bills have been lately. They'll beat them at home.
Those first 6 weeks, you never want to go to Miami. And then, Charlie, what's yours?
Yeah, I also got the Bears, so there's a lot of Bears. 3/4 Bears confidence coming out of this show, which doesn't bode well for them, I feel like. I have Dallas as well. I thought Dak looked sharp, and all I heard about was the Giants pass rush and this and that, and I kind of fell for it a little bit. But, let's remember, the people who are in charge of that team that had the 3rd overall pick are still in charge of them this year. So I have them. I have the Jags plus 3.5 at Cincinnati just because Cincinnati barely got by Cleveland last week. Atlanta at Minnesota plus 4.5, and then I'm going against Tommy here on Monday night. I got the Vegas Raiders going against the Chargers.
Shame on you.
Getting 3.5. I just thought Geno looked awesome last week.
I think it's un-American to bet against Jim Harbaugh's team. I just do.
By the way, the Cubs just went final. That was a replay I was looking. It's been final 6-4.
Yeah.
6-4 the final score. Cubs win today against Tampa. It was a good day for me gambling on the Cubs. I had a Christopher Morel home run at plus 435. I had the Cubs to win on the money line, and I know you had him on the run line, Tyler. Congrats there.
Now playing the role of David Kaplan, it's Mark Silverman.
And then I had the over there with the wind blowing out today. It was only 7.5, and there were 10 runs scored. Good day today.
Yeah, you're buying.
Good day. All right, what? Should we get to like it, love it? Let's do that.
I love it. Just a little taste of it. I love it. I want some more of it.
Like it, love it. Just a taste of it. Brought to you by Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, right at your fingertips. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. No bet fees ever, guys. You're going to get the best splits and no bet fees. They're not going to nickel and dime you. Circasports.com. All right, what are the standings here?
All right, fellas. We got taken out to the woodshed last week. I am currently leading the way with 3. Charlie is in second with 1.
Go Bears!
And Waddle and Silvy each offers last week.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a tough one.
I thought I had one win. What were my picks?
You had Cincinnati. That was a 1-point game. You had Denver, which pushed, and then you had the Bears plus 1.5.
Yeah, bad. All right, Tyler, kick us off.
All right. For my I'm going to go with the New York Jets plus 6.5 against the Buffalo Bills. This Jets team over the last 3 years at home is 2-1 against Buffalo. And the one loss has been by 3 points. And this is probably the best the Jets have looked heading into that matchup. So I think Justin Fields.
Ed Oliver as well.
And last week, Baltimore ran all over them. Breece Hall could have a field day. Braylon Allen can have a day. You could see Justin Fields rack up a lot of the similar rushing totals that he had last week. I really like New York this week.
Charlie, are you up now?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to follow Tyler a little bit here because I have Justin Fields over 45.5 rushing yards. As he mentioned, Baltimore ran all over them last week. To expand on that a little bit, like the Bills allowed more runs of 10-plus yards than anyone else in the league last week. They also had the most yards allowed before contact. That was with Ed Oliver. So, their run defense has probably gotten worse, and clearly, Lamar Jackson was able to take advantage of it. I think either way, if you go with Justin Fields or Breece Hall, you're going to find a little bit of payday. I like Justin Fields here over 45.5.
Waddle, do you remember when Justin was turning on the rushing numbers in that 1 year that he rushed for 1,000 yards? Mm-hmm. That every year it seemed like the sports books were a little late. And it would start at 35 as the total, and then it would only go to 40 the next week, and we just kept hitting the over each and every week.
And they are specifically running an offense that features him carrying the football much more than even when he was here. So,
all right, what's your pick?
I like over 18.5 receiving yards for Colston Loveland in this game. I think that they will be focusing on the tight ends a little bit more. They should. They drafted him 10th overall. So I like that. Think how low that number is. 18.5 receiving yards.
That was something that we did last year with Cole Kmet. We kept saying, it's so low, let's hit it.
Yeah, well.
But, it's Ben Johnson. And then, look, it's his return to Michigan, right, where he was a hero for the Wolverines.
Yeah, so I think that they're going to get, much like Ben Johnson said, we got to call more running plays. I think they're also going to focus on getting the ball in the hands of their tight ends as well.
I think this is, for me, I'm going Bears lines as well. I'm taking the over. It's 46.5, I believe. And I played this as well. I think with the Bears scoring 24 without having a really good offensive day, and I think Detroit really wants to get right here, and they're going to be able to score as well. So I'm playing the over. I know it's a little higher, but I'm still going with the over here for my like. What's your love, Tyler?
My love is the Atlanta Falcons, plus 3.5 on the road, Sunday Night Football against the Minnesota Vikings. I just think that game last week against the Bears for Minnesota, if the Bears could have run the ball with anything, they would have put that thing away pretty early. And now you get to go up against a really good Atlanta offensive line and Bijan Robinson. I think they're just going to run all over Minnesota, which the Bears failed to do last week. And Michael Penix has looked good. You get Darnell Mooney and Drake London off the injury report, too. So
no Van Ginkel, right?
That's correct. Yeah, no Van Ginkel. And there was another guy, too, that I believe got hurt as well.
Their best linebacker in the middle.
Blake Cashman.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you've got a dinged-up Minnesota team, and I think you've got a healthier Atlanta team who's licking their wounds a little bit after losing last week on a missed field goal.
Charlie?
I'm going to go with the Chiefs plus 1.5. I understand that they just got their asses kicked by the Eagles in the Super Bowl. That's the last time we saw these two teams play. But this is still a team that was in the Super Bowl. I don't think the Eagles I don't think they were playing their absolute A-plus game last week against Dallas. And I think the Chiefs at home, you're giving me 1.5 points. Like, that's something I'm probably just going to jump at 99 times out of 100. Again, I know who they're playing, but to me, it's just a little bit.
It's a pick 'em now, though, Charlie. We go by Circa.
Move?
Well, I mean, like, this is. I don't know if you were checking with Circa or what, but remember, it's brought to you by Circa. So
let's go Chiefs pick 'em then.
Yeah, so you get it's a pick 'em.
I have Broncos giving 1.5 to the Colts. Is that the correct line as well? That was the last line I saw.
The Broncos are a point favorite right now, this says.
Right. Yeah, the Broncos -1 over the Colts.
Yes.
Like I said, Bo Nix was awful last week, and their sloppy win over the Titans. They ran the ball well. Their pass rush was all up in Cam Ward's grill. I think the Colts are getting a little overvalued early, so I'll take the Broncos -1 in Indianapolis as my love.
My love is the Steelers' Aaron Rodgers debut in Pittsburgh as their hometown quarterback. I think they're going to cover the number here against the Seahawks. Long road trip here. Sam Darnold did not look great in his debut, so give me the Steelers -3.
All right, for my taste, we're going to go to Jacksonville and Cincinnati. I like the Jaguars plus 3.5. I think they've got the defensive line that can just get after Joe Burrow, who has taken some bad sacks, and that was an ugly game that they had to pull out against the Browns last week. And I think that this Jacksonville offense is in a good spot with Liam Cohen, and they were able to run the ball at ease last week. I think they'll be able to run all over a bad Cincinnati defense.
Charlie.
How about Daniel Jones over 5.5 rushing attempts? I don't think that they're going to be wanting to throw the ball a whole lot going against a guy like Patrick Surtain. So, he's a guy who can use his legs. How about Daniel Jones this weekend?
My taste is the Bears getting 6.5 in Detroit. Lions have issues on their O-line. They got a new center. They got a new guard. And now Decker is questionable. That leaves them less than dangerous in their own running game. They can't protect Goff the way they have in the past as well. I think the Bears cover this number. I'll take the 6.5.
And then I this is where I'm taking the Titans, as I have in my cover 5 as well. The Rams are pretty good. They didn't score a lot of points last week. So I like the home dog getting 5.5. I thought the Titans did fairly well against the Broncos on the road. So give me the Titans and the points. There you go. Like it, love it. Just a taste of it. Let me take a call really quick, and then we'll get to Waddle's World. Randy, our buddy, has been on hold. What's up, Randy? You're on ESPN 1000.
Hi, boys. Good to talk to you as always.
You too.
I know it's a lot of talk about Caleb Williams. I've kind of figured out how to equate Caleb Williams to, I don't know, another sport, for example. He's sort of like a golfer who got all the talent in the world, but he's shooting in the mid-80s. He hits great shots, and yet he'll scuff and he just doesn't get it done. And when he needs to make that 3-foot putt, he usually doesn't make it. Tom, question for you.
Yep.
You've kind of gone on a number of times in the last few days about Caleb's footwork and his fundamentals, and I have to ask a question. Should we have known about this from his college play, or is it just the way it is in college now that you cannot tell because they don't play a lot of under center and what a guy's footwork is going to be?
No, you can still discern what a guy's footwork is, even if you're in shotgun the whole time. I mean, I think you can just find out whether a guy's feet are happy or they're really solid. I think that there were a lot of people that believed, hey, the college game, he did a lot of off-platform stuff and a lot of things on his own, but when he got to the NFL, very coachable kid, that they'll be able to refine some stuff. And I think the refining project has taken longer than many anticipated.
Okay, good stuff right there. And a good comp there, Randy. We've got Waddle's World coming up, a little Florida or Ohio today. Aki's A-List, a lot to do here still on this Football Friday. Bears and Lions this weekend, and Bears Fridays are brought to you by Dr. Pepper. One-of-a-kind fans, one legendary prize. Score Bears tickets with Dr. Pepper. Bold, original, and made for game day. Enter now at drpepperticketsweeps.com/Bears. It's a Pepper thing. We're back with Waddle's World next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Week 2 for the Bears as Ben Johnson takes his team to Detroit to face his former team.
My mind's going to be about just winning the football game and find our first victory of the season.
Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak. Join Tom Thayer, Jason McKee, and myself for the call to Bears and Lions. Kickoff Sunday at noon. And join us at 7 for 5 hours of pregame coverage. We've got network pregame coverage starting at 10, plus 4 hours of postgame coverage with the best in the business. It's Bears and Lions, Sunday, high noon. This is the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Football season is finally here, and if you want to kick off like a pro, you need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book, now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees, ever. Other books might charge you just to get in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Football season is back. I love this time of the year, and I also love the game day feasts. And on my menu is always the delicious dips with chips and wings and veggies, all while watching the big game. And that means Daisy French onion dip, Daisy ranch dip as well. These are as delicious as a homemade dip, and they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'll find in your own kitchen. So do what we do here at the Waddle House. Put Daisy French onion dips on your game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
Don't wait to start building your future. North Park University in Chicago is enrolling now. North Park is known for its renowned nursing and education programs, a 15-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and classes where professors get to know you personally. The warm Christian community welcomes those from all faith backgrounds, and students graduate ready to lead in schools, communities, and beyond. Apply today at northpark.edu. That's northpark.edu. North Park University, where faith, purpose, and career come together.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You know those old drafty windows that let all the cold in and just don't look right? It's time to upgrade, and Window Nation can get it all replaced in a day or less. Right now, they've got an amazing deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years on top of that. I trust Window Nation because I've got their windows throughout my own home. I've seen the quality and the difference they can make. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free estimate.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
In Chicago, football isn't just a game, it's a way of life. And when the Bears hit the field, there's only one drink that brings the flavor, Dr. Pepper. It's bold, it's original, it's the best 23 flavors in football. So whether you're cheering in the stadium, tailgating in the lot, or yelling from afar, make sure you've got Dr. Pepper in hand. Go Bears, and drink up. It's a pepper drink.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Guys, I love my new chiropractor at Chiro One. You can check them out today, Chiro1.com. Chiro One wellness centers are all over the city and suburbs, whether it's in the northern burbs like where I went in Libertyville. They've got a Highland Park location, Glenview, Vernon Hills. Check them out today at Chiro1.com to find one nearest you. And what I loved most, it's not just going to the chiro, laying down and getting adjusted. They're giving you a plan. They take x-rays. There are exercises that they have you do there. And it's corrective chiropractic care where they're looking to get to the root of the problem. So don't live in pain, guys. Do what I do and go to Chiro1.com.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird.
Welcome to Waddle's World. Come inside.
Let's get weird. Let's get weird. Weird. Get weird. Weird. Get weird.
Let's get weird.
Yeah, why not? Let's get weird. Waddle's World brought to you by our great friends and partners at Wintrust Community Banks. They are Chicago's banks. To find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank, visit wintrust.com/find us, member FDIC. I turn the Waddle's World over to Silvy as he has some Cubs news, I hear.
Yeah, that's right. You want the good news or the bad news?
I think that this is your team. You decide which order you want to present it in.
All right, so Daniel Palencia, who you continue to bring up in Bears conversations for some reason, threw today, and he's fine.
Did he hit the back of the net, like way high?
No report on that. I had no clarification, but he's fine. The shoulder is fine. So he looks A-okay. I think he had a bruised ego, to be quite frank, out there. But so he's okay. The bad news is Jesse is saying that Tucker won't come back when he is eligible to come off the DL, at least immediately. Like, he is going to come back this season, but when the 10 days are up, and this is the way he explains it, he goes, they just had to restart everything when they put him on the IL, and that was a couple of days ago, but it was retroactive. He said, in other words, he should have been shut down from the beginning, but instead he tried. So now he is in shutdown mode as far as running. You know, there's a calf injury, and he tried to, it's sort of like with the finger where even though he was on the IL, or before that when he was not playing, he was still running on the bad calf, and it wasn't getting any better. So instead of pushing it, they finally have shut him down running-wise, and it'll be a little bit longer when he's eligible to come off the IL.
Okay, with that as a backdrop, I have 2 questions for all of you Cub fans. I know there's 3 diehard Cub fans here on the show right now. A, how do you feel at this moment about the future of Kyle Tucker as a Cub after the 2025 season? So we'll address that question right now. Where are you at?
Well,
I was buzzed. What can I say?
Jesse was buzzed. What can he say?
I think there's 0 chance.
No, but as a fan, do you want them to pursue him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, look, it's easy. I think it's easy when stock is down to say, I don't want him. Sucks. He's hurt. 2 years in a row he's been hurt. Didn't produce. Not worth the money. But you've got plenty of money. Let's see where the market takes you here. I would not be out on Kyle Tucker. No. What about you, Tyler?
No, if anything, I think I'm more in on Kyle Tucker based on how the team struggles when he's not in the lineup. He is the engine to this whole operation in my eyes offensively. When he's there, Say is better, PCA is better, Bush is better. And when he's out of the lineup, a lot of these guys aren't producing. So I think you need him on your team going into next year.
Charlie?
I think there's a little bit of like what it means if the Cubs are pursuing Kyle Tucker. Like if that means that if they are going after a arguably depressed asset and they're just saying, screw it, like we know this guy's good. If we're wrong, but we're just going to throw money at this problem. Like to me, that says that at least they're in the right direction with how they want to spend their money.
Okay. This is the second question for you, and we've talked about this a little bit. Pete Crow Armstrong today was 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. He is now batting below 250, and I want to say his OPS is now obviously it's
it under 8 yet?
What's that?
Is it under 800
yet? It's been there for a while.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's in the 700s now?
Yes, and if you go back to, he had a much better start to the month of September than he did the entire month of August. But for the month of August, as we know, he hit 160 and his slash was 160, 216, 230, had an OPS of 446. Do you have any idea, with any degree of certainty, who he is and what kind of player he is going to be for his career?
He's got all the tools. He's so talented. I think it's between the ears. But I can't. So that's a long way of answering, Waddle. I don't know. Like, is he going to be a superstar? He's got some superstar qualities. He was hitting like a superstar power hitter with superstar defense, with superstar speed.
Yes.
But now, with all these struggles and not able to get out of it, it's very concerning.
Tyler?
I think he's thinking too much. And what I mean by that is, it seems like he's had a much better hitting approach. He just hasn't had better hitting results. Like, his strikeout percentage has been better. It feels like he's not chasing as many pitches, even though he still will strike out. I mean, he obviously struck out a lot today, but it feels like he's having better at-bats in terms of the patience and seeing more pitches. And I almost think he's thinking too much when he's at the plate to try to take more pitches. I think you just let him loose and say, listen, if you're going to chase, but he's a good bad ball hitter. It's what he is.
But what do you believe he will turn out to be for, or do you think that obviously he's young, so the story's still being written, but if you had to project, because I said this to you guys in the pre-show fist fight, I'm not so sure there's 10 better stories in Major League Baseball this year than the PCA violent roller coaster ride.
Yeah, and it's lost a lot of steam down the stretch here. I think he'll end up being a solid hitter. I think it'll just be a little more consistency, like what his season is. We'll see a lot of seasons like this where the numbers look the same, but it'll be more consistent as opposed to spikes like this all the way at the top in what he was in like May and June and July, and then not as many of the downs that we're seeing in August and even to a degree in April.
By the way, have you guys seen, I know you're all baseball fans, but have you seen the season that Paul Skeens has had?
It's incredible.
Oh, it's insane.
I mean,
over 200 strikeouts, right?
Yeah, and yes, over 200 strikeouts on the season. He has now pitched 178 innings as well, so the durability is there. He's got an ERA of 1.92 and a whip of 0.92. For his career, do you realize in 53 starts, he's got an ERA, a career ERA of 1.94 and a whip of 0.93 in 53 career starts.
Was it when he faced Mizorowski that he got torched, that he got hammered?
Yeah.
Like, he had one really bad game.
Yes.
And but other than that, it's been just spectacular.
It has been crazy, hasn't it? Mm-hmm. All right, back to football.
Can I read you this, though, really quick?
Sure.
FGB on Twitter says, every time T. Waddle 87 broadcasts from the Waddle residence, he sounds like he's seducing the listeners.
Well, you know what? Consider yourself seduced.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, holy smokes. The injury report today, Kyler Gordon is out, has been ruled out for Sunday's game with the Detroit Lions. Jade Walker is doubtful. Grady Jarrett is questionable. Everyone else is listed as full participation and should play, including T.J. Edwards and Jalen Johnson. Also, Roshan Johnson as well. Injury report brought to you by Postman Law. Injured? Call Postman Law. Others promise. Postman delivers. This, I'm telling you, this Kyler Gordon thing is a bit concerning because you just paid him. He's one of the best nickel corners in all of football. And with what Dennis Allen wants to do with his ability to blitz off the edge and bring pressure and also play man behind it, that is a huge loss for this defense. Crazy.
I'm just very concerned this time, knowing that before this training camp, he had a hamstring issue.
Yeah.
Then he got hurt, and then he was better, seemingly, all last week, where he practiced, wasn't even on the injury report. And it seems like he's re-injured this. And now, like, is it ever going to heal this year with all the different injuries he's had from the hamstring?
It's very disturbing. I don't know. He's like you said, he's missed multiple games in all of his years here.
Mm-hmm.
He's such a vital component to what they're trying to do defensively. Not having him out there it's just, obviously it's not a good thing.
Yeah, not good.
Not good. A man arrested after driving a Barbie Jeep to get a Slurpee, police say.
Like one of those little like go-kart type deals?
Yeah. I had a Barbie Jeep. Well, my girls had a Barbie Jeep. My daughter Leah had a Barbie Jeep.
Sure. I think the truth finally came out.
Well, listen, you could barely fit in it, but a man was arrested after police caught him driving a Barbie Jeep to get a Slurpee. The man, identified as Casper Lincoln, was pulled over in Prince George, British Columbia after driving by police in a Barbie Jeep along one of the main roads.
So he was on the street. He wasn't on the sidewalk.
Yes.
Yeah, that would hold up traffic.
He told the local news that he was getting ready to get a Slurpee with a friend, but got lazy and didn't want to walk and decided to use the car to get around while his friend walked beside him.
But in the street.
I never drove it before, he said. Several witnesses seemed to be surprised that the police actually pulled him over and later arrested him.
Oh, that's
you
an
really
arrest,
arresting
huh?
him for driving a kid's Jeep? One of the witnesses said.
That seems weird. To arrest him for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, according to police, he was pulled over for a traffic stop when he turned onto a main road. They discovered he had a suspended license, and he blew over the legal alcohol limit twice.
Oh, so he was under the influence.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
Did you ever try and take a bicycle or something like that through a drive-thru when you were a kid?
No.
We tried to walk through a drive-thru.
Did you? You
once.
tried to walk? I've done that before too. I like when, for instance, like one of the fast food places, everything's closed except the drive-thru, and we show up there, and then we try to walk, and then they won't serve you.
Yeah, we did that at a McDonald's after the Falcons Patriots Super Bowl. We were hammered at this point, so we they were like they didn't serve us at first, so we came around again and acted like we were in a car.
How do you act like you're in a car?
We're just one guy's got a hand on the steering wheel. We were in a 2x2 formation.
That's the story of the week.
And I'm trying to remember, but I think they ended up serving us after that. Yeah, they were like, all right, these kids are just
the cap at that point.
Yeah,
they appreciated the dedication to the cause.
Yeah.
I found this to be funny. Family thought they were lighting birthday candles on a cake when it turns out they were fireworks.
Oh, boy.
What was supposed to be an innocent birthday candle blowout, it says here, turned into a terrifying pyro moment. A man excitedly gathered around his birthday cake to blow out his candles and make a wish. As family and friends lit what they thought were cake sparklers, they shockingly turned out to be fireworks.
Yeah, the cake went kaboom.
Within seconds, chaos erupted and the partygoers ran screaming as flames shot wildly into the air.
That would be a good prank on somebody, too. About to sing happy birthday, and then you run away.
Yeah.
As you light fireworks on their cake.
Very nice. And finally, an emotional support alligator is no longer welcomed in a Pennsylvania Walmart. A Western Pennsylvania man and his emotional support alligator took a shopping cart spin around the local Walmart where he claims they've never had a problem, but this recent trip earned them orders to stay away.
I've done this many a times. Come on now. This is for emotional support.
Didn't this happen at the Phillies stadium?
Yeah. That happened as well, Charlie. You're right. I believe it was for a Phillies game, right?
Where are they finding these alligators in Pennsylvania?
5-foot-long, 32-pound reptile. I guess he used to be able to take his emotional support. What would you do if you were on a flight and somebody tried to walk in on the plane with an emotional alligator, a 5-foot emotional alligator?
What do you mean, What would you do? They wouldn't let you on the flight with an alligator.
Are you sure?
Yes.
At that point, I feel like you're just trusting the process. Like, all right, you got through. It must be something here.
All right. Well, if you think, I mean, they've let ponies on airplanes before as an emotional pony.
Isn't there a big difference between a pony and an alligator?
Not size-wise.
But danger-wise?
What if they've got like a muzzle on the alligator? Let me ask you a question. If the pony could kick you right in the stomach.
Oh, yeah.
So, you don't act like just because it's that looks like a really calm and fun pony. If that thing got angry inside the body of an airplane, he could probably ruin your flight.
Knock out a window, right, with a back kick?
Yeah. So
you know where alligators don't want to be? Walmart.
On an airplane?
In a shopping cart.
They want to be in the swamp.
Yeah.
Leave them in the swamp.
Yeah.
Don't take them to a Phillies game.
You're right. If you're an alligator, you would want an emotional support human that's not going to take you places.
If you could have any emotional support animal, and it's not a dog, what would it be?
An emotional support animal
koala.
That's not a dog.
That's good. Koala bears are very, very cute.
Very gentle.
Yes.
Are they gentle? I thought that they had some violence in them.
No, they just eat eucalyptus and
I would, you know my love for monkeys. I'd want an emotional support monkey.
Yeah, but they can be vicious too, can't they?
I know they can, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think part of the emotional support is that they're not vicious to you.
Yeah,
I would hope
scare
so.
the hell out of the
What about
person
you, Tyler?
sitting in.
What are you picking?
Go with the tiger.
Oh,
come on.
Yeah.
It's that realistic.
Walk into Walmart with a tiger.
Tiger.
An emotional support alligator doesn't sound realistic on the surface either.
I'm with you 100%.
Siegfried Aki over there.
Show up without a face on Monday for the show. What happened, Tyler? My emotional support tiger got a little out of control.
Didn't they get attacked? Didn't one of them
get
attacked?
Yes, got mauled.
And they were like the trainers.
Yes. Yeah.
Can't trust.
Yeah, it's like the giant bear that was in 1,000 different episodes of television shows. Ultimately will maul his trainer. That's just the way it goes. All right, that's all I got.
All right, there you go. We've got Florida or Ohio coming up, and then Aki's A-List Sox baseball coming your way today at 5:30. It's Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
At Postman Law, they're used to winning. And after an injury, you could use a win. With more than $3 billion won for their clients, they know how to deliver fast. Car crash, work injury, serious accident, Postman Law makes it simple. Speed, ease, results. Because when the game's on the line, you need a team that knows how to finish strong. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com to get started. Others promise. Postman delivers.
This is attorney advertising.
Guys, got a plumbing emergency? Call my friends over at Four Seasons. An electrical emergency? Call Four Seasons. Heating or cooling not working? You know who to call, Four Seasons. Need a new hot water tank installed today? This happened to me. Call my guys at Four Seasons. They'll make it as easy as possible. Maybe you're thinking about a whole home generator. They've got you covered at Four Seasons. They also guarantee same-day installation on all your heating, cooling, plumbing, electrical, and generator needs. And get this, with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. We're heading into the weekend. It always happens on a Saturday or a Sunday, but they're not going to charge you extra. So for all the right reasons, call Four Seasons, 866, the number 4 Seasons. That's 866, 4 Seasons.
Woodford Reserve said, pick a barrel.
They wanted something bold, rich, and charismatic. So naturally, they called me.
Are you sure they didn't say burnt ego? Because they called both of us.
Oh, okay. So as I was saying, we hit the distillery with a group of our listeners.
And together made the first ever single barrel pick of Woodford Reserve Double Oaked.
It's got Chicago flavor written all over it, and it's going fast.
Grab yours at your local Jewel, A&S Beverages, or Armanetti's on Western.
Cheers from Carmen and Yurko and Woodford Reserve.
Please drink responsibly.
True North convenience stores and Red Bull are an elite matchup. True North offers Legends Red Bull Original and sugar-free. First-round picks like watermelon, wild berries, and rookie Red Bull Zero. Right now, grab 3 of your favorite 8-ounce flavors for $6.50 and save 10 cents off a gallon with the True Rewards mobile app. Available in your favorite app store. Score this deal before the clock runs out. True North convenience stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo & Associates. We're there when you need us.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut that you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a Ready Next text when you're up next for your haircut, so you can get all your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylist at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part, Great Clips everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Ready to look your greatest for the new season? Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
White Sox fans, there's still time to win an incredible experience this season. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to win a 2026 Diamond Suite. The winner will receive a 20-person suite for a mutually agreed-upon game in 2026 to host up to 19 friends and family in style. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the colleges paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hotchkiss, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hotchkiss. Together, let's drive.
All right, guys, it's the weekend. It's time to pick up some Connie's Frozen Pizza at the grocery store. You don't want to cook on a Friday night. Weather's perfect. Make some pizza. Sit outside. Grab your favorite beverage. Connie's Frozen Pizza is the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy Show. We're very proud of that. It's Chicago-style pizza, thin, crispy. We even cut it into squares. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy the true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. In my pre-show video today, I showed our pizza oven. We even cook it here at the office. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are classic thin pies. They're made with that same delicious cornmeal crust that Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. Really is an institution. Perfectly cheesy and saucy, and exactly what you want on hand when you're craving pizza. So do what we do. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born right here in Chicago. Enjoyed everywhere. Available at your local grocer's freezer.
Get ready to play the game that's sweeping the nation. Public drunkenness. Exotic animals. Dumb criminals. Random stabbings. Or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
All right, Tyler. Florida, Ohio is brought to you by...
Florida, Ohio is brought to you by Universal Lighting. Upgrade your building's lighting to energy-saving LEDs. Go to ulasaves.com. Man and teens charged after toilet paper prank gone wrong.
Ooh. Man and what?
Man and teens. A man.
Okay, so a guy and a couple
Like he
of
took
teens.
the kids around the neighborhood to TP?
The opposite.
A what?
The opposite. A man and 5 teenagers are facing charges, according to police, after a man was aggressively driving his vehicle towards the 5 teens who TP'd his house.
Ooh.
And made threatening comments toward them.
Sounds like Carmen DeFalco, Western Springs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Angry man in neighborhood.
We've had a lot of things out of the DeFalco files this week.
The guy who is in the car speeding towards the man and 5 other people is the guy who had his house TP'd?
Correct. So he's facing a charge for being a menace to these kids, and the kids are facing a charge for TPing in the neighborhood.
I believe this is where's like one of the big football towns in Ohio?
Massillon.
Yes,
McKinley, Canton, Ohio.
Right. One of those places. I think it was Massillon was what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Like this is very Ohio-y. You TP a house for before a football game.
Massillon, Ohio is where, and Massillon High School is Chris Spielman's alma mater.
Mm-hmm. And I think they made a doc one time about that high school or that area.
I think that's a really good guess. You go Massillon, I'm going to go Canton, Ohio, Canton McKinley High School.
Like, doesn't TPing a house seem like something that's very
Ohio-y.
Like football-y, and I know Florida is huge with high school football, but they don't have the trees and the stuff.
Yeah.
They've got palm trees, but it's not the same. I think this is more of a Midwest thing.
I agree with you.
I think we're all going Ohio here because I was going to say somewhere outside of Cleveland, like Brecksville or Medina.
Okay.
It took place, a Friday sweep, Upper Arlington, Ohio.
Yeah, that's right. That's good.
It's good detective work by the crew.
Well done, boys.
Mission accomplished.
Yes. All right, let's get to Aki's A-List. A lot of good questions from Tyler today. The Cubs won. We're getting set for Bears and Lions on this Football Friday as well. We've got the Sox and Guardians coming up at 5:30, and also what to watch for. So a very busy 5 o'clock hour coming your way next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, football fans, time to get out of the house and watch some Sunday football with me, your pal, Tom Waddle. I'll be at the Hooters located by O'Hare on Higgins Road this Sunday to watch our guys battle Detroit. Kickoff is at noon. I'll be there at 1 to join the fun. Let's sample Hooters wings, pretzels, cold beer, and let's cheer our team to a big victory. And I'll be giving out Hooters gift cards throughout the game. So join me Sunday for the Chicago-Detroit game at Hooters on Higgins Road. Please enjoy responsibly. Think you're strong? Prove it at the Illinois Playing Pool, Saturday, September 27th at O'Hare. Teams of 20 take on the Ultimate Challenge, moving a 95,000-pound United Airlines 737 jet. Yes, a real plane. All proceeds benefit Special Olympics Illinois. Sign up now at IllinoisPlayingPool.com.
Football season is back, and Surfside is bringing you your tailgate must-have. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Coast Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
White Sox fans, join us at the ballpark Saturday, September 20th as the White Sox take on the Padres at 6:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl halfway to St. Patrick's Day, presented by Miller Lite, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with happy hour specials on classic ballpark food and drink, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a White Sox hockey jersey and an Irish tweed cap. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/crawl.
Not all banks are built the same. Some slap their name everywhere, but still don't know yours. Wintrust, totally different story. They have over 200 locally run banks where the bankers behind the counter actually know the people in front of them. Local decision makers, hometown service, and real relationships that last. Whether it's growing your savings or launching a business, their local experts are ready to help. That's more than a bank. That's community. When strong communities connect, big things happen. Find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank and feel the difference for yourself. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
$534 million. That's how much debt is left to pay off tied to the 2003 renovation of Soldier Field and the price the Bears will have to pay to get state help toward a new stadium in Arlington Heights. That's the deal Governor Pritzker put forth this week as the team made its goal of building a new venue in the northwest suburb even more clear. The Bears are seeking both state legislation allowing them to negotiate future property taxes on the former Arlington Park site and state money to help build infrastructure for an entertainment district around the new stadium. The team's other plan for a new dome just south of Soldier Field hinged on restructuring that debt by tying state hotel taxes to it for another 40 years, but the Bears and state lawmakers have all but shut the door on that option. Meantime, the state needs some way to pay off or refinance the Soldier Field debt, which matures in 2033. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
I can't believe they're moving the team to another city.
True, but you'll never forget all the joy they brought into your life.
Joy? They made the playoffs twice in 50 years.
Gosh, those 2 times were pretty great, weren't they?
How would I know? I wasn't even born yet.
Just think of all the free time you'll have on game days.
Those games were the highlight of my week.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Guys, at Steinhoffel's, they know your style isn't one size fits all. That's why during their Make It Your Own event, you can create furniture as unique as you are. Choose your fabric, select your finish, and add the details to make it yours. And right now, save 10% store-wide. Plus, enjoy 18 months special financing with 0% interest. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader. Visit their newest location in Maryville, Indiana. 7 Chicagoland locations now. Relax. It's Steinhoffel's.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
That's right, Aki's A-List now with a new partner, Waddle.
Brought to you by WindowWorks. WindowWorks is the company your neighbors trust.
All right, Tyler, what do you got for us today?
All right, on this Bears Friday, as we look at what the team needs to flip around from last week, I think it's easy to say that the quarterback obviously has to play better and make some of those throws that he missed from a week ago. But what is there a certain player or a certain maybe concept or area that this team significantly needs to turn around in your eyes? What is the biggest thing that needs to be flipped from last week to this week?
Waddle, it was my theme last week, too. I will not stop talking about Montez Sweat, especially when, the Packers did what they did to Detroit. Jared Goff wasn't making a lot of downfield completions. Like, pressure him. You need your highest paid player to play like your highest paid player. And he has not done that in the last year. So I need a big game. I need pressures from Montez Sweat consistently.
Yeah, I'll stick with what I said earlier today as well. I'll go with the offensive line. Not only do they need to help create some space in the running game to take pressure off their quarterback, they also need to protect him better. There were 23 pressures on Monday night's game from the Minnesota front. So, and I would say, keep an eye on Drew Dahlman and Jonah Jackson. I think that's where a lot of the some of the breakdowns came from. So a more stout performance on the run and the pass from this offensive line would be critical in them trying to beat the Lions in their building.
Tyler, who are you going with?
Well, I'm kind of branching off of Waddle here in terms of the offensive line, but the penalties from last week were unacceptable.
Yes,
12 penalties for 127 yards. That is ridiculous out of the gate.
That's probably the worst thing from the entire game. Yes.
Brad Biggs put it in his column last week that it's their most penalties in a game since November 8th of 2021.
That's pretty incredible.
Like that cannot happen. And now you go into a loud environment. It's going to be hostile. It may be the most hostile environment we see in the NFL all year. Dome with an enemy coming home.
I think we're all on the same page here too. Like I think we all like the coach and the coaching staff a lot. But if this was the previous staff, or this was the staff before that, and this team had committed 12 penalties for 127 yards and 4 false starts, we'd be all over that coaching staff. So
for sure.
I think that this crew needs to wear that as well, and it's got to get better.
Yeah, I think if if the game didn't go the way that it did last week in terms of you let go of the rope in the fourth quarter, we would be talking about this a lot more than we were this week.
Agreed.
Because that was...
And we still talked about it a lot. Yeah. But I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, it was one of the things that I think rubbed me the worst from a week ago in terms of how that thing got away from them. All right. Last night, we saw the Packers go out, and even though it finished as a 9-point game, it did not feel like a 9-point game last night. They dominated Washington from start to finish. That defense is scary. The way that they get after quarterbacks, and even the way that they play in coverage, too. I thought Keyshawn Nixon, one of their corners, was fantastic last night as well. But did the Packers prove last night that they are the class of the NFC?
No. It's too early for anybody to prove that they're the class of the NFC. I mean, they look great, and through 2 weeks, if I was a Packer fan, I'd be thrilled. But I don't think that you could prove you're the class of anything through 2 weeks.
I think they're in the conversation with whoever you want to put in that list. I mean, after 2 weeks, who do you think are the best teams in the NFC? I don't think that list can exist without the Packers, but it is awful early. But I'm with you about the defense. The defense is what stands out quite a bit. Like, they are good, they're fast, they're violent. You know, they hustle to the ball, they pursue, like everything about them at all three levels. And they jump routes, too, early because they know that the pass rush is going to get there. And I think the teams that will have some success against them will be the ones that can, at times, control their pass rush and give their quarterback time to hit their receivers downfield on some double moves because their corners are settling their feet pretty much on every throw.
I was very surprised on how Jaden Daniels looked. I mean, I think there's some things that Bears fans are taking from that and saying, hey, maybe Jaden Daniels was sort of playing over his head last year, was on this heater. A lot of bounces went their way, and he was very good, and that maybe he's going to have come back down to earth a little bit. And, there was one tweet going around. Jaden Daniels played like a young quarterback last night.
Yeah, I don't think Jaden Daniels was fabulous against the Giants in the Week 1 win.
No, he was not. They didn't do a lot.
Yeah, I think that I think he's an excellent young quarterback, but I thought coming into this season, one of the good storylines would be how will the rest of the NFL adjust to him and all the tape you have on him now. So
they've
had a difficult first two starts.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
He got hit a lot last night, which I was surprised he was able to withstand a lot of
By the way, Waddle has called this, too. You know, he went on Wilde and Tausch's show on ESPN Milwaukee. And
yelled at for that, too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, come on now.
I'm not allowed to go on a teammate's show?
Oh, no. I had no problem. I meant I yelled at you for predicting that they would win 8 in a row. It was an out on a limb prediction. So it was like something that you really had to, and I'm like, oh, he's got a chance at this here, the way they've started.
Yeah, that is a nice
you knocked
out
down
on the
two
limb.
of the toughest pins so far.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then my the follow up to that was I said to the guys, I hope your team completely self destructs in the back half of the season. But
and you got yelled at from Danny Zetterman because I don't know why it's within the company. He wanted to know that you were going to be on the show. I don't know if it's so he could have watched the YouTube and closed his door or what. It seems odd that.
Yeah.
That you would have to get permission or that you would need the okay to go on one of our teammates' shows.
I wonder when Tausch joined us when Micah Parsons was traded to the Packers, whether or not he had to clear that with the director of content. But I'm not sure. I'm glad he joined us, though, because he added a lot of insight.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, I skipped this Bears one that I wanted to get to. So, injury report, Waddle, you read it about an hour ago, and the only player that's been ruled out so far is Kyler Gordon. They are getting the return of Jalen Johnson and TJ Edwards. So, when you look at what took place from a week ago and just the way that the Lions play, I think tackling is going to be paramount for this Bears team, especially when you've got backs like Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Then on the other side, Taylor Decker not practicing for a third straight day. Who do you think has the more concerning injury report right now with the Bears getting their guys back but still missing Kyler Gordon, whereas on the other side, Detroit could be without their left tackle?
Wow. I think Jack Campbell's also isn't Jack Campbell also questionable? One of their
Questionable, but he
starting
did practice today.
He did.
I believe it was a limited practice for him, but he did practice.
Is this 2 weeks in a row, too, that the Bears could face a team without their starting left tackle?
That would be, yeah.
I would say, I would say it. You know, as much of a loss is Kyler Gordon because he's such a good player. I think any team that's not going to be without their veteran starting left tackle is got the worst issue.
Play.
But I agree with you. I'll go that way. But Kyler Gordon is those 2 first picks for Ryan Poles. Are very, very important to that entire defense.
No
it's
doubt.
very unconventional for your safety and your nickelback to be as important as they are, but they really are. They're the engines, and I think, like, Joniak likes to use the word deploy because they can deploy these guys in different ways, and you become a little more predictable when they're not on the field.
Yeah, I feel the same way I do about Kyler Gordon as I do with Jaquan Brisker. They're Swiss Army knife defensive backs. They can do anything for you out there on the field.
I want to know, too, like, how many games in the last few years have Gordon and Brisker even played together? I bet you it's a lot less than you would think because Brisker missed a lot. Gordon's missed some time. They have not played at the same time a lot lately.
Yeah, didn't Gordon miss time early in the year last year, which was when Brisker was playing?
Yes, and that's what I mean. And it's such a 1-2 punch in the defensive backfield. You would like to see how it looks.
And those are like the only feather in the cap picks that Ryan Poles has right now.
Trying to think, what if, like, true
Braxton Jones, where you found him.
It was good value, but it was like.
Not saying he's a stud or anything, but yeah, he's a starting left tackle for you. You found in the 5th round.
And then we're still waiting on Caleb. Rome still isn't fully.
Rome's another guy. You know, I mean, he's got to prove. He had 6 catches for like 35 yards this past game. And there was a really difficult catch on the sideline. It was a ball that Caleb tried to sneak in there. If you're a number one wide receiver, you know, that's a catch that you got to come down with, and then we all gush over what a great catch it is. But, like, we need him to establish himself as a guy who's going to be a true difference maker.
I think the feather in the cap pick is Ozzie Trapillo.
Stop.
Maybe we'll see him this week. Maybe.
I don't think that would be good if we see Ozzie Trapillo, who is the backup right tackle.
The Theo Benedict role.
Yeah. Theo Benedict would come in at left tackle.
Think they run that play this week? The report eligible?
Oh yeah, to help, right? With protection?
Yeah.
Like
I'm saying
to
like
throw it to him?
Yeah, like the skipper play.
I think I predicted this last week and it was incorrect. But come on now, doesn't Ben Johnson have to serve Dan Campbell something? Something special?
I think you got to focus more on not being 3 of 12 on third downs and averaging 11 yards to get on third downs and stop making 12 penalties and having your quarterback complete better than 60% of your passes.
I get it, but you always say you can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah, but wait a second. That's walking, that's chewing gum, that's mowing the lawn, that's driving your car all at the same time. Like,
if you could trick someone, it's still it helps the offense.
Listen,
it could help a team that is struggling.
I get what you're saying. They need to stop tricking themselves. They jumped off sides 4 times in their own building.
And then I did not like the missed end around at the end of the game when they were trying to get into field goal range. I'd rather them throw the ball down the field in that situation.
Yeah. Like, there'll be plenty of times to break out the fun plays. Let's just find some stuff that works for now.
By the way, you're on TV right now.
I told him he was looking good.
Multi-purpose.
Looking good, yeah.
Multi-purpose.
Everyone wins today. The Cubs win. Tom Waddle's on Marquee. Big Cat had a very dirty message when I let him know that you were on Marquee. I sent it to you. It was pretty crazy.
Didn't we get him? I think Big Cat was at the ballpark today, wasn't he?
We got a word that he was in the Cubs clubhouse.
Yeah.
I guess what's the Fox football show? Their game day.
Big Noon.
Big Noon. Are they at Illinois?
They're at Northwestern because Oregon comes here this week.
Oh, they're at Northwestern. Wow. So they were all at Wrigley Field today, walking around. And I guess Matt Leinart was talking to Matthew Boyd today before he started to pitch.
That's breaking code,
odd.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And he gave up a first-inning home run. I'm blaming the hairy Matt Leinart.
The
hairy-armed Matt Leinart. By the way, wins with Wallner are brought to you by Wallner Law. We all win with Tom Waddle on our TV, and the Cubs did win today. Wallner Law handles the toughest cases in car and truck accidents, medical malpractice, and injuries on the job. Wallner Law, win with Wallner. Do you have another one?
Yeah, I want to talk about that Cubs win today because I thought it was interesting. The bullpen has now gone 23 straight scoreless innings. Wow. So right after the bullpen, it looked like had let go of the rope, they've started to regain their footing a little bit with how they looked against Atlanta and how they have looked so far against Tampa Bay. But I want to ask you, this was one of the curious things is that we've seen Andrew Kittredge get the 9th in both games. And the other day I thought, oh, okay, Keller's coming in the 8th because Atlanta had their 1-2-3 up, and those are probably the 3 tougher outs to get as opposed to what you'll see in the 9th. But today, it was the same thing. Keller 8 and Andrew Kittredge 9. What did you guys make of that?
Maybe they just feel like it's instead of moving 2 guys to be hopeful that Keller has this 8th inning down, the high leverage setup guy so well, you may not want to screw around with anything by putting him in the closer's role. You know, like how we've said with hitters, how they could think a little bit too much when they lead off. Like, let him just do his thing in the 8th and maybe look at a veteran like, I know they're both veterans, but Kittredge to do that. And one really good development, too, this is off topic of that specific question, is Porter Hodge may be slowly but surely rounding into form, which is going to help the bullpen. He had another scoreless inning today. I think he's put together like 3 or 4 scoreless relief outings.
My God, you guys have an embarrassment of riches in your bullpen.
I'm not saying that, but you can't have an embarrassment of riches if you can't start taking a step forward.
All you've had so far is just an embarrassment.
The appearance he had against the Braves the other day, he was filthy.
Yeah. And that's what he was last year.
Yeah,
when he was healthy.
If they can get him right for the playoffs, then
it would be big.
That's like a huge X factor.
And then you could just put Palencia. I would not put Palencia back in the 9th. No, not this year, not ever.
Who's your closer?
I would keep doing what they're doing now.
Kittredge?
Yeah.
I don't mind that. Like, Kittredge's strikeout rate has been way up this year, and his chase rate's the best in baseball. I think, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
It's not ideal, but what Palencia has shown me is he's not fit for the job.
Okay, can I ask you guys a serious question without being Debbie Downer? Does any of this, you've played Colorado, Atlanta, Washington, Atlanta, and now Tampa.
I'm not going to complain because they did not do well against San Francisco. They didn't do well against Washington. So to beat bad teams is better than losing to bad teams. And all you need to do now is start playing better baseball for the playoffs.
True. But my question is, when it comes to your bullpen, are you overvaluing what you're seeing guys doing getting out bad hitters?
The Braves still have a good lineup. You still go up against Matt Olson, and Ozzie Albies has the 2nd highest OPS against the Cubs in Cubs history.
Wow.
It goes Mark McGwire, Ozzie Albies.
No, look, don't get me wrong, Waddle. I don't believe the Cubs have solved anything. I still don't know who's going to take care of the 9th in playoff games. So, but I'll take the success as opposed to, failure. All right, should we do what to watch for?
Waddle and Silvy get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
312-332-3776. It's all brought to you by Connie's Frozen Pizza. Watch something great on TV, whether it's football, whether it's a streaming show, and grab some Connie's Frozen Pizza. Caller 10 right now. You'll win pizza from Connie's. 332-3776. What are you watching for, Waddle?
I'm watching for the Terminal List, Dark Wolf. It's a new show on Prime with Taylor Kitsch, I think is how you pronounce his name. It's about Navy SEALs and the CIA. I'm looking for a new series because I'm kind of out of them.
Is Taylor Kitsch the one from Friday Night Lights?
I think so.
Tim Riggins, right?
Yeah,
think so.
I am watching I'm in the middle of it right now. I think we got through episode 1 of the Charlie Sheen documentary. Very interesting. Yeah. Very, he's on the big media tour with his book. He's got the doc out, but a lot of good background too. Like, who's a star in the documentary as well? Sean Penn. Sean Penn plays a major role in this because they grew up together in the same neighborhood. But who didn't speak
Who?
Is Emilio. He's not in it.
Yeah.
And Martin Sheen, his dad. They turned down speaking for the documentary. What are you guys watching for?
Well, I think there's a lot of great college football on this weekend, so I will be watching for you can watch this right now on Twitch and YouTube. It's brought to you by our friends at FenceWorks, and you can see Waddle's grandson right now.
Look at him. I think he weighs more than you, Waddle.
He does. Look at him. He's looking.
He's all serious.
Yeah, he's all business.
You look like Ben Johnson at the press conference today.
He's got the same haircut.
He's not talking about that field goal.
What do you think? What are you watching? He's
watching.
Like,
no.
What does he watch?
Does he watch Bluey
Miss
yet?
Rachel.
So cute.
He's trying to eat the microphone. All right.
Anyway, I'm watching for some good college football this weekend. You've got Georgia taking on Tennessee. You also have Notre Dame and Texas A&M, so a lot of top 20 matchups.
Charlie?
How about a Super Bowl rematch? We got Chiefs and Eagles on Sunday.
That's right.
What more do I need to say?
One bit of news, too, that Jesse just got in at the end is the Cubs are bringing Owen Casey back up. He doesn't know for who or why, but Owen Casey coming back up.
Ballesteros was good today. Had a triple and I think at least another hit. Kid can hit.
All right. Thank you to Tom Thayer. Thank you to Charlie and to Tyler. We've got Sox and Guardians coming up next. And don't forget, Waddle and I, along with Dion, will be on Sunday morning for Bears pregame. We've got Bleck and Abdalla right before us with the pregame show. Then we'll start right at 10 a.m. 4 hours of pregame, 4 hours of postgame. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great weekend.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles,